Chapter 1. Rebirth After Death. Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of the bathroom mirror, his eyebrows furrowed and eyes narrowed in confusion and agitation. His heart was in complete disarray. Was this a dream? He remembered getting struck by a car. So how was he still alive? This was definitely not his body. How could he be so weak and frail? His previous handsome appearance had disappeared, and all that remained was a plain-looking pig face that stared right back at him in the mirror. The most critical hit of all was that, even though he was standing in the bathtub, he was still only around 5'4". How was he meant to go out and meet people? After pondering over the situation, Zhang Xiaohua came to a conclusion. It seemed that he was reborn, and his soul had combined with this body after his death, allowing him to be reborn into this world. It was just like those online web novels. He was able to gain this body due to the death of the previous owner. Zhang Xiaohua was absolutely over the moon and tried to recall his new body's memories. According to the blurred memories in his mind, the unlucky guy he had just occupied was also called Zhang Xiaohua, and he was 22 years old. But at the age of 22, he only had some high school qualifications to his name and could be considered a second-generation prodigal son whose only talent was spending extravagant amounts of money on drugs and parties. This guy was nothing but a downright idler before he died from an overdose after taking too many drugs. His mother was just an ordinary housewife. His father, on the other hand, was different. He had opened an entertainment company called New Century Entertainment when he was younger. The company had blown up since and became one of the industry's leaders. However, this could all be considered a long-gone past, since his father had just passed away 2 months ago, which allowed his company to be swallowed up by the other shareholders. Only the dregs and ashes were left, and the family's wealth had plummeted. They now only owned a handful of the assets. It was quite a tragic fall from grace. Back in his bedroom, in order to adjust himself to his new home, Zhang Xiaohua jumped onto his computer and started to check out this world's history and recent news. The content showed that this world was roughly the same as Earth, though there were some minor differences. It seemed like a parallel world connected to Earth, and although the year was 2020, the technology was pretty much the same as Earth's, and even the brand names were the same. However, the entertainment industry seemed extremely backward, especially in the country he currently resided in. The entertainment business was way below the previous Earth standard. The city he now lived in was called Tianjin City and had a population of over 20 million people. It was the capital of Huaxia and also a rapidly developing city. After taking in this information, many thoughts floated around Zhang Xiaohua's head. Since God had given him a second chance, then he would make sure to enjoy this new life to the fullest. If the original owner of this body was a wastrel, he would turn him into a genius. Young Master Xiaohua, the Chao family have come to visit, and the lady of the house has called for you to come down immediately. A maid gently said from behind his door. Okay, I shall be down soon. Zhang Xiaohua looked around his room and took in a deep breath before smiling. He was in love with this new life. The room was very clean and bright, with white walls and a soft king-sized bed. There were all types of gadgets littered around the room, and a variety of flowers were placed on the balcony. A light breeze blew across the room, and its fragrance made people feel refreshed and comfortable. This room was more than 1,000 times better than his previous dungeon of an apartment. Zhang Xiaohua opened his smooth mahogany wardrobe and grabbed a pair of soft blue jeans, a simple black shirt, a blue cotton hoodie, and a simple pair of black canvas shoes. When he finally finished deciding, he went into the en-suite bathroom, washed his face, and tidied up his unkempt hair. He then walked out of his room after changing into his new clothes. He headed towards the staircase. Following the stairs all the way down, Zhang Xiaohua looked carefully at his surroundings. It wasn't difficult to tell that this was a 3-story villa. It was decorated in a European style that was simple but elegant, and although it wasn't too luxurious, it definitely wasn't a place an average person could afford to live. Zhang Xiaohua lived in the largest bedroom on the 3rd floor, while his mother lived on the 2nd floor. Since his father's passing, his mother's bedroom had almost been converted into a Buddhist temple as she had begun to fast and recite Buddhist mantras. Having reached the downstairs living room, Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw a middle-aged woman who wore a black cheongsam, sitting on a sofa with a bunch of beads in her hand and a small chrysanthemum on her head. With a face full of kindness, she seemed dignified and generous. For Zhang Xiaohua, the middle-aged woman also exuded a very strong intimacy towards his soul. Mom, after looking at the middle-aged woman, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but silently call out. At the same time, he felt that his nose was sour and his eyes became hot. He had almost started to cry. In his previous life, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have any parents as he was an orphan who was all alone. Nobody would remember his death. One could say that the only thing worthwhile remembering in his previous life was the fact that he had sacrificed himself to save a child from getting hit by an oncoming car. Past lives have past events and they aren't worth getting stuck upon, he thought as he tried to calm his emotions down. Although he had lost his father, at least he still had his mother and for this reason, Zhang Xiaohua was already excited. He couldn't help but start regarding the middle-aged woman as his true mother. After he wiped his moist eyes, Zhang Xiaohua blinked and looked around the rest of the room. On the opposite sofa to his mother, he saw a middle-aged man and two women. The male was around 45 years old and wore a black suit. He was overweight, and he looked extremely ridiculous as he wore a bunch of gold chains around his neck, similar to those hoodlums who hung around dark alleys and street corners, terrorizing others. On his left wrist was an 18-karat, limited edition gold Rolex with diamonds encrusted along it. The man was certainly eye-catching and looked like a typical nouveau riche. Beside the man, there were also two women. One was a similar age to the man and the other was quite young. The elder one was roughly 40 years old and still had her charm. She had a face full of makeup on, and she was dressed quite exquisitely. However, she had a look of arrogance plastered across her face as though she was higher than a mountaintop. When Zhang Xiaohua's eyes fell on the young girl's body, he couldn't help but notice her figure, which caused him to blush. However, in the midst of his excitement, he noticed that the girl's eyes seemed to contain a look of anger and scorn towards him. Zhang Xiaohua fixed his gaze and noticed that the girl wore a white skirt with a professional suit. She was about 20 years old, and her face was on the same level as her mother. Fortunately, it didn't have the same air of arrogance. Instead, she looked nervous and shy. Her long, slender white legs were exposed under the skirt. They were the type of legs that even women couldn't help convert, and the type that made men's imagination run wild. Even though she was currently sitting down, she couldn't hide her tall and perfect figure. According to the old Zhang Xiaohua's memory, the man and two women were a family. The man's name was Chao Dequan, his wife's name was Chao Huahua, and the daughter's name was Chao Feifei. The Zhang family and the Chao family had always been in contact with each other, with Zhang Xiaohua's father and Chao Dequan having played together since they were small. It had been more than 30 years of friendship between the two families. Zhang Xiaohua's father established New Century Entertainment Company in partnership with Chao Dequan. However, at that time, Zhang Xiaohua's father accounted for the majority of the company's share and owned 50%. As he invested the most money into the startup of the company, he was also the legal owner and chairman. For this reason, almost everything was done by him and was in his name. Chao Dequan's family was stumped at the time and had only taken up 5% of the shares in the business, as he couldn't gather enough cash to invest during the initial process. The other 45% of the shares were in the hands of investors. Although he had provided the least investment and effort, he did not have any less dividends than Xiaohua's father. You could say that Zhang Xiaohua's father was extremely loyal and generous, especially to his friends. It could even be said that the reason why Chao Dequan was able to wear gold, silver, and even support his family was all thanks to his father's effort. However, since 2 years ago, the company's performance had been deteriorating, and in order to save the company, Zhang Xiaohua's father did not only work tirelessly, but also borrowed money from everywhere he could. As a result, he not only owed a bunch of money, but also suffered from a serious illness during that period. In the end, it was difficult to hold on, and, therefore, he had directly transferred most of his shares to Chao Dequan before his death. He gave Chao Dequan 43% of his shares, allowing him to gain control of 48% of the company. And as a way of thanking and reassuring the investors, he also gave them 3% of his remaining shares, allowing them to also have 48% of the company. He gave the remaining shares, which was 4%, to Zhang Xiaohua. His father then recommended Chao Dequan as the company's chairman. After all, the company was the lifelong effort of Zhang Xiaohua's father, and he did not want it to be destroyed in the hands of an outsider. After Chao Daquan's financial backing and management, the company was back on track, and at present date, the market price was at 50 billion yuan and owned many songs and stars, and was one of the top 10 multifunctional entertainment companies in Huaxia. It was a pity that 2 months ago, Zhang Xiaohua's father had died of illness, and apart from the house, a truckload of debt, and 4% of company shares, he left almost nothing to his wife and child. However, to Zhang Xiaohua's pleasure, it seemed that both families had already set up a marriage agreement as early as 10 years ago between their children. In other words, this beautiful girl was to be his future wife. Remembering this, Zhang Xiaohua's excitement instantly picked up, imagining that, sooner or later, this Chao Feifei would meet him in the bridal chamber. Zhang Xiaohua was even more excited, so much that his blood boiled and flowed straight into his nose, almost spewing out from his nostrils. His heart could not wait. Chapter 2. Selling Shares. For the time being, Zhang Xiaohua cleared his head of those evil thoughts. He arranged his shirt collar, shrugged his nose, took a deep breath, and finally sat beside his mother. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't able to notice before, but his mother's face looked dignified, although she was bitter and angry. Her face was flushed red from frustration. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but turn and stare at the Chao family with indignation in his heart. How dare they bully my mother? Just look at those two, smiling like idiots. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to say that his life experience was rich, but he had encountered countless types of people in his previous life. This taught him how to read people's thoughts from their expressions and gestures, and also gave him the ability to distinguish between those with good intentions and those with evil intentions. In the eyes of Zhang Xiaohua, the Chao couple were nothing but a pair of tigers, hiding their fangs with smiles. Looking around, Zhang Xiaohua saw Chao Feifei again, but found that her head had fallen deep into her chest and was about to be buried in that deep navel line. She seemed unwilling to make eye contact. Judging from his memories, the original owner of this body should have had deep feelings for this Chao Feifei, with the two of them having been friends since childhood. There was even a marriage contract, so she shouldn't have been acting so shy. In addition, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't understand why her face had shown a brief expression of anger and disgust when he entered the room. Ugh. Oh well, he thought. He wasn't planning to get hung up over it. After all, I'm a new person and there are too many things I need to understand for myself. There's a lot of time to deal with such things later on, and I don't need to be in a hurry. Before he went to his mother, Zhang Xiaohua politely asked, "Mom, were you looking for me?" Zhang Xiaofeng, Zhang Xiaohua's mother, appeared to be of the same age as the Chao couple, around 40 years old. She looked up at her son for a brief moment, before she lowered her head and gently sighed, showing her frustration. As he saw his mother sigh and groan, Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt that things weren't going well. Sure enough, Chao Daquan said, "Xiaohua, today we have something to discuss with you. It could actually be said that Uncle Chao is sending you money. Are you sending me money?" Listening to him, Zhang Xiaohua was displeased. It seemed that his mother was being bullied by them before he had arrived. As such, he couldn't care less about etiquette. He sat down and asked, "So, what is this about money?" "Oh, huh. Chao Daquan smiled awkwardly, but his eyes didn't shy away from Zhang Xiaohua's look of disgust. Little Xiao, this year's profits weren't very good. However, there is a way for you to earn some more money. There will be millions to be earned, but that depends on whether you are willing. Could you get straight to the point, please?" Zhang Xiaohua could not be bothered to hear him ramble on anymore, and through Chao Daquan's sinister smile and embarrassed look filled with anger, Zhang Xiaohua had already made up his mind that this guy was evil. "Okay," Chao Daquan replied, and no longer whirled around the topic. "I'd like you to transfer the 4% shares your father put under your name. According to the market price, the current total value of the company is 50 billion yuan. That is to say, 4% shares would be valued around 2 billion yuan. So, considering our relationship and giving face to your dad, Uncle Chao can give you 2.5 billion yuan. What do you say?" Chao Daquan's revealed a smile and continued to add, 2.5 billion. Haha. Think about all you could do with it. This is not a small number. Of course, Uncle Chao doesn't mind helping you and your mother out. After all, you also know that your father's death has left your family in a lot of debt. With this money, you and your mother can also reduce the burden on your lives. You agree with Uncle, right? Wow, what a son of a thought, Zhang Xiaohua. he couldn't help but smile. It turned out that this old fox wanted to completely swallow the company for himself, but wasn't even willing to pay the price. He even tried to lowball him. You want to send me 2.5 billion? Huh, and does this guy think I am an idiot? If he had said this to the former Xiaohua, it might have worked on that brain-dead fool. But unfortunately, he was too little too late. As for today's Zhang Xiaohua, he considered his words no different from farting noises. Of course, in the eyes of Chao Dequan, Zhang Xiaohua had always been a waste whose only talent was living a life of debauchery and using the company dividends he had earned. Now that his father is dead, his squandering ways had to be reduced. He was offering him 2.5 billion to squander. He expected the little twerp to shed tears of joy. Was there even a reason to refuse? Unexpectedly, when Chao Dequan was preparing himself to bring out the contract, he heard Zhang Xiaohua suddenly say, "Uncle Chao, I have a few issues that I don't understand. I wonder if I can ask you 1 or 2 questions today." Zhang Xiaohua leaned forward and wrapped an arm over his mother's shoulder to comfort her. The other hand was holding his mother's cold hands to provide her with warmth. Chao Dequan was shocked. In his mind, he had half expected the boy to kiss his feet after becoming overcome with happiness. He just offered to give him 2.5 billion yuan, and this kid hadn't even smiled. Instead, he was so calm. It was so strange. This was completely unlike the boy who was usually greedy for even the smallest bit of cash to squander. However, as an elder, Chao Dequan couldn't reveal his frustration. Moreover, after all, the purpose of this visit was to get the shares from under this kid's name. Only in this way could he suppress the other shareholders in the company and then slowly take the company for himself. He thought that he could temporarily give the boy something soft to chew on, and as long as he got the shares, he didn't mind raising the price, but he was not willing to go higher than 3.5 billion yuan. If that wasn't enough to satisfy the boy, then it would not be too late for him to give a harsh lesson to this widow and son. At this thought, Chao Dequan grinned, and he dressed up his face with a kind expression. "Your father and I were both old friends. Today, you call me an uncle. So naturally, we are a family. Anything you don't understand, you can just ask, and Uncle Chao will try to help." Zhang Xiaohua snorted with a sly grin and mentally rolled his eyes with disdain. In a somewhat condescending tone, he asked, "Uncle Chao, I just want to know when the company was in a crisis and my dad was running around outside to try and borrow money to save the company. Where were you and your 2.5 billion? When Chao Dequan heard that, a rush of blood flowed straight to his head, and sweat immediately overflowed from his forehead. Slowly a bead of sweat slid down to the corner of his mouth, as rage also started to fill him. He actually felt that his heart became very flustered, and he was actually caught off guard. He was speechless. I haven't seen this child for a few days, so how could his personality change so much? Thought Chao Dequan. Seeing her husband's embarrassed look, the vulgar old flower beside him suddenly smirked and quickly helped Chao Dequan unravel the road. "Oh, Xiaohua, your father was sick at that time and didn't have time for Uncle Chao. We're not exaggerating here. If it wasn't for your Uncle Chao, then the company would have been closed a long time ago. It would never have reached the scale and achievements of today." Zhang Xiaohua also smiled. He was waiting for these words exactly. Then, he licked his lips and said, "As you said, I shouldn't abandon the existing shares, since the company is booming today. It shows that there is room for improvement, which means the value of my shares would increase. Even if it takes 30 or 40 years to double in value, I'm willing to wait it out." As soon as he said this, he knew that the race was in full swing. Silently, the old woman lowered her head, the witch no longer dared to intervene easily. At the same time, Chao Dequan took a look at her, and she could not help but look away in shame. She knew she had been played. Chao Dequan forced himself to calm down and soothe his fury. In order to achieve his goals, he was willing to let this go. He could have revenge for this later. So Chao Dequan put on a humored face and broke into a fake laugh. "Xiaohua, ha. In fact, your aunt's meaning is this: you should think of the future. After all, when you marry Fei Fei, wouldn't you get all the shares back anyway? And even more. So, why not sell that 4% and gain even more later on? After all, you are engaged to our daughter Fei Fei, so we'll be family sooner or later. Today you should transfer your shares to me first, and when I'm old, I will pass it on to you and Fei Fei, okay? Think of it as your Uncle Chao's temporary protection. If you sell to me, we will all be stronger together. It will allow us to own 51% of the company, which will give us more power over those outsiders." After he said this, Chao Dequan gently looked to Chao Feifei next to him and gently nudged her. Chao Feifei reacted immediately and looked up at Zhang Xiaohua and gave him a forced smile. "Yeah, Xiaohua, no matter how much money my dad makes, it will be for us. Don't hesitate and just sell the shares to my dad as soon as possible." Suddenly, after hearing Chao Feifei's voice, Zhang Xiaohua felt his head was about to explode. Frames of footage began to flash in his mind, followed by a few pieces of memory beginning to emerge. Chao Feifei's voice was like a key, which suddenly opened up Zhang Xiaohua's memory. After a short time, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood why the original owner of the body had committed suicide and why he felt inexplicable anger and sadness in his heart after he had absorbed the previous owner's soul. At this moment, he finally found the source. It was all because of this Chao Feifei. Indeed, just yesterday afternoon, Chao Feifei took advantage of his mother being absent and had privately proposed to break up the engagement with Zhang Xiaohua. The reason she stated for the breakup was because of his family's situation. Chao Feifei had felt that he was no longer worthy of her, and she had claimed that she liked someone else, so she called for Zhang Xiaohua to give up on the engagement. In order to retain the marriage contract, Zhang Xiaohua had even threatened Chao Feifei with his own death. However, Chao Feifei not only remained indifferent, but also threatened to kill Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had resolutely committed suicide, which allowed his soul to take over. 10 years of feelings were actually destroyed by greed. The most annoying thing was that yesterday she had proposed that they should break up, but today she actually dared to come to see him. She was clearly shameless. If he was replaced by the Zhang Xiaohua of old, in order to gain her back, maybe he would have listened to Chao Feifei and sell the shares to her father. However, if Chao Feifei still held on as such a lucky idea now, she was just too naive. At this point, Zhang Xiaohua could be sure that there wasn't one good seed in that family. Since that was the case, what was it in for him to be kind to them? Zhang Xiaohua directly ignored the existence of Chao Feifei and stared at Chao Dequan with his eyes full of hatred and sneered. "Wouldn't the first thing you do, after I transfer the shares to you, be to dissolve my marriage contract with your daughter?" It was clear that Zhang Xiaohua's words had hit the nail on the head. He was planning to trick him into agreeing and then use this loophole out. Chao Dequan was very surprised. He really couldn't understand how this kid suddenly became so far-sighted. When his sentence was finished, Zhang Xiaohua was depressed. He remembered reading novels with similar situations before. He could not help but laugh at this type of story back then, and now finding this kind of thing suddenly fall upon his own lap. The taste of karma really does make people feel bad. Since the truth had been revealed, Chao Dequan was also finally anxious and immediately tore off his false smile. With a look of contempt, he got up and pointed his fat stubby finger at Zhang Xiaohua before he sternly asked, "In a word, are you selling? Or not selling?" "Not selling," Zhang Xiaohua replied as he rejected the offer without even bothering to consider it. Chapter 3. Just you wait. Zhang Xiaohua was not a fool. With the shares in hand, it showed that they were still part of the company. These shares were very important as they owned a tipping share, and without their shares, no one could take control of the business. In this way, it would be easier to win back the company in the future. But once they sold their shares, it meant that the company wouldn't even have a single cent to do with them. In this case, even if they have the ability in the future, it would be near impossible for them to get it back. What's more, today they had been bullied by his father's so-called sworn brother's family, and they had to fight back. So how could they do so without any bargaining chips? The Buddha fights for a scent of incense, while people fight for wealth. How could one build a fire without any firewood? So, no matter what, he had to keep this 4% shares. But at this time, Zhang Xiaofang was shocked. She knew the purpose of Chao Dequan's trip from the beginning, but she never expected that this Chao Dequan would threaten them. How could he say this? Chao Dequan and Zhang Xiaohua's father were sworn brothers who grew up together. Decades of feelings lied between them. Although Zhang Xiaohua's father wasn't here, before Zhang Xiaohua, Chao Dequan was still an elder. However, today he actually threatened a junior, and his sworn brother's son at that. What a disgrace. Zhang Xiaofang could not help but release a sigh. So this was what would end the 2 decades of friendship between their families. She said, "Brother Chao, The child is still young. You don't have to behave so harshly towards him. What Xiao Feifei said was correct. We will be one family sooner or later, so why bother with this affair? Hearing that, Xiao Huahua was not happy. Zhang Xiaofang looked across to Qiao Dequan's eyes, and he didn't avoid her gaze, just staring straight back, unaffected by her plea. He bluntly said, "You misunderstand. I mean, I'm rich, but we are naturally still family. But now look at your family's situation. You are so poor. Yet you still insist that I marry my daughter to your son. Is that fair? Just look at how your son has just spoken to me." After saying that, he shot a glare at Zhang Xiaohua. His face immediately showed a look of hate and ridicule. What a disappointing second generation. Though your father is dead, he still left behind debt for you. And instead of accepting help, you talk back and act so arrogantly. Marrying into this kind of family would be a waste, and may even cause me to die from anger. Zhang Xiaofang couldn't resist becoming enraged. She stood up from the couch, tearfully saying, "Yes, our family is not as good as it used to be, but you also seem to forget to think about who gave you money when your family was having a hard time. Step back and think, if Xiaohua's father didn't bring your Qiao family to do business, would your Qiao family have such achievements today?" Having said that, she sat back down. Her tears had already started flowing out, unconsciously wetting her cheeks. Her eyes had gone reddish and her face pale. She was trembling as she started to speak again. "For the company, my husband almost became bankrupt and died from stress. And now you have even come to swallow the remaining 4% of the shares? That's what Xiaohua's dad left to him as his inheritance, and it's our legacy. When did you become cold-blooded to this point? Won't you even leave us orphan and widow a chance to live?" With a face full of tears, Zhang Xiaofang could no longer continue to speak. Not only did this family of three not show her the slightest sympathy at this time, but they didn't even bother to look at her. Three stone hearts were clearly revealed. Qiao Dequan, in particular, seemed completely unbothered by the duo's confession and outcry. He continued staring directly at Zhang Xiaohua, as if he had already regarded him as a prey that he must have. After a brief silence, Qiao Dequan spoke. "I'll warn you. Boy, you don't know what you are doing. Why don't you sell it? Well, I'll hold a shareholders meeting tomorrow. If you choose not to accept the carrot, I'll use the stick. If you don't believe it, wait and see." In the face of Qiao Dequan's threat, Zhang Xiaohua snorted in disgust and said, "So you mean to unite with other shareholders and unanimously remove my equity? Oh, so you dare? And so what if I dare?" Qiao Dequan waved his hand and shouted. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and sniffed, always maintaining a calm attitude. "If I remember correctly, those shareholders in the company were brought in by my dad. Those employees, my father trained them from when they were rookies. So if you dare to come at me, I can promise you will gain nothing but an image as a greedy old fool. Then I would like to see how you will remain as the chairman and work for the company." Speaking up to here, Zhang Xiaohua hummed and bowed his head, seemingly too lazy to look at Qiao Dequan, as if talking to himself. Moreover, according to the relevant regulations, unless I take the initiative to sell or violate the law, no one has the right to occupy or dismiss my shares. You? Qiao Dequan suddenly became speechless. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he looked like he was about to throw up blood. Indeed, Qiao Dequan came here to handle the situation privately, as he couldn't afford to do it publicly due to the potential backlash from the shareholders and employees. Many were still loyal to the Zhang family. He was afraid of carrying such infamy and being removed from the chairman position, so he was willing to shamelessly come over to find Zhang Xiaohua and discuss. But now, it seemed that it wasn't enough to scare the kid and force him into submission. Unexpectedly, this kid actually gained the courage to talk back to him, regardless of IQ or eloquence. This kid seemed to have transformed completely, as if he was a whole new person. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly looked down and raised his voice, hoping to chase them out. "Today, I have decided. Within 5 years I will come to get back everything that belongs to me, including the things you owed to my dad that year. I want you to have nothing. I want you to live on the streets. I want you to pay the heaviest price for today's behavior. This is what I, Zhang Xiaohua, promise you." "You? I what?" Zhang Xiaohua got up from the sofa and wiped his mother's tears with one hand. He supported her up with his arms and smiled as he said, "Mom, I will deal with everything. You don't have to worry about it. You should be tired today, so I'll bring you back to your room." Lu Yan, Help me to send out the guests." After that, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at his mother and helped her towards the staircase, about to send her back to her bedroom on the second floor. Reaching the stairs, Zhang Xiaohua stopped suddenly. Turning to look at the three uninvited guests, Zhang Xiaohua indulged in the moment, followed by him speaking up in a serious tone saying, "Almost forgot one thing. You should remember that today is the day I broke off the marriage contract with your baby daughter, not the day you abandoned me, Zhang Xiaohua, because this is my home. Afterwards, don't come back here anymore, and I hope that, in the future, you don't attempt to contact me to reconcile. Take care." At this time, Zhang Xiaohua saw Chao Dequan's pale complexion and his breathlessness. Chao Dequan had it all planned out. He thought that if he managed to secure his victory today, he would certainly be able to swallow the rest of the shares from those investors. Chao Feifei was also feeling a bit guilty. She felt that today's Zhang Xiaohua was not the same as yesterday's. It seemed that overnight he had grown up, becoming sensible, mature, and filled with courage and intelligence, even attaining eloquence. It was a tremendous change, and, to be honest, it was impressive. However, Chao Feifei was the kind of girl who would rather cry in a BMW than laugh on a bicycle. The heart wants what it wants, and she really wanted to marry someone rich, not a nobody, who had nothing at all. Fortunately, regardless of who first released the marriage contract, this marriage was finally gone. Chao Feifei also considered her wish fulfilled, so she left feeling pleased. "My husband, the little animals insist that they won't transfer the shares to us. What should we do? What else can we do?" Chao Dequan could not help but feel troubled and angered. That kid is a famous prodigal son. He won't survive without the money. When he squanders all his money, he will come running back to me. Then he will see if I even give him 10 yuan, let alone 2 billion. In fact, other than waiting, Chao Dequan had no other way, but he firmly believed that Zhang Xiaohua sooner or later would have to ask him for money, and that was when he would get his revenge, along with those shares. At this time, the servant Lu Yin slowly went to the front of their family of 3, and then she indifferently requested them to leave. Under a guilty conscience and embarrassment, the 3 rushed out of the door and got into their Porsche Cayenne. The driver closed the door in one go, and the car disappeared quickly around the bend. Chapter 4: Unlimited Business Opportunities. After he sent his mother back to her bedroom, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. "Mom, you go and have a good rest. I'm going to check out some things." After Zhang Xiaohua turned to go out, Zhang Xiaofang suddenly asked, "Xiaohua, are you okay?" A mother knew her child the best. Zhang Xiaofang knew her own son very well and knew how profound her son's feelings for Chao Feifei were. This child loved to play with Chao Feifei. Every day, he hoped that he could enter into the marriage hall with Chao Feifei and form a family with her. He almost loved her to the point where it seemed crazy. But now the engagement was cancelled, and she was afraid that her son would be heartbroken and do something tragic like committing suicide. If he couldn't handle it and did those stupid things, then how could he have the strength to carry on living? "I'm fine." Zhang Xiaohua stared into her eyes and smiled brilliantly. From the beginning to the end, he was indifferent. Of course, for now there was nothing worth worrying about. Zhang Xiaofang was also relieved and full of loving comfort. "Oh, Xiaohua, you're still young. There are plenty of opportunities. You can't keep dwelling on that girl. You mustn't think about it too much. Your dad has already left me, and I really can't withstand any more blows, okay?" Zhang Xiaohua understood. She was afraid that he couldn't withstand losing Chao Feifei. Her worry wasn't unreasonable after all. The real Zhang Xiaohua did actually commit suicide for that girl. However, "I'm not stupid enough to do such a thing for that trash of a woman," he thought to himself. "Mom, you can put your heart at rest. I won't disappoint you." Zhang Xiaohua's face was filled with a bright smile, but in his heart he vowed to get revenge on the Chao family. Listening to him, Zhang Xiaofang also finally calmed down, and, at the same time, she even felt that this child seemed to have grown up overnight. There was a mature charm about him. It was exactly the same aura his father had when he was younger. It is no wonder that everyone says that if one wants to grow up quickly, one must lose something valuable. Without having lost something, one will never know how to cherish it. Only when he knows how to cherish it will he grow. It seemed that this child's own growth would sadly be because of his father's death, but at least he became more mature and sensible, which allowed her to finally feel a little bit of joy. Well, You should get an early rest. I still have some more things to do. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't wait to sit by the computer and take a closer look at this world. For him, this was the most important thing right now. What are you going to do now? Zhang Xiaofang looked at her son with suspicion. In her impression, this child was either going out to drink every day or was hanging out with those pig-headed friends of his. Listening to him now, saying that there are things to do with such a serious appearance, Zhang Xiaofang could not help but feel curious. I want to start a business and become an entrepreneur, Zhang Xiaohua said with an arrogant and awe-inspiring voice. Although he sounded truthful, it made Zhang Xiaofang speechless. In her mind, the likelihood of the word entrepreneur coming out Zhang Xiaohua's mouth was the same as finding out pigs could fly. Sighing helplessly, Zhang Xiaofang sternly said, Xiaohua, the family's money is running out and your father owes a lot of debt on the outside which we must repay. Although your father is dead, it's a natural thing to do. Mother will try to solve the problem, so you should not worry. You have now grown up, and in the future, you just need to give me less trouble, spend money responsibly, and learn to keep the house. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaohua nodded earnestly. I understand. But you can rest assured that I will make some money as soon as possible. I want to help alleviate the burden on our family as well. As soon as his voice fell, Zhang Xiaohua ran back to his room in a burst of smoke and sat in front of the computer to dive head first into researching this world's background. It wasn't until 2 a.m. that Zhang Xiaohua finally got a firm understanding of his new world. It had almost the exact same history to his previous world, and it was also divided into 7 continents and 5 oceans. Even the names of various countries weren't too different. Many of the major companies still existed. For example, Lenovo, Apple, Samsung, Mercedes-Benz, and BMW were all still internationally known brands. The Chinese currency of yuan was still here, with only the country name being changed from China to Huaxia. Unlike Earth, however, where there were loads of classic TV dramas or movies available for people to enjoy during their leisure time. In this world, not even mentioning what the movies and TV drama looked like, this place didn't even have a single decent song. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua was a massive fan of television in his past life. He loved to watch movies, and he listened to music from nearly every genre. He had some insight into the entertainment industry as well. After all, he had attempted to become a musician himself. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua was confident that if he were to enter the entertainment business, it shouldn't be too difficult. It could even be called fate. Next, in order to thoroughly understand the entertainment industry in this world, Zhang Xiaohua simply watched some scenes of currently popular movies and TV series. Wow, it was unbearable. Although the picture quality was first-rate, there was no plot, no logic, no point of view, and even the actors were a mess as there was no temperament and no performance skills at all in their acting. Zhang Xiaohua listened to several of the most popular songs of the day. As a result, he almost dropped his headphones. These song lyrics are so shit. What the actual fuck? There is absolutely no rhythm at all, and they have literally just ruined a whole genre. This is even worse than those crappy 80s songs from Earth. Zhang Xiaohua was depressed, and he almost cried. It wasn't only him. Even the netizens were also angry about this. Complaints filled the comments section of all the major record label sites, as they all complained about the lack of talent in the entertainment industry. Compared to garbage, it was really hard to spot the difference. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua also saw the unlimited business opportunities in this world. Since the entertainment here was so dry, based on the memories of his past life, he could at any time bring a burst of popular songs and movies to life in this world. There were no Heavenly King-level celebrities, so he would create them and rule the entertainment scene. No big girl groups. Then he would cultivate 4 golden flowers and kill thousands of otaku and netizens. No My Love from the Star, which made binge-watching TV a weekend ritual. Then he would shoot My Love from the Star and watch everyone bow before his might. As for those classic martial arts dramas of old, it was also simple. Grandpa Jin Yong's The Eagle Shooting Trilogy, Gu Longbo's Little Flying Knife series, Liang Yuxing's White-Haired Witch. These immortal classics would all be brought back to life in his hands. If he entered the movie market, we could start with Hero and then gradually enter Europe and the United States. Then have a Titanic, which would further establish his status as the king of entertainment. As for those various variety shows and celebrity interactive programs, he believed that these could also create extremely high ratings. At that time, absolute financial resources would be available. The premise was that he must first train a group of popular superstars. Fortunately, he could use those classic songs from Earth that everyone was singing. He could make full use of it in this world. In the future, he would come up with a song and create a star overnight. No, I have to arrange it all. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua became depressed again as he had realized an issue. Although he could extract the lyrics and tunes of those classic songs from Earth, he didn't know how to produce music, and a song without a beat was equal to a person without a soul. In simple terms, he could only sing and couldn't arrange music. It seemed that he must first find a person who understood music to fight side by side or build a professional team. I shall be responsible for writing the words myself. Others will be responsible for the arrangement and follow-up work. After the songs are formed, they can find someone to sing. This will not only make money, but also cultivate our own stars and lay a good foundation for the future. Ah, yes. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua began to intoxicate himself again. He only felt that the future was bright and his business opportunities were limitless. At the same time, he gradually developed a huge plan in his mind. The most important thing now was to find a few guys who understood music to create the beat he wanted, and then set up a team to create the instrumental and find a singer to perform the song. It really was just a matter of getting manpower. Taking out his mobile phone, Zhang Xiaohua began to flick through the contacts list. From top to bottom, most were all his pig-headed friends who just partied all day. They would definitely be of no help. Since these people learned that Zhang Xiaohua's family situation had plummeted, they have almost severed their relations with Zhang Xiaohua. These people were useless, and it would be pointless to keep these numbers. So Zhang Xiaohua rushed to delete them all. When he inadvertently saw Chao Feifei's name, he felt a rush of anger burning incessantly. His hatred for Chao Feifei was obviously overflowing. It would be absolutely impossible for Zhang Xiaohua to have no hatred for Chao Feifei. After all, Zhang Xiaohua became the master of this body and also a member of this world. Later, he would continue to live with his identity as Zhang Xiaohua. However, Chao Feifei was ruthlessly stigmatized in his new life. Enraged, Zhang Xiaohua was about to delete Chao Feifei's number, but suddenly hesitated. In the end, he chose to keep it. This wasn't because he still had feelings for Chao Feifei, but he hoped that one day the caller ID would reappear with the name Chao Feifei, because when that day came, he believed it would be the day when Chao Feifei would beg him back, and at that time, he would get his revenge. Chapter 5. Sworn Brothers. Zhang Xiaohua flicked through his mobile phone for a long time. Finally, he was left with only two names on the contact list. One was Chao Feifei, and the other was Yuan Datong. His memories told him that this Yuan Datong was a buddy from junior high school and was one of his best friends to date. He was also an iron buddy, regardless of easy or hard times. He remembered back in the third year of high school, due to Zhang Xiaohua's extraordinary background, a group of kidnappers attempted to abduct him. Yuan Datongs came running up during their attempt to grab him after school on the way home. He came to help him even at the risk of his death. Thus, the kidnappers didn't succeed. However, as a result, Yuan Datong was kidnapped and almost didn't make it out alive. Even now, there was still a 10 centimeters long scar left by them on the left side of Yuan Datong's chest. Zhang Xiaohua knew that Yuan Datong was crazy for music. His passion was almost at the point of devilment, and he also had a certain insight for music production. Yuan Datong had opened a studio mainly to create music. However, the status of the studio wasn't good enough and had always been tepid. Since this man is so loyal and good at music production, what else is there to wait for? He shall be my brother in arms. Deciding firmly in his mind, Zhang Xiaohua directly dialed Yuan Datong's phone, and, after a short while, he heard the other party's voice across the line saying slowly, "Xiaohua, what's wrong?" "Big head. No time for pleasantries. I need to talk to you." At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was in a state of extreme excitement, so he also forgot about the time. It was already 4 in the morning, and, because of his accent, when he called Datong it sounded like, "Big head." "Big brother, my name is Datong, Yuan Datong." "Oh yeah? I'm looking to discuss something with you. Are you free?" On the other side of the phone, Yuan Datong had already cried and said, "Big brother, do you know what time it is? Is there anything urgent? Do you have to call me at 4 a.m.? I just wrote a song, and would like you to give me some advice. Of course, we can also talk while drinking. Plus, I have one more important thing to discuss with you, Zhang Xiaohua said earnestly. Of course, what he said about writing a song wasn't a joke either. With his previous memories, he had all the pop songs from Earth in his head. He could express lyrics and tunes anytime, anywhere, but he couldn't make entire songs without any help. That was also his reason for finding Yuan Datong. You wrote a song? Yuan Datong on the other side was depressed. He couldn't help but cry. Brother, do you have to harass me in the middle of the night just to make fun of me? Okay, I admit defeat. You win. Please let me get some sleep. I really did write one. I'll come to the studio and find you. After that, Zhang Xiaohua hung up the phone, went out of the house, got into the Volkswagen Passat that his father bought him a year ago, and went straight to Yuan Datong's studio. 20 minutes later, Zhang Xiaohua drove to the studio, which was in the downtown area of the city. He parked in front of a small two-story building. Looking up, he could see that the surface of this small building was full of holes, old and dilapidated. It was in the state of total ruination and could collapse at any time. Above the door was a lighted signboard with the words Datong Studios on the top. However, the 4-character lamp had been broken. Only one word was still barely working, and it seemed to be struggling. It looked like it would blow a fuse any second. Is this the rhythm of death? Zhang Xiaohua blew his cheeks and laughed. From the front, he knew how bad Yuan Datong's situation was. He reached out and knocked on the rusty shutter door, and soon the door was opened by Datong. Zhang Xiaohua looked intently at the sight of a thick-skinned youth, wearing casual shorts, a white vest, and a pair of plastic slippers. He was almost as old as himself, with a natural pale face. Wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, he appeared gentle and delicate, but was quite a handsome guy. Obviously, this person was Yuan Datong. Brother, you really came? Yuan Datong could not believe it. Looking at the wounds of Yuan Datong's chest that were exposed, Zhang Xiaohua's memory came pouring like a tidal wave, and his heart could not help but be touched. In order to save a friend, Yuan Datong could even risk his life that year. This was a real life and death brother. After some sighs, Zhang Xiaohua was not polite and strode forward into the building, not waiting for an invitation. In his impression, this Datong Yuan was like a sworn brother to him. There was no need to be that polite. Otherwise, he wouldn't find him as his partner. After shuffling into the studio, Zhang Xiaohua looked around. Modern instruments such as guitars, basses, horns, oboe, drums, and electric pianos were everywhere. According to Zhang Xiaohua's memory display, the second floor should be a fully equipped professional recording studio. Of course, Yuan Datong's entire net worth was also devoted here. It was both his workplace and his home. He stays here almost 24 hours a day. It was precisely because of this that he got the nickname of Music Madness. You came all the way at such a time, what is the matter? Asked Yuan Datong as he went to the refrigerator, took out 2 bottles of beer, and readily threw a bottle to Zhang Xiaohua. He also sat down on the parlor sofa to drink. Like I said on the phone, I wrote a song, and I wanted you to give me some advice. That being said, Zhang Xiaohua's main purpose was to see if Yuan Datong had the ability to provide music for the songs. If the two of them could not achieve the same effect as the original song in terms of synthesis, it would inevitably be unsatisfactory. To say that, if Zhang Xiaohua knew Yuan Datong very well, then Yuan Datong also knew Zhang Xiaohua very well. After all, the two had played together from childhood till now. Originally, when he heard Zhang Xiaohua say that he wrote a song on the phone, Yuan Datong was skeptical. He only believed him now. When he listened to Zhang Xiaohua say it again, he couldn't help but laugh. The beer that he had just drank sprayed out his mouth. He couldn't help but say, I say, are you sleepwalking, or is this a dream? You wrote a song. Why do you keep saying that? You can't even sing, and you are tone deaf as fuck. What kind of dog's hit song could you write? We slowly become drunk as the night deepens. At this moment we are so close to each other. My thoughts appear to be shaken. Contradictions grow deeper. My trembling lips waits for your kiss that never came. I am but a broken-hearted woman. Zhang Xiaohua, apart from anything else, directly sang a Cantonese version of Broken-Hearted Woman. It was actually the perfect interpretation of the song through his singing voice. Although he didn't have accompaniment music, it didn't hide the rich mood of the song. After the song ended, Zhang Xiaohua was smug. In his previous life, His reputation as a karaoke love song king was not honored for no reason. Changing voices, perfect singing voices, and tone control, he could do even better than some of those of the first-line singers. It was enough to impress people. Chapter 6. The Team. As he looked at the fascinated expression of Yuan Datong, Zhang Xiaohua knew that he had been completely conquered by Broken-Hearted Woman. This song had brought Fei Wang to fame. It was extremely popular in Asia and was widely sung. The record sales had broken through into platinum, swept the music scene, won numerous awards, and regardless of language or mood, the song captured everyone's heart. A long time passed before Yuan Datong finally regained his expression and shook his head. He was very excited and asked, Did you really create this song?" "Of course." Zhang Xiaohua responded without a thought. Although a little brazen, he couldn't exactly tell this Yuan Datong that the song was from another world, right? "Well, now we are talking about business." Zhang Xiaohua swung his arms around his chest and sat on the desk, just like a boss's posture. He seriously looked at Yuan Datong and asked, "Can you give this song some background music by following the tune that I had sung?" Of course, the song must be performed by a woman. After all, the title of the song is called Broken-Hearted Woman, which is also the theme and the essence of the song. Finding the right singer can wait, though, as we need to make a sample first. Broken-Hearted Woman. Yuan Datong had become intoxicated again. At the moment, Yuan Datong was deeply impressed by Zhang Xiaohua. He couldn't think of how this kid had managed to write such a beautiful song. Even the name of the song was so chic and beautiful, life really was unfair. At the same time, Yuan Datong was sure that once this song was published, it would set off a wave of frenzy in the music scene. He couldn't talk about the rest of the world, but it would definitely be able to conquer Asia. What are you waiting for? Yuan Datong became excited and did not hesitate. He took out his mobile phone and dialed 5 consecutive numbers, calling up all the members of the studio. Half an hour later, the sun had risen above the horizon, signifying that a new day had arrived. At this time, in addition to Zhang Xiaohua and Yuan Datong, there were now 4 men and a woman inside the studio. The young woman was beautiful and the men were full of vigor and vitality, seemingly belonging to the rock and roll scene. They released the unique temperament of musicians. The girl's name was Emma, and she was the professional keyboard and piano player for the studio. She wore a beautiful dress which covered her slim body, and her shoulder-length hair was lavender in color. She could be described as hot. 3 of the men were guitarists. The lead guitarist was called Xiaohai, the rhythm guitarist Haozi, and there was the bassist who was named Jimmy. Finally, there was a guy who was the drummer for the studio, and his name was Jack. They had a clear division of roles, and they were all at ease with each other. After a brief introduction to Zhang Xiaohua, Yuan Datong gave everyone the lyrics and rough scores he had written in advance. He immediately clapped his hands with enthusiasm. "Listen up, everyone. Even if we don't get to eat or drink today, we must put a gorgeous first coating on the broken-hearted woman. Whether or not we can bring out the full potential of this song depends on today." "Roger that." Everyone replied in unison. All the members of the team were in full swing and responded to the challenge. They picked up their pens and paper and took every possible measure. They began to carefully compose music for their new song, Broken-Hearted Woman. From morning till dusk, under the creativity of everybody involved, 3 different styles of music scores were created. Zhang Xiaohua saw how everybody was being professional about their job and decided to buy lunch for them. Even after seeing the table filled with fragrant meals, they didn't eat or drink anything. They didn't even blink their eyes. They just stared straight at the 3 scores to desperately screen them and discuss any required modifications. As Zhang Xiaohua looked at the way these people worked hard and seeing they took the job so seriously, he was also deeply affected. He could not help but get drawn in. This was the first time that he had seen such a hard-working team. Apart from being united, Zhang Xiaohua also saw that these people had a dedication and passion for music. They seemed capable of not just creating music, but also life. At this moment, the studio was hot. After repeated reflections and constant revisions, finally, everyone went all out and made a completed score. The next thing that Yuan Datong's peers had to do was to play the song perfectly and make the recordings and samples. For this, they relocated to the recording studio on the 2nd floor. The members already knew each other, and they had picked up the musical instruments that they were proficient at. They hadn't eaten or drank anything all day. However, the spirit of everyone was surprisingly strong, and Zhang Xiaohua did not see any signs of fatigue on their faces. All he could see were the looks of pure expectations. Yuan Datong personally administered the mixing board and was responsible for tuning and recording in front of the mixer. In order to increase the effect, Zhang Xiaohua also personally joined the battle and stood at his position in front of the microphone in the studio. The singer role was played by Zhang Xiaohua, and although he had not started to sing yet, he seemed to have reached a tacit understanding with the team. With only one look, they seemed to understand each other's minds. In cooperation with the team, Zhang Xiaohua got a strong feeling that their path to becoming famous was just around the corner. The next moment, under the command of Yuan Datong and the performance of Emma, the beautiful keyboard melody slowly resounded, and it perfectly opened up a good lead. When Zhang Xiaohua heard it, he was also involuntarily shocked. That's right, this tune, this was it. Unconsciously, Zhang Xiaohua once again sang Broken-Hearted Woman. This was an immortal song, and it was entirely in accordance with the style of Fei Wang. Now, from this moment on, this immortal song's copyright was in his hands and would open the pathway to his success. Xiaohai, Haozi, Jack, and Jimmy also performed their duties. They dared not have the slightest carelessness, and, although they weren't grandmasters, they had captured the most incisive interpretation of the song. The assembling of sounds was light and soothing, and the lyrics complemented each other. It could only be described as perfect, and it sounded impeccable. After 4 minutes, with the falling of the last note, a first classic song which now belonged to the team was finally recorded successfully. There was not even the slightest pause during the recording, and all of them were attentive. In one go, the right balance was found. At this time, several people had invariably looked up to Yuan Datong, who had been working on tuning and recording. Yuan Datong was already in tears because it was the best song he had ever heard, and he and his team had actually created this masterpiece. Slowly, he raised a fist up into the air and immediately showed a thumbs up to signify that the song was recorded successfully. Suddenly, there was a burst of joy in the recording studio. Not only Emma, but even the 4 males couldn't help but cry out together. As if they were children, they seemed to feel the urge to run into the streets and scream with excitement. Only Zhang Xiaohua wasn't moving, and he looked very calm, because, for him, this was only the beginning. The real good show was still to come, and there wasn't really anything to be happy about, just yet. However, Zhang Xiaohua had to admit that this was a very professional music team. Zhang Xiaohua had thought that if he wanted to arrange the music for the song, they would take at least 10 days or more, but he never expected that. In just one day, they would create a melody for the song that was basically the same as the one from Earth, if not better. He had to admit that they were musical geniuses. It seemed that, if he wanted to be successful, there were many things he couldn't do without. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua also made a decision. Since everyone was so understanding, why not open a company? What's more, this studio situation had never been too optimistic, but these people had persisted until now, and it wasn't hard to see that they clearly did not pursue music just for the money, but instead insisted on their ideals. Zhang Xiaohua appreciated them very much. He suddenly spoke up. "Do you want to follow me?" This short sentence had momentarily plunged the recording studio into silence. "What do you mean?" Emma looked blankly and could not help but ask. Others were also stunned and turned to watch Zhang Xiaohua, seemingly puzzled. Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to talk nonsense and went straight to the topic. "I'll be responsible for making lyrics in the future. You just have to be responsible for producing the music that I want. Before that, I'd like to set up a music company first, and, regardless of how much money it will make in the future, you will not lose your shares. If you agree, then Broken-Hearted Woman will be the first gold mine of our company, and your name will also be displayed in the composers section of the song. I believe that this song alone can spread our company's name and will increase your visibility. What do you think?" Hearing that, Emma and the others first looked up at each other, and then all looked at Yuan Datong. They were obviously waiting for him to make the decision. Before Yuan Datong could even speak, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and added, "The company will adopt the stock system. So, whether or not you have any money to invest in now, today's participants will all have a share in the company." Zhang Xiaohua was not an ambiguous person. The experience in his past life had taught him that, regarding things which involved other people's benefits, he needed to be clear. Then he became serious and said, "After the company is established, no matter how much money it will make in the future, nothing will change. However, Emma, Xiaohai, Hauzi, Jimmy and Jack, you five must invest at least 1% of your total income into the company, and you will get 5% of the shares. As for the rest, they will all be mine. Do you have any questions?" After hearing that, Emma and the others looked at each other once again, but this time, they all had reached a final consensus through their eyes. They didn't have to give up on loving music, and they didn't have to spend money to invest. Plus, maybe in the future, they would make some good money. Where else could they find such a good deal? These people had always been emotional and righteous. In their hearts, Yuan Datong was the real leader. So only when Yuan Datong had promised, would they follow suit. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Yuan Datong with a smile and decided that Yuan Datong would not reject the offer. He believed that this kind of good thing would not be rejected by anyone. It was neither stealing nor looting, and instead, it used one's own ability to start a company to make money. Unless he was a fool, Yuan Datong had no reason not to agree. Yuan Datong rolled his eyes around, and his face was full of suspicion. Obviously, he was still skeptical about Zhang Xiaohua. Although Yuan Datong and Zhang Xiaohua were good friends, Yuan Datong could not deny that the boy in front of him was a second-generation rich kid. Now that he actually wanted to start a company, how could Yuan Datong easily believe this? Zhang Xiaohua gradually put a smile on his face. At that moment, his serious expression seemed to have explained everything. Chapter 7. Contempt. As he looked blankly at Zhang Xiaohua's serious expression, which was full of self-confidence and enthusiasm, Yuan Datong's heart gradually melted, but it slowly became firm again. Yuan Datong couldn't think just for himself. He had to think for the brothers and sister who were following him, and he had to consider the situation seriously. The situation in the studio had never been optimistic. Fortunately, although the place was small, they had a variety of equipment, and it was not a problem to open a small music production company. If so, why not go along with it? If it was successful, it would be great. There is nothing to lose. After he decided firmly in his mind, Yuan Datong walked slowly to Zhang Xiaohua's face and immediately put his posture in check. He said, "If you are not kidding around, then, well, I'm in." Zhang Xiaohua decisively replied, "I've never done this sort of thing before, but you can rest assured that I guarantee I will not disappoint you and these fraternal brothers and sister. From now on, we are not only partners, but also a family. So, whatever we do in the future, if we are united, we will surely succeed." Yuan Datong didn't speak any more nonsense. He directly stretched out his hand and shook Zhang Xiaohua's hand tightly to show that they had reached a consensus. After seeing this, Emma and her fellow musicians were also very excited. They gathered around Yuan Datong and Zhang Xiaohua and immediately extended their hands. They all pressed their hands against each other and said in a chorus, "Unity and success." Suddenly, there was a resonance in everyone's heart. As if everyone was already united, they could clearly feel each other's blood, their mutual heart, and their mutual desire for success. They also felt each of their expectations for the future. "I'll treat you all tonight, so let's go find a good place to eat and drink. We won't leave until we are drunk," Zhang Xiaohua said generously. He felt that since he would be the boss, he must start acting like one right away. At this time, everyone else started to cheer with excitement. During the celebrations, Yuan Datong kept the newly recorded songs on a USB flash drive, locked the USB drive and master tape together into a fireproof safe. He completely treated this broken-hearted woman as his baby. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, he couldn't help but laugh as he felt that it was too funny. At present, just a song had made this big head so nervous. There were still thousands of such songs in his memories. And all of those songs were classics, just like the one they made a minute ago. He really didn't know what to think of this brother of his. The next moment, the group of people had divided into two cars. Each person was filled with a pleasant mood as they went straight to the nearest hotel. At 11 o'clock in the evening, pedestrians were still walking along the front of the five-star hotel. This was the place designated by Zhang Xiaohua. In Zhang Xiaohua's mind, there were some things that you must do well, or just don't do them at all. If you wanted to eat dinner when going out, then you must dine at the best place in town. This was the style of a big boss. Plus, it also helped capture people's hearts, so why not? The Star City Hotel was one of the best hotels in the city, and it was open 24/7 no matter what happened. Unexpectedly, when the group approached the hotel door, they were stopped by two doormen. "I'm sorry, everyone. This hotel has a rule. People who are dressed untidily are not allowed to enter," said one of the doormen with disdain. The other doorman also stared at them, his eyes filled with a look of contempt. They were a group of young people and musicians in the new era. Of course, they had their own personality and style. Therefore, Emma and the others were dressed in a style that was a bit different from everybody else. Their ripped pants weren't ripped just a little bit. They must be ripped apart as far as possible without breaking entirely. They were dressed in all kinds of cheap jewelry, necklaces, earrings, bracelets, and ribbons, but the total value wasn't even more than 100 yuan. But it was also fashionable in its own unique way. In particular, Yuan Datong, compared with the magnificent and noble place in front of him, wore a white vest and shorts worth even less than 10 yuan, and a pair of plastic slippers on his feet. The doorman felt that even the act of looking at him was already giving him face. The only normal one was Zhang Xiaohua, but the doorman was obviously not putting him in his eyes. How could anyone with a high status be mixing with these odd-looking fellows? The people who entered and left this hotel were usually rich and powerful. At least they had to be a multimillionaire. Millionaires had no time to stop and wait. They just strode in boldly without a care in the world with an aura of command. Completely unlike these people. After a long period of working here, the concierge staff had gained some observational skills. They were able to distinguish the poor from the rich at a glance. Not to mention that the hotel had also expressed that those dressed sloppily and those who were idle were not permitted entry. Haven't you heard that a good dog doesn't block the way? Move out the way. Zhang Xiaohua's violent temper was immediately activated. He rushed towards the hotel door. In the past, Zhang Xiaohua was often looked down on, but now that he was reborn after his death, he didn't want to repeat the same mistakes again. Or else, what was the point of being born again? Hearing the commotion, the lobby manager rushed out and blocked Zhang Xiaohua's way with a group of guards. Just like the doorman, he faced Zhang Xiaohua and others head-on. These people's eyes were filled with contempt, and Zhang Xiaohua and others were completely treated as mere peasants. Another group of blind people who don't know where they are. Hurry up and roll out of here, or see if security doesn't throw you out, the lobby manager said without any explanation. He rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua and the others and issued a warning. "So, this is how you do business." Zhang Xiaohua was not that surprised to see the attitude of the lobby manager in the current situation. In the other world, there were many similar things that happened. Zhang Xiaohua was skeptical back then after hearing those sort of stories. However, it seemed people really did act like this. "We are doing business, but we don't care for such a bunch of small business. We're one of the best 5-star hotels in Tianjin City, and we don't need your few yuan. Can you even afford to be here?" said the lobby manager unscrupulously. He rolled his eyes, not even bothering to look at them. He seemed to feel that they weren't even eligible to enter his eyes. At the time of this, Emma, Xiaohai, Hausi, Jack, and Jimmy all bowed their heads with shame. All of them were red-faced and self-contained, and they didn't even dare to breathe. It was obviously a serious lack of self-confidence, and even Yuan Dadong was the same. "Xiaohua, let's forget it. We still have other places where we can eat. The city is so big, and this isn't the only hotel," Yuan Datong whispered, although he was also very unwilling in his heart. After all, an arm couldn't beat the thigh. If they ended up fighting, they would lose to the hotel as they had more people. Zhang Xiaohua was unhappy with this, and he started to shout, "Today I am tempted to eat here. It's not a big deal for me to blow things up, and anyway, we're all just some small fry, and they are a big company which is famous. If they dare to lay a hand on us, then we will just let the public and internet know, and see who suffers more." After he said this, Zhang Xiaohua took out his mobile phone and opened the camera function. The camera was aimed at the manager of the lobby. Yuan Datong immediately followed suit after. This made the manager of the lobby shocked. He really had to stop. The lethality of public opinion was terrible. In the event that the group was forcibly stopped, they would just put away their phones and send the footage to the internet, which would cause public opinion to change and raise public anger. This would destroy the hotel's image. After all, Zhang Xiaohua's group were the underdogs, and the hotel was a big company with public appeal. Public opinion would naturally favor the weak and put pressure on the hotel. The lobby manager would probably be forced to resign. In frustration, the lobby manager could only step aside and let the security guards let them in. And cut. This was a good scene. Huh? Trying to play with me? You are too inexperienced. Zhang Xiaohua was proud and held the mobile phone in one hand as if it were a sword. As he was about to lead Yuan Datong to enter the hotel, he found a familiar figure suddenly appeared on the mobile phone screen. Chapter 8. Narrow Road. Zhang Xiaohua looked up. Just like the saying, the road of life really was narrow. Wasn't this the Chao family's daughter? His former fiancée, Chao Feifei. Looking at her, a young man who looked slightly drunk entered Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked and saw that the young man was wearing a brand-named black suit. With hedgehog-styled short hair, his 10 fingers were covered with a variety of expensive rings. Even his face was shining from the reflection of the sparkling silver diamond chain around his neck. He seemed to be one of those people who feared that others wouldn't know that he was rich. He was beside Chao Feifei, and his pair of bright eyes were always fixed on Chao Feifei's upright breasts. It was clear to see that Chao Feifei and this strange man were together. They were all over each other. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be indifferent, but Yuan Datong was in shock. After all, as brothers who grew up together, Yuan Datong naturally understood Zhang Xiaohua's feelings for Feifei. Also, as far as he was aware, that Chao Feifei was Zhang Xiaohua's fiancée. He was caught off guard. Yuan Datong did not understand why Zhang Xiaohua's fiancée was with another man. Plus, from the looks of it, this man was obviously in a relationship with Chao Feifei. Xiaohua hadn't told him about what had happened yesterday yet, with the dissolving of the engagement and all that. Of course, Yuan Datong would never get to know that the real Zhang Xiaohua had committed suicide because Chao Feifei had mercilessly dumped him. Suddenly, Chao Feifei looked up and spotted Zhang Xiaohua. Chao Feifei couldn't help but smile. She immediately showed a grin and strode over straight up to Zhang Xiaohua's face and looked down at him with a high eye. She said sarcastically, "How do you still have the money to come to such an upscale place? Has your family already paid the debts that your father owed before his death?" Listening to this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't even get to speak before he heard Yuan Datong speak up, infuriated. "Feifei, how can you speak like this? And who is that man? Why are you with him?" Chao Feifei looked at the man next to her, proudly introducing, "He is my boyfriend, my fiancé, and my husband in the future. Oh, he still has another identity, the Prince Edward of the Jinxing Group and its future head." Jinxing Group. Yuan Datong couldn't help but be shocked. Emma and others were carefree, but they also couldn't hide the surprised expressions on their faces. As one of the top 500 companies in the world, Jinxing Group had a certain status and prestige in Huaxia, and even in the whole world. Its total assets had reached more than $50 billion, equivalent to 319 billion yuan. The company involved itself in a number of industries, including catering, entertainment, networking, electronics, and real estate. With an extremely large industrial chain, it was hailed as one of Huaxia's top 10 corporate giants. What surprised Yuan Datong even more was that Chao Feifei would actually mix with the Prince Edward of the Jinxing Group. Although Yuan Datong didn't know Ling Feng in person, he had heard all sorts of scandals about him. He was a playboy, a full-fledged uncle. No one knew how many women had been ruined at his hands. Chao Feifei was with such a person, and more importantly, she still had a fiancé. Yuan Datong was surprised and could not help but seek justice for Zhang Xiaohua. "Feifei, you mustn't forget that you and Xiaohua still have a marriage contract. How could you?" "Oh, haha, haha." Chao Feifei smiled indifferently and said, "What you said is in the past. Now, I have nothing to do with this peasant. Just look at him and think, are we even comparable? He isn't even worthy of licking my shoes." Yuan Datong was almost vomiting blood. He understood that, because Chao Feifei had seen the decline of Zhang Xiaohua's family, she actually broke up with him. But in the past, didn't Zhang Xiaohua's family help her Chao family solve their money issues? Plus, the Chao and Zhang family were known to have decades of friendship between them. How could she do this? Yuan Datong looked absolutely furious, as if about to knock her out. But he heard Zhang Xiaohua say, "Forget it. She's not worth it. She's just another parasite in the world looking to leech off others." Zhang Xiaohua. How dare you call me a parasite? In fact, in the memory of Qiao Feifei, Zhang Xiaohua was a man who should be showering her with love and trying to get her back. Even if she had ruthlessly abandoned him, he should never had the courage to scold her. But today, he dared to openly call her a leecher. For Qiao Feifei, it really was beyond her expectations. Zhang Xiaohua continued, I don't remember calling for you. So why did you rush over here? Oh, I know. This is a trick, right? You're here to beg for money again, right? You? Qiao Feifei still tried to talk back. However, she was stunned by his words and just stood there speechless, not knowing what to do. Her face full of makeup powder was also distorted. Ling Feng, these people are bullying me. Do you not care? In order to save face, Qiao Feifei spun around and actually hid beside Ling Feng, acting spoiled. With Ling Feng's identity as the prince of the Jinshin group, how could he allow others to bully his woman and get away with it? So he screamed at the hotel's lobby manager. Mr. Wang, did you not see this? Oh, what do you want to do? Come. Anyway, we are all just a group of non-influential small flies. Even if the sky was falling down, we are not afraid. So let us see whether your hotel can afford it. Zhang Xiaohua once again raised the phone. The lens were precisely aimed at the dozen security guards. His face was like that of a dead pig who was not afraid of boiling water. It would anger others just by looking at it. Seeing this, Yuan Datong followed suit and kept shouting, Come and see, the managers and security guards of Star Hotel are beating people. Upon seeing this battle, Manager Wang was at a loss. He couldn't defend Ling Feng, the young master, nor could he openly commit a crime in front of the hotel. Otherwise, he would destroy the reputation of the hotel. In the event of a big disturbance, he would be fired. In desperation, Manager Wang could only put on a fake laugh and try to convince Ling Feng, saying, As you can see, these people are just a shameless group of little flies. You shouldn't bother with them. Ling Feng's mouth was slightly upturned. He stared at Emma with a look of lust flashing in his eyes. He giggled and said, Since they are all a group of small flies, then Manager Wang, you let them in. Whatever they want to eat or want to drink, let them eat and drink. All the accounts are to be placed on this young master's tab. This young master likes to do good deeds, and will allow you group of beggars to enjoy a meal. Yes, it will be as young master says. Manager Wang hurriedly bowed his head, the attitude suddenly shifting. Today, Master Ling has shown great mercy, letting you go in to enjoy eating and drinking. Hurry in and eat and drink your fill. Manager Wang waved his hand gently, and a dozen security guards immediately separated, forming a path for Zhang Xiaohua's party to go through. Oh, thank you. Zhang Xiaohua was not polite and actually strode in casually, unbothered, and stepped into the hotel. Usually, when a couple breaks up, the woman would aim to find ways to show off her superiority in front of her ex-boyfriend. This was a woman's nature. Of course, Qiao Feifei was no exception. After all, her new man inviting Zhang Xiaohua in such a humiliating way was her way of showing how much better she was. However, Zhang Xiaohua was not the slightest bit bothered by their actions. He just entered the hotel in a grand manner like he owned the place. Yuan Datong's face became red. He couldn't believe this kid was so shameless and thick-skinned. Being degraded in this way, this kid actually still walked in and was actually so unbothered. When did he become so thick-skinned? Is he that hungry, or did he just become retarded? Or had his self-esteem and pride gone? Not bothering to think further, Datong gave up and quickly chased after him. Standing in front of Zhang Xiaohua, he whispered in a low voice, Are you sick? Didn't you hear them mocking us? I know your family is not as good as it used to be, but you shouldn't be so shameless and weak-willed. We are not that hungry, so let's go eat in another place. If you want to drink, you can drink. Well, I'll have to battle with you tonight. Why should we change places? Zhang Xiaohua smiled, but he said with extreme earnestness, How can we be so impolite and eat elsewhere when others have offered us food and wine? Yuan Datong nearly fainted. It seemed Zhang Xiaohua was becoming deluded in his own world. Seeing that Yuan Datong looked at him like he was a madman, Zhang Xiaohua gradually put his arm around his shoulder with a smile on his face. He spoke with a harsh voice saying, Believe it or not, in the near future, I will let you see this hotel change its name and become Zhang Xiaohua's estate hotel. When Yuan Datong heard this, he was shocked and couldn't help but be convinced by Zhang Xiaohua's confident and hot eyes. After a moment, he nodded helplessly and expressed his trust in Zhang Xiaohua. Since sooner or later we will own this place, why should we be polite? Plus, others have offered to treat us. We can't leave now. Otherwise, doesn't it seem like we are stingy? After this, Zhang Xiaohua raised his hand and patted Yuan Datong's shoulders, indicating that he should be reassured. Then he turned and beckoned to Emma and the rest to come in. Outside the door, Emma and others looked at each other. Although they didn't know what drug Zhang Xiaohua was taking, they knew that Zhang Xiaohua was their future boss. Now that the boss has given orders, how could they not obey? So these five collectively followed him with great enthusiasm into the hotel, and then Zhang Xiaohua entered the elevator with mightiness. At this time, only Yuan Datong was still standing in his place. Like a clay sculpture, he was still impressed by Xiaohua's confidence and certainty. Chapter 9. Money Breeds Wastrels. Outside of the hotel, Chao Feifei and Ling Feng were blindsided. Their intention was to humiliate Zhang Xiaohua in order to force him to run off. Unexpectedly, he was so calm and wasn't even angered in the slightest. He accepted Ling Feng's alms with such grandeur and swaggered into the hotel. What a divine level of shamelessness. This shocked them both, especially Chao Feifei. In her view, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was quite fragile and shouldn't be able to stand the slightest blow. As far as she remembered, whenever Zhang Xiaohua received some sort of grievance in the past, he always ran home and closed himself in his room for a whole month. This time, however, even if Chao Feifei and Ling Feng were unwilling, they could not find another reason to humiliate Zhang Xiaohua. He was too shameless. Master Ling, you just said that their consumption tonight was on your tab. Do you want me to just give them a few side dishes and kick them out? Ling Feng's complexion was white for a while. He was pissed that Zhang Xiaohua had disregarded him. Although he wasn't willing to pay, he also didn't want to be seen as a cheapskate. If I break my promise, wouldn't I have lowered myself to their level? Plus, if this gets out, how could I continue to go out? No, this young master still has some money. Tonight, you should let this group of peasants do as they like. All their accounts will be paid for on my tab. Ling Feng's heart was unwilling, and he was gnashing his teeth as he squeezed his words out. It can't be that expensive, right? Chao Feifei said as she raised an eyebrow. After hearing this, Ling Feng became even more annoyed at the situation. Ling Feng's anger was overwhelming. His eyes glared at Chao Feifei, transferring his frustration onto her. He warned her with great strength. Today, I looked after your Chao family's reputation and received nothing in return for helping. If you dare try to use me to deal with a group of trash next time, don't expect me to help. As he changed his look to the doorman, he shouted, "Hurry up and go get my car." Chao Feifei was frightened by his outburst. Not only did the doorman not dare to refute, but he also did not dare to delay either. He quickly rushed off into the parking lot and went to grab Ling Feng's car. He almost fell down multiple times on the way there. In the elevator, as he saw that Yuan Datong was still not moving, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and quickly urged him, "I say, big head, what are you doing there? Come on and hurry up, otherwise, we will all starve to death." Yuan Datong quickly recovered. However, his face was still full of confusion. Just now, he felt that he was not facing Zhang Xiaohua, but a completely different person instead. The Zhang Xiaohua he knew would never be so confident, nor would he be so generous, let alone have such ambitions to speak of. However, just now, this kid actually dared to say that in the near future, he would acquire this five-star hotel. He was crazy, not to mention that his family still owed so much money. Even if his father was still alive, Yuan Datong believed even he would not dare say this. While Yuan Datong was still deep in thought, he heard Zhang Xiaohua shout, "I say, big head, could you hurry up?" Looking around, he watched Zhang Xiaohua's cynical smile and could not help but smile in return. His heart gradually became as firm as a rock. In short, whether or not he was crazy, since they were true brothers, it was necessary to work together and move forward together. Even if he was crazy, then they must be crazy together. This was what a real sworn brother would do. After thinking about this, Yuan Datong felt that his heart was liberated and his mood had become very pleasing. While he strode toward the elevator, he shouted loudly, "My name is Datong, Yuan Datong, not Big Head. When did my name change?" The next moment, when the elevator door opened, They had arrived at the hotel's 20th floor, which was the top floor of the building. A casual room at this hotel was at the supreme VIP level, and it was said that you could dine here while enjoying the night view of the city. Welcome to the castle in the air. Do you have a reservation? A young and beautiful waitress respectfully stood in front of the elevator, and her sweet voice slowly rang. Oh, we are, Zhang Xiaohua slowly replied as he turned his eyes upward to stare at the ceiling for a moment. Before he continued to say, we are the VIPs who Ling Feng invited. Young Master Ling will be covering our fees this evening. Could you please call Manager Wang to come up? Upon hearing the name, Ling Feng, the waiter's expression became shocked and immediately raised the level of Zhang Xiaohua and the others as important guests in her mind. She smiled sweetly and said, Good sir, I'll take you to Mr. Ling's VIP room first. Please follow me. What do you want to do here? Eat, of course. What else can I do? Zhang Xiaohua laughed as he shouted loudly. Emma, Xiaohai, Haozi, Jack, and Jimmy were also unusually excited at this time. Just like tourists that had entered a new city, they constantly looked around. In general, for these types of high-class establishments, they did not even reach the minimum threshold to enter, not to mention expecting to eat here. Now that they were immersed in the environment, they weren't only flattered, but they were overjoyed. After a while, under the leadership of the waiter, Zhang Xiaohua and the others came to an ultra-luxurious VIP room. A few looks around, and they saw that the private room was 300 square meters in size, brightly lit, and extremely open. 3 of the walls were floor-to-ceiling windows made out of toughened glass, and there was also a skylight in the ceiling from which, after looking up, you could see the beautiful starry sky in a panoramic view. In the middle of the room was an oversized mahogany round table. It was enough for 30 people to eat at the same time and looked like a small stage, which could also rotate. Other furnishings that were in the room included a few sofas, a couple of jukeboxes, a karaoke machine, and other various entertainment facilities that were available. Please come in and take a seat. I will quickly contact Manager Wang and call him to entertain you. Okay, please just send people with drinks and some plates of food or something. As for the tip, Brother Ling Feng said you should wait for him to pay when he next comes to visit. As long as the person has served us tonight, each person would receive 100,000 yuan in tips. When Ling Feng comes, you can directly ask him for it. Mention that Zhang Xiaohua said you could have it, and he will certainly gift it to you. Zhang Xiaohua smiled proudly. When the waiter heard that, she quickly rushed out to grab the drinks to serve them as she said, Thank you, Mr. Zhang. I shall arrange it for you now. Please wait for the boss. Chapter 10. 6 million RMB for a meal. A short time later, a dozen waitresses arrived at the booth with various drinks and fruit plates. They all smiled endlessly. Afterward, they did not leave, but instead waited patiently for the dispatch of Zhang Xiaohua and the others. After all, Zhang Xiaohua had already said that anyone who waited on him tonight would receive a reward of 100,000 yuan. This was not a small number. If this matter was spread out, it was estimated that all waiters in the hotel would probably scramble here to come and wait on them. Yuan Datong counted a few times. At present, there were a total of 15 waiters here. That is to say, if Ling Feng really wanted to give them all a tipping fee of 100,000 yuan each, then Ling Feng would need to have at least 1.5 million. However, everybody in Tianjin City knew that Ling Feng wasn't only rich, but also extremely fond of gaining face. If these waiters really were to ask him for their tips, he might give it to them. To tell the truth, Yuan Datong originally had a slight disdain for Zhang Xiaohua. He was insulted and did not say anything. He even accepted the other party's charity. Wasn't that disgraceful? However, he now understood. Yuan Datong's contempt for him became admiration, seeing that this kid was trying to bankrupt this Ling Feng. You should hurry up and eat. Eat and drink. Fill your stomach first, but don't eat too much. There is a real meal waiting for us. Zhang Xiaohua still leans on the comfortable sofa. Emma, Xiaohai, Haozi, Jack, and Jimmy were no longer polite. Each person had a fruit plate in their hands and began to devour them. Even Yuan Datong had a drink in one hand and a fruit plate in the other, desperately eating and drinking. Hungry for a whole day, he really couldn't withstand the temptation of these foods. 10 minutes later, Manager Wang slowly came into the booth. Zhang Xiaohua and others were shocked to see him. Manager Wang flashed a scornful look in his eyes, and then took a look at the virtues of Yuan Datong. who was eating like he had not eaten anything for 800 years. In Manager Wang's eyes, a look of disgust flashed for a few moments. In the eyes of Manager Wang, Zhang Xiaohua and the rest were no different from the rats on the streets. If it weren't for Ling's favor, how could this group of rats enter the dining hall of such a high-class hotel? However, they were now guests. Not to mention young Master Ling also made a speech, saying that all the costs of tonight were on his tab, coupled with Zhang Xiaohua calling the manager to come over. Therefore, Manager Wang was also very helpless and could only reluctantly come over and entertain them. What are you doing here with so many people? Manager Wang had a dark face when he just entered the door. At one glance, he swept the 15 waitresses a glance, thinking that they were only a group of embarrassing people. Did they need so many people to serve them? So it really is Manager Wang. Zhang Xiaohua lay on the couch and opened his mouth. His pair of thieving eyes looked through the skylight and stared at the stars. He showed naked contempt for Wang, saying, "Go back and tell the young Master Ling Feng to give each of these waitresses a reward of 100,000 yuan. Remember, it's yuan, not yen." What? Manager Wang was taken aback. A dumbfounded look appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but burst out into a foul language. "Kid, are you really retarded? There's more than 1,000,000 yuan in tips." Zhang Xiaohua smiled a bit, sat up attentively, and picked up a piece of watermelon, bowed his head and asked, "Didn't young Master Ling Feng say that he would pay for tonight?" Manager Wang was tempted to deny, but he had no choice but to reluctantly nodded his head to show his acquiescence. "I asked, why aren't you speaking? Are you too dumb to speak?" teased Zhang Xiaohua. Now that he could come in and eat here, it showed that he was a guest, so he deserved the respect of one. How could he allow a small lobby manager to disrespect him? Yes. Under compulsion, Manager Wang responded with an angry voice. His face had turned into a deep red, and his heart was crying from anger. "Now, I'm glad to treat these waitresses with tips. In any case, all I spend tonight will be covered by that young master. Ling Feng is not anxious. So what's your worry here? Really, do you really treat yourself as his barking dog?" Manager Wang was speechless. If he really continued to speak good words for Master Ling, wouldn't he really become a guard dog then? The kid was right, since the emperor wasn't in a hurry. Why should the eunuch? Besides, it wasn't even his money. Seeing Manager Wang being trained by Zhang Xiaohua like a dog, Yuan Datong and the rest relaxed. Well, now, the main dish. Zhang Xiaohua threw the watermelon rind on the coffee table and laid down again, waiting for a waiter to deliver the menu. The waiters didn't dare neglect him, and one hurriedly offered a tablet computer to him. With a grinning face, he said, "Sir, we have all the dishes in our hotel on this web page. If you fancy any dish, you can just click on it. The kitchen is over there. It will be cooked for you straight away." Zhang Xiaohua took over the tablet computer but did not order food. Instead, he said in a roaring manner, "Bring all of your best and most expensive dishes here until you fill the table. Plus, what's your best wine here?" "Sir, the best wine in our hotel is the sherry, brewed by the Masindra Winery in 1775, worth 400,000 yuan. Now we have 11 bottles in our hotel inventory, and it is also the only 11 bottles in the world." The waiter answered while smiling. The order was so clean and neat. The other party was obviously from a big household and may come back often afterwards. As such, he could not be offended, thought the waiter. Well, this wine it is then. First, bring the 11 bottles. The remaining bottles which we do not drink tonight should still be billed anyway, and keep it for me to drink later on my return. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand afterwards, indicating that the waiter should do it. At this time, Manager Wang had been completely blinded. His mouth could fit an egg in, and his face couldn't conceal his shock. Not to mention the tips of the 15 waiters, or even the fact that these guys had ordered such expensive dishes. Just the 11 bottles of sherry produced in 1775 had a total value of 4.4 million. The sherry was usually reluctantly opened by others, but this guy actually had 11 bottles at a time. If you want to call the young Master Ling Feng to write a complaint, then go ahead. It's too late already, Zhang Xiaohua said while playing with his tablet, not bothering with Manager Wang. It seemed that he had seen through the manager's mind correctly, and he said in a carefree way, "If you can let me look at his expression, that would be great." Hearing that, Manager Wang was shaken. How did this kid know that he had to report to Ling Feng? Although this group wasn't spending his money, Manager Wang really did not want to see them feeling so proud. If Ling Feng knew this group was squandering his money so unscrupulously, young Master Ling would certainly refuse to pay for it. In addition, this was a good opportunity to flatter and get into his good books. Thinking up to here, Manager Wang grabbed his cell phone and dialed Ling Feng's phone. In order to make Zhang Xiaohua embarrassed, he pressed the hands-free speaker. After a moment, he said to Ling Feng in front of Zhang Xiaohua, "Master Ling, I really need to talk to you. Do you know what these people are ordering with your money?" On the other side of the phone, in a fast-moving Bugatti Veyron sports car, Ling Feng drove while holding a mobile phone. It's just a group of trash who haven't seen money before. Can they even order something good? These people have not only promised to give 15 waiters a tipping fee of 100,000 yuan per person, but also ordered our hotel's most expensive dishes, a whole table at that. In addition, they also had 11 bottles of 1775 sherry delivered. I estimate overall that you will need at least 6 million to pay for the meal. What? A scream was heard immediately in the handset, followed by the shrill sound of brakes. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly raised his voice and deliberately said, "If Ling Feng doesn't have so much money to help us check out, it doesn't matter." I knew I was right when I said those words he said earlier were farts. I'm just afraid that the reputation of the young master will be ruined. People will spread it around about how they heard someone accepted the charity of Ling Feng from the Jinxing group, but he actually couldn't afford to pay for the meal. On the other side of the phone, Zhang Xiaohua's remarks were naturally passed into Ling Feng's ear. In fact, from the moment when Ling Feng was first seen, Zhang Xiaohua knew what kind of person he was. This young Master Ling was a deaf brother who would carry any cost in order to save face. He could not stand the ridicule and excitement of others. Not to mention that the meal was worth 6 million. Even if it was 60 million, as long as it could save his face, he believed this Ling Feng would clench his teeth and support his words till the end. Unlike Ling Feng, who was a non-professional young master, Zhang Xiaohua had more knowledge. He did not dare to say that he knew people like Ling Feng by heart, but he had enough confidence to play with them. Sure enough, only the voice of Ling Feng was heard again from the ear of Manager Wang. "This young master is no pauper. It's only 6 million. This young master can afford it. You tell that group of trash that I will pay. I'm only afraid they will overeat themselves to death." Snap. Toot toot. Then, Ling Feng's voice disappeared. He cut the line. Chapter 11. Stormy Times. On the other side of the line, in the car, Ling Feng was looking deathly pale. His forehead was full of black lines. His eyes were bloodshot, and his teeth were heavily grinding across each other. He had already shattered the cell phone in anger. He also used his hands to strangle the steering wheel from time to time. His mind was currently unstable. He seemed to be one word from absolutely losing his shit. Well, no wonder. Losing 6 million in one night was difficult for anyone to accept. Although Ling Feng was rich, even he wasn't willing to spend 6 million on a meal, but tonight, he was actually forced to do so by a bunch of beggars. "Ling Feng, what's wrong with you?" Chow Feifei asked in a somewhat small, almost inaudible voice. She timidly looked at Ling Feng in the co-pilot's position. Ling Feng was like an animal hunting his prey as he slowly turned his pair of blood-red eyes to Chow Feifei. He looked at her as if he wanted to eat her alive. Ling Feng originally wanted to take her back to his place to play with her. Now, where would he find the mood to do so? 6 million yuan. That was enough to find 100 Tinder models to play with for 3 days and nights. And in fact, it was more than enough. Ling Feng was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it. If it wasn't for this girl dragging him into her issues, how else could he have lost 6 million yuan overnight? Shut the hell up. You dare to still speak after making this young master lose 6 million in vain. Ling Feng was overcome with fury and launched his palm after seeing Chow Feifei opened her mouth to reply. Pow! Suddenly, 5 bright red fingerprints appeared on Chow Feifei's face. Chow Feifei was in shock. She lowered her head and looked at her lap with a dazed look in her eyes, letting her tears linger on her face. She didn't dare to complain or even to cry out loud, but instead sobbed silently. She swallowed her grievance into her stomach. In order to marry Ling Feng in the future, the Chow family had worked extremely hard. Under the arrangements of both parties' parents, She and Ling Feng had already agreed to a marriage contract about half a month ago. Therefore, no matter what kind of grievance Qiao Feifei suffered, before she was officially married to Ling Feng, she had to endure. Even if Ling Feng went out to cheat on her, she had to accept it. During his rage, Ling Feng had already opened the door of the co-driver's cabin. The meaning was obvious. This area is full of farms and fields, and there is no signal out here. Please, you can't do this. How am I meant to get back? Qiao Feifei tearfully spoke. She tried her best to plead with him in order to gain his sympathy. Get out. Ling Feng didn't say anything and accelerated suddenly. Qiao Feifei was naturally caught off guard, and her body fell out the open car door. He instantly heard a thumping muffle. Qiao Feifei fell heavily onto the dirt road. Ling Feng shut the door and stepped on the throttle and sped away without even looking back. After a huge roar, in the twinkling of an eye, the car had already rushed out of view and only dust could be seen. My cell phone is still in the car. Qiao Feifei couldn't be bothered by the pain as she rose up and chased after him crazily. She was yelling and shouting as she chased. Eventually becoming tired out, Qiao Feifei's admitted defeat and started her slow trudge towards home, which was about 3 miles away. Located in Xinghua Hotel, in a bright VIP room, the large dining table had, at this time, been covered with over 100 dishes. The scene was quite luxurious. Zhang Xiaohua and Yuan Datong were already seated in their seats looking at the table full of delicious food. They couldn't help but drool. What are you waiting for? Eat. Before his voice even fell, Zhang Xiaohua had already picked up a fleshy pork bone elbow and began to eat. The other hand was not idle, clutching a king crab, fearing that it would be stolen after finishing the pork elbow. It would be next. As the saying goes, the bold will never starve to death. Therefore, according to Zhang Xiaohua, no matter what it was, as long as you could eat it, you should eat it. This was the purpose of his life. Zhang Xiaohua and the rest were devouring the food at an unimaginable pace. Manager Wang was sweating over in a corner of the room. You should know that every dish on the table came from top celebrity chefs. The price was just as expensive. In the eyes of Manager Wang, they were more than just simple dishes. He saw them as artwork. There were a lot of dishes here, and you needed to savor them to really enjoy their taste and highlight their value. However, at the moment, these crooks were simply chomping down food without a care in the world. Such a good table of dishes was actually treated by them like junk food. He actually felt like shedding tears. Zhang Xiaohua was not idle at all for a moment. His mouth was full of food, and now he was swaggering. Don't stand there idly. Hurry up and pour the wine. Today, I must see how different a 400,000 yuan bottle of wine tastes. With Zhang Xiaohua's order, the attendants took action together and gave everyone a good cup of delicious wine. However, for Manager Wang, this scene was like a blow to his heart. Cheers. Zhang Xiaohua was concise, and then he drank the wine in the glass directly. The action was quite fluid. He didn't even bother to take a sip of the wine, but directly chugged it down. Yuan Datong and the others followed suit, and one by one started to use their tongues to clean the glasses of wine. Afterward, they continued to eat with great joy and completely used this valuable premium wine as the tea for their next meal. You guys are so wasteful. Manager Wang found it unbearable and could not help but complain loudly. This table was full of delicious food, but they didn't savor it. And this sherry was produced in 1775. It had more than 230 years of history and was one of the finest wines in the world with only 11 bottles left in existence. Today, such a precious wine was actually being ruined by a group of scammers who drank it like it was water. Manager Wang felt pain in his heart. Is your heart hurting? Zhang Xiaohua gave the manager a glance. Wine is for drinking, is it not? Of course it is. Manager Wang answered without thinking. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua reached for a bottle of sherry. This time, he did not even use a cup. Instead, he directly drank from the bottle. In half a minute, he drank half of it. He then suddenly poured the other, remaining half onto the floor. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua's life motto was very simple. Whoever treated him well, he would remember till his dying grace and regard the other side as a benefactor. On the other hand, if someone planned evil against him, then he would hate the other person for a lifetime and regard them as an enemy. Obviously, Zhang Xiaohua had already treated the manager Wang as the latter, and he firmly believed that one day he would own this hotel and would return here and slowly accompany this manager until he dies from frustration. Zhang Xiaohua said, "Go and get some desserts for us. Don't worry about bringing the best ones. Just bring the most expensive ones you have." Manager Wang slowly left the room in disgrace, and he prayed that this group of crickets would hurry up and leave. He never wanted to see them again in this life. Yuan Datongs rose his wine glass high and made a toast, looking at Zhang Xiaohua admiringly. He said sincerely, "I didn't see it before, but it turns out that you actually seem to have some skills. Not only do you write songs, but the most important thing is that you seem to have learned how to scheme. I won't talk too much nonsense, but I will honor you with this toast first. I want to thank you, boss, for allowing us to come to such a luxurious place, and to also eat so many good things and drink good wine. Boss, I will honor you with a glass." After that, Emma also rose up and gave a toast. Xiaohai also stood up after her, holding a glass of wine, and yelled, "Boss Zhang." The others followed suit and toasted to him. They seemed to have completely treated Zhang Xiaohua as their leader. Zhang Xiaohua felt his heart warming up. He stood up and valiantly said, "Today, this Zhang Xiaohua owes you. It's my fault that you were humiliated before, but please, rest assured that sooner or later, one day, I will use my own money and bring you to eat a truly heavenly meal. Let's finish eating today so that, afterwards, we can begin our conquest of the world." They looked at each other and smiled. They didn't talk any more nonsense. They each had great expectations for the future. Chapter 12, Money, Money, Money. After they ate and drank until 2 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua's group was full to the brim, and their faces radiated with satisfied smiles. Manager Wang was relieved as he thought that this group of scammers would finally be leaving. Unexpectedly, he heard Zhang Xiaohua shout, "Go and open a room for me. I'm going to sleep in the presidential suite tonight." Wang's chest felt hot and blood had flushed into his throat, almost squirting out of his mouth. "I've already waited on this group of plebs for the whole night. Why won't they just goddamn leave?" He raged in his heart. Besides, there was only one presidential suite in this hotel which they gave the heads of the state to stay in when they visited. Of course, other people could book it as well if they could afford to pay 500,000 yuan for one night. "Excuse me, this hotel has only one presidential suite. There are only 2 bedrooms, and there is no space for 7 people." Manager Wang pulled a face. His forehead became uplifted as he spoke in a teasing tone. However, his words were true. "Who told you that we are going to sleep? Can't we go there to chat?" Zhang Xiaohua justified himself, deliberately revealing a defiant appearance. "Sorry, the presidential suite needs to be booked in advance. I can't help you," Manager Wang said, and then started to ignore Zhang Xiaohua's group. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that Manager Wang was being so arrogant, his violent temper was stimulated, and he turned towards the waiters. "Does your hotel's presidential suite require a reservation?" They shook their heads collectively. "As long as you have the money, you can stay in the presidential suite no matter how late. The cost is 500,000 yuan per day, and the room is still empty." Zhang Xiaohua glanced at Manager Wang again and continued to ask the waiter, "What is the complaint number for your hotel?" 282-8228. The waiters almost spoke in unison as they uttered the complaint telephone number without caring about the face of Manager Wang. Anyway, after getting the tip, the waiters could just quit. After all, it was 100,000 yuan, and it was more than enough. Why should they risk angering Zhang Xiaohua just to give the lobby manager some face? Zhang Xiaohua didn't say anything else. He took out his mobile phone and was about to make a complaint call. Manager Wang immediately saw the situation. If Zhang Xiaohua really complained to the higher-ups, and the hotel pursued it, his job would be at risk. As he realized this, he forced down his anger and picked up the intercom. "Notify the reception desk. There are 7 guests staying in the presidential suite tonight, and the room rate will be paid for by young Master Ling Feng of the Jinxing Group." "What's wrong with you? Why do you wait for others to beat you before you act? Only animals would act in such a retarded way." Zhang Xiaohua mocked Manager Wang. "Hurry up and lead the way as I still have many things to discuss with my friends." Manager Wang was so angry that his eyeballs had begun to protrude, but he was helpless. He just didn't have a way of defeating him, as no matter what the other party said, he had to follow suit and obey, even if it was with a belly full of anger. The next moment, Under the leadership of manager Wang, Zhang Xiaohua had already arrived at the presidential suite on the 18th floor. Everyone was a little tired, but after seeing the environment in the room, their sleepiness was completely gone. As they were extremely excited, everything in the suite attracted their attention, even the toilet. There was a golden toilet for all of them to enjoy. Well, there is nothing for you here. You may leave now. Zhang Xiaohua stared at the manager that was in front of him. Manager Wang grumbled and was about to slam the door, but he heard Zhang Xiaohua suddenly cry, "Hey, wait." Manager Wang yelped in surprise, then stopped to listen and lifted his eyes. He saw Zhang Xiaohua's hand in the pocket of his clothes for a long time, before he took out a coin from his pocket. It was a 5 jiao coin. "You also worked hard for tonight. This money should be a tip for you." After the words were finished, Zhang Xiaohua flung it with a hand and tossed the coin towards Manager Wang's face. "Wow, it's so cool to use money. Hey, do you guys want to try it?" Zhang Xiaohua asked his friends. Yuan Datong, flocked with a few other people, excitedly surrounded Manager Wang. They each put their hands into their pockets, and in the end, everyone's hands were holding 5 jiao coins. "Sorry, we are all jealous as we don't have much money on us, so we can only reward you so much." Yuan Datong smiled and flicked his 5 jiao coin towards Wang. "Wow, the feeling of using money really does make you feel really cool." At the same time, Emma, Xiaohai, Haozi, Jack, and Jimmy rushed to flick the coins in their hands to Manager Wang. They all showed a contented expression on their faces, and they did not show the slightest bit of fear before and after. Apparently, Zhang Xiaohua gave them a massive boost in confidence tonight. Manager Wang was already completely numb. Even he himself felt that he wasn't as good as the group. "Pick up this grandpa's reward, and then roll out from my view," Zhang Xiaohua warned him, apparently not intending to leave the manager the slightest bit of face. Manager Wang was physically and mentally drained. He was helpless. He could only pick up the coins on the floor like a cockroach. Afterwards, he did not speak and walked away, leaving the room silently. As Zhang Xiaohua looked at the back of Manager Wang, he slammed the door and immediately spoke to the group. "Well, let's talk about starting a company. If anyone is tired, you can go and have a rest." As soon as everyone heard this, their spirit had become stronger. It was rare to be so happy. Who would waste their time sleeping? Reporting to boss, "May I have a snack while sitting?" Emma raised her hand high and cheekily stuck out her tongue. "What's so strange about snacking? It's fun to eat snacks in the presidential suite." Zhang Xiaohua replied with a smile, and even shifted the snack bar into the center of the room. Emma grabbed a bag of potato chips, and they started to discuss the start of the company while eating again. "The company needs at least 2 shareholders, but we have no problem in this regard because we are all shareholders. As for the registered capital, I will sell my car as soon as possible. Selling it for 150,000 yuan shouldn't be a problem. Then, I will take out 30,000 yuan for the company's registered capital, and the rest of the money will be kept for emergencies. Therefore, what we will discuss next is the issue of who is going to be CEO and the problem of renting a house. We can't open the company on the street now, can we?" Zhang Xiaohua said. "The CEO is settled. Thanks to your performance tonight, I believe you won't let us down. So this doesn't need to be discussed at all. After all, you are our boss." Yuan Datong seriously looked at Zhang Xiaohua. His eyes were full of confidence. When Yuan Datong's remarks came out, Emma and the rest nodded and expressed no objections. "Since this is the case, then I can only be impolite." Zhang Xiaohua was as calm as ever. Being a CEO was his childhood dream, and he never had a chance to achieve it in his last life, but he realized it in this life. "I don't think you should sell your car. After all, the company sometimes has to pick up a guest or something, and having no car will be inconvenient. As for the house, if you don't want to rent one, then the company can be in my studio." Yuan Datong proudly declares, "Yes, we are all members of the company, so how could we let you take on all the costs? I will take out 6,000 yuan for the needed registration capital," said Emma sincerely. "Emma, your house is still being built, right? You don't have to worry about the money." Yuan Datong reached out, patted her shoulders, and said with a smile. These people had always been deeply emotional and affectionate. "No, I have to pay this money, or I can't stay in the company with my face," Emma said firmly and decidedly. "Like Emma said, I can also give 6,000 yuan. I'm willing to give 6,000 too. I can stop smoking. Plus 1 meal a day should be fine. I shouldn't die. Me too. Add me, and it's exactly 30,000. The registered capital should be no problem. Xiaohua, Haozi, Jack, and Jimmy didn't belong to wealthy families, and it could be said that 6,000 renminbi was already their limit, but for music, it was all worth it. When they came together, as long as they had their music, they were happy. Once the song is made public, we will be rich overnight. Yuan Datong smiled. The main reason why he agreed to open the company was precisely because of the song called Broken-Hearted Woman. In Yuan Datong's view, this broken-hearted woman was truly a priceless treasure, and Zhang Xiaohua created it. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua was the person who had made the greatest contribution to the company. Yes, I'm willing to call you boss because women's intuition tells me that you will create a lot of classic songs like Broken-Hearted Woman in the future. So, in my heart, boss is the core figure of the company and the person who makes the greatest contribution to the company. Agreed. The rest shouted in unison. Okay, then we're all set. Zhang Xiaohua no longer argued and instead made a promise. I swear by my surname that not only will I make you famous in the Huaxia entertainment industry, I will also take you out of Asia to give you both fame and fortune. I'm going to sleep first, and tomorrow I will go to the Bureau of Trade and Industry to register the company. Chapter 13, The Company. The next morning, everyone got up early and enjoyed a hearty breakfast in the presidential suite. In the meantime, after everyone's deliberation, they had decided to name the company Huaxiang Entertainment Company Limited, and the logo was going to be just the word Huaxiang. The company's current scope would include music production, training artists, and working as brokerage agents. They would expand into other projects later on, but for now, they would focus on this until they earned enough to expand into making their own films and TV shows as well. Huaxiang meant to glide, which would hopefully show the smooth-sailing future ahead of them. Emma, Xiaohua, Haozi, Jack, and Jimmy were responsible for raising the registered capital. Zhang Xiaohua was responsible for writing the company's charter and opening a bank account, as well as printing all the necessary documents. Yuan Datong was responsible for queuing at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. It had almost become a trend among young people to start new companies these days, so occupying a good place in the queue would save a lot of time. It wasn't until the end of the day that everyone was finally able to make a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything was ready in time, so the day had gone well. Now that the studio had been changed into a company, they were inevitably excited. Yuan Datong had already ordered for a signboard to be made and couldn't wait to see it. Everyone was eager to see what the future would hold. Zhang Xiaohua had arranged himself as the CEO and declared Yuan Datong as a general manager of the company and also as the music director. In addition to being the arranger, Emma would also work as a broker and receptionist. Xiaohua, Haozi, Jack, and Jimmy were all music producers. They were mainly responsible for the arrangement and creation of the instrumentals. It could be said that the division of labor was clear and orderly. Nobody had any objection to it. Just 2 days later, the brand new business license was in the hands of Zhang Xiaohua. Although the company's scale was small, Zhang Xiaohua was confident that it was only a matter of time before they blew up. The name Huaxiang would become a household name, and they would become a truly powerful, large-scale company. As long as you took the first step, you would be able to travel thousands of miles in the future. Monday at 10 o'clock, the company's first meeting had officially begun. No firecrackers, no baskets, no guests. The company was cold and clean. Everyone was rather awkward at the moment, making the current atmosphere particularly dignified, and they could hear each other's breathing. In particular, Zhang Xiaohua was holding a tablet computer in his hands like a big boss. He was meticulously reading the information and he looked old and wizened, which made others sense a maturity that was odd for his age. Are these all the female singers who are eligible to sing Broken-Hearted Woman? Zhang Xiaohua whispered while he looked at the data of various female singers on the computer. Currently, the scale of the company was still too small to attract any famous singers. Without any status, they couldn't expect singers to take the initiative to come to the door. They could only take the initiative to find a singer. According to the requirements you provided before and my understanding of the female singers in the industry, there are only a few candidates who are currently eligible. Yuan Datong responded. He was influenced by Zhang Xiaohua, and his attitude at the moment was extremely serious. No, these singers won't do. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head helplessly and then glanced at everyone in front of him. His face was full of disappointment. Either age or vocals, these people do not meet my requirements. It's not in line with the image of the song. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the song has been completed and we still have some time to look. Trying to ease the atmosphere, Yuan Datong said with a smile. We have time, but time is not just for us, but for all those who are prepared. Since we are ready to go, then we must be active. We can't guarantee whether or not someone will create a better song than ours tomorrow, so we need to be quick. Grasping timing is also very important. Do you understand? Zhang Xiaohua said with a solemn expression. He had too many classic things to create. There were too many factors in life. What would he do if someone thought of a similar song? He had to race against the clock and publish as soon as possible. It wasn't worth the risk. Of course, his main purpose was to get ahead. He didn't want to be as innocent and silent as he used to be. He wanted to live a vigorous and valiant life this time around. Okay, what do you want the singer to be like? Yuan Datong smiled and became serious again that he understood that what Zhang Xiaohua said was reasonable. Emma took out some paper and a pen and was ready to take notes. As long as Zhang Xiaohua could make accurate requests, they would try their best to fulfill them. After all, they all knew the strength of the song. It was no exaggeration to say that this song could create a star at any time. Therefore, when it came to looking for a singer, it really couldn't be sloppy, and they had to be devoted. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua was also having a headache because, in his mind, no one would be more suitable for singing this song than Fei Wang. But if you wanted to find a female singer like Fei Wang, how could it be so easy? There were over tens of thousands of female singers on the planet, but finding one like Fei Wang who wasn't already famous was going to be hard. However, if they couldn't find a female singer who was similar to Fei Wang to sing this song, Zhang Xiaohua would feel disappointed. Classical songs must have strong singers to back them. Only in this way can they highlight the value of songs and the strength of singers. Of course, no matter who sang the song, it would still become popular across the country. But if they could find the right singer, then it would explode across Asia and make it into the annals of music history. Zhang Xiaohua could only describe his ideal female singer to Yuan Datong based on his previous memories. He said, "The singer I want must sing with an ethereal voice. It needs to be full of emotions and must give people the feeling that they are floating on clouds with laziness and casualness. As for the singer's image, the best age would be around 20 years old and needs to be a unique beauty that gives off an aura of gracefulness. Yes, this is what I want." Zhang Xiaohua's remarks were light, but after listening to the speech, Yuan Datong felt lightheaded. Was he even looking for female singers? It was basically a description of a goddess. While Yuan Datong's and the rest collectively shook their heads and sighed, saying that they were powerless, they suddenly heard Emma open her mouth. "Actually, I think I know someone who fits the image." "Who?" "Wang Jingwen." When Emma said this, Yuan Datong fell into a moment of silence. "You're right. Why didn't I think of her?" he asked himself as he immediately looked at Zhang Xiaohua and said with enthusiasm, "Emma is right. If you insist on me choosing, then the only singer who meets your requirements would be Wang Jingwen. In my opinion, she should meet all your requirements." Wang Jingwen. Zhang Xiaohua kept chanting the name, and the more he heard it, the more familiar it sounded. With some memories, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but smile. Wasn't this the name used by Fei Wang when she made her debut? Coincidence? Having said that, if he could live again, then what else could happen? Chapter 14. Wang Jingwen. All in all, it was still good to see this Wang Jingwen. Whether or not she was the person in his mind, he would naturally find out. Zhang Xiaohua seriously asked, "This Wang Jingwen, is she a popular star now? If so, she should have a contracting company. Otherwise, if she meets my requirements, we can also sign her." "Xiaohua, are you okay?" Yuan Datong stared at Zhang Xiaohua with a strange gaze. "Wang Jingwen was an artist of your dad's company, but they released her, so Wang Jingwen should now just be idling about. How do you, as the Prince Edward of New Century Entertainment Company, not even know about these things?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled awkwardly. Although he integrated with this body's memories, those memories were still somewhat vague, and sometimes they were useless, making him feel helpless. No matter whether or not he knew Wang Jingwen before, at least for the present this Wang Jingwen was a stranger and he had no impression of her. Therefore, Before he met with Wang Jingwen, he still had to know more about her. You also know that I used to be a wastrel who only knew eating and drinking, right? I basically didn't care about anything else, not to mention that my dad's company had so many artists. Well, I understand. Yuan Datong laughed. Regarding Zhang Xiaohua's former personal qualities, Yuan Datong could not really compliment him at all. After a brief silence, Zhang Xiaohua began to use his personal touch. Seriously, I didn't really care about my dad's company before, especially this Wang Jingwen. I didn't have any impression of her. And you are all insiders, so you should know her much better than I do. As he looked at the devout Zhang Xiaohua, Yuan Datong was very pleased with him. Suddenly, he smiled, reached out, and patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. He said generously, "To see you become so mature and sensible, I really am happy. I believe that your dad would be very proud of you now." "Yeah, thank you." Zhang Xiaohua smiled politely and asked, "Can you tell me why this Wang Jingwen and my father's company fell out?" 2 years ago, Wang Jingwen attended First Middle School in Tianjin City and was discovered by a talent scout. She then gave up her studies and signed for New Century Entertainment, officially entering the scene. After that, she released 3 singles in a row. The response was decent, even created a bit of buzz. Afterwards, she released 2 other singles. Unfortunately, they flopped hard, and the sales were way below expectations. Finally, there was no other way. New Century Entertainment could only cancel her contract. Having said that, Emma sighed and regrettably said, "I heard that Wang Jingwen's performance in school was very good. She chose to withdraw from school and even gave up the chance to take the university entrance exams in order to develop her career. Her career is still sluggish, and, in order to support her family, she is said to have been seen performing as a resident singer at a bar." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was now optimistic. According to Wang Jingwen's past experiences and current situation, she was in line with the song Broken-Hearted Woman. Therefore, if she sang the song, the effects would be even more impressive. But the premise is that she must meet his requirements in all aspects. Do you have any detailed information on this Wang Jingwen, or something like a music video? I want to see it. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Her music video can be found on the internet, replied Emma as she took the tablet computer which Zhang Xiaohua had in his hand. After a short while, she found the music video that Wang Jingwen used when she debuted and handed it over to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua took it and saw that the music video was in a Western-style restaurant. The song was called The Last Supper, but the opening music was very ugly. It was a cello performance that was both monotonous and lacking. It sounded like a funeral march. It was a really strange mixture and left a strange taste. However, with the deepening of the lens, when the heroine appeared on the screen, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but get a bright eye and was instantly attracted by the image of the heroine. At this point, Zhang Xiaohua felt that the heroine and Fei Wang were similar. If this was his previous Earth, Zhang Xiaohua would certainly assume that the music video's heroine was Fei Wang or her twin sister. The similarity between the two was almost 99%. Even the sounds were exactly the same. They were both comparable to angels. "It's her." Zhang Xiaohua excitedly slapped his thighs and raised his eyes to Emma. "Can you contact Wang Jingwen?" "It shouldn't be a problem," Emma answered quickly. "Well, let's bring this Wang Jingwen to the company first." "Okay, I'll do it." With the orders of Zhang Xiaohua, Emma immediately took action and left the company. Wang Jingwen was once a public figure, and although she had now faded out of public sight and pop music, she hadn't faded away too much, as she still had her fans. The others were waiting in a heartfelt mood for Emma to bring Wang Jingwen back. Everyone was 100% certain that, once she sang Broken-Hearted Woman, a superstar would be born, and then the name, Hwaseong Entertainment, would naturally become renowned in the industry. Unexpectedly, even after waiting until 2 p.m., Emma still hadn't returned. Yuan Datong was becoming impatient, and he was about to call and ask about the situation, when suddenly, a strong perfume fluttered in from outside the door, stimulating everyone's noses on the scene and making everyone look at the entrance of the studio. When they looked closely, they saw a woman who was wearing a pair of large sunglasses, which almost covered half of her face. They couldn't discern her specific appearance and age. She wore a black silk dress which perfectly highlighted her figure. Her hidden curves were brought to display, striking their eyeballs and making people covet. A pair of black leather high-heeled boots also accentuated her white legs, and her lips were nourished and full. She was extraordinarily beautiful, and her body exuded the fragrance of flowers and warmth. However, the woman's figure couldn't completely hide her aura, which gave people a sense of loneliness. At this time, with the exception of Emma, everyone else was shocked as if they were admiring a rare spring. Nobody moved. They stood or sat where they were just concentrating on the woman as if fearful that she would disappear if they blinked. After a moment, Zhang Xiaohua took the lead in welcoming Emma and whispered, "Didn't I ask you to look for Wang Jingwen? Why did you come back so late? And who is this woman?" Emma folded her arms across her chest. Her anger was as clear as day. She couldn't help but glance at the gorgeous woman as she was upset and displeased. "She is the big star, Wang Jingwen. Before I could find her, I had to run around many places. After asking a bunch of people, I finally found her aunt and grandmother, but they refused to tell me where she was staying and told me that our company was too small to be suitable for her development. In order to persuade them, I wasted over an hour. Then, those people, just to make me feel awkward, made me wait for her to change clothes for more than 2 hours. I waited the whole time, during which those scumbags didn't even offer me any water to drink or a stool to sit down on. Originally, I read about how her poor life was going, and I was quite sympathetic to her. However, I didn't think she was so arrogant." Zhang Xiaohua was depressed and couldn't help but lift his eyes towards Wang Jingwen as he began to look closely. However, Zhang Xiaohua felt that she and the girl in the music video were nothing alike. The person in front of him was clearly a dancing lady who was full of enthusiasm. Although she was sexy, she was not in line with the image of the song as she didn't look pure and gentle at all. That's okay though, since she was the girl he had seen in the music video before. She just needed to change her clothes, dye her hair, and dress up a bit to change her looks into a pure girl. "Thanks for your hard work. Leave the rest to me." Zhang Xiaohua smiled, reached out, and tapped Emma's shoulder to comfort her. Then, he went to Wang Jingwen and stood in front of her. He extended a friendly hand, smiled, and introduced himself. "Hello, Miss Wang. My name is Zhang Xiaohua, and I am the boss of this company. I am very happy to cooperate with Miss Wang this time." Cooperate. After hearing this word, Wang Jingwen gave him a look of contempt and started to ignore the existence of Zhang Xiaohua. At the same time, she looked around and snorted, saying, "You are a small company that just started up. From the looks of it, you have no experience, money, or fame, and you want to talk to me about cooperation? What can you do for me? Let's face it, your company is so shabby that I really don't know what to say. You have just wasted my time." Chapter 15, Breathing Stars. In the face of Wang Jingwen's arrogant attitude, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't irritated as he slowly put away his hand, which was stretched out. His face was pleasant, but in his heart, he wasn't sure of what to think. Zhang Xiaohua was trying to stay calm, while Yuan Datong, on the other hand, was already in full-blown frustration mode because he knew that Zhang Xiaohua had sincerely invited Wang Jingwen to talk about cooperation. Yuan Datong admitted that he and his brothers weren't famous musicians. The company was only just getting started, and they had no position or influence at all. However, even if the size of the company was small, did she not know her current identity? She was acting as if she was a famous person with such a haughty attitude. Calling her a celebrity was being far too generous. She was nothing but a washed-up singer. Humph. Her arrogant attitude was simply too different from her pure image in the music video. It was no wonder that New Century Entertainment wasn't willing to renew her contract. She really deserved it. At this thought, Yuan Datong looked at Wang Jingwen with an unpleasant face, but he did not say anything. After all, Zhang Xiaohua was the boss here, and everything should be decided by him. After looking around at the simple environment, Wang Jingwen's mouth slightly hooked and brought a touch of disdain in her smile. Obviously, she was not very optimistic about this company. In addition, before she even entered the door, she did not see a signboard with the words Huaxiang Entertainment on the outside. She had thought that it was a private house or a dangerous and dilapidated building that was in disrepair. Before actually coming, Wang Jingwen knew that this was a small company, but she never expected this company to be even smaller than she had imagined. Especially the so-called musicians in front of her, the average age was no more than 25 years old. It was simply a group of young, rough-haired babies. Did they think they could create good music? Originally, Wang Jingwen also had some hopes for this company. She thought that with this company, she could make a comeback. However, Wang Jingwen could not help but be disappointed. She tried to leave as soon as possible. Wang Jingwen turned her eyes and didn't intend to look at Zhang Xiaohua. She couldn't help but slightly glimpse as she felt that she was a bit familiar with this person and could not help but ask, "You look very familiar. Have we met before?" "I'll tell you. The person in front of you is not only the owner of our Huaxiang Entertainment, he is also the prince of New Century Entertainment." Not waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak up, Yuan Datong proudly introduced him to Wang Jingwen. After she had listened to Yuan Datong's remarks, Wang Jingwen immediately disliked them. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't do anything to her, she was slightly irritated with Zhang Xiaohua. Her lips immediately gave a hint of laughter, and she glared at Yuan Datong while she spoke. "Oh, I see. He was the second-generation ancestor who only partied all day long. Oh, I heard that his father had just passed away. Without a backing, he dared to open up a new company? What a joke." Yuan Datong grudged from his heart and was about to make a big noise, but Wang Jingwen didn't give him the opportunity as she continued to cynically say, "Everyone now knows that New Century Entertainment changed its name. The company is basically surnamed Chow. Do you still think that you Zhang still run it?" Yuan Datong was angry and desperate, but he could not find any reason to refute because this Wang Jingwen was right. The New Century Entertainment was indeed run by the Chow family. Although Zhang Xiaohua still held his share of New Century Entertainment, this fact couldn't be changed. "Forget it. You shouldn't bother with her, or you'll end up dying from anger." Emma patted his back gently. Yuan Datong had already turned his gaze to Zhang Xiaohua. He seemed to be watching Zhang Xiaohua's emotions. At the same time, he also felt a bit of sympathy for Zhang Xiaohua. Yuan Datong couldn't deny that the former Zhang Xiaohua was a prodigal son who did nothing. Wang Jingwen didn't laugh at him for no reason. However, he and his father had deep feelings. According to Yuan Datong's understanding of Zhang Xiaohua, he knew that Zhang Xiaohua could tolerate anything, except someone talking about his father in a negative way. His father had only just passed away, and the wound in his heart hadn't yet healed. This Wang Jingwen actually sprinkled salt on his wounds, so he was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't stand it. In order to prevent Zhang Xiaohua from being humiliated again, Yuan Datong suddenly raised his voice. "I tell you, we are not afraid to find someone else to sing the song we made. Today you didn't sing, and it's your loss. Now we don't welcome you here. Please leave." "Humph," Wang Jingwen coldly replied. "Even if you ask me to stay, I won't. I haven't fallen so far that I need a job from a small company that could close down at any time." After her speech was finished, Wang Jingwen turned to leave and twisting her hips, she walked straight out the door. In her opinion, a small company like this inviting her to cooperate was no different from simply humiliating her. After all, she used to be the shining star of New Century Entertainment. What was New Century Entertainment? It was the industry's leading player, and every day many people dreamt of becoming a contracted artist of New Century Entertainment, but they couldn't really step into that company anymore, as there were too many thresholds. Being a former member of New Century Entertainment was enough to make Wang Jingwen proud. What's more, she didn't think this humble little company could even create a good song. She was still very young and would have lots of opportunities in the future. Moreover, if she signed up with this small company, she would undoubtedly miss many opportunities. After all, contracts are limiting and binding. Instead of wasting any more time, it was better to take a break. Not waiting for Wang Jingwen to leave the company, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Miss Wang, since you came all this way, why don't you first listen to our company's work before leaving? Maybe we could really have the opportunity to cooperate." "Xiaohua, aren't you angry? How can you tolerate this?" Wang Jingwen hadn't yet taken a stand, but Yuan Datong suddenly became impatient. However, before he could finish his words, Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand at him, indicating for him to stop. He didn't know where to begin. Yuan Datong had been accustomed to listening to Zhang Xiaohua's instructions, so he closed his mouth. He too wanted to see how exactly Zhang Xiaohua would deal with this matter. Wang Jingwen stopped listening and didn't return back inside. "I don't think that's necessary." Zhang Xiaohua raised his hand to his nose and smiled. "Oh, since you came, it shows how much hope you have for our company. Anyway, since you're already here, why not just listen to it?" You can still leave after that. Again, even if you used to be an entertainer of New Century Entertainment, don't you still have to go to the bar and sing all day now? Wang Jingwen's body shook slightly. Obviously, Zhang Xiaohua's words had reached her heart. Chapter 16, Baited. Wang Jingwen thought for a moment and decided that what Zhang Xiaohua said was not entirely unreasonable. Anyway, since she was here, it would be better to see what kind of work they could come up with. Turning around, Wang Jingwen raised her eyes and stared at Zhang Xiaohua. He didn't speak, but went to the parlor sofa and sat down slowly. Afterward, he leaned back into the cushions of the sofa, and his arms were wrapped around the back. He looked taller. After a moment of silence, Wang Jingwen said, "Okay, I'll give you a chance. If you can come up with some decent work, then maybe I could consider cooperating with you. However, if I am not satisfied with your work, then we have nothing else to talk about." Wang Jingwen's remarks immediately triggered Emma and the rest. Everyone was determined to send this arrogant woman out. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't allow them to, so no one dared to mess up and could only swallow their anger for the moment. Zhang Xiaohua did not say anything, but just smiled. He then took out his cell phone and found the previously downloaded Broken-Hearted Woman, intending to put this song on for Wang Jingwen. Since the song was already registered in copyright, Zhang Xiaohua was not afraid of Wang Jingwen secretly plagiarizing it after she heard it. He was more afraid that she would be unable to extricate herself after listening. Sure enough, when the melodious and beautiful music slowly resounded, Wang Jingwen couldn't help but be drawn in instantly. The melodious music was like magic, which forced her to straighten her posture and repress her attitude. She no longer had a temper. It was as if she went from the goddess of fire to an ordinary mortal. She was completely attracted to the song. When the chorus of the song started, Wang Jingwen was even more drawn in and could not help but sing with the wonderful melody as if she was not hearing this song for the first time. The song was catchy, and it was like a natural law which made her follow the chanting. She was fascinated and intoxicated, unable to extricate herself. Over time, the song gradually came to an end. In the next second, Wang Jingwen was still full of ideas, but the beautiful melody had disappeared and only silence remained. Although this song was just a sample, it was clear that it had successfully captured Wang Jingwen's heart. Judging from her experience, she predicted that this song was currently only a sample, and she could understand that the theme of this song was about heartbreak and losing the love of your life. It should be interpreted by a female singer. The most important thing was that this song had not yet been released. Otherwise, she would surely have heard it on all the radio stations. It would have definitely become a hit. Therefore, Wang Jingwen could conclude that the current song was just a sample. In other words, from the fact that these people invited her to come over today, it was very likely that they wanted her to sing this song. At this thought, Wang Jingwen suddenly felt her blood heating up, and her enthusiasm for music had finally rekindled. It was back after having disappeared for 2 long years. She saw this song as her ticket to an infinitely bright future. She wasn't sure if she would still be lucky enough to become the singer of this song. However, she was sure that no matter who sang this song, it was bound to be popular and become a hit. Wang Jingwen had to admit that the author of this song was simply a musical prodigy. The lyrics were simple but profound. The melodic sadness was fascinating, and it seemed to be about complaining. It also revealed a woman who was showing all her emotions. The strong, unique art had a fresh style which was full of emotions, giving it a new look at love and music. It was definitely a rare classic. As he saw that Wang Jingwen had already been baited, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but smile proudly. Seeing Wang Jingwen's attitude, which had undergone earth-shaking changes, Yuan Datong was also proud of himself, and he spoke with a thorny tone. "How is it, Miss Wang Jingwen? I do not know if our work can satisfy you. If you are not satisfied, then you know where the door is. We won't send you out." Thinking about the arrogant attitude she had just shown and the hurtful words that she had said, Wang Jingwen's face couldn't help but become red. She felt that she had no choice but to concede her defeat and beg for forgiveness. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's attitude also changed unconsciously. Just now, he couldn't say that he was not annoyed, as that would be absolutely impossible. If this Wang Jingwen and Fei Wang didn't look so similar, he would have kicked her out of the building a long time ago. Just before, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have any chips to deal with. so he had to accept all that nonsense. Now that Wang Jingwen had become a tamed cat by listening to the song, he would no longer need to be polite to her. What's more, she was just a little star who was too confident, and she had been so arrogant and rude. If he said he wanted to sign her, would she even bother to reply? Therefore, before she was hired, she must first receive a setback. At the very least, she must be made aware of who the Lord was and who was the servant. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Wang Jingwen in an upright manner and was not at all polite. He suddenly said, "Are you stupid? Why are you still sitting here? Didn't you look down on our small company? So, why aren't you leaving? Hurry up and roll out of my sight." After she understood the meaning of Zhang Xiaohua, Wang Jingwen was stunned and stood up from the couch. At the same time, she knew that she was the one that was rude in the first place. She had created a grudge, and her face became downcast. Her face flushed red in embarrassment, and she did not take the initiative to speak. The shame in her heart couldn't be described in words, and at this moment, she was like a little girl who made a big mistake. Her head was low, but her face was calm and her fingers were tightly held together. She stood silently as she waited for the adults to speak. "Do you really want to sing this song?" Zhang Xiaohua looked like an old god making judgment. He looked at Wang Jingwen in front of him and casually asked one sentence. It seemed that he had seen through Wang Jingwen's mind and completely took the initiative. Wang Jingwen found it really hard to resist the temptation brought by this song and forced herself to put aside all of her attitude. She immediately nodded eagerly and tentatively replied, "If I can cooperate with your company, know if you can give me this opportunity, I promise boss won't be disappointed. I just want to know, which of you wise men and women composed this song? And what is the title of this song?" Not waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak, Emma suddenly interrupted. "The song you just heard is titled Broken-Hearted Woman, and the lyrics and composition were created by our big boss. It is produced by our Huaxiang Entertainment Company, and we hold the copyright. As for the singer of this song, actually, this was the purpose for which we invited you today. However, I didn't expect you to be so difficult to serve, and I really don't know what to say about you." "Ha. I did say that she and the music videos had totally different images from each other. Someone like you should really have taken up acting because you have more promise in it than singing." Yuan Datong pointed his finger at Wang Jingwen. He got to say what had been in his heart for a long time. At this time, he said it in a single breath, and, oh how refreshing it was. Wang Jingwen's face was flushed with a crimson red for a few minutes. In her heart, the confession was even more shameful. "Yes, it was indeed my rudeness earlier. It was because I was blind, and I didn't realize the truth. I'm really sorry." Having said this, Wang Jingwen first gave a bow to everyone present, fully expressing her apologies to everyone. Later, in order to restore the situation, she had turned to Zhang Xiaohua again and said in an extremely sincere manner, "Boss Zhang, I was rude before. If Boss Zhang wants to have a better understanding of me, we could find a quiet place to talk alone, and we can discuss the cooperation side of things slowly and short. I can guarantee that I will not leave Boss Zhang disappointed." Chapter 17, Taming. Listening to Wang Jingwen's remarks, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but blink. Although Wang Jingwen did not say anything, Zhang Xiaohua was not a fool as he naturally got the meaning behind Wang Jingwen's words. Simply put, she just wanted to use her own body in exchange for the right to do the song's vocals. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said something like to talk alone with him. Her implication was heard by Zhang Xiaohua, and it was very clear. Indeed, according to Wang Jingwen, regardless of whether the other party was the boss or the director, as long as the other party was a man and the first was a woman, and both parties had certain needs to be met, this choice would naturally produce agreements. This kind of agreement allowed both parties to gain benefits. Their interests may involve money, and it may also involve physical aspects or spiritual aspects. This habit was widely known and was not a secret at all. It was referred to as the hidden rule. In fact, for Wang Jingwen and even many female stars, they used their own capital to trade and then got what they wanted. There was nothing wrong with it. It was precisely because of their own needs. For Wang Jingwen's style of work, Zhang Xiaohua was not surprised. Things like hidden rules were not rare in his previous life, and the news was reported almost daily. It is no exaggeration to say that, as long as there were people, these kinds of rules would be formed. especially within the entertainment circle. For this, Zhang Xiaohua had already seen many times. However, although these kinds of rules were universal, there were many hidden dangers. At least on Earth, this kind of thing had destroyed the reputation of countless people. Once exposed, it would be a lifelong blemish, which would be lingering every day. Zhang Xiaohua's heart was caught wandering by Wang Jingwen's remarks. But for the time being, he did not dare to take the risk. Caution saved lives. Now that the business was still in its infancy, he didn't want to wreck his business by risking it, or it could have an adverse effect on his own reputation, including the entire company and even his entire development plan. Zhang Xiaohua was a man who wanted to become the king of the entertainment world. He couldn't destroy his reputation by doing something stupid and dangerous. Moreover, Wang Jingwen was definitely not trustworthy. Only the gods knew whether or not she would leak their affair just to get back at him. I still want to start low-key. As for the unspoken rules, well, we can always reconsider it later. However, since he intended to sign this Wang Jingwen, he must first train her like a horse. Otherwise, who knew if she would return to her previous attitude? Give me your glasses. This shout resounded like thunder and instantly penetrated her eardrums. For a moment, the audience was deathly quiet. Wang Jingwen felt like she was attacked by a thunderbolt, but she did not dare to refuse. She quickly took off her sunglasses and finally showed her entire face to Zhang Xiaohua. Almost at the same time, the clear skies of the 10,000-mile sky were suddenly raging with lightning. Dark clouds covered the entire city, which was now enveloped in a dark and shady atmosphere. Immediately afterwards, they heard a crack of thunder. To break the silence of the void, the reverberating sounds of heavy rain echoed through the darkness. Yuan Datong was also shocked by Zhang Xiaohua's sudden change in pace. He always felt that Zhang Xiaohua, who he knew today, was like the weather in April. It was always erratic, unpredictable, and he couldn't help but notice how unfamiliar he was becoming to him. Looking at Wang Jingwen's face full of makeup, Zhang Xiaohua shook his head in disappointment. Moreover, in order to completely destroy the arrogance of Wang Jingwen's heart, he only said, "You are not my ideal singer anymore." After listening to this, Wang Jingwen hurriedly asked, "I'm sorry, boss, but I would like to ask, what is your ideal singer? Although you said I'm not her, I will try to change my image until you're satisfied, boss." In fact, Zhang Xiaohua had listened to Wang Jingwen's voice through the music video before, and he was very satisfied with it. However, as a singer, just a nice sound was not enough. She must have a good image unless she was going to become a behind-the-scenes singer and not show up in music videos or at public events. This Wang Jingwen was an impeccable beauty, but in comparison to the pure image Zhang Xiaohua had, in his mind, it was too different. Especially the layer of foundation on her face. It was so thick that he estimated that even if someone were to have cut her with a knife, it wouldn't be able to hurt her face. It was stunning but vulgar. It was really difficult to see any hints of shyness or purity. She needed to change her current image completely. Do you really want to sing this song? Zhang Xiaohua already knew her answer. The purpose was naturally to give Wang Jingwen a touch of hope. He would thoroughly tame her. Yes, I really want to. I ask boss to give me this opportunity, and if I ever become rich in the future, I will never forget the benevolence of boss today. Wang Jingwen resolutely guaranteed. Zhang Xiaohua gently smiled. He was silent as he slowly turned and looked out the door. As he looked at the heavy downpour, Zhang Xiaohua's face inadvertently showed a smirk. Then, he ordered in the tone of superior. Well, go outside. Stand in the rain and wash all that heavy makeup off your face. Then we can talk about cooperation. I would like to ask the boss, what do you mean by this? Wang Jingwen's mind was full of confusion. She really didn't understand what Zhang Xiaohua meant. It was just makeup, so what did it have to do with singing? Singing was due to vocal cords, not by the face. Zhang Xiaohua did not explain, nor did he need to explain. What he wanted was Wang Jingwen's complete obedience rather than her doubts. He looked indifferent as he replied, "Will you go or not? If you go, then you still have the opportunity to come back in, and we can have a talk. If you don't go, then it's embarrassing for me to forgive you, and that means I can't give you the right to sing this song. I don't like people that will not obey me." Wang Jingwen finally understood what he meant. His last sentence already explained everything. In order to get the rights to sing, Wang Jingwen could only choose unconditional obedience. So in full view, She slowly went to the door, opened it, and walked into the wind and rain. Soon after, she was dripping wet from the rain, and the heavy makeup on her face was gradually washed off. She was drenched inside out, and the thin waist dress was tightly pressed against her skin. As if it was already integrated with her, her almost jade body was more clearly visible. Yuan Datong and the other males almost fell apart from the excitement. Even Emma could not help but erect a thumbs up. The woman's body was really worthy of being the envy and jealousy of others. Through the veil of rain, as he looked at the slim woman in the storm, Zhang Xiaohua was also quite shocked. It must be said that although Wang Jingwen could not compare with the heavenly queen-level celebrities back on Earth, she had a few special temperaments. She could be as beautiful as a rose, or as cool and proud as a plum blossom, and at the same time, she could be as pure as a lily. She gave people a feeling of diversity. Even if Zhang Xiaohua was very clear that women like her were very fickle, he didn't worry too much. As long as she could help the company grow, he would use her. Once the company had a reputation, it wouldn't be them who would be looking for stars. Instead, it would be the stars who would come to the company and line up. This way, they could save time and concentrate on creating more songs with Yuan Datong. It could also be described as a double-edged sword. All in all, everything was under control so far. The next thing to do was to use this Wang Jingwen and take the first step towards the peak. Chapter 18. Sacrifice. Half an hour later, the heavy rain still blew on the ground. The innocent sky was covered with dark clouds and from time to time, and there was a crackle of lightning and a roar of thunder. There was no sign of pause from the fury of the raging winds and torrential downpour of rain. Through the curtain of rain, they saw Wang Jingwen's silhouette as she let the wind and rain blow on her now shivering body. She didn't complain or act half-heartedly. She just held her weakened body with both hands, and due to the coldness, she could not help but tremble. The heavy makeup on her face was now washed away completely, and at the same time, her beautiful and pitiful face was thoroughly presented to the eyes of the crowd. It was almost as if her feelings of arrogance was also being washed away, and at this moment, she looked like a beautiful flower withering in the wind and rain. She was like a rose, not only pure but also graceful. Zhang Xiaohua was still reclined on a soft sofa as he held a tablet computer in his hand and was playing a small game casually. He was too lazy to even look at Wang Jingwen. It was as if he had completely forgotten her existence. On the contrary, Yuan Datong could not bear it. Although Wang Jingwen was rude earlier, she was just a girl. At this point, she had been showering for more than half an hour. After all this, it wouldn't be a surprise if she became ill. Xiaohua, I think this should be enough. You should let her in now. Yuan Datong took the lead to help Wang Jingwen. He was neither cold-hearted nor evil enough to bully a girl until she was sick. Yeah, boss, I think she has already learned her lesson. Emma followed suit, and Xiaohai and others also nodded in agreement. Only now did Zhang Xiaohua turn his eyes away from the computer screen. First, his eyes swept through the few people in front of him, before he turned his head to look outside at Wang Jingwen. He was silent for a long period of time. After that, he just said indifferently, "Let her come in." Zhang Xiaohua also didn't want to do too much to her. If she really contracted some sort of disease, it would certainly affect the progress of various tasks. Besides, there are still too many things to do. The time was limited and mistakes could not be made. After receiving the permission of Zhang Xiaohua, Yuan Datong volunteered himself as he ran to Wang Jingwen's side in one breath and immediately grabbed her arm to pull her in. Emma rushed to get a dry towel and helped Wang Jingwen wipe her wet body. She then took off her coat and covered Wang Jingwen. Fearing that she might have caught a cold, Xiaohai had poured a cup of warm water and handed it to Wang Jingwen in order to keep her warm. Seeing everyone busy with Wang Jingwen, Zhang Xiaohua felt helpless. These guys really did have a Buddha's heart. They were obviously a bunch of good angels who couldn't resist helping others, even after being insulted. They didn't seem to understand that sometimes it was better to be a devil than to be an angel. Zhang boss, may I ask you what else do you need me to do? Wang Jingwen looked at Zhang Xiaohua earnestly and shyly asked with a trembling voice. Wang Jingwen didn't seem to have time for anyone else except Zhang Xiaohua. Of course, this was because she was very clear that only this Zhang boss was the highest decision-maker of the company. So, She did what she had been told to do, as she was willing to do anything in order to gain the opportunity to get her hands on the song's vocals position. Zhang Xiaohua casually stood up from the couch. He first looked at the time, then at Wang Jingwen before he replied succinctly. First, go back and familiarize yourself with the lyrics of the song. Then be here at 9 o'clock in the morning with your identity card to sign the contract. I don't want you in this sort of dress, and I also don't want to see your face covered in foundation or lipstick. I want you to dress plain and simple, or don't blame me for turning you away. Though Zhang Xiaohua's remarks did not contain any humanity, Wang Jingwen listened to him with high spirits. She laughed, smiled, and kept acknowledging Zhang Xiaohua's generosity and thanked him. It seemed, even if she was ordered to jump into the Yellow River, she would do so willingly. It is time for me to head back as well, so I shall see you guys tomorrow. After he bid his goodbyes, Zhang Xiaohua left the company and drove home. Back home, Zhang Xiaohua didn't even take a bite of his dinner. He just went into his room and sat in front of the computer. There was still a lot of work to do, and it was enough for him to stay busy throughout the night. Early the next morning, Wang Jingwen had come to the company with unprecedented joy. According to Zhang Xiaohua's request, she didn't have any makeup on today, and she was only wearing a pair of sling jeans, a black t-shirt, and a pair of casual shoes. Even her red hair was re-dyed to black. It seemed to be more simple and plain that Yuan Dadong was sure magic had to be involved. She had once again transformed into a pure and simple lady. This woman really was ever-changing. Regardless of how she was dressed, she could not help but give people a brighter feeling. It was clear that Wang Jingwen had been completely tamed by Zhang Xiaohua. At the same time, in the Zhang family house, Zhang Xiaohua was still asleep. These days he hadn't been idle, as he would go online to learn how to shoot scenes and research various directors' necessary knowledge. He also didn't forget to learn a foreign language, so that he could move forward to the future and get out of Asia. To lay a good foundation, he almost forgot to eat and sat in front of the computer all night. But he had gained a lot of knowledge and resources. Last night, he didn't sleep. Instead, he had written up an exclusive contract for the company. Regardless of the company, a legally binding contract was crucial. Of course, the contract was not very important to the company. It was mainly used to restrain the other party, especially in the entertainment industry. A company with a binding contract was crucial and necessary. Otherwise, those artists who wanted to breach the contract would just grab their money and default on the contract. At this moment, a sudden knock on the door had brought Zhang Xiaohua back to reality from his dream. After rubbing his eyes, Zhang Xiaohua fixed his eyes and saw the maid, Lu Yan, who was standing in front of the door. She carried a tray of steaming hot food in her hand. It seemed that if there was no permission from Zhang Xiaohua, she wouldn't dare enter the room. "Young master, I am sorry to disturb your rest, but it is already 8 o'clock. It is time for breakfast." Lu Yan still stood in front of the door, as she spoke up with an apology. "Lu Yan, why are you so kind to me?" As he saw Lu Yan's attitude towards him, Zhang Xiaohua was a bit embarrassed. He quickly got up out of bed and went to Lu Yan and laughed. "I have grown up smoothly, and I owe it all to you, so let me take care of you. In my heart, you will always be like my half-mother, and later you might not see me so much. Also, you can call me Xiaohua from now on, so don't use young master. It seems too distant. How could this be done? Young master, please don't worry about my happiness. I cannot afford it." Lu Yan couldn't believe Zhang Xiaohua. In her opinion, the young man was only polite to her when he had a fever or wanted her help. Usually, when the young man didn't come to find fault with her, she thanked God for that. How would she dare call him by his name? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. He stretched out his hands and gently resting on Lu Yan's skinny shoulders. He said sincerely, "I wasn't kind before, and I always found you to create trouble for you. Please forgive me, as I'm more mature now." "Master, how dare I?" Lu Yan was flattered and was about to say something, but was interrupted by Zhang Xiaohua. "Before I was born, you came to my house as a maid, and I know that, for more than 20 years, you haven't only served my parents, you have also been treating me as your own son. I remember when I was 10 years old, I had a high fever, and it just so happened that your daughter was also sick at the time. However, you chose to take care of me still. This, I will not forget for the rest of my life. And in spite of how much I have been for so many years, you have always accepted me, tolerated me. and had taken care of me every day. If I remember correctly, your daughter had not forgiven you yet. Young master, you must not say so. No matter what I do for this family, it should be so. If the old lady and sir had not accepted us back then, we would be dead already. In order to repay the kindness of the husband and wife of this house, even if I had to work forever for this family, it is a matter of course. Lu Yin said with sincerity, but it was also true. Indeed, when Lu Yin was in the countryside, she had married and had a child, but her husband didn't do much besides drinking or went gambling every day. He lost all their family's money, and his temper was not good. He had often took Lu Yin as a punching bag and constantly hit and kicked her when he was frustrated. Lu Yin finally couldn't stand it, so she had come to Tianjin City with her 2-year-old daughter. Winter came, and it became cold. Lu Yin was penniless, and she was unfamiliar with the city. She was desperate, so she could only take it, and with her daughter, sleeping on the street, they suffered from hunger and the cold. Zhang Xiaohua's parents had taken good care of both mother and daughter. After that, the couple also arranged for Lu Yin to become a maid at their home. Later, the couple also provided for Lu Yin's daughter's education. It could be said that the couple had never treated Lu Yin as a servant. In their hearts, Lu Yin was a family member. Over the years, in order to repay the kindness of the couple, Lu Yin was also very conscientious, and she was very considerate and meticulous in serving the couple. In particular, Zhang Xiaohua since his birth, his body had not been very good. He had always been malnourished, and he could be violent at any time. Finally, under the love and care of Lu Yin, Zhang Xiaohua was able to grow up. For this reason, Lu Yin often neglected her own daughter and made her daughter suffer many grievances. It was precisely because of this that her daughter had chosen to move out. Fortunately, her daughter's academic performance was so good that she could rely on scholarships to maintain herself. She was currently going to college abroad, but the mother and daughter had not been in contact for several years. The previous Zhang Xiaohua was not really a thing. Not only did he not care about Lu Yin's painstaking efforts, but he also shouted and yelled at Lu Yin. However, when things were a bit unfair, sometimes he would ask Lu Yin to bring the food to the bedroom, and then let Lu Yin wait on him to eat with the young master. What's even more excessive was that he came back after getting drunk in the middle of the night. Lu Yin would have to wake up and cook for him at unimaginable hours in the morning, all while she cleaned up after him after he had thrown up. Absolutely, he was a heartless ancestral pig. Although there were no half-dollar relations between Zhang Xiaohua and those things in the past, to Lu Yin, there was no previous Zhang Xiaohua, and to her, he was still the same as before. Lu Yin, please don't worry. I used to be very ignorant, but please, I have changed for the better. Zhang Xiaohua said, time is early. Now, let's go and eat. Young master, here is your meal. If these things don't suit your taste, you just have to tell me what you want to eat, and I will do it for you. Lu Yin was still flustered, and at the same time, she felt that today's Zhang Xiaohua was not the same as before. Where was he not the same? She couldn't say anything at all, as it just felt strange to her. I'm not a crippled person. I can walk and jump, so why do I have to eat in my bedroom? Zhang Xiaohua took the tray and carried it all the way to the dining table in front of the living room. Then, he first served Lu Yin before sitting down to eat. Zhang Xiaohua looked around but did not see his mother's figure. Then he asked Lu Yin, where is mother? Oh, my lady said she was feeling uncomfortable in her body, and she did not eat her breakfast, replied Lu Yin. Uncomfortable? I want to see her. Zhang Xiaohua was not relieved. He immediately stood up and walked straight to his mother's room. As he just arrived at the stairwell, Zhang Xiaohua raised his head and happened to see his mother. His mother's body was obviously weak, and her face was bloodless and pale. Her lips were also dry and white, and her forehead was covered with intensive sweat. As she stood on the stairs, she held her hand tightly on her waist in pain, and she was trembling. It was as though a breeze could blow her down. Suddenly seeing his mother looking like this, Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and quickly went to support her. He carefully grabbed his mother's arm and asked with concern, Mom, what's wrong with you? Do you want to go to the hospital? Zhang Xiaofang shook her head, and her pale face could barely smile. Your mother is all right. I just got a cold last night. I'll go back and have some cold medicine later. I'll be fine. As he listened to his mother's words, Zhang Xiaohua also calmed down and gently took her mother to the table and sat down. Madam, I'll grab some porridge for you. Lu Yin was about to go to the kitchen, but she had heard Zhang Xiaohua cry. Lu Yin, do not work. You should first sit down as I have something I want to tell you. After Lu Yin returned and sat down, Zhang Xiaohua took out a bank card and placed it in front of Lu Yin. Madam, what are you doing? Zhang Xiaohua reluctantly sighed and said, Yeah, we are not outsiders. I won't beat around the bush. There is 100,000 yuan on this card. It's the savings I saved for the past few years. You should take it, and with this money, you should go back to the countryside. You have been waiting on us for most of your life, and it's time to go home and enjoy your own life and blessings. Lu Yin heard it, and her face immediately changed into a sad expression. Madam, are you trying to push me away? Did I do something wrong? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and grasped Lu Yin's trembling hand tightly, and she let out a small laugh. You did nothing wrong, my dear. This is what our family owes you. You deserve it. Madam, if I go, what will you do? Lu Yin took hold of Zhang Xiaohua's hand. There was no need for rumors at this moment, and the strong feelings between the master and servant could be fully reflected. Xiaohua's father still owed a lot of debt on his deathbed. These debts couldn't be repaid. Thinking of her husband who had just passed away, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes began to moisten. After she had wiped the tears from her eyes, Zhang Xiaohua reluctantly looked at the house with tears and said, Xiaohua's father is no longer here. This house is so big, and it's a waste for just me and Xiaohua to live here alone. Now I want to sell this house. To sell the house? Lu Yin asked. This is the only house your grandfather left for you and your son. If you were to sell it, where would you live with the young master? I'm still not that old. I can move my hands and feet. Instead of being idle at home, I'd rather go out and find a job. If it's not enough, then I could go and rent a house first. Anyway, we don't need anything too big. There should be no problem in maintaining our livelihood. She really could not bear to sell the house, but there was no way to do it. The money still had to be returned. Madam, I can't take this money. Lu Yin stuck the bank card back into Zhang Xiaohua's hands as she spoke decisively. The lady wants to go out to find a job. Okay, I'll go out with the lady. Although I am a woman with no culture, I can still do the dirty work, and if my lady decided to rent a house, then I can do it too. Even if the house is too small, my lady and the young master can sleep in the house. I'll hit the ground outside, and I will never leave my lady until I die. Lu Yin, why do you wish to suffer like this? Zhang Xiaohua had already shed many tears. The deep tears marked her pale face and added a bit of sadness. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was in no mood to move. He did not expect this kind of painful drama that could only be seen on television. He could actually see it in reality. This reminded Zhang Xiaohua of a movie called Peach Sister, in which the feelings between the master and the servant could not be described with words. This Lu Yin was the true portrayal of Peach Sister in this world. She was conscientious and diligent, didn't care about payment, and devoted her life to caring for her master. Unable to help himself, Zhang Xiaohua extended his hands and wrapped the palms of their hands, which were tight and uncomfortably warm, in his palms. It was as if he had wrapped not two hands, but a responsibility. Mom, you don't need to sell this house. You don't need to go out to find a new job either. Lu Yin, you don't have to leave. This will always be your home. Zhang Xiaohua smiled brilliantly and confidently assured. Give me a little time, and I will solve all the troubles at home. The two looked at each other as their eyes revealed a few colors of suspicion. Zhang Xiaohua shouted, Stupid boy, what can you solve? Do you know how much your father owes? You don't need to think about it. Just don't sell those shares that your dad had left for you. Xiaohua, that company is your father's lifelong effort. Although your father is gone, he very much hoped that the company would remain in the family. Do you understand? I won't forgive you if sell your shares. Mom, don't worry, I won't sell those shares, he said. I know, no matter what I say now, you wouldn't believe me. But I still ask you to give me some time. Well, I should go to the company. There are still many things left for me to do today. As his mother didn't talk anymore, Zhang Xiaohua quickly stepped upstairs and took the contract book that he wrote overnight. He decided not to bathe and rushed straight to the company. Lu Yin, did you just hear this child say he was going to a company? Zhang Xiaohua felt confused, not understanding what her son meant when he said he was going to the company. Lady Zhang, the young master has already grown up. Since he said that he wanted a little more time, then you should wait and see. Young people, no matter what they do, must be tempered before they can grow up. Regardless of his age, I believe he hoped to get your trust and recognition. Lu Yan said with a smile full of comfort because she felt that Zhang Xiaohua had really grown up, become mature and sensible. As she listened to Lu Yan's comment, Zhang Xiaofang was suddenly enlightened. In order to encourage her son, she temporarily dismissed the idea of selling the house and finding another job. Although she did not expect too much of this son, she still wanted to witness his growth. Unexpectedly, at this time, Zhang Xiaofang suddenly collapsed on the floor. Her pale face didn't even have a hint of blood. Her brows were wrinkled, and she clenched her teeth as if in a bid to stay alive. "Madam, what's wrong?" Lu Yan was in a hurry, but she was not sure of what to do. She didn't dare touch her as she feared that she would further increase Zhang Xiaofang's pain. "I want to go to the hospital and get a checkup. You should come with me," Zhang Xiaofang said in a weak and painful voice. Lu Yan dared not neglect and hurriedly called a taxi to accompany Zhang Xiaofang to the hospital. Chapter 19, Devil's Treaty. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the studio. At this time, all the staff had arrived with excitement and expectation as they waited for Zhang Xiaohua to arrange today's work. As soon as he entered the company's door, Zhang Xiaohua looked towards Wang Jingwen for the first time. He could not help himself as he couldn't believe it that the bright and pretty girl in front of him was actually the gorgeous woman who was swaying her hips yesterday. If you didn't look closely enough, you really couldn't recognize her. This was the most ideal image in his mind. Zhang Xiaohua gave Wang Jingwen a thumbs up in his heart, and at the same time, he clearly saw the future of Wang Jingwen. He believed that, under his guidance, she would soon become a superstar in the music world. However, Zhang Xiaohua did not express this feeling, and the group of musicians only saw his expressionless face as he still held a cool attitude towards Wang Jingwen. He sat down on the sofa and took out the contract and delivered it to Wang Jingwen's hands. "This is the contract book for the company. You may have a look at it first, and if you don't have any objections, then please sign it," Zhang Xiaohua said indifferently as he took out his mobile phone and started playing a casual game without worrying about Wang Jingwen. He firmly believed that no singer would refuse to sing Broken-Hearted Woman. Wang Jingwen polished her eyes and devoted herself to the content of the contract now in her possession. In the beginning, there were no excessive clauses in the contract. However, when she saw the last page, the original calm expression on her face gradually changed. The more Wang Jingwen read, the angrier she became in her heart. But enduring the indignation, Wang Jingwen continued to look down at the contract's terms. 1. Wang Jingwen, hereinafter called Party B, shall not make any public appearances or participate in any commercial activities without the sole permission of Huaxiang Entertainment Company, Limited, hereinafter called Party A. 2. Except with permission from Party A, Party B cannot enter into any commercial cooperation agreements with a third party without authorization, including films or television shooting agreements, music production agreements, advertising agency agreements, and variety show performance agreements. If Party B wants to contact third parties or participate in any commercial activities, Party A must be present. 3. In the period of validity of the contract and without violating the law and ethics, Party B must fulfill all the activities arranged by Party A unconditionally. The scope includes concerts, fan clubs, signing parties, advertisements, films and television shootings, releasing albums, entertainment, and interactive legal business activities. After deducting various propaganda and production expenses, the remaining income is distributed in a ratio of 7:3. Party A will receive a total of 70% of the total income, and Party B will obtain a total of 30% of the total income. 4. The effective start date of this contract is on April 5, 2020, and is valid for 5 years, terminating on April 5, 2025. During this period, Party B will obtain the rights to perform the work Broken-Hearted Woman. Both parties may retain the right to investigate and punish any breaches within the contract. 5. If Party B unilaterally proposes cancellation to Party A, or Party B violates any of the terms mentioned in this contract, Party B will be held liable by Party A. By then, Party B must pay Party A a termination fee of 15 million yuan. The final right of interpretation of this contract shall be owned by Hwaseong Entertainment Company, Limited. After looking at the contents of the entire contract, Wang Jingwen almost passed out from anger. How was this a contract? It was clearly a slave clause proposed by the devil. Restricting one's personal freedom was a problem, as she wouldn't be allowed to engage in casual commercials or anything else as a matter, not without permission anyway. This was clearly just a slave contract. She couldn't even talk to any third parties without supervision. And the most critical point of all was that the income was distributed according to the ratio of 7-3. This was worse than those larger companies. The breach of contract fee was even more intimidating. This was clearly bullying. Wang Jingwen gritted her teeth, and she wanted so much to rip up this so-called contract book, but at the same time, she knew that this was probably her only opportunity to reach the top of the music industry. Actually, Zhang Xiaohua was forced to do this. After all, the kind of case in which the two parties cooperated, then disputed because of their interests, was not unusual in his past life. This was a hidden danger, especially in the entertainment industry. It was more common than not. Therefore, as long as the relevant clauses were all indicated in the contract and the terms were simplified, the other party could not find any loopholes. This way, there will be no escape if she breached the contract. Of course, the premise was that Zhang Xiaohua was very confident that even if he was overbearing in the contract, the other party wouldn't refuse to sign. Which singer would refuse the chance to become a superstar when it was just one signature away? Zhang Xiaohua knew how powerful the position he is in. He could create superstars just by taking out classics from Earth, something even those top-level entertainment companies couldn't achieve. That being the case, they needed to squeeze out the most benefits possible for their own side. Otherwise, he would be disgracing those classic works from Earth. Will you sign in the end? Please don't waste everyone's time, okay? Zhang Xiaohua whispered while he continued to play on his mobile game. Boss Zhang, can I mention a few? No negotiations, you either sign it or leave it. Nothing in the contract will be changed. Zhang Xiaohua mercilessly interrupted her, as there was no room for negotiation. As she looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was still casually playing his games, she was quite upset and had a hard time deciding. She hatefully grinded her teeth. In frustration, she could only choose to sign. She now officially become a signed singer for Hwaseong Entertainment. Wang Jingwen was certainly displeased. However, there were several people on Yuan Datong's side that were already rejoicing. Having been idle for so long, there was finally something that could be done today. Emma, you are her agent now. After all, you were responsible for introducing her to us. Zhang Xiaohua commanded Emma powerfully. You got it, boss. Emma replied. Xiaohua, what are we going to do now? Yuan Datong asked impatiently. Let Wang Jingwen arrange the recording. Make the song, Broken-Hearted Woman, as soon as possible, and make it known to the public. Zhang Xiaohua was also very motivated. When he made that statement, Wang Jingwen had finally calmed down. The recording is no problem, but how will we publish the song? Yuan Datong suddenly thought of an issue, and this issue was clearly ignored before. At the very least, we need people to make a music video. This is the most basic thing, and if you want to make money, we will have to contact those record companies and ask them to make a bunch of copies of the song. In regard to sales, even if the song is recorded, we can't sell the copies, let alone make any money. After Yuan Datong's remarks came out, Emma and others also felt that they were lightheaded for a moment. Shooting a professional music video, producing records, packaging, and publicity all costs money. For the company, the lack of funds is currently the biggest problem and the most troublesome issue. When everyone felt helpless, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, the music video we can shoot ourselves, we just need a tablet computer with a high-definition camera, get Wang Jingwen to record the song. I have a plan for the rest of the issues. As for the production of copies, it's inevitable, but we only have one song at the moment, and we can't afford to create our own copies. We will create an album, and make those record companies take the initiative in asking for cooperation instead of us requesting their help. Create an album? Wang Jingwen, Yuan Datong, and the rest all frowned, and their eyes were full of suspicion. Obviously, everyone did not really believe that Zhang Xiaohua had the ability to make albums. No wonder. An album contains between 5 and 15 songs, but the only song that could be used at the moment is Broken-Hearted Woman. According to the minimum standard, 5 songs are needed in an album. They were currently missing 4 songs. Everyone was very confident that the title song, Broken-Hearted Woman, could guarantee the sales of the album. But just based on the company's existing capabilities, if they wanted to complete the production of an album, it was tantamount to suicide. Even if it could be completed, that would be a matter of years later. In the face of skeptical eyes, Zhang Xiaohua smiled, then gently squeezed, and cleared his throat. Nowadays, it's difficult to convince people to place trust in you without solid proof. See also the smoke rises, and the dusk shines on the earth. If you want to ask the smoke, where are you going? There is a poetic sunset, a painting in the evening, and the poetic beauty is beautiful. I only have you in my heart. Whenever there is a bright moon, I will ask for wine from heaven, and I know of the palace in heaven. It is what it is. I want to go by the wind, but I'm afraid the heights are overwhelming, and it's like dancing on the ceiling, in love with the shortcomings of an angel. In a devilish language, God has only blinked in the clouds, and in the end, his eyebrows are wrinkled, and so is his head. After a storm does not necessarily come a beautiful sky. It is not sunny there will be a rainbow. So you look innocent, does not mean that you are. Not all feelings will have beginning and end. Lonely is not necessarily scared. Zhang Xiaohua worked his way up and sang 5 songs. They were, See You Again, I Hope You've Got Time, Pieces, Floating Years, The World. Every single one of them was a popular song from Earth. In this world, these songs could also instantly capture the hearts of anyone, and this point had been reflected in the shocked and excessive expressions of the current crowd. Chapter 20, Musical Wizard. All the people present at the moment were overwhelmed. They watched Zhang Xiaohua in a dazed manner, and their eyes were wide open, unable to blink. Vaguely, everyone seemed to see a halo surrounding Zhang Xiaohua's body. He was like a set of stars in the night sky, which shone brightly and illuminated their path. Yuan Datong shook his head. His eyes were full of shock as he looked at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, Xiaohua, just how many songs have you created? Zhang Xiaohua just smiled proudly. Wow, you are a genius. I have played music for so long, and I have never heard of such brilliant lyrics. I haven't heard such moving songs in ages. You truly are a genius, boss. Only you could create 6 songs in a row, and such godly songs at that. This efficiency is unprecedented. Working under you will truly help us conquer the music world. Suddenly, everyone became excited. Today, Zhang Xiaohua, in addition to being the boss, was admired by everyone. He undoubtedly had a new identity. That was the musical wizard. The feeling of worship towards Zhang Xiaohua in his heart was like the flood of the Yellow River. It was absolutely unstoppable. Speaking of this, Yuan Datong had thought that the song, Broken-Hearted Woman, was going to be a one-time deal created by Zhang Xiaohua in a moment of inspiration. He never thought that Xiaohua would actually continue to create such remarkable songs again, and in such a short period of time, he had created 5 songs of the same level. Yuan Datong had truly received a face-smacking. You could say that one more song was a coincidence, but 5. Well, only genius could be used to describe him. The most shocking thing of all was that these 5 songs were all comparable to Broken-Hearted Woman. If these songs were made into an album, once they were released, they would certainly take over the charts and rule Asia. Zhang Xiaohua's stunning talents was unprecedented. Normally, songwriters would dedicate their entire life to write one such song, let alone 5. When did you write these, Xiaohua? I remember you didn't learn any musical knowledge. Zhang Xiaohua found it funny. It seemed that this world's music culture was really struggling. Back on Earth, the songs he sang would be considered popular but would barely be regarded as a classic, because songs like these were everywhere. Anyone could just go online and hear similar songs to these. In this world, however, these songs were seen as unprecedented masterpieces. For this very reason, those classics were destined to become his products in this world. In the future, he would take full advantage of this. This was the benefit of transmigration. He calmly answered the question of Yuan Datong. I wrote this at home. I don't really try to write songs, but they just take shape inside my head. In fact, if you insisted on me creating something, then I would be unable to do so. Maybe I really have this talent, but I just hadn't discovered it before. I really underestimated you. Yuan Datong's 2 eyes turned reddish as he tried to suppress the excitement. He could not help but raise his hand and pat Zhang Xiaohua's shoulders, excitedly saying, "I thought that the song, Broken-Hearted Woman, was just a coincidence, and I was worried about the company's future development on a daily basis. This time, I know I no longer have to worry about it, since you already have locked down this aspect. This talent, we few brothers will all count on you, and I believe your children will not let us down." After he had heard this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly became serious and bluntly responded, "I can only write words and general songs. Post-production and production would have to heavily rely on you to complete, so we will have to complement each other." "It is good to hear you say that. Boss is looking extremely handsome today. A good kind of boss. We will surely rely on you. Boss, we're going to set you up in this life. Please make me us rich, fast." "Yes." Emma, Xiaohai, Haozi, Jimmy, and Jack all responded in unison and made the current fiery atmosphere reach the peak. It was full of enthusiasm and hope for the future. At the same time, this also explained one thing. In everyone's hearts, Zhang Xiaohua had become the core person of the company. Even Yuan Datong could not deny this because even he, like everyone else, had already seen Zhang Xiaohua as an indispensable existence. Wang Jingwen, who had been silent all this time, could no longer tolerate it. She repeatedly asked, "I would like to ask Boss Zhang, those songs you sang just now, will they be sung by me? You just said that you wanted to help me make an album. Is this true? If so, can these songs be included in my album?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Wang Jingwen blankly and secretly bowed in his heart. This woman was really snobbish. She was acting like a vicious snake yesterday, but today she saw the benefits and became like a pudgy pug. Women are so fickle. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua felt the most annoying thing was that Wang Jingwen was the kind of person who only had their interests in their eyes and couldn't be relied on. Yet unfortunately, she was also the ideal singer in his mind. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua could only put his feelings aside, but he did not intend to give her an easy ride. First of all, a buzzing whisper followed Zhang Xiaohua's warning tone. "That depends on your performance. If you perform well, I will not only create an album for you, but I will give you one after another. But if you're not happy with my orders, then I can only rethink our relationship." Wang Jingwen couldn't help but feel a panic in her heart and hurried to come up with a serious attitude, sincerely promising, "Please rest assured, boss. I will do my best to work hard to complete the recording of each song and will not disappoint the boss effort." Although Zhang Xiaohua understood that Wang Jingwen was just complimenting him on the surface, when he saw how passionate she was, Zhang Xiaohua felt very gratified and enthusiastic. "Well, everybody, let's first finish Broken-Hearted Woman, and then we can work together to make the album. I don't think it will take very long before a record company will come to us for cooperation." Okay, everyone stopped doubting Zhang Xiaohua's words and immediately paid attention. With the fullest enthusiasm, they were assembled in the recording studio on the second floor. Since there was already a sample of the song, Broken-Hearted Woman, on hand, the music didn't need to be recorded. They just needed to use software to remove Zhang Xiaohua's voice and then have Wang Jingwen record her vocals before they recomposed the two together. Wang Jingwen put on a headset, stood in front of the microphone, cleared her voice, adjusted her mood, and tried a tone. When she felt ready, she waited for Yuan Datong's instructions like a professional. The singer's appearance told people that not a trace of tension that could be seen. Under the arrangement of Zhang Xiaohua, Emma, Xiaohai, Haozi, Jack, and Jimmy, they separated themselves around the recording studio with lighting equipment and stood beside Wang Jingwen at different angles for the photographs and videography. Zhang Xiaohua personally took part in the photographic work. His tool was not a professional camera, but a tablet computer with a high-definition camera. He opened the video function of the camera app. The lens was focused on the recording studio. Zhang Xiaohua waited for the same order of Yuan Datong to carry out follow-up work. Chapter 21, Earning Money. When the accompaniment music slowly sounded, Wang Jingwen immediately entered her optimal state. When she opened her mouth, that ethereal and soulful voice instantly captured the hearts of everyone present, making her the center of attention. What a familiar voice! Listening to Wang Jingwen's clear and soft singing voice, Zhang Xiaohua was also moved by the emotion it contained. He felt as if Fei Wang was present in front of himself. Regardless of her image or voice, She could bring him a very strong sense of nostalgia. He felt enthralled and moved as if he had returned to his past life and the time of unforgettable memories. In order to get the remaining songs from Zhang Xiaohua, Wang Jingwen also focused on all the details and put all her feelings into this song. Although it was the Cantonese version, she grasped every sound accurately, so much that people would feel that the song was truly about her. At the same time, she sounded like she wasn't just singing according to the lyrics, but instead telling her heart, expressing her emotions, her grief, her tenacity, and her emotional strength. All aspects were vividly interpreted, and the song that flowed out was soothing and unhurried. Zhang Xiaohua had to admit that this Wang Jingwen was a talented singer. She was born to sing. Zhang Xiaohua was very pleased about this. He didn't even need to go out of his way because fate just gave him the talented singer he needed. God really did love him. In order to live up to heaven's patronage, Zhang Xiaohua immediately dedicated himself to recording the video. Although the environment was a bit monotonous, and what was being shot here was not a professional music video, Wang Jingwen's image was fortunately perfect enough. He believed that once this video was put on the internet, accompanied by the music, it would certainly cause a stir. Then, with all the popularity received, it would only be a matter of time before the record companies took the initiative to find them. It was true that you were drunk on the night, so I finally found trust. Regardless of all doubts, happiness is a lover. Finally, with the last sentence of the lyrics, Wang Jingwen could breathe a sigh of relief as she slowly took off her headset, quietly standing in front of the microphone. With a pair of smart pupils staring at the console before Yuan Datong, her pretty little face was full of expectations. Perfect, it was truly perfect. Yuan Datong continuously cheered like a little child and expressed the results of the recording with joy. Seeing this, Emma, Xiaohai, Haozi, Jimmy, and Jack also hurriedly put down the lights in their hands and swarmed to the side of Yuan Datong. 6 people clung to each other and kept bouncing as they celebrated the company's first song. For them, this was a meaningful occasion, as they believed in one thing: as long as you persist, there will be rewards. They felt very fortunate and glad that they had insisted on the dream of music. Had they chosen to give up just because the business of the studio wasn't good, how would today's success come to be? For a moment, everyone laughed with tears of gratitude for this long-awaited success. And of course, for the person who brought them this success. This person, who else could it be besides Zhang Xiaohua? Suddenly, everyone turned their heads and went straight to Zhang Xiaohua. Before Zhang Xiaohua could react to what was happening, he was already surrounded by the crowd. They immediately lifted him up and repeatedly threw him high up in the air and caught him for over a minute before they finally became exhausted and willingly put him down. At this time, Yuan Datong was lying on the ground, and they were all exhausted. However, they could not conceal the happy smiles on their faces. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua was calm on the surface, but his heart had been refreshed. This was the first time in both of his lives that he was treated like a part of a group. At the moment, he felt like a triumphant hero for not only being promoted to the core member of the group, but also possessing an unshakable leading position. This feeling of hope was addicting. Taking advantage of this good mood, Zhang Xiaohua looked up at Wang Jingwen, who had been in silence. He was actually showing her a smile for the first time. He looked at her with admiration. Under normal circumstances, a singer could hardly record a song in 2 days. However, Wang Jingwen had completed it in one go. Moreover, there was no pause in the middle. Zhang Xiaohua started to see her in a different light. You sang well. I hope you will redouble your efforts in the future. Don't let the company and your fans be disappointed. Zhang Xiaohua praised her with a smile. Wang Jingwen's calm face immediately made a joyful smile. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't make it clear, Wang Jingwen had already understood his implication. He was euphemistically telling her that the remaining 5 songs would be sung by her. Thank you, boss. I will definitely work hard. Wang Jingwen was thrilled, and she even went straight to Zhang Xiaohua for a hug. Only in this way could she express her gratitude. After a short break, Yuan Datong took the lead in getting up from the ground and looked forward with great expectations. Xiaohua, what are we going to do next? You speak. We will all listen to you. Yes, boss, let's talk about it. What do we do next? Emma and the rest also straightened their backs, looking full of energy. They only waited for Zhang Xiaohua to arrange a new task for them. Zhang Xiaohua, after watching the video just recorded and feeling satisfied, said to Da Tong Tong, "You put the just recorded song into this video, make a music video, and then put the address of our company. Remember not to write a phone number, so we don't get harassed. I will then post it online." On the internet, Yuan Datong's brows were slightly wrinkled with confusion, but immediately he smiled. "Oh, you want to put this song on those paid video sites where people spend money to download or watch it? This is a good idea. It can both promote our songs, and we can make money at the same time. This kind of double-edged sword is a good thing. I didn't even think of that. Do you want money?" Zhang Xiaohua replied with a wry smile. Who would even spend money to watch an unknown video? Ah! Yuan Datong could not help but exclaim, his eyes once again full of confusion. "What do you mean to put this song online to make people listen to it for free?" Of course. Zhang Xiaohua's answer was concise. "You are going crazy." Yuan Datong grimaced as if he was watching a madman. "Brother, such an unprecedented song. Even if the price was 500,000 yuan, I believe people would still pay to listen to it. If you want to release it for free, then our losses will be huge." "Yeah, boss, I think we should start looking for a record company. I believe that after listening to this song, they will surely help us with the record. If it's not enough, we can go for sponsorship or find an investor so that we can at least profit. If it is released to the internet for free, then it would be a pity," Emma said with a pleading look towards Zhang Xiaohua. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua understood the feelings of these people. Although this song was provided by himself, they also participated in the creation. For these musicians, the songs they created were like their children. It wouldn't be excusable for them to give their child away for free. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and patiently explained, "This is called hunger marketing. It can also be called long-line fishing." His plan was to use song as a bait, and the purpose was to attract those record companies to find cooperation so that they could get the upper hand and also get priority in terms of speaking and contract terms. If they actively looked for those record companies or for investors to sponsor them, they would lose their advantage, and those companies would attempt to rip them off. Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaohua flashed a confident light in his eyes and said, "The internet is the fastest and most effective method. It can attract the attention of the public and the industry in a very short period of time. Then, we can establish the demand for more songs. Hence, why we are making an album. So, please believe in me. As long as we do it according to my methods, I can guarantee that those record companies will surely flock to us in less than a week. Once we have multiple choices, we can create competition between those record companies with them trying to outbid each other. We would naturally receive more benefits. I hope you will agree." No one had a trace of reaction. Their faces were filled with astonishment. It seemed that they hadn't understood what Zhang Xiaohua was saying, or could even understand it like. This because Zhang Xiaohua's thinking and marketing model had gone far beyond the scope of understanding of this world. For Yuan Datong, Zhang Xiaohua's remarks were simply inscrutable, and it was indeed difficult to understand. What is hunger marketing? Emma looked at Yuan Datong with a confused look and could not help but ask. "I don't know, but it does sound quite interesting." Yuan Datong scratched his head and laughed with a seemingly incomprehensible look. It even looked cute. Zhang Xiaohua found it ridiculous in his heart. It seemed that there was no such business strategy such as hunger marketing in this world. But at the moment, these people did not know that there were many small companies in the other world that had developed into international markets through this marketing model. Well-known big brands like Apple and Xiaomi would be good examples. Of course, back on Earth, saying that they could attract the record companies to come to talk about cooperation with just a single song would be tantamount to daydreaming. But in this world, it was another matter. According to Zhang Xiaohua's investigation, he found that the people here had reached a point where finding good quality music seemed like an elusive task. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had thought to use this marketing model to obtain substantial benefits. The premise was that he must obtain the consent of Yuan Datong's and peers because everyone here was a partner, friend, and brother. Based on these points, Zhang Xiaohua was still unable to act arbitrarily. He had to show at least the minimum respect for friends and partners. The next moment, Yuan Datong gradually put a smile on his face, took over the tablet computer Zhang Xiaohua had in his hand, and took the lead in making a statement. "Although I do not really understand what you really want to do. Since you asked me to believe in you, then I will believe you. No one else spoke at this time. They just used their firm eyes to show Xiaohua their heartfelt trust. Faced with those eyes filled with trust, Zhang Xiaohua felt that his eyes were sour, and his heart was moved. He was feeling the urge to cry, and he really did not know what to say. This being the case, he could only use achievements to repay their trust in him. The others were also gearing up for a fight, ready to go on the battlefield, and waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to distribute work. They had already used to busy schedules for the past few days. Therefore, when they were suddenly idle, everyone felt really unaccustomed to it. If they did not find something to do, they would feel quite uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaohua was also infected by everyone's enthusiasm. At the moment, he went straight to his desk and turned on the computer. He wrote, "See you again. I hope you've got time, pieces, floating years, and the world." The lyrics of these 5 songs were all written down. Then 5 copies were printed and distributed to Emma, Xiaohai, Hausi, Jack, and Jimmy. The thing you have to do is very simple. That is, in accordance with my requirements, compose the instrumental songs of these 5 songs, record them for Wang Jingwen, and then make the album. As for the following tasks, let's talk about it later. Roger that. They responded with enthusiasm and fully devoted themselves to their work. Zhang Xiaohua was also not idle. He constantly gave various opinions to Emma. He must make sure that the instruments would be able to satisfy all his songs. At the same time, he also taught Wang Jingwen how to sing the songs. Everyone was responsible for their duties, and all tirelessly worked at it, making the atmosphere lively. Unconsciously, it was already 5 p.m. At this point, under the cooperation of everyone, the instrumentals for those 5 songs started taking shape. He believed that in less than a week, 5 classics would come out one after another. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua had a massive advantage in this part. After all, he just needed to fully describe the beat and the tone he wanted. This undoubtedly accelerated the creation of songs. At the request of Zhang Xiaohua, Yuan Datong was also busy at the moment. The video from Wang Jingwen's recording was made into a simple music video, and the lyrics were added to the bottom of the screen, including the company's address. Zhang Xiaohua watched it again and couldn't help but smile and praise himself as a genius. This level of shooting, even if compared with those professional photographers, wasn't too inferior. The picture had completely reached a professional level, but also amplified the effects they wanted. Haha, it seems that the efforts I have made over the past few days have finally brought a small return today. I believe that it will not take long for my own director's dream to be realized. After boosting his own ego for a while, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the time and realized that everyone had been working for 8 hours already. During this time, he didn't even get to eat. But the strange thing was that he didn't feel tired at all. He was being influenced by this group of workaholics. Working with these people was simply too enjoyable. However, since everyone was so hard at work, he had to express himself as a boss. So Zhang Xiaohua immediately took out the attitude of the boss, slammed his hands, and said, "Everyone, let's take a break and say what you want to eat tonight. I'll treat you, and make sure we leave full." When he spoke, the entire company suddenly became silent. All eyes were concentrated on Zhang Xiaohua, but no one was happy. Instead, the mood was depressing. After a brief silence, Emma jokingly commented, "Boss, are you inviting us to dinner at Star City Hotel again?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said without hesitation, "Do you want to go to the Star City Hotel?" "Oh, no problem at all. We can leave at any time." Emma wanted to cry but had no tears, but she did not really want to go back again. For round 2. Fortunately, last time Ling Feng helped pay the bill, everyone knew he only did so to keep his face. If she went again this time, she was afraid of being bombarded by others before even passing through the door. In order not to repeat past mistakes, Yuan Datong hurriedly proposed, "There is a big stall on the opposite side of the street. I think we can eat there. The chef's cooking is no worse than those of star-rated chefs." "That's right. I haven't eaten in food stalls for a long time. I have to eat my fill today." Emma immediately helped. The others also crazily nodded. At this time, only Wang Jingwen had a blank look and kept looking at the left and right. What is wrong with these people? They want to be treated for a meal, but now they are refusing to go to the 5-star hotels and want to go to a food stall instead. Thinking of this, Wang Jingwen directly ignored the existence of Yuan Datong's peers and went straight to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Boss, They don't want to go? I'll accompany you. I have an acquaintance at the Star City Hotel. She can get us reservations. Plus, if we need to entertain guests, she can help us book a floor. Does our company have guests to entertain at the Star Hotel? I'm talking about the future when we reach the same size as New Century. Wang Jingwen smiled and corrected herself. She now belonged to Huaxiang Entertainment, but her face was a little prouder when she mentioned New Century, as if she was still part of it, giving people a feeling that she was living for the day she would return to her old club. On the contrary, with the introduction of New Century Entertainment Company, the first picture floating in Zhang Xiaohua's head was Chao Dequan's hateful face, then the relentless betrayal of Chao Feifei. Driven by anger, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes suddenly burst into two cold lights. He yelled at Wang Jingwen. Since you want to go, then you can go by yourself. We don't have the financial resources of New Century Corporation, so we can only go to those stalls. Boss, when you go, remember to lock the door and come to work tomorrow. If you dare to be late, it will be at your own risk. Before Wang Jingwen could say anything, Zhang Xiaohua turned and left. Yuan Datong followed him. When everyone passed Wang Jingwen, they seemed to want to say something to her, but found that they could not find the appropriate words. Silently sighing, they followed Zhang Xiaohua away. Chapter 22. Explosive Networking. As they were eating at a food stall, although not in conformity with Zhang Xiaohua's purpose, he was very happy with this meal. Everyone talked and enjoyed a good time. It wasn't until 10 o'clock in the evening that everyone said their goodbyes to each other and reluctantly parted ways. Back at home, Zhang Xiaohua quickly entered his room, turned on the computer, took out his mobile phone, and then uploaded the video of Wang Jingwen to the music section of the country's largest video sharing site, Quoto.com. It had a traffic of more than 20 million unique visits a day, and the site was divided into 13 special areas. It constantly communicates different messages to netizens and was very popular amongst the citizens of Huaxia. While the video was still under review by the website's moderators, Zhang Xiaohua decided to take a quick shower. Half an hour later, when he reopened Quoto, Zhang Xiaohua found that his video had reached more than 20,000 hits already. This startled Zhang Xiaohua, and he couldn't help but sigh. Even YouTube wasn't this fast back on Earth. Gently sliding the mouse, Zhang Xiaohua locked his eyes in the comments area of the video, but found that a number of reviews had reached 19,000. It was almost proportional to the amount of clicks, that is to say, almost everyone who watched this video would publish a comment. This song is so great. I really love it. I love both the singer and the song. This is the first time I had heard such a nice song. It has so much emotion, I couldn't help but shed tears. I just listened to it again for the second time. I basically sang it. This song is so easy to learn. Everyone come and listen. This song is so good. I have listened to it 7 times in a row and I still haven't heard enough. Small production, great achievements. Although this music video is simple in design, it is 10,000 times better than those that cost millions. The top floor. If I'm not wrong, I believe that this singer is Wang Jingwen. Wang Jingwen plus 1. Wang Jingwen plus 2. Wang Jingwen plus 999. Yes, that is Wang Jingwen, but I feel that she is more beautiful than she was 2 years ago. Wang Jingwen, this is going to reverse the sky. Huaxiang Entertainment Company? Is this song created by them? How have I not heard of this company? I see hope for this company. Yeah, I hope our domestic music scene can rise as soon as possible. In addition, I am very optimistic about this Huaxiang Entertainment Company. Everyone, let's put this song on the top so that those famous music producers and singers can listen and learn what real music is. Big love, bring it to the top. As he was reading the comments, Zhang Xiaohua experienced the taste of success for the first time. His little heart was constantly accelerating as he was getting excited. He even felt his blood boiling and burning. All his drowsiness dissipated. At 12 o'clock in the morning, when Zhang Xiaohua refreshed the web page another time, he suddenly found that the number of hits had reached more than 3 million times. The number of downloads was comparable to the number of hits, and even the comments reached more than 1 million times. The comments section was in a paralyzed state as it was constantly lagging. In just 2 hours, the video was at the top, featured on the homepage of Quoduo. As a result, more people saw it, and as such, the views were still climbing. Due to the constant posting of comments in the comments section, serious network congestion occurred. The official website of Quodo.com had to temporarily close the comments section and send someone responsible to their servers for hardware maintenance. With great energy, Zhang Xiaohua went straight to Chengdu.net and searched for the song. If Quodo was the first video site in Huaxia, then Chengdu.net was the #1 search portal in Huaxia. Its strength was even better than that of search engine giant Baidu back on Earth. It could be said that Chengdu.net was an upgraded version of Baidu.com. However, unlike Baidu, it not only had the most comprehensive knowledge but also had a variety of interactive websites, such as Postbar and a forum. In particular, Postbar was extremely popular. It was one of the pages that most netizens loved to browse. It was an indispensable part of the internet. Zhang Xiaohua, who held a tentative view, pasted in the search bar, broken-hearted woman, followed by a click on Postbar. He had to take a closer look. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel happy as the song had been posted. In addition, the number of upvotes had reached over 20,000, and the number of posts had exceeded 100 pages, and both were still increasing. It was clear that Broken-Hearted Woman had successfully captured the hearts of many new fans. This was also the main reason why Zhang Xiaohua used music as his preferred development project. The production process for music was brief and was able to spread quickly, especially a classic song. For Zhang Xiaohua, it was not only easy to produce, but it could also be widely circulated overnight to absorb a large number of supporters. The main purpose of Zhang Xiaohua was to use the influence of music to gain a certain status in the industry for the company. In this way, when he and the company were able to get involved in more entertainment industries later on, they would have a swarm of hardcore supporters. However, these were all future events. For the moment, the first thing that Zhang Xiaohua needed to do was to take back New Century Entertainment Company, Limited, and fulfill his vow to Chao Dequan. He still hadn't forgotten what he had promised in his heart. In 5 years, I will make sure you have nothing left. Zhang Xiaohua revealed a trace of hatred as he stared at the computer screen, as if the screen was showing the face of Chao family. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's cell phone sounded. Taking a quick glance, he discovered that Yuan Datong was calling him. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smirk. After he pressed on the green answer button, before Zhang Xiaohua could even get the chance to speak, Yuan Datong's incomparably loud voice thundered across the line. "Xiaohua, have you seen it? Our song is so hot now, and many people are on the internet are discussing about it. The number of hits on Quo Duo has reached more than 3.5 million since it has been posted. There is also Wang Jingwen who is also on fire. Just look at her Weibo account, haha." Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but flick his ears, as they were ringing with a tingling sensation. This guy seemed to be even more excited than himself. If he talked to him, then he wouldn't have a chance to intervene. He would listen to him for the whole night. In addition, I remember that when I said that I would like to put this song on the internet for free, he argued with me. "You know, you should be sleeping, right? Do not forget that there are still 5 songs to be created. This will be enough for you, Mr. Music Director, to keep busy," Zhang Xiaohua said with a teasing tone. True, Yuan Datong agreed as he hung up the phone. He actually listened to Zhang Xiaohua's words as he buried himself into his covers and fell asleep. "Oh, really cute," Zhang Xiaohua said casually as he continued to focus on the computer screen. Under curiosity, he searched the name of Wang Jingwen in the search bar of the browser, and he clicked on one of Wang Jingwen's posts. In fact, Wang Jingwen's Weibo had originally already existed. Although she lacked popularity, there would always be some bored person who would like her posts. The number of people she had previously posted to was only a few hundred. However, this time, the number of members who had seen her post had already reached 120,000, and the monthly activity rate had jumped from 0 to 40,000. Every time you refreshed, you could see the number double in growth, which pushed down other big names who had also posted. She was on fire. Although all this was to be expected, Zhang Xiaohua didn't think that netizens in this world could be so enthusiastic. It seemed that the entertainment industry in this world was indeed a mediocre one. The entertainment products that were created so far were just trash. Otherwise, today's netizens wouldn't even have such an enthusiastic response. Zhang Xiaohua felt very lucky because this world was destined to be his stage. The number of fans that watched Wang Jingwen's post now had gone straight up. Zhang Xiaohua was also happy. With Wang Jingwen's popularity increasing, it was equal to the company's achievements increasing. As the boss, Zhang Xiaohua was naturally happy. The next moment, when Zhang Xiaohua clicked back on the browser and refreshed the search page on Wang Jingwen, the top-level search result had immediately caught his attention. Chapter 23. Waiting. Zhang Xiaohua did not pay too much attention to this top-level title before. Now that Wang Jingwen had become popular on the internet and became the focus of netizens, it wouldn't be surprising if someone pretended to be her to create posts and earn some easy clicks. However, Zhang Xiaohua still couldn't help but feel curious as he clicked on the title and immediately read the contents of the page. Hello everyone. I'm Wang Jingwen, the original singer of the song, Broken-Hearted Woman. I would like to make an announcement. Here, after a lapse of 2 years, Wang Jingwen has returned to the world of music, and I am very happy to receive the attention of so many people today. Therefore, in order to thank everyone for their support, I purposely sent a few recent photos of myself, so I hope everyone will support me in the future. By the way, I would like to tell you a little secret. I'm going to release a new album, and I can guarantee that every song in the album will be a classic. After reading the contents of this post, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel annoyed. He could be sure that Wang Jingwen herself was the person who made this post, and there were actual photos of her. She had even sent more than 30 recent photos, of which there were plain photos, sexy photos, cute photos, and in-life photos. There were no traces of her previous shy and gentle image from the music video. It was obvious this post was meant to show off. In fact, when it comes to celebrity charm, it is very important to maintain a sense of mystery and distance. From the perspective of mass psychology, the harder it was to reach, the more valuable it would become. The more mysterious things were, the more people cared about it. Take any influential singer, for example. They always maintained a certain sense of mystery and distance between fans. This allowed fans to think, hum, and chant all the time, thus inspiring fans who wanted to become idols. The urgency of close contact did not allow those fans to get what they wanted. Once the fans had an itch, they would go through anything to meet their idols, such as buying their idols' songs, albums, and related merchandise, or even spending a lot of money to see an idol at a live concert. Mystery could not only maintain a fan's attention, but also bring in commercial benefits. If a celebrity appeared too frequently in front of their fans, such as holding out at a street event at any moment, or posting selfies on the internet, or frequently interacting with fans, this star would lose its mystery in the heart of their fans. With the loss of the sense of distance, the fans' interest in the star would be reduced, and the star would lose their appeal. For an obvious reason, there was no difference between this behavior and self-destruction. So now, in Zhang Xiaohua's opinion, Wang Jingwen's move was equal to suicide. She was a singer who had no common sense, a little bit of fame, and she began to scream about it, not even knowing how to maintain secrecy and announcing an album without permission. How could she become a major celebrity like this? According to her behavior, he was afraid that before she had even risen, she would already create obstacles in her own path. Zhang Xiaohua immediately took out his cell phone and quickly dialed Wang Jingwen's phone number. On the other side, as she saw the caller ID was Zhang Xiaohua's name, Wang Jingwen thought that he was specifically calling her with good news, but before she could even greet him, she had received a slap to the face. What are you doing on Postbar? Who said you could interact with your fans so casually? You like to show off too much. You basically stripped for them. Did I give you permission to announce an album? Don't think I won't enforce the contract and sue you for breach of contract. Boss, I don't need your nonsense. Quickly delete all the posts and photos for me. And from now on, I don't want to see any more posts from you on any websites that haven't been reviewed by me. I definitely better not see any photos that you've personally uploaded, or you'll see how quickly I will replace you. After scolding and warning her, Zhang Xiaohua immediately ended the call without giving Wang Jingwen the opportunity to explain. Of course, Zhang Xiaohua didn't even want an explanation. What he wanted was complete obedience. If he allowed this to continue, and all their own stars acted like Wang Jingwen in the future, then the consequences would be unthinkable. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua must set a rule. This rule was actually very simple. Regardless of what he said, they must obey. Zhang Xiaohua held his hands to his chest. His anger was unbearable as he stared at the computer screen, waiting for Wang Jingwen to act. After a while, When Zhang Xiaohua had refreshed Wang Jingwen's post bar homepage again, he found that the top post had been deleted, and at the same time a new post with the same ID was added, which reads as follows. Excuse me, I just had a feverish mind and was posing as Miss Wang Jingwen and posted a bunch of photos. In fact, those photos were shot by Miss Wang Jingwen when she made her debut 2 years ago. I actually found them and took advantage of it and deceived everyone. I reflected on my actions and I feel ashamed. Wow, what a scumbag. I knew it was fake. The real celebrities rarely ever come online. Dare to impersonate my goddess. Just go and die. Scum of the earth. Scum of the earth +1. Scum of the earth +9.99. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and at the same time, he felt sleepy. So, he turned off his monitor and went to bed. He soon fell asleep and was destined to have a good dream tonight. Early the next morning, the first thing Zhang Xiaohua did after waking up from his sleep was reopening his computer and entering the homepage for Quoto.com. Taking a closer look, in the most prominent position, in the middle of the homepage of Quoto.com, was the title of Broken-Hearted Woman. The video cover was beautified by the official website for them, and was also impressively lined with red characters. Quoduo recommends Hwaseong new artist release. Not to be missed. Such a demeanor was indeed that of an industry leader. This would generate more traffic for them while promoting the song, and those advertisers would naturally flock to the site, which could only bring huge profits. It was a fact that the video was to be on the homepage of Quoduo.com for a long time. This was exactly what Zhang Xiaohua wanted. The popularity of this video had already been sufficient. So far, the number of hits had exceeded 50 million. The applause from the reviews had also continued. Next, Zhang Xiaohua really hoped that those record companies would see this video, as this was his original intention. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua wished that his company could have the ability to produce and distribute records. However, due to the company's small size and low registered capital, the company had no production ability or distribution power at all. Desperate for help, Zhang Xiaohua could only seek cooperation from record companies with a large size. But this was only for the present. He believed that one day, sooner or later, Hwaseong Entertainment would have the ability to produce and distribute their own records. It took them a week. Nowadays, the song, Broken-Hearted Woman, was not only popular on the internet, but also in real life as it conquered the north and south of the country. Almost everyone was singing it, and it was also a very popular song in bars and nightclubs. The video was also transferred to a few major websites, which led to the birth of a new superstar. Wang Jingwen had successfully been promoted to become a popular singer. Even the major record companies and entertainment companies wished to sign her. However, as she was already chained to Hwaseong, the major companies would have to go to Hwaseong Entertainment to find the person in charge in order to get her for advert appearances. Ring, ring, ring. Early in the morning, a cell phone ringtone awakened Zhang Xiaohua from his dreams. Seeing that the call was from Yuan Datong, the spirit of Zhang Xiaohua was instantly aroused, and his mind immediately guessed that this call could only be a good thing. Sure enough, just after pressing the answer key, Xiaohua, you need to come to the company now. There are already 5 record companies who have come to meet you. They really came, and they are all well-known record labels in the industry. Zhang Xiaohua was on cloud 9 at this moment. His plan finally came to fruition. Quickly calming himself down, he said, "Let them wait. I need to eat my breakfast." Chapter 24, Cooperation. After washing his face, brushing his teeth, eating a meal, and casually playing a game, he had killed time until 10 o'clock in the morning. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua drive to the company. Zhang Xiaohua knew that the only companies with the ability to distribute were big companies, while Hwaseong Entertainment was still only a new name. No matter whether it was in finances or connections, they were not comparable to those big companies. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua could only go for Plan B, aiming to drive a hard bargain. At least, that would let the big companies coming for negotiations realize that although they were just a small company, they wouldn't be easily taken advantage of. In addition, the big companies were the ones who came asking for cooperation instead of the other way around, so this gave them the initiative to jack up the price. At the same time, releasing the song for free would pass the impression that they didn't lack money, which created a "you need me, but I don't need you" situation. As long as the big companies misunderstood it for that, they wouldn't lose control of the negotiations. Opening the door and getting out his car, Zhang Xiaohua walked slowly into the company. The studio was already full of people. In addition to Yuan Datong, Emma, and the rest, the others were divided into 5 areas of the room. Among them, for men in high-class suits, all carrying superior temperament, seemed to have divided the room into sections, claiming those areas as their own. The last guy was a young man who was quietly squatting in the corner and holding an old-fashioned briefcase in his hand. He seemed to be around 25 or 26 years old. Although he was in a suit, it was clearly of lower price compared to the others. Thus he looked extremely embarrassed. At the same time, his temperament gave away his lack of confidence in himself, especially when compared to the rest of the people around. Zhang Xiaohua knew at a glance that these 5 people should be the representatives sent by the 5 recording companies. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua coming, Yuan Datong hurriedly greeted him and whispered, "Big bro, this is what we have been waiting for over the last few days. How could you only arrive now? Do you know that these people were all sent by famous recording companies? But you actually let them wait for more than 2 hours." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and asked back, "They are still here, aren't they? Why didn't they go 2 hours ago?" Yuan Datong was speechless, but then he suddenly changed his mind since he felt that Zhang Xiaohua was right. Zhang Xiaohua was late. Nevertheless, the people from these large companies had chosen to wait. It meant that this cooperation was of vital importance to them. Otherwise, based on the identity of these people, they would have been angry enough to slam the door and leave. Yet, they were holding back their temper for more than 2 hours. What did that mean? Wow, this kid really did have insight. Seeing the touch of laughter on Yuan Datong's face, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help smiling. At the same time, after being enlightened by Zhang Xiaohua, Yuan Datong obviously became more confident. Even with his head held high and back straight, he and Zhang Xiaohua walked to the representatives of the big companies. He solemnly introduced Zhang Xiaohua. "I am sorry to have made you wait. The person beside me is the head of our company, Zhang Xiaohua. As for the cooperation, he will be responsible for discussing with you." At the end of his speech, Yuan Datong once again explained to Zhang Xiaohua, "This is the representative of Rock Records. He is the representative of Huasheng Records. He is the representative of Universal Records." Yuan Datong pointed his finger at the young man who had been hanging around in the back. "That is the representative of Sparrow Records, and he is also the owner of Sparrow Records." Zhang Xiaohua smiled at the young man and took the lead to say hello to him. However, he deliberately ignored the presence of other company representatives. Although he hadn't heard of Sparrow Records, he didn't mind it, since the owner personally came to the place. It showed that those people attached importance to this cooperation, unlike the other companies who only sent a representative, showing less sincerity. When the final group of people was introduced, Yuan Datong's face suddenly showed embarrassment, and he seemed to be having difficulty to continue the introduction. When Yuan Datong was silent, a middle-aged man actively extended a friendly hand to Zhang Xiaohua and smiled and said, "Xiaohua, long time no see. I did not expect that this company was originally opened by you. I didn't think that we would, one day, have a chance to cooperate." Zhang Xiaohua was overwhelmed with curiosity, and his eyes were full of doubts. He constantly walked around and looked at the middle-aged man. However, no matter how much he looked, he had no impression of him. Why did this guy talk like they knew each other? It looked like he was just chatting breeze. "Long time no see, my ass. Rather go and see a doctor, you dog." Piss of example of a human being. Zhang Xiaohua smiled wryly endlessly. It seemed like he had memory problems. "Do I even know who you are?" he asked with a teasing smile. The middle-aged man's expression gradually became embarrassed, and his smile awkward, as he could only stand speechless with his hand stretched out to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua tried thinking of the identity of the person in front of him while maintaining an air of casualness. If this guy was a relative of his family, wouldn't he be embarrassed to hell then? But seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was truly clueless, Wang Jingwen suddenly stepped forward and made the introduction. "Boss, this is Manager Su of New Century Entertainment. This New Century Entertainment also has the intention to cooperate with us. The conditions are also very generous. Boss, this is a rare opportunity." Zhang Xiaohua breathed in deeply and gave Wang Jingwen a grateful look. He thought it was fortunate that she introduced them. Otherwise, they would both probably have to stand there in awkward silence. However, Even if he knew the other person's identity, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't look well upon the other person. No, it should be said that he was going to target this manager Su, as well as the whole of New Century Entertainment and the current helm of New Century Entertainment, which was the Chao family. Although Zhang Xiaohua also held shares in New Century Entertainment, in his eyes, Chao Dequan was his ultimate enemy. Now that they came running here, wanting to cooperate, he would naturally refuse. Therefore, he also did not need to discuss with this manager Su. Manager Su, is it? Zhang Xiaohua immediately spoke to the manager. Although his laugh was quite unnatural, Manager Su, upon seeing him laugh, also quickly broke into laughter to match him. Unexpectedly, while Manager Su's smile was beginning to appear, Zhang Xiaohua's face sank in vain. The smile on his face disappeared in an instant, and he decisively dropped the following words: "Emma, help me send this visitor out." The audience was shocked. Both the representatives of Rock Records, Huaxing Records, and Universal Records were all stunned. In their view, the New Century Entertainment seemed to have gained a lead in the negotiations. After all, they seemed to have a connection with Zhang Xiaohua, and even Wang Jingwen spoke up for them. The people of the three major companies were already feeling downcast before, as if they had already failed, but this reversal could only be called heaven sent. Although the five companies were all well-known companies, namely Rock Records, Huaxing Records, and Universal were at the forefront as the most famous recording companies in Asia, they couldn't compare to New Century Entertainment and Huaxia, who had taken over most of the market share in the country. Today, however, the New Century Entertainment, known as the giant in the entertainment industry in Huaxia, was actually ignored by the owner of this small company. There was no room for even a little negotiation. The representatives of the three major companies were surprised and worried, having panicked thoughts such as, if even New Century with such strength wasn't in the eyes of this boss, then what about their own companies? Xiaohua, let's talk about this. You can't let me go so empty-handed. Let's talk about New Century Entertainment, all your dad's hard work, and you are still a shareholder of the company. Manager Su was already sweating and pleaded in a hurry. This was a task that the company's top executives handed over to him. If he didn't have any results to show for it, his job would be at risk. How was he meant to explain that he got kicked out as soon as he introduced himself? However, in Zhang Xiaohua's view, this also revealed a problem, indicating that New Century had already reached the point of seeking the best. Even though they controlled most of Huaxia entertainment industry, they still weren't negligent, or Chao Dequan wouldn't have sent someone to request cooperation with a small company. Go back and tell Chao Dequan to prepare my dividend for this month's shareholders. I will go fetch it when I have time. In addition, today is not your fault. It's just that I'm not willing to cooperate with Chao Dequan. If you really want to talk, you can ask Chao Dequan to come here and talk to me in person. By the way, tell him it was me who sent this message. Zhang Xiaohua said. Afterwards, he turned to Emma and urged her, "What are you doing not sending this guest out?" "Oh," Emma hurriedly responded and swiftly went in front of Manager Su. In order to cooperate with Zhang Xiaohua, Emma also did not give him a good look and said indifferently, "Sir, this way please." Manager Su shook his head helplessly. Although he was unwilling, since Zhang Xiaohua had already spoken, it wouldn't be beneficial to stay any longer. Chapter 25, Record Labels. After the representative of New Century left, there were only 4 recording companies left. But in the eyes of everyone, there was actually only 3 companies left. They were Rock Records, Huaxing, and Universal. As for the representative of the Sparrow Records company, he was directly recognized as heir due to his lack of presence. This time, the representatives of Rock, Huaxing, and Universal were all showing their hostility towards each other. The negotiations hadn't even begun yet, and there was already the strong smell of gunpowder in the air. The negotiation table was their battlefield, and contract offers were their bullets. So from this moment onwards, it was a battle royale which allowed only a single survivor. Today, it was destined that only one company would remain as a partner of Huaxiang Entertainment, which was a potential cash cow. Who wouldn't want a piece of the action? Once one of the companies entered into a partnership with Huaxiang Entertainment, it also meant that the other companies wouldn't get their share of resources. To put it simply, today, these recording companies didn't actually come to Huaxiang Entertainment for real cooperation, but as a way to reach Wang Jingwen, the current supernova that exploded into the music scene. No matter which company owned her, she would add strength and fame to the company. Of course, the main purpose of these major companies was to just use her current fame to make money while Wang Jing when she was still popular. It was all about personal interests, naturally. Well, everyone, welcome to our company. Before we talk about cooperation, I would like to let everyone listen to our company's latest work. After you finish listening, it won't be too late to talk. Zhang Xiaohua, who was the host, spoke first and then winked at Yuan Datong. Yuan Datong noticed immediately and went to the safe and took out the master tape, inserting it into the computer drive, and reproduced the already recorded album, all 5 songs continuously, one by one. The representatives of the 3 major companies were all overwhelmed, and their hearts were longing for more. No matter if it was the spirit or mind, they all went completely silent in the distinctive yet refreshing melody that lingered around them. When Wang Jingwen's magnetic and affectionate voice rang, the moment was like the spring breeze. It struck a chord in their hearts and brought them back to their childhood when they dreamed of becoming millionaires and other nonsensical dreams and ideas they had always wanted to pursue. The melody almost urged them to indulge and act on their dreams. As the music's final note fell, the people still couldn't return to earth. Their eyes flashed with brilliance. Among them were many emotions that seemed to evoke many memories in them, and it seemed that they did not want to let go. The melody brought forth a beautiful mood that lingered in the room. It was completely unforgettable. So, are you satisfied with the works of our company? Zhang Xiaohua was sitting in a chair behind a desk, playing with a pen in his hand and smiling at the 3 companies' representatives. He seemed to not feel any tension in negotiating with the big companies. Obviously, he already had enough decision power and took over the pace of the negotiations. At this time, in the minds of the representatives of the 3 major companies, this small, inconspicuous company had already changed its face. Although the decorations here were simple, it gave them a feeling of grandeur, and the initial impression of the company was wiped from their minds. If they had to use one sentence to describe this company, it would have to be, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. When they first met Zhang Xiaohua, the representatives of the 3 major companies only thought that he was a juvenile youth who got lucky, scored a hit, and dared claim to be a boss. After all, he was still in his 20s. What a joke. However, after just seeing Zhang Xiaohua's anger, the representatives of the 3 major companies had a new impression on him. Seeing this kid look down even on New Century, his demolition of the representative had deterred and crushed their confidence. Now he had delivered the fatal blow, those 5 songs. The representatives now involuntarily saw Zhang Xiaohua as someone on the same level as their own bosses. At this time, the representatives of the 3 major companies looked at each other, and the hostility between them was complete. Immediately afterwards, everyone stepped forward, swarming around Zhang Xiaohua. The scene was comparable to a 100-meter race. As a result, the representative of the Rock Records who had the advantage of making the first move was the first one to reach Zhang Xiaohua, and he immediately took out a contract from his bag, giving it to Zhang Xiaohua. Boss Zhang, you first take a look at our company's contract. As for the cooperation, we can discuss any issues. At the same time, the representatives of the 2 companies, Huaxing and Universal, were filled with hate, swearing at him in their minds. God damn it, what a son of a bitch. How am I meant to go back now? He actually dares to rob me. This granddaddy, from his promotion, wait till we reach the parking lot. Zhang Xiaohua bowed his head and snorted his nose. His face was calm and blank, but in his heart, he was rejoicing. Picking up the contract book, Zhang Xiaohua seriously began to read it. But after just 2 minutes, Zhang Xiaohua's face became dignified, as if he was not looking at contract, but a demonic novel. Suddenly closing the contract, Zhang Xiaohua threw it on the desk. He looked at the representative of the company and asked, "Why don't you just rob a bank instead?" In fact, Zhang Xiaohua was satisfied with the contents of the contract for the most part. The company not only offered to be responsible for recording an official music video, but also making copies of the song and to take care of the packaging and promotion for them, even arranging concerts and other commercial activities. Plus, their company was a large brand name, so sales shouldn't be an issue. But at the end of the contract, it was written that all commercial income must be divided so that Rock Records would receive 90%. while Huaxiang Entertainment would only receive 10% of the profits. However, in Zhang Xiaohua's view, the proportion of the two parties were exactly the opposite. If Boss Zhang has some opinions, please put it forward. I will report them to the company's top management as soon as possible. I believe that with your company's strength, our company won't treat you unfairly in terms and conditions. Zhang Xiaohua grinned. You all propose that you should receive 90% of the profits, right? Even if I have conditions, can you satisfy me? 40% or 60% should be your bottom line, right? The representative of the rock company was red with embarrassment. The contract he had produced was prepared without realizing the strength of Huaxiang Entertainment. Presumably, even if it was divided into 40% or 60%, the company would agree, but as Zhang Xiaohua said, this should be the company's bottom line. Well, we will account for 60%, and your company will account for 40%. I think there should be no problem. If it all goes well, we can talk about the records below. The representative of the rock company readily agreed. There were still two companies behind him waiting to snatch this golden goose away from him. Therefore, the representative of the company took the lead and decided to get the contract first. At this time, Yuan Datong and Emma's faces had already exploded with wide smiles. It was no wonder that the Rock Records Corporation was such a big company. They were quite decisive when needed. Yuan Datong could not even think that one day he could cooperate with such a big company. But now, not only did they become partners with Rock Records, they also reached a high return agreement of 40% of every yuan made. This was the stuff of his dreams. Especially Wang Jingwen. Although she was more inclined to cooperate with the industry leader that was New Century Entertainment, she didn't have the right to speak on such matters. Moreover, New Century Entertainment had been completely rejected by Zhang Xiaohua, and no matter how much she advertised for them, it would be useless. Fortunately, Rock Records' strength was also not weak. If she could work with them, it would also be a good thing. Unexpectedly, when everyone was happy to be able to reach cooperation with Rock Records, they heard Zhang Xiaohua suddenly say to the representative of Rock Records, "I'm sorry, the conditions you have set out are beyond my bottom line. I can't cooperate with your company." At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua turned around, and looking at Emma again, he blankly said, "Emma, please help me send him off." Chapter 26, Overkill. Yuan Datong could understand Zhang Xiaohua not wanting to cooperate with New Century, as he himself wouldn't be able to cooperate with the enemy himself. But when did Rock Records offend this kid? Such a big company, that others could only dream of working with, actually sent a representative to their own small company to talk about business, and with such favorable conditions as well. What reason was there to refuse? However, others' dream situation was rejected by this kid without the slightest hesitation, without even consulting with them. This kid really was mentally deranged. The representative of Rock Record hadn't yet left. Yuan Datong hurried to Zhang Xiaohua's side and whispered, "These people have agreed to divide the profit into a ratio of 4 to 6 with us. They are a big company with perfect equipment and marketing power. For now on, we will need to find people to be responsible for many things. For example, propaganda and distribution have to be handled by other companies as we can't afford to do it. What are you dissatisfied with?" Zhang Xiaohua had the mind to explain, but no words available. In Zhang Xiaohua's view, the album was valued highly as he knew how popular the songs had been on Earth, so he could imagine that it was bound to destroy many records here. However, he couldn't explain that to Datong now, could he? He wouldn't understand his logic and basis. If so, why waste saliva? "Believe me, I don't plan on losing out on money," Zhang Xiaohua replied in a nutshell. There were still 3 companies to talk to, and he didn't want to waste time. He then looked at Emma once again and urged, "Hurry up and send him out." Emma looked at Yuan Datong for confirmation. Yuan Datong looked at Zhang Xiaohua, hoping to convince him to reconsider, but seeing the determined expression that he was showing, Yuan Datong felt very helpless as he nodded to Emma, instructing her to follow Zhang Xiaohua's orders. Why did they have to go and make this kid the boss? Emma unwillingly came forward in front of the company's representative, politely requesting the other side and apologetically saying, "I'm sorry everyone. Please this way. Boss Zhang, what are you asking for? We can discuss this. You can't just end it like this, just tell me what you want, and I'll go back and explain it to the leaders." The representative of Rock Records was anxious, but the representatives of Huaxing and Universal behind him were laughing with joy. At his misfortune, Zhang Xiaohua kept silent because he knew that the conditions he wanted would not be agreed upon by Rock Records, and continuing to talk would just be a waste of time. "I'm sorry, I have other guests here, so I can't talk right now," Zhang Xiaohua said to the representative of the rock company and waved him towards the door, leaving no room for further negotiations. "Oh," the representative of the rockery company reluctantly sighed and turned for the doors. If he continued to stay any longer, it would just be asking for humiliation, which the other two companies' representatives would love nothing more than to watch. At the time, when the person of Rock Records just stepped out of the studio, the representative of Huaxing astutely stepped forward. The representative of Huaxing Company started speaking right off the bat. "Boss Zhang, I am Manager Xiaoma, but you can just call me Ma. I am a business manager for Huaxing Record Company. Our company has a long history. At present, the records we sold have already exceeded 200 billion. Moreover, our connections and facilities are also perfect. Therefore, I think we will have no problems in cooperation. We can also learn from each other and take care of each other. I believe that we will cooperate very happily." Zhang Xiaohua smiled disapprovingly. He was indifferent to Mr. Ma's polite conversation. With personal interests at risk, politeness wouldn't earn him any points. "I have heard of your company's reputation. Well, you do have enough strength, but I still want to look at your company's contract first. If I am satisfied, I will accept your company's kindness," he said politely. With a lesson from his past, the manager wouldn't be stupid enough to take out the old contract. He just proposed the improved version that he had quickly discussed on the phone with leaders from the headquarters, saying, "Yes, if your company is interested in cooperating with Huaxing, our company will not only help Miss Wang Jingwen to record, but also help Ms. Wang Jingwen in doing various promotional activities, or even regularly hold concerts and signings for Miss Wang Jingwen. Our company has a huge sales network that spreads across the country and also overseas, especially overseas. We will create the opportunity to sell Miss Wang Jingwen's works overseas if there is a chance, making her an international star." After listening to this, Wang Jingwen was quite happy. To become an international star, this was her lifelong dream. Now, her dream was within her reach, so she was extremely excited. "Boss, shut up." Wang Jingwen found it hard to resist the temptation. Under the circumstances, she naturally wanted to try and persuade Zhang Xiaohua to sign a contract with Huaxing. However, when she opened her mouth, she was angrily interrupted by Zhang Xiaohua. This was a high-level negotiation. When would there be a turn for a small employee to intervene? In the eyes of Zhang Xiaohua, Wang Jingwen was just a small staff, no more no less, because Zhang Xiaohua could create a superstar anytime and anywhere. Even losing 10 Wang Jingwens wouldn't cause any loss. In fact, it might even be a slight gain as they would receive millions from that termination fee. It could be seen how insignificant Wang Jingwen was in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. However, Wang Jingwen didn't think in the same way. In her opinion, she was the most important person in this company after Zhang Xiaohua. After all, she had been promoted to the position of a first-line singer with support from a large number of fans, and could potentially bring in millions of yuan. She believed that even if she quit, someone would rush to pay the penalty. However, before Zhang Xiaohua released the remaining 5 songs, she had to endure. If Zhang Xiaohua was annoyed before this, he could ban her at any time, not mentioning just refusing her the rest of the songs. He could freeze her career for 5 years using that slave contract. In despondency, Wang Jingwen had no choice but to cover her mouth after receiving a dark look from Zhang Xiaohua. His anger was clear. Temporarily ignoring the existence of Wang Jingwen, a smile reappeared on his face. He asked, "Your company has created such excellent conditions. Then, what is your company's request from us?" When Zhang Xiaohua said this, Manager Ma faintly saw a glimmer of hope and rushed to hit the railway. "We only need your company to provide all of Miss Wang Jingwen's songs. As for releasing albums, shooting music videos, and things like promotion and sales, our company will assume responsibility." Oh, wow, such a good thing can actually exist. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but smile at Yuan Datong, but Yuan Datong had a sulky face. He didn't bother replying to him. Only God knew what idiotic thing this guy would do next. Therefore, before this kid officially signed a contract with the other party, he really didn't trust him. Seeing that Datong ignored him, Zhang Xiaohua faced manager Ma, and he smiled. He asked the manager, earnestly, "So, what is the sharing of profits between the two parties?" "I don't think anything about it. Just now, I've called the company's top management for advice, and I've strongly recommended your company's work to the company's top executives. As a result, our company's top management also very much appreciative of your company and Mr. Zhang. We believe that we can achieve long-term cooperation. As for the interests, our company has proposed a ratio of 5 to 5, so 50% each. What do you say?" Wow. When Manager Ma spoke of this, Emma's and the rest were directly shocked. 20%. Zhang Xiaohua directly countered. Suddenly, all the people remaining received a violent blow. Manager Ma did not respond for a long time. "I do not know what this 20% means. If it was divided into proportions, then it would be understandable for Huaxing to account for 80% of the profits made. But if they were to receive less than 50%, it would be impossible. Even if he agreed, the company's top management would not agree. All the profit made, we will take 80%. Your Huaxing will receive the remaining 20%. If your company agrees, we can sign immediately. If your company does not agree here," Zhang Xiaohua looked to Emma. The meaning very obvious. He would get Emma to send him out. Emma and Yuan Datong really cried this time. The conditions for the other person were better than the previous offer. But the big boss seemed to be deliberately making things difficult for others. "Zhang boss, this isn't fair, it won't work." Manager Ma was almost tearful. If not for being afraid of angering Zhang Xiaohua, he would have sworn out loud. "Then, isn't there nothing else to talk about?" Zhang Xiaohua stretched in his chair. He said directly to Emma, "Emma, help me lead this guest out as well." Emma rolled her eyes and suddenly turned her face, completely ignoring Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing that he had almost caused public outcry, Zhang Xiaohua smiled. He felt as if everyone was drunk, and he was the only one sober. They didn't seem to completely comprehend the value of the album and the effect it would have. From everyone's response, Zhang Xiaohua understood that his counterclaim was a little overkill, but he believed they would understand his intentions soon enough. "Since Mr. Zhang is not sincere in cooperating with our Huaxing company, we won't insist on it. But I would like to see how long your company can survive." At this point, Manager Ma also felt that there was no need to bother talking with this imbecile. After squeezing out a few words from his teeth, he led the delegation and stormed out of the door. Chapter 27, Sabotaged. There were now only two companies left, Universal and Sparrow. However, everyone still ignored the representative of Sparrow Company, instead placing their hopes on Universal Music. In terms of strength, Universal Records wouldn't lose out to Rock Records and Huaxing. They were even slightly better than these two companies in the international area, because there were subsidiaries of the Universal Group overseas. It was one of the music companies that many domestic and foreign singers dreamed of joining. The middle-aged man representing Universal tightened his tie and made his way over to Zhang Xiaohua. Without a competitor, the representative of Universal Corporation had a lot of self-confidence and seemed to have a good grasp of the game. "I'm the personnel manager of Universal Music. You can call me Manager Li." Manager Li introduced himself proudly and then handed Zhang Xiaohua a business card. "Human Resources Department?" Zhang Xiaohua wondered. When companies send out representatives, it's typically people from the business department. Why was a human resources manager doing this job? Was the company short on people? Throwing the business card on the table, Zhang Xiaohua cut directly to the main subject. Manager Li must have seen and heard the previous negotiations. "So, if your company has the same conditions as the first two, then let's not waste any more time." "Oh." Manager Li smiled and then stretched out his hand, putting up 5 fingers. "We will buy it for 5 million. Wow. Yuan Datong and Emma opened their mouths at once. Although they did not understand what the other person meant, it was enough to make them surprised by the number of 5 million. For them, this was already astronomical, and the temptation was there. Of course, Manager Li felt that he had created a price that no one could refuse. No matter what the 5 million was going to be used for, there was a high chance that it would not be rejected, especially since he was offering such a price to a small, humble company. Manager Li confidently said, "Honestly, our company has taken a fancy to Miss Wang Jingguan, so we hope that she could be transferred to our company. In addition, we want to acquire the copyright of all the songs of your company. Of course, We will give your company the corresponding compensation. The 5 million is exactly the loss and copyright fee that we will give to your company." After she heard this, Wang Jingwen was thrilled. She felt that if this agreement was a success, she would become the person of Universal Corporation. Under the management and promotion of Universal Corporation, she could turn into a superstar of the Heavenly Queen level. At least, it would be a lot better than remaining within a broken company. Zhang Xiaohua, however, showed a face of indifference. It was no wonder that the human resources manager was used as the messenger. It turned out that they weren't looking for cooperation, but to buy their singer. Try to steal his singer for only 5 million yuan? Now, that was just a pipe dream. He could give Wang Jingwen a live concert in the future, and that alone could earn them over 5 million. It was such a stupid and naive strategy, and they still dared claim to be one of the best companies in the industry with such thinking? Did they take him for an idiot? "Emma, please send him off." Zhang Xiaohua resolutely threw out a sentence. It looked like this sentence had become his slogan for today. When he spoke, everyone was becoming furious. Yuan Datong had lost his temper as this kid was not only putting his future in danger, but also the rest of the teams at risk. Those were people who had joined the company because of their trust in him. He could no longer bear Zhang Xiaohua's attitude and choices. "Send them out, your foot." Yuan Datong was extremely pissed. He grabbed the slipper from his foot and in one go, launched it towards Zhang Xiaohua. Emma quickly rushed forward to stop him from launching the other one. After barely managed to dodge the slipper, Zhang Xiaohua asked in a bitter tone, "Didn't you say I was the boss of this company? You act like this in front of outsiders. Do you even respect me at all?" "Respect my ass. Emma, let me go? Today, I must thrash this kid until he learns his lesson." Yuan Datong seemed to have gone crazy. His face was full of bulging blue veins, and in his hands was the remaining plastic slipper. "Boss, what do you expect in the end? You didn't sign with Rock Records, and you don't sign Huashing either. Now, people are bidding 5 million, and you are still looking down on them. This is our future, not just a joke for you to enjoy. I really can't support you on this one." Xiaohai complained with a depressed look. The others nodded in agreement, showing strong disappointment and dissatisfaction with Zhang Xiaohua. In particular, Wang Jingwen. She had hoped that Yuan Datong would break past Emma and slap Zhang Xiaohua with his slipper. It was so that he would awaken from his delusions and accept the offer, and then she could bail ship and join Universal. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head helplessly. Seeing this situation, it seemed that if he didn't give an explanation today, all the trust they had built for him would be destroyed. Plus, that big-headed guy wouldn't easily let him escape without a few hits. "In 2 months' time, I promise that everyone will earn at least 1 million. If I fail, then my name isn't Zhang Xiaohua. Plus, I will personally get you each a slipper and take all punishments." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes and said seriously. His words were strongly convincing, and his attitude is very sincere. As soon as he made his remarks, Yuan Datong felt that he wasn't lying, so he nodded his head, albeit reluctantly. The others were naturally more skeptical, but seeing Yuan Datong calm down, they nodded in agreement as well. Manager Li's eyes were enlarged, and he looked at Zhang Xiaohua with disbelief. He evidently hadn't believed what Zhang Xiaohua had said. Moreover, he was shocked by the others who had seemed to accept his words as the truth. Manager Li counted. This company had a total of 8 people. Excluding Zhang Xiaohua, there were 7 people under his command. In other words, he had to earn at least 7 million within 2 months. 7 million yuan in 2 months? Even big companies like Universal Records were unable to guarantee that. This small company was just starting out and dared to claim to be able to do so, even though this company had Wang Jingwen. If he wanted to earn 7 million in 2 months with just relying on her strength alone, it was equivalent to dreaming. After a brief silence, Yuan Datong put away the slipper and immediately looked up to Zhang Xiaohua with no good feeling. Not until a moment later did he say, "Okay, I'll trust you once more, but remember that this is people's lives you are playing with, the people I consider as my family, and if you fail then there is no need for you to come see me again." When Emma heard this, she was deeply moved and tears rushed down her face like a burst dam, leaving deep marks on her smooth pink cheeks. Xiaohai and the rest could not help but shed tears as well, as they looked towards Yuan Datong with appreciation. They all seemed to want to say something to him. This was why they regarded Yuan Datong as the big brother. Yuan Datong was such a person. He would rather go hungry than let his brothers go hungry. He was the type that stuck with you through thick and thin and would sacrifice everything in a heartbeat to help his brothers. Zhang Xiaohua knew what type of person Yuan Datong was. In Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, Yuan Datong's 10-centimeter-long scar across his chest was enough to explain everything. What could anyone say to a friend who was willing to sacrifice his life to save your own? As he looked at where the wound was on Yuan Datong's chest, Zhang Xiaohua spoke. If I fail, then I truly am not worthy of being your brother. Chapter 28, Last Option. Yuan Datong did not say anything. He once again chose to believe in Zhang Xiaohua. So he nodded to Emma and motioned for her to act according to Zhang Xiaohua's instructions. Emma wiped her wet eyes. Since Yuan Datong chose to believe in Zhang Xiaohua, she would also follow Zhang Xiaohua's instruction. Not to mention Xiaohai, everyone had the same thought. Since Big Brother was on board, what else can we say? At present, the only one who still felt unwilling in her heart was Wang Jingwen. There was no need to wonder. The conditions offered by the three major companies were great, and each one is better than the previous one. Any of these companies could easily make Wang Jingwen an international star. However, Zhang Xiaohua once again denied her this great opportunity. For this reason, she started to develop a deep hatred for Zhang Xiaohua. Today, Wang Jingwen realized that she was nothing but a vase, a decoration of this small company, and someone who was only utilized to be the face of their songs and had no other use besides that. She had close to no power within the company. While others had rejected, insulted, and attacked Zhang Xiaohua, they got away scot-free, but she was told to shut up for voicing her opinions. Wang Jingwen scowled at Zhang Xiaohua with eyes full of hatred. She couldn't help but grip her hands into a pair of fists as she secretly decided that she would immediately leave this company once she had the opportunity. At this time, Emma was already in front of Manager Li. She politely requested, "Manager Li, if you would, please follow me. I'll send you out." Manager Li was completely silent. These people were infuriated a minute ago, but how could they be so calm now? Surely, they couldn't really believe that this boss had the ability to earn 7 million yuan for them within just 2 months. It seemed that these people were still too young and naive. A business wouldn't be successful just because you had trust and loyalty. If there was no large groups backing them, even if they could write good quality songs, they wouldn't be able to do much with them. Disappointed, Manager Li left after being led to the exit by Emma. When the representative of Universal Corporation exited the building, they suddenly felt that the previously crowded room felt eerily spacious. The only company left was Sparrow Records Company's representative. However, no one was optimistic about this. Large companies like Rock Records, Huasheng, and Universal couldn't even enter the eye of Zhang Xiaohua. How could a small company with no fame and little to no status be able to enter his eyes? Emma, instead of awaiting Zhang Xiaohua's instructions, spoke directly to the Sparrow's representative. "Sir, please follow me if you would. I'll lead you out." The representative of Sparrow Records was completely red in the face, but he just nodded amiably and didn't speak. He actually turned to leave, showing no desire to discuss terms with them. Perhaps this person already had self-knowledge. After all, even the 3 leading companies were ignored by this small company. What's the face of the small company behind him? Negotiations? Instead of disgracing himself, it was better to withdraw early. When the representative of Sparrow Records was about to exit the studio, the voice of Zhang Xiaohua suddenly sounded. "Brother, since you came all the way here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Come, let us talk about cooperation." For a moment, everyone turned their eyes to Zhang Xiaohua and couldn't help but swear in their minds. Looking back at Zhang Xiaohua, they were puzzled. When those 3 major record labels took the initiative to give him such a good offer, he had refused. Now he had taken the initiative to request cooperation with this Sparrow Records. What kind of game is this kid playing? Yuan Datong was full of doubts, and he wasn't sure whether he should just laugh or cry. However, since Zhang Xiaohua had made a promise and said that he would bring a lot of profit to the company within 2 months, Yuan Datong decided to stay silent and continued to watch. After he had heard Zhang Xiaohua's words, the representative suddenly paused. Thinking for a moment, he slowly turned around and asked in a weak voice, "Are you talking to me?" Zhang Xiaohua licked his lips. "I'm quite eager to work with you, but you are rushing to leave. Are you looking down on our company? Or is it that you don't want to cooperate with our company? Although it was merely a joke, the representative of Sparrow Records was panic-stricken. He completely regarded Zhang Xiaohua as a powerful boss and hastily explained, "Please don't misunderstand, Boss Zhang. I didn't mean it like that. It's just that your company's requirements are too high, and your lowest requirement already exceeds the bottom line of our company. I just don't want to waste Boss Zhang's precious time, lest your company loses money." Ah, ha ha ha, Zhang Xiaohua gave a chuckle. He smiled then said, "If you really wanted to go, would you have waited until now? You see, at the moment, the people in the three big companies are gone, but you stayed, which means you're the right partner for us. I'm very confident, and well, we're all peers here, so you don't have to be so polite. Oh yes, I still don't know your name. Right, Boss Zhang, you can call me Zhou Yi." Zhou Yi took a business card from his bag and handed it to him with both hands. The chairman and business director of Sparrow Records. The company's business scope includes record production, record distribution, outlet sales, and video recording. Looking at the row of small characters on the business card, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised in his heart, although his face was as cool as a cucumber. He asked, "I wonder if Chairman Zhou can describe what your company's size is like. How many records can be produced per month? Do you have distribution rights? Where are the sales outlets you distribute to? As for the staff, is there a clear division of labor?" When speaking about the company's issues, Zhou Yi was not ambiguous and reported with ease. "Without boasting, our company's registered capital has reached 500,000 yuan, and we have all the rights to distribute both audio and video. However, because of the equipment, our company can produce only 300,000 pieces of records per month. The sales outlets are distributed in some small-scale shopping malls and a few audio and video stores. Our company has a clear division of labor and has dedicated staff responsible for different areas. For example, video recording and post-production, production of records and sales outlets, all of which have special management." Perhaps it was because of the relationship between the two similar creatures. Looking at Zhou Yi, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have seen the previous him in this kid. For a time, it brought back a lot of bittersweet memories for him. "If I'm not mistaken, are your company's colleagues your university classmates? Since you couldn't find jobs after graduation, you came together and set up a new company in partnership, not aiming to seek wealth, but to seek warmth." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly spoke up and asked a question that had nothing to do with business. Zhou Yi seemed to have lost his voice. It seemed what Zhang Xiaohua said was right. Indeed, Zhou Yi was a college student who could not find a job after graduation. He contacted a few of his university friends with the same fate, and they had decided to invest in a record company to try their luck. Although it wasn't anything spectacular, they had done well for themselves. Zhou Yi didn't understand how this Zhang Xiaohua, who was obviously around the same age as himself, was so different. He seemed to have experienced many things in his life. He was not only mature and calm in the face of everything, but also had such a unique temperament. This attitude to life was seemingly out of tune with his age. Therefore, he felt that if he could start a partnership with him, the future would not be too bad. "I dare to ask Boss Zhang, how did you know the situation of my company?" Zhou Yi could not help but ask out of curiosity. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and laughed without saying anything. His laughter sounded slightly bitter as all his memories of his previous life came back to him. "I remember back in my last life, I worked my ass off just to get by. I had to do 3 to 4 jobs every day just to earn enough to sustain myself while pursuing my dream to become a singer on the side. All that, and I died on the day of my audition, right before my chance at fame. Life really was cruel. Without strength, you could only rely on others to succeed and be forced to watch as others enjoyed their life, while you could only struggle to survive." Zhang Xiaohua naturally understood Zhou Yi very well. If he were to go out and run a business in his previous life, wouldn't he be just as timid? Regardless of the world, wealth always flowed in the hands of the powerful. This was the natural law of society. Now that he had the ability to help those who were like him in his previous life, why not help them? Plus, the company had a lot of things that would require the help of others. According to their plans, in order to develop the company and truly become a powerful force to be reckoned with, they would need to cooperate with a company like Sparrow Records. Then they could slowly take over and incorporate them into their company. This would allow them to quickly create their own industrial chain before other companies started to suppress them, or else it would be too late. Otherwise, in the future, they would have to keep relying on the big record labels to sell their records for them. They could only be able to watch the faces of those big companies forever, never being able to reach the same level. Although those companies might be smiling on the surface, they would naturally have their own agendas and schemes below the surface. How could they allow their money tree to rise up and threaten them? They would gradually suppress the other party in order to force them to keep reliant on them. Then, what would be the difference between this and his previous life? Instead of working for others, it would be better to be the main boss and take charge of the situation, control others and the rules both at the same time. Zhang Xiaohua looked up at Zhou Yi and went straight to the point. I can sign a contract with you on behalf of Huaxiang Entertainment at any time, but I have a few small conditions. When Zhang Xiaohua made his remarks, Yuan Datong and Co. suddenly became paralyzed. This kid refused to cooperate with those big companies who had taken the initiative to come to them, but he decided to cooperate with a small company which barely had any strength. His thinking really was far beyond normal people's understanding. While everyone was completely at a loss, Zhou Yi was overjoyed and quickly responded, "May I know what conditions Boss Zhang has? Our company will try its best to meet your needs. I only have 3 conditions. First, I want to be the director of all music videos. You only need to provide the technical staff and necessary equipment, and also be responsible for the post-production. Second, I ask that you produce 300,000 records within half a month, instead of once a month. The unit price of the records will be determined by us and distributed through your sales outlets. As for the deposit, we can use the copyright of the song as a mortgage. Third, all the proceeds must be allocated in accordance with a 7-to-3 ratio. We take 7, and you take 3. If Mr. Zhou has no objections, I can print the contract right now." Zhang Xiaohua represented Huaxiang Entertainment, and he had presented all his conditions to the other party. Now, it was just a matter of yes or no from the other party. Chapter 29, Ambition. To the conditions proposed by Zhang Xiaohua, Zhou Yi carefully pondered. It would be a bit challenging to produce 300,000 records in half a month. However, if they bite their tongues and worked overtime, they could complete it. After all, there were still many people in the factory who just idled around, waiting for work, but hadn't received any orders yet. In terms of the deposit, the copyright of the song was used as a mortgage. There were no problems with that, taking into account that broken-hearted woman alone was worth hundreds of thousands. As for the provision of shooting equipment and sales outlets, this would be even more simple. Although their equipment was old, it was still functional and could do the job with no problems. And sales outlets were also ready-made. Many shopping malls and multimedia stores had a cooperative relationship with the company. While the scope was not very wide and barely able to guarantee sales, it wouldn't matter. After all, Wang Jingwen's popularity was enough to compensate for it. The only thing that put Zhou Yi in a difficult position was the profit-sharing ratio between the two parties. Although the other party would provide complete music, and that would save a lot of trouble, the hardware production costs for making the records would not be low. Affected by the current slump in the quality of entertainment being produced, the demand for music records had fallen greatly, leading to a decrease of market price for them to at most 10 yuan. Those were the highest prices of the most popular singers. If one were to put this standard on Wang Jingwen's work, the 300,000 records would sell for about 3 million yuan. If they took 30% for their own side, that would be just 900,000 yuan, and this was before even taking away the costs for manpower and material resources. Therefore, no matter how he saw it, they would receive a loss or barely break even. After hesitating again for a while, Zhou Yi finally gathered the courage to speak the words in his heart. He hoped that Zhang Xiaohua would reconsider the problem of dividing the profits because his company really couldn't accept these terms. Upon hearing his concerns, Zhang Xiaohua just slightly smiled. He leaned back comfortably on the chair like a boss. "Who told you to sell a record for 10 yuan? Zhou Yi was puzzled. "What do you mean? 50 yuan, this is the lowest price," Zhang Xiaohua calmly said. "Imagine, if a record was sold for 50 yuan, then how much money would 300,000 records become?" Zhou Yi immediately calculated it in his mind, and in the next moment, he was surprised and trembling. "That's 15 million. Yes, now calculate the following. How much is 30% of 15 million? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. 450,000. Zhou Yi could not help exclaiming. Yes, these 4.5 million yuan will be your company's dividends. Zhang Xiaohua added. Zhou Yi suddenly fell into a state of catatonic and could not return to Earth for a long time. 4.5 million yuan. What does this mean for a small record company that had always been indifferent? It was no exaggeration to say that just this single deal was enough to make the entire company's yearly revenue and still have surplus. But the premise was that those 300,000 records must be sold out, and they must be priced at 50 yuan per unit. Even so, according to Zhou Yi's understanding of the market, a record wouldn't sell for 50 yuan. Even if Wang Jingwen was a popular singer, Zhou Yi didn't dare to guarantee that those fans would be willing to spend 50 yuan just to buy her records. It seemed that Zhou Yi's worries were seen through. At this time, only Zhang Xiaohua laughed. I would have liked to sell at 100 yuan, but since it's our company's first album release, and in order to build trust with the fans, I can only sell it at 50 yuan for now, just for those fans. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua was never worried about the sales of the record. Even if he priced a record at 100 yuan, he believed that it would still be sold out smoothly. Because he had already done a full investigation before, he was surprised to find that people in this country were quite wealthy, and the consumption level was very high. People here were crazy about the entertainment industry, even if it was having a downer. The level of demand in the market has always been high, but the quality was low, never meeting their standards. Therefore, they obviously weren't willing to pay high prices for it, leading to the current low prices. Wang Jingwen now was equal to spring rain after a season of drought. Once her album was on sale, it would surely cause a popular frenzy that would make people rush to snatch it up. It would cause a fierce rebound effect in the entertainment market, allowing people to satisfy their long-awaited craving for good music, also making a little contribution to the entertainment market as others were bound to raise their prices hoping to leech of the situation. The best bit of news for him was that this country, in order to support the entertainment industry and stimulate the entertainment market, had passed regulations allowing newly founded entertainment companies to be exempted from tax for 3 years. So, for him, regardless of how much money was made from selling the 300,000 records, it would be pure profit. What was more worthy of mentioning was that, in order to maintain the balance of the entertainment market, the relevant departments had fiercely cracked down on piracy and had even specifically set up criminal laws to deter and punish others. As a result, people consciously refused piracy, promoted the genuine products, and fully maintained the entertainment scene. The basic rights and interests of the company were fully protected. Zhang Xiaohua was full of confidence. But Zhou Yi still dared not jump in it easily because the risks involved were really too high. However, after thinking it over again, he realized he had no real choice. The company hadn't done any business for over 2 months now. While the company's upfront looked solid, the interior had many issues. If the situation would not change, they would soon be forced to make changes like reducing the amount of staff. But those people were all his colleagues he invited into business with him personally, thus he couldn't bear to fire them. Now that there was a chance to receive big business in front of him, he decided to go for it. At least, in this way, no matter what, they would have fought and tried their best, instead of slowly allowing the company to fall apart. When do we sign the contract? Zhou Yi temporarily put aside all his concerns. At the moment, he just wanted to finalize the deal as soon as possible. Could not be missed. Seeing that Zhou Yi was anxious, Zhang Xiaohua, however, was unhurried. I'm not in a hurry. The songs have already been directly recorded by our company. Everything is good on our side. I'm only worried about one thing. Will the quality of the records produced by your company be able to reach my desired level? Zhou Yi understood the meaning of Zhang Xiaohua. Before the cooperation, he first wanted to inspect the goods. These were the rules. Then, he took out a CD from the bag and gave it to Zhang Xiaohua. This is our sample. Please listen to it for a moment. Zhang Xiaohua put the CD into the CD-ROM drive of the computer and opened the player. Soon, he saw a small sparrow on the screen showing the logo of Sparrow Records on his back, flying around the screen and chirping. There were many unique scenes on the screen. Beaches, mountains, forests, cities, and various special scenes. Regardless of the quality of the pictures or the music, it reached an exceptional level, and Zhang Xiaohua was greatly encouraged. However, despite the fact that the level of record production reached Zhang Xiaohua's satisfaction, Zhang Xiaohua did not show a trace of surprise or happiness. As a boss, you must have your own dignity. You can't behave like a child and put all your emotions on your face. If you did so, then others can see at a glance what you're thinking. By then, you could only wait to be taken advantage of. At this time, in the eyes of Zhang Xiaohua, he did not regard Zhou Yi as a partner. Instead, he saw Zhou Yi as his subordinate, including the record company of the Sparrow Records under the name of Zhou Yi. They were all treated the same by Zhang Xiaohua, as soon-to-be subsidiaries of Huaxiang Entertainments. Although it was too early to hold this idea, Zhang Xiaohua was confident that it would not take long for Zhou Yi and his company to become theirs. If they wanted Huaxiang Entertainment to have a complete system, it was inevitable to start a record company of their own. However, Zhang Xiaohua did not want to waste time in this area, so he planned to find an already made version. Although this Sparrow Records was a small company, their development was very inclusive. Because of its small scale, it would be easier to win over and gain control of them, and it could be slowly developed in the future. In short, all aspects were very much in line with Zhang Xiaohua's plan. Not bad, barely good enough to use. Zhang Xiaohua turned his gaze to Zhou Yi, saying lightly, "I have a request. If you agree, we can immediately sign." "What are the requirements?" Zhou Yi asked nervously. "The logo in the picture has to be changed to our company's logo, which is Huaxiang Records." Zhang Xiaohua was serious and concise, but when he spoke, he felt that he was not asking Zhou Yi for it. Instead, he was ordering Zhou Yi to do things in the tone of the commandment, as if Zhou Yi worked for him. He exudes the spirit of pure arrogance, but it was not the vulgar type. Instead, it demonstrated the style of a boss, but also reflected his vigorous ambition. Chapter 30, Loyalty Still Exists. It would be reasonable to change the animation to show that the record was made by Huaxiang Records. However, if the trademark of the record had to be changed to Huaxiang as well, the people who bought them would assume this was a work of Huaxiang Company. Who would even remember Sparrow Records? In fact, Zhou Yi not only wanted this business, he also wanted to use it as some sort of publicity for the company so that he could take more orders in the future. He did not expect that the boss who looked so young would actually act so harshly. There was basically nothing to say. However, if he promised him, wouldn't that mean that the two parties would have changed from a cooperative relationship to one of superior and subordinate? What was the difference between this and working for him? In addition to getting paid, the entire Sparrow Company didn't get any gimmicks at all. It could even be said that Sparrow Company would be the behind-the-scenes branch of Huaxiang Entertainment. If he didn't agree with him, though, who else could bring a business worth more than 4 million to the company? Ugh, money. This thing really was the bane and joy of people's lives. After thinking about it, Zhou Yi finally managed to make up his mind as he reluctantly agreed. "Well, since Boss Zhang has spoken, we can only agree. We hope to have a happy cooperation this time." Same here. Zhang Xiaohua felt slightly happy because he could already see the birth of a huge music dream factory in the near future. In addition, this dream factory was destined to belong to Huaxiang Entertainment. At this moment, he had just successfully taken a step closer to it. In order to not let Zhou Yi change his mind, Zhang Xiaohua tried to calm his mind and buried his head into work, and he printed out 2 contracts. The terms were all written according to what was agreed with Zhou Yi before. It was another devilish slave contract which took complete advantage of the other party once again. Looking at the contents of the contract, Zhou Yi's heart was bleeding, but he knew there was no other way. In the face of profits, anything else was insignificant. Therefore, no matter how unfair the content of this contract was, he had to sign it to save his company. However, Zhou Yi had a feeling of something bugging him in the back of his mind, so he asked Zhang Xiaohua, "I don't understand why you wanted to cooperate with us. Those 3 companies were clearly stronger than our company, so what?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled confidently. He seemed to have expected that Zhou Yi would ask this question, so he smoothly answered, "Don't all big companies start small at one point? Since they can grow, why can't we?" "Yeah, that makes sense." Zhou Yi nodded. Obviously, Zhang Xiaohua's answer was very satisfying to him. He then took out his own pen, brushed the paper 2 times, and signed his name on the contract. This could be regarded as selling both himself and the company to Zhang Xiaohua. It was reasonable to say that the successful cooperation between the two companies should have been a matter of great pleasure. However, except for Zhang Xiaohua, everyone else looked apathetic and uninspired, as though they had just lost a lot of money. None of them felt optimistic about this cooperation. What happened to the boss? Why did he do this? The sad-looking Emma whispered to Yuan Datong. With 3 top record companies being dismissed, he finally chose an obscure small company to sign a contract with. Who knows? Since this guy wants to do it, then let him do it. I'd like to see what will happen. Yuan Datong also had a lost and confused face. Well, you lot should go back and prepare the equipment for the music video. I'll be responsible for the filming. Afterwards, I'll inform you, and we will start our cooperation. Anyway, let's make an album as soon as possible. Zhang Xiaohua ordered. Okay, I shall leave and prepare on my side then. After Zhou Yi left the building, Zhang Xiaohua used the memory of his previous life to describe the music video. He then printed 6 copies and distributed them to Yuan Datong and the rest of the team and told them, according to your instructions which I have written down here, everyone will split up and prepare. While Wang Jingwen is still popular, we must act quickly, understand? Everyone finally found some motivation as they took actions and went their separate ways to start the setting up according to Zhang Xiaohua's request. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiaohua took Wang Jingwen to the mall and bought several sets of clothes out of his own pocket in order as preparation for the music video. At the same time, Manager Su had already returned to the New Century Entertainment Company and was standing in front of the desk of the general manager's office. He was there to report to the general manager about what had occurred in the meeting at Huaxiang. Seated opposite to Manager Su was a young girl. In fact, there was a huge difference in age between the young girl and Manager Su. Her face was full of heavy makeup, and her hands were crossed over her chest in a gesture of superiority. She was none other than Chao Feifei. After Chao Dequan took over the company, he put Chao Feifei in the position of general manager. Although many felt unsatisfied, due to Chao Dequan's high position in the company, they dared not openly speak out. The reason Chao Dequan gave his daughter a job as general manager was to try to prove one thing. This company was now under the control of his Chao family. Therefore, regardless if it was the chairman, the general manager, or any important position, it must be occupied by a member of the Chao family. He had great aspirations to develop the company into a family-style management. However, in the eyes of the company's shareholders, this Chao Feifei was nothing but a nominal decoration. She had no virtue nor talent, but she had no need for these, considering her only use within the company was monitoring the employees for Chao Dequan. Once she suspected that someone was unfaithful to the company, she would immediately tell Chao Dequan, and he would take the opportunity to exercise his power and eliminate any dissidents. After listening to Manager Su's report, Chao Feifei suddenly changed her face and rushed toward Manager Su. She was displeased. Are you so old that you can't even deal with a small company? What was the use of spending so much money to raise you? I think you are getting old and useless. Faced with Chao Feifei's rude reprimand, Manager Su just silently lowered his head. He displayed no emotions, as if he had already become accustomed to this situation. Who was the boss of the company? To actually be so arrogant that even our company wasn't enough to enter his eyes. Chao Feifei's eyes were full of hidden resentment. Manager Su, actually, was a veteran in the company. According to his seniority, Chao Feifei had to call him uncle. Yet since the day Chao Feifei came to the company, Manager Su had never heard her call him uncle. All he heard were her complaints and disrespect towards him. She was completely unrestrained and disrespectful. For this reason, Manager Su felt like quitting his job several times, but he could not do so. Manager Su could only endure, since he had a whole family depending on him for food and clothing. The other party's boss is just a young man. He just got involved in this line of business, so he doesn't understand many rules. I'll let him go this time, as it seems to me that his small company will not last very long. Soon it will be done for and go bankrupt. Manager Su had apparently told a lie. He hadn't revealed Zhang Xiaohua's identity as the company's boss, nor the threats he had made. The reason why he did this was to allow Zhang Xiaohua to stay hidden, to secretly develop, and to teach this Chao family a cruel lesson. Zhang Xiaohua's father was extremely generous to him. He still remembered the care and dedication that man had shown towards this company and the staff. One night, He had worked overtime, and on his way out, he had glimpsed the boss deep asleep amidst a stack of files. That night was still vivid in his mind. Walking toward him to wake him up, he noticed an email from one of the employees who had gone off on leave to care for his ill mother. The boss had not only attempting to complete his work for him, he even put him on the list to be given a bonus. For this reason, Manager Su secretly helped Zhang Xiaohua, knowing full well that he was risking his job. He felt that, while he may allow his pride to be stepped on by this Chow family, he wouldn't allow his integrity to be corrupted. If the Chow family members knew that the Huaxiang Entertainment Company was run by Zhang Xiaohua, considering the Chow family's style of work, they would surely do everything in their power to deal with Zhang Xiaohua. This was not the result Manager Su wanted to see. Well, there is nothing more to be said on this matter. Chow Feifei looked coldly at Manager Su. She reproached him in the tone of a leader. Mr. Su, the company has rules that must be obeyed. I think you know this. Today, sadly, you failed to meet our expectations, so you cannot blame me for being ruthless. As punishment, your bonus for this month will be forfeited. I hope you can make progress in the future and not lose face for the company. We are not some third-rate small company. We cannot afford to lose. Manager Su, after a moment, spat out a faint sentence. Can I go now? Chow Feifei briskly motioned for him to get out. When Manager Su's footsteps faded from outside of the office, Chow Feifei immediately revealed her true colors. She had instantly changed from the high-ranking general manager to a prodigal daughter. She quickly turned the computer monitor back on and continued shopping online, her browsing tabs full of high-class brand names. Of course, no matter how much she spent, the company would eventually pay for her expenses. This was commonly known as funds reimbursement. Chapter 31, First Time. The next day, Zhang Xiaohua arrived early at the company, finding that Yuan Datong and the others had already gathered together to do their work. Because Zhang Xiaohua's description was concise and detailed, it wasn't difficult for everyone to create the setting for shooting the scenes he wanted. As for the follow-up, that would be Zhang Xiaohua's job as the director. Zhang Xiaohua felt a little nervous at this time. After all, this would be his first time acting as a director. Although he was just shooting a music video, this would be their fans' first impression of them and would help them decide if the incoming album was worth buying or not. After all, if the video quality was not good enough, the quality of the entire album would be up for question. It was the most critical stage. The video could either solidify their position in the industry or destroy it, leaving their image as a one-hit wonder. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would be a bit apprehensive. Just after 8 o'clock, Zhou sent over the camera crew and brought 2 professional photographers and 4 lighting technicians, along with all the necessary equipment. Their equipment was very simple. It included only professional cameras and spotlights. They also had an on-site camera drone and a real-time monitor. He felt that these would be enough for the videos. In addition, because the music video storyline was entirely in the mind of Zhang Xiaohua, there would be no wasted time planning out scenes as long as no accident occurred. Zhang Xiaohua could basically finish the video in around 2 days. Considering the time post-production would take, he believed that before the end of the month, they could release the entire album along with their accompanying video clips. First, Zhang Xiaohua decided to shoot the video for Broken-Hearted Woman. In his memories, this song's video was very monotonous, requiring only 2 different sets of clothes, one for the indoors scene and another for the outdoors scene. As the video required only 15 frames per second, both scenes could be done in just a matter of moments, so recording them would not take much time. Looking around the company's surroundings, Zhang Xiaohua discovered that some scenes could be directly shot here. Thus, he promptly asked Wang Jingwen to change her clothes. A while ago, Zhang Xiaohua had spent some time using the computer, and with the knowledge he learned during those late nights, he quickly described all the sub-camera angle shots to the crew, including the time needed to be spent on each shot and the rough angles they must shoot from. It was comparable to professionals. The 2 photographers were free to act independently, but they had been informed of the type of mood their photos needed to portray. The 4 lighting technicians set up their equipment in the proper location, connected it to the studio's power supply with the help of Xiaohai and others, and adjusted the light curtain to the best condition. Done with the preparations, they could only wait for Wang Jingwen to get in position. Yuan Datong served as his assistant. Although this was a very humble job, Yuan Datong had volunteered to take this position, so the role of the assistant was decided. In order to save time, Zhang Xiaohua used an arbitrary shooting method instead of following the conventional way. There were no fixed rules, and they could say whatever they liked or offer any suggestions. Anyway, with his precise notes and the fact that they would synthesize all the scenes for editing at a later period, they were not afraid of chaos. The first scene was set on the stairs. Wang Jingwen would slowly walk down the stairs, and after reaching the middle, she would sit down on the steps. Shaking her hair, she would look into the space as if daydreaming with eyes looking full of inexplicable expectations. Yet, she would also carry a bit of ambiguity, sadly stroking her hair as though feeling defeated. When everyone was ready, Zhang Xiaohua sat in front of the monitor and officially assumed the director's job. Not to mention how excited he was. Looking closely, one would realize that he was slightly trembling. After a moment, Zhang Xiaohua slowly lifted one hand and immediately swung it as he shouted, "Action!" Suddenly, all the machines were up and running through the monitor. Soon afterwards, Wang Jingwen's shadow appeared on the screen. Wang Jingwen used to be a professional singer, and during that period of time, she made several videos, so her performance was very good. She didn't show any nervousness and naturally stepped down the stairs, but she was a bit too fast. Cut. Zhang Xiaohua took the lead and decided to terminate the shooting. He immediately strode to Wang Jingwen and reprimanded. "Big sister, we are filming a music video, not a catwalk. Can you not do this? Can you temporarily think of yourself as an individual, not as a god? In addition, the theme of this song is a heartbroken woman. Can you show a little bit of sadness? Don't look like you're at the top of the world in your eyes. What I need is yearning and confusion, not pride. Do you understand?" Zhang Xiaohua was so rude that Wang Jingwen immediately blushed all the way down to her neck. Ashamed, she wanted to find a hole to hide in. However, in Zhang Xiaohua's opinion, if the actor was not in place, then the director could hardly be resigned. In other words, this showed that his work had not been properly done, resulting in Wang Jingwen's failure to comprehend his own thoughts. In order to make Wang Jingwen enter the correct mood as soon as possible and to shoot his ideal music video, Zhang Xiaohua thought hard. He suddenly remembered the video where he first saw Wang Jingwen and found his inspiration. It was this video that made Zhang Xiaohua have a keen interest on Wang Jingwen. "Remember the time when you filmed Last Supper?" Wang Jingwen nodded, listening to Zhang Xiaohua say, "Follow the mood from that time. Remember to not exaggerate too much and don't be too pessimistic. Just think that you have just lost the love of your life, but you're still trying to maintain your hope in romance." Wang Jingwen nodded again. After being scolded by Zhang Xiaohua, her ability to comprehend was significantly enhanced. With Zhang Xiaohua's orders, the shooting was gradually getting on the right track. This time, Wang Jingwen completely followed Zhang Xiaohua's request. Regardless of her demeanor or movement, Zhang Xiaohua found that they were flawless. She had absolutely achieved his desired results. Zhang Xiaohua was satisfied with the shooting, and in a very excited mood, he rushed to the car. "Emma, help Wang Jingwen change her clothes. Bring the cosmetics on the way. Everyone else, put the equipment on the car. We need to swap venue. Remember, 2 weeks is all we have left. We have to complete all the works on time. Go, go, go." Suddenly, the whole company got really busy as everyone responded with enthusiasm. The scene was like a bustling market that even Zhou Yi and his staff were deeply affected. It seemed that Zhang Xiaohua was being treated as the sole leader. And if the leader had orders, how could they not obey? In this way, under the leadership of Zhang Xiaohua, everyone was very positive and cooperative. They worked overtime every day for almost 24 hours. They did 2 days of work in a day. Although a bit tired, they were ecstatic because everyone believed that if they worked hard, they would be equally rewarded. Next, under the full authority of Zhang Xiaohua, the shooting progress was surprisingly smooth beyond everyone's imagination. Just 2 weeks later, the music videos of the 6 songs were filmed. The recording speed of these videos was so fast that it definitely broke the record speed of the category. Zhang Xiaohua defined the title of the album as Heart's Emotions, with a close-up photo of Wang Jingwen as the cover in a gray rainy weather. It matched with the songs on the album and eventually got the unanimous approval of all members of the company. The editing of the videos was handed over to Sparrow Company to complete. They did not dare to idle. Because according to Zhang Xiaohua's request, Sparrow Company not only had to be responsible for post-production, but they also had to produce 300,000 records within half a month. This workload was not small, so how would they dare dally around and act slowly? After the work was handed over to Sparrow Company, Yuan Datong finally let out a sigh of relief. He was tired, both physically and mentally. In these 2 weeks, Zhang Xiaohua had really learned a lot of things, and he also got a certain understanding of multimedia shooting, which fully laid a solid foundation for the future films and television programs. Taking advantage of this enthusiasm, Zhang Xiaohua wrote the Mandarin version of The Broken-Hearted Women overnight and told Yuan Datong to help Wang Jingwen perform the recording work for inclusion in her album. In this way, Wang Jingwen's first album would contain 7 songs. At the end of the songs, he would use the 6 music videos to make a short movie, letting fans know about Wang Jingwen's past situation and her struggles. This would encourage fans who were willing to spend money to buy the genuine records. Chapter 32, Makeover. Time really flew by, 2 weeks had passed, and Broken-Hearted Woman continued to stir up the internet. The click-through rate and download numbers were through the roof on major video sites. Nearly everyone, regardless of age and gender, was singing this classic song. Wang Jingwen's Weibo exploded as she gained millions of new followers, increasing from 900,000 to 10 million followers. Her fans were all joyfully shouting in unison, demanding more. They wanted to hear new songs as soon as possible. That was the effect of publishing on the internet. At this point, statistics indicated that Wang Jingwen's fans across all social media numbered more than 40 million. She wouldn't lose in popularity to any of the popular singers in Huaxia. Zhang Xiaohua also felt that the time was ripe. One could only imagine what kind of horrifying effect Wang Jingwen's first album would produce if it was released at this time. Surely, 300,000 records would not be enough. Now that everything was ready, Zhang Xiaohua could only hope for Sparrow Records to complete the production of the records as soon as possible. Today was Labor Day in Huaxia, a national holiday provided by the government to all. While the whole country was enjoying the leisure time brought by the long holiday, Huaxiang Entertainment was still operating as normal on this day. Except for Wang Jingwen, the whole staff was on the scene, but no one was working. In fact, they were all waiting for Sparrow Records to see whether the records were ready or not. Today was the deadline set by Zhang Xiaohua to Sparrow Records. Wang Jingwen could not come today because of Zhang Xiaohua's orders. She had to stay at home and not recklessly go outside. The most important thing right now was to protect her image, so she was also forbidden from eating anything too fattening in order to maintain a perfect figure. At first, with such a demanding request, Wang Jingwen naturally refused to agree. But she gave in immediately when Zhang Xiaohua said just 5 words. Everything is for the concert. Ring, ring, ring. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the sudden ringing of a telephone broke the silence in the company, and they all gathered together, surrounding the phone. Zhang Xiaohua immediately answered, and his face was instantly filled with a pleasant smile. Before Zhang Xiaohua even finished hanging up the phone, he heard Yuan Datong eagerly ask, "How is it going? Are the records ready for sale?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "They have completed the production mark. All that is left is to go to the factory for inspection. If there is no problem, then they can be sold at any time." "That's great. I really want to take a quick look at our first album. It feels like I'm dreaming. I didn't expect that we would not only open a company, but also produce an album within a month. These things that I would never have even dreamed of before, they actually come true today. This is so incredible. This is all thanks to Boss Zhang. Without you leading us, we would still be nothing even now." Emma's last few words directly hit a soft spot in his heart. Listening to her words, Zhang Xiaohua felt very proud and ecstatic. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help reaching out and gently squeezing Emma's little cheeks, looking at her like a sister. He smiled and said, "Well, those praises were good. To reward you, this boss will take you to inspect the albums. Let's witness the fruits of our labor." "Aha, thanks, boss." Emma was so happy that she looked like a little girl who had just gotten her favorite candy. "Boss, can we go now?" Xiaohai interrupted the conversation, his eyes full of pleading. For them, the album was like their child. They devoted all their hard work in it. Now that the child had been born, they naturally wanted to see it. Zhang Xiaohua understood their feelings, so he didn't refuse them. "You go call a taxi, and we will go there by car. Thank you very much, boss, they exclaimed, full of gratitude. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua looked around and found that Yuan Datong had disappeared. He suspiciously asked, "Well, where's Big Head? I just saw him go out." Emma answered with a smile. As Zhang Xiaohua went out to take a look, Yuan Datong had already quietly gotten into the car and was currently sitting in the co-pilot position. He was still wearing a white vest worth 10 yuan, the same less than 10 yuan's casual shorts, feet that a pair of plastic slippers on, coupled with less than 20 yuan face plastic frame glasses. People who saw him would feel an urge to give him the middle finger. The most important thing was that he looked like he hadn't changed his clothes for weeks. The color were already faded and worn out, as if they got dirty during the day, washed overnight, and then worn again in the next day, giving it a faded color. However, this kid was actually their general manager and music director. Naturally, he did not have to care about his looks if he was just representing himself, but his entire image represented the company now. Turning around and staring at Emma's ripped costume, Zhang Xiaohua shook his head again helplessly. Before slowly going into the car, Zhang Xiaohua knocked on the window, laughing at Yuan Datong. "Brother, what are you doing? Aren't we going to the Sparrow Company to inspect the goods? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and jump in. Or do you want to walk?" Yuan Datong said in an almost desperate tone. "Apart from this outfit, do you have no other clothes?" Zhang Xiaohua carefully tried to phrase his words, lest he hurt his best friend's self-esteem. "Yeah, I have 3 such outfits," answered Yuan Datong, clutching his vest and sniffing. Suddenly, saying, "Well, I've been wearing these clothes for like 3 days straight. It really is starting to smell bad. You wait for me, I will go change my clothes." After saying that, Yuan Datong just got out of the car, but Zhang Xiaohua grabbed him. It just happened that a taxi also rushed in at the same time. So he said to Emma and co, "Okay, let's go. But before we go to see the albums, we need to go somewhere else first." Soon, Zhang Xiaohua and the rest arrived at local clothing store in the city center. As soon as a group entered the store, the clerk immediately became alert. Everyone says that the customer is God, but this time, it was not difficult to see that the clerk greeted them not as gods, but as a group of thieves. Recently, there were many gangs going around posing as customers before robbing the place. Some members were responsible for distracting the clerk's attention. Others would be responsible for taking the opportunity to steal the goods. Now, from Yuan Datong's disastrous outfit, the clerk automatically labeled them as such a gang. After all, they didn't look like they had the ability to spend money here, so they could only be treated as a group of thieves. In fact, that was the main reason why Zhang Xiaohua brought them to buy clothes. He didn't want them to be treated as paupers, so he decided to help them change their looks. At the very least, others wouldn't judge them as poverty-stricken just because of their simple outfits. Although they did not feel embarrassed about that, if people looked down on them because of it, then he as their boss could only drown in shame. If the rest of the flock looked weak, people would naturally assume that their leader was also weak. Ignoring the existence of the staff for the time being, Zhang Xiaohua said to Yuan Datong, "Go pick out one. I'll pay for it." "Xiaohua, why did you want to buy clothes for us?" Yuan Datong asked. Zhang Xiaohua looked seriously at him and earnestly answered, "You are not a child anymore. Plus, I'm afraid your clothes might just rip if you wear them any longer. If you like it, you can just buy some cheap accessories. This kind of outfit is no longer suitable for you. You need to remember, you guys now represent Huaxiang Entertainment. You're a part of the leadership of an officially listed company. So you have to look at yourself. You can't be as casual as you used to be." Okay. They first looked at each other and then shook their heads while looking at Zhang Xiaohua with confused gazes as if he just spoke Hebrew to them. Zhang Xiaohua really wanted to cry. He didn't want to force himself to say that they were dressed like thieves. "Do you like the clothes here?" Zhang Xiaohua, who still couldn't bear to destroy their self-esteem, asked again euphemistically. This time, everyone collectively nodded, but they felt that Zhang Xiaohua's question was a little pointless. Although the clothes here were all made in Huaxia, they weren't much worse than those international brands. They each cost 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. Who wouldn't like it? Seeing that everyone looked at him like a fool, Zhang Xiaohua nearly threw up blood. These guys were too ruthless. How dare they look down on this great-granddaddy? Zhang Xiaohua was depressed and irritated. Since you like them and you don't have to spend your money, what are you waiting for? Go pick one and change into it. Remember to pick a pair of shoes. I will pay for that too. Where are you getting so much money? Yuan Datong asked curiously. He knew that Zhang Xiaohua was generous, but his family was no longer in the same position as before. Now, how could he go and buy such expensive clothes? I am still a shareholder of New Century. Although it isn't big money, there is still enough to buy clothes. Therefore, no need not be polite, you can just pick what you like. Zhang Xiaohua said with impunity, but also with honesty. Just last night, Zhang Xiaohua had checked his account and found that he had received 30,000 yuan in dividends from New Century. However, seeing that only 30,000 yuan was allocated a month, Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. It should be noted that the market value of New Century was 50 billion, and the company was also involved in lots of projects. Therefore, the government also helped support them. As such, it could be imagined that the profits shouldn't be that small. However, as a shareholder, he only received up to 30,000 yuan. Obviously, Chao Daquan was somehow interfering in the middle. Of course, he wasn't some generous fool, and he planned to get his money's worth after finishing up with everything else. He was ready to sue them if necessary. Under the supervision of the clerk, everyone began trying out their chosen clothing. Among them, Yuan Datong was the most active. He hadn't been shopping for years. He picked the most expensive one in the store. After he changed, his whole person seemed to glow radiantly. Zhang Xiaohua sat silently in the reception, looking uncertain. He peeked at Yuan Datong, looked at Emma for a while, and then happily smiled at Xiaohai's face. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh at their attitudes and expressions. He had already started treating these people as his brothers and sisters, always feeling that as long as they were happy, he too would be happy. Deep down, there was also an urge to protect them from being bullied. A few moments later, after everyone had put on new clothes and new shoes, Zhang Xiaohua stared at them. Gorgeous clothing and vibrant vigor added to the youthful atmosphere and superior temperament. If someone walked past without knowing them, they would think these handsome men and women were wealthy second generations, or at least senior-level white-collar workers of a big company. Boss, what do you think about my clothes? Emma stood shyly in front of Zhang Xiaohua with her pair of small hands behind her back, deliberately making her body visible. Of course, she wasn't trying to seduce Zhang Xiaohua, but instead asking Zhang Xiaohua's genuine opinion. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw that Emma had put on women's professional suit. The top was black collarless suit. The following was a black miniskirt. Her slender legs were covered with seductive black tights. Combined with that eye-catching short hair, she looked like a graceful swan. Even Yuan Datong was stunned and unconsciously swallowed his saliva. Yuan Datong and the rest had to admit that, in the past, they really had dog eyes. They actually didn't notice such a gorgeous golden duckling in their own team. Unfortunately, they were so used to seeing her as just another part of the team that they could not see her as an individual woman. At this moment, they secretly begged for repentance. It really was true that those with abundance never truly appreciate its value. They all thought that if they knew she could be so ladylike, they would have talked about love with her, not been so idiotic and settle with just friendship. Suddenly swallowing his saliva, Zhang Xiaohua got up and shamelessly put his arm on Emma's scented shoulder. Holding her body close, he wickedly said, "Are you interested in being this boss private secretary in the future? You name it. Sports cars, houses, and diamonds, they will be the minimum standards for you." Emma grinned silently. Yuan Datong took the first step while waving his hand and directly fanned Zhang Xiaohua's pig hand out of her shoulder. "Don't listen to this kid. He is a well-known playboy, and you'd better stay away from him later." Saying this, Yuan Datong actually learned from Zhang Xiaohua and shamelessly put his hands on Emma's shoulders. Taking advantage of the situation, he laughed evilly. "If you want to be a secretary, naturally, you have to be this big brother's." "True, you have always been my big brother in my heart." When Emma said this, Yuan Datong felt like he got shot in his heart. His face was fully red, and he froze in position as if he had been electrocuted. The other person thought of him as a brother. If he still continued to have unreasonable thoughts about her, wouldn't it just be a mess? Yuan Datong didn't know how to react. "Haha, did you hear that? She sees you as a big brother." Zhang Xiaohua was happy. He poured salt straight into Datong's wounds. "In fact, in my heart, you are already my older brother as well, boss. It's just that you look younger than I am, so I'm usually embarrassed to call it out loud." Zhang Xiaohua silently withdrew his outstretched arm, which was hovering over Emma's shoulder. Although he admitted that he was not a good person, when a girl called you her brother, there wasn't much you could do. Could a brother eat his sister's tofu? Such things were just pure evil. Zhang Xiaohua dejectedly walked to the counter. Everyone laughed at his expense. At the counter, Zhang Xiaohua took out a bank card and asked the cashier, "How much is it?" "Sir, we are doing a bargaining event, so we've given you a 10% discount, a total of 26,000. The cashier had a strange smile on her face. It appeared that she seemed to believe that he did not have the ability to check out. "Swipe it." Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to waste time and threw the bank card on the counter. The cashier first froze, then reacted after a while. She took over the bank card and proceeded with the operation, quickly completing the transaction. It was not until this moment that the cashiers and other clerks showed their true smiles to Zhang Xiaohua. This really was a big boss. They really regretted their earlier attitude, thinking that if they had warmly welcomed them earlier, maybe they would have received a tip. At this time, in Emma's heart, Zhang Xiaohua not only appeared generous and caring, but he also gave her a vague sense of affinity, not like a boss, but like a caring brother, mature and cordial. When beside him, she felt both safe and warm. Meeting such a good boss, this life was truly worthwhile. Seeing Yuan Datong and Co still holding their old clothes, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "What are you doing with those clothes?" "Throw them away." Throw it." Emma looked at the clothes in her arms and murmured, "This dress can still be worn. Throwing it away would be a pity." "Boy, what's wrong with you guys? Say, you're all about to become millionaires. Do you still want to wear rags again?" Millionaire. For a time, they failed to understand what Zhang Xiaohua meant. In their view, the word millionaire did not seem to have anything to do with them. It was a far cry from what was expected. "Did you forget? I promised you a month ago. At the time, I said that in 2 months, you all would each earn 1,000,000 yuan. Now it's 1 month from the deadline. 1 month later, I guarantee that you will all be millionaires." Zhang Xiaohua reminded with a smile. When he mentioned it, they looked back to that day and figured that he did indeed say so. It was just that no one took him seriously at that time, but now they did. "I remember, I said that would trust you, kid. You must not let my brothers end up empty-handed." Yuan Datong also took the opportunity to remind Zhang Xiaohua. Yuan Datong did not expect himself to become a millionaire with this fraternity. He only hoped that he and his brothers would not starve. "Then, do you believe me?" Zhang Xiaohua's eyes are filled with expectations. This was the first time he asked this question, and he hoped to get everyone's approval. After this question, the crowd almost nodded in a candid manner and expressed their confidence in Zhang Xiaohua. But this did not include believing that Zhang Xiaohua would make them become millionaires. They just believed in Zhang Xiaohua's leadership ability. No matter what, earning someone's trust would always be the happiest thing. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua felt not only happy but also deeply touched because in this strange world, he had a group of familiar friends. He felt less lonely and helpless. Therefore, in order to live up to everyone's expectations, he must make a return. "Well, since you believe me, then why are you not throwing away those old clothes in your hands? I once again promise you that, from now on, I, Zhang Xiaohua, will certainly make sure you are well-fed and become well-to-do. I will be sure to completely change your image, making full use of your talents and turning you into the greatest musicians in the world. I don't want you to be treated like a beggars ever again." Every time they listened to Zhang Xiaohua's impassioned speech, they would feel like they were listening to the head of state's speech. Unconsciously, they would be deeply inspired. At this time, the old clothes that were originally held in their arms had fallen to the ground. It was clear that everyone, once again, had chosen to believe in Zhang Xiaohua, which was also involuntary. Zhang Xiaohua nodded satisfactorily, but in turn, changed his face and said to the clerk, "The old clothes, please take care of them, and please remember that not everyone is a thief. Sometimes, respecting others is equivalent to respecting yourself." Hearing that, the clerk blushed and bowed his head to show his apology for Zhang Xiaohua. "What thief? Who is a thief?" Emma opened her big eyes wide and looked around, asking Zhang Xiaohua sloppily. "Nothing. Let's go. People at Sparrow Company are still waiting for us." After that, Zhang Xiaohua led the group out of the clothing store, and they immediately attracted a lot of envious eyes of passers-by. The return rate was 100%. This made Yuan Datong and Co. increase their self-confidence in an instant. Chapter 33. Child Labor. Following accordingly to the route provided by Zhou Yi, they went straight to the Sparrow Company. Although they had a partnership, this was Zhang Xiaohua's first visit to Sparrow Company. There was a contract in place, so Zhang Xiaohua didn't fear that Sparrow Company would cut corners. Therefore, he did not go check up on them till now. 1 hour later, the car had completely driven out of the city and into a remote small village. Afterwards, under the guidance of several villagers, Zhang Xiaohua and his party saw the company's location. Upon arriving at the destination, Zhang Xiaohua parked the car in front of Sparrow Company's gate. At this time, the surrounding area was filled with a lot of people. It seemed that they were all employees of the Sparrow Company, but their behavior was like that of the villagers here. Everyone's face was filled with a happy smile. Moreover, they actually came to welcome the arrival of Zhang Xiaohua and others. Not waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to unfasten his seatbelt, Zhou Yi helped open the door, which touched Zhang Xiaohua. He felt a bit flattered. The feeling of being a leader was seriously addicting. The company building was surrounded by chicken and pig farms. The smell coming from there actually made Zhang Xiaohua feel queasy. "Welcome, Brother Zhang. You finally came to visit." Zhou Yi smiled and took the initiative to extend his hand and expressed his welcome to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua shook hands symbolically with Zhou Yi, and suddenly people around them applauded, making him feel even warmer. It was like a firecracker banging and almost resounded throughout the entire village. Zhang Xiaohua made a cursory calculation. There were around 1,000 people here, more or less. Both men and women, both young and old. Judging by their clothes, they didn't seem to be rich, but everyone's face was full of simple and honest smiles, making people comfortable and feel at home. Zhang Xiaohua was a first-time guest, so he immediately approached Zhou Yi's ear and whispered, "These people, are they all employees of your company?" Boss Zhang is really perceptive. "Yes, these people are almost all the employees of our company." After Zhou Yi said this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised. Zhang Xiaohua did not think that the scale of the company was even larger than he had imagined. It was no wonder that Zhou Yi was confident that he could produce 300,000 records in half a month. It was because he had so many people working for him. "What? Boss, please, let's go to the warehouse for inspection," Zhou Yi suggested. Zhang Xiaohua nodded his head and entered the Sparrow Company with Yuan Datong and company. As Zhou Yi led the way ahead, a large number of employees also followed after him. The number of people was so large that, if they did not know it, they would really think it was an inspection by the city leaders. In this atmosphere, Yuan Datong and Emma felt more confident. After all, it was the first time in their lives that they got this kind of high-level treatment. After Zhou Yi's explanation on the road, Zhang Xiaohua also had a general understanding of the company. The original name of the village was Sparrow Village, which was Zhou Yi's hometown, and they had more than 500 households. Because of its remote location and small size, it had never received the government's attention and development. Therefore, the villagers' lives were not easy. After Zhou Yi graduated from university, he still couldn't find a job. So he and several classmates pooled together their cash to set up the Sparrow Company. To save money, Zhou Yi set up the company in the village of Sparrow. All the office places were provided by the villagers free of charge. It could be said that this was not only the headquarters of Sparrow Company, but also their workshop and warehouse. There was no need to pay rent, which also saved a lot of money for Zhou Yi and allowed him to employ more technical staff. Zhang Xiaohua also learned that Zhou Yi was an orphan. He was brought up by the villagers and was able to pay for university due to the villagers sponsoring him. So, in order to repay the kindness of the villagers, Zhou Yi gave the villagers employment. And this company was where the villagers worked. In fact, almost everyone in the village worked here. In order to ensure that the villagers had food and drink, Zhou Yi did not hesitate to visit the city every day. However, unfortunately for Zhou Yi, the current recording industry was almost monopolized by those big companies. Thankfully, Zhou Yi was lucky enough to meet Zhang Xiaohua. If nothing unexpected happened, the business would provide them with a stable income. But what was most worthy of satisfaction was that he could guarantee that the villagers would have an enjoyable meal for a while after struggling to make ends meet lately. After learning about these things, Zhang Xiaohua stopped and looked at Zhou Yi. Once again, those plain-hearted villagers were behind them. Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt that his nose was sour, his eyes were hot, and he wanted to say something. At this time, Emma had already broken into tears. This kind of person-to-person relationship was the most simple and affectionate. In this gorgeous world, perhaps only in this countryside, you could fully feel the genuine emotions between people. Now, not only Emma, but Yuan Datong and the rest also agreed that Zhang Xiaohua's refusal to cooperate with those big companies was right. Seeing Emma burst into tears, an old lady rushed forward and comforted her. "Child, what's the matter with you? You're not accustomed to our small place? I'm sorry, we don't head to the city a lot, so we completely forgot you're not used to being around livestock pens. The smell is truly a bit heavy." When speaking about this matter, the old woman's gloomy eyes slowly revealed a bit of apology. She smiled weakly and said, "We only have a small place. We don't have much to entertain the bosses. Auntie, you said so much. I didn't dislike this. Sister, have some candy. It will get your mind off the smell." Before Emma's words were even finished, a little boy who was only 12 or 13 years old suddenly appeared in front of her and stretched out a small black ink-painted hand, holding a cheap candy. He was looking at Emma, seemingly wanting to exchange the candy for Emma's smile. Looking at the candy in the boy's hand, Emma's tears were raging. Yuan Datong looked around and found that there were many children like this. All their chests were surrounded by a small and dirty apron. It seemed that all of them were child laborers. Their faces and hands were dirty, and many children's shoes had exposed toes on their feet. Their small eyes revealed desire, but Yuan Datong did not understand. What were these children eager for? "Hey kid, why didn't you go to school?" Yuan Datong asked the boy holding candy in his hands, and when his eyes met with the boy's eyes, he froze. He suddenly realized that he had seemingly asked a stupid question. If you could afford to let your child study, which parent would have the heart to make their underage children work? At the same time, Yuan Datong finally realized the craving in the eyes of the children when he mentioned school. Yes, these children were eager to go to school, and nothing more. Zhang Xiaohua shook his fist indignantly. He looked at Zhou Yi, angered, and asked, "Why not let these children go to school? They are still so small. Did you actually call them to help you work? Do you know that this is a crime?" Zhou Yi's face was flushed red, as if he was admitting his guilt. He silently bowed his head, feeling very ashamed, but also with a look of helplessness. "This boss, please don't misunderstand Zhou Yi. It's not that he doesn't let the kids go to school. It's because can't afford to send the kids to school, and the government never built a school for us. The cities that had schools are too far away from our village, and it's not convenient. We don't have enough money to teach the children how to read." Seeing all the kids were idle, Zhou Yi asked the children to come to the factory to learn some craftsmanship. We wanted to let them work and earn money, but Zhou Yi did not agree. When we mentioned this, Zhou Yi always looked at us furiously. "Yeah, Zhou Yi built a classroom last year. When he is free, he will teach his kids to read and write. We are very grateful to him. This time, I heard that Zhou Yi had found a big boss in the city. It would allow us to make a lot of money. We are all poor, and there is nothing to do. We can only go out to welcome you from these cities." Several villagers rushed to Zhou Yi's defense. Though not eloquent, they were very honest. Although there were no flowers, no firecrackers, and no rich banquets, the folks expressed their enthusiasm for Zhang Xiaohua's visit. They believed that Zhang Xiaohua and Yuan Datong were profound and experienced bosses. Of course, in the hearts of Zhou Yi and the villagers, Zhang Xiaohua deserved such treatment because he could bring wealth to the Sparrow Company. With this wealth, the villagers would have income, and with income, the villagers would not go hungry. However, in front of these folks, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to behave like a boss. In his mind, the majority of these villagers were the real heroes, and without their hard work, those so-called city people wouldn't be able to enjoy their lives. While they were suffering here, others were enjoying their lives. True socialism was impossible. If Zhang Xiaohua had known this situation earlier, he would not have made so many harsh demands to Zhou Yi. At least, he would have given Zhou Yi a little more of the dividends. However, it was not too late now. After the partnership with Huaxiang Entertainment's business, Sparrow Records would be inseparable from the company. Zhang Xiaohua was confident that it wouldn't be difficult for these villagers to live a well-to-do life and allow their children to go to school. It would take some time, but they would achieve it. I'm sorry for jumping to conclusions. I have misunderstood you. Zhang Xiaohua sincerely apologized to Zhou Yi. It's okay, you did so with good intentions. Zhou Yi exposed a mild smile, reached out his hand, and made a request. Boss Zhang, quickly follow me to the warehouse, so we can begin the inspection. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and walked to the warehouse under the guidance of Zhou Yi. Chapter 34. Cheers. In the warehouse, Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw thousands of boxes in order. Zhang Xiaohua didn't need to ask, as he knew that those boxes contained copies of Wang Jingwen's album. However, this so-called warehouse seemed worn down. It seemed it was close to collapsing. Its four walls had both large and small cracks, and the paint on them had already faded so much that they couldn't imagine what the original color was. The roof was made of a plastic shell casing, and it didn't look like it could bear any weight at all. There were even holes in some areas. Fortunately, the weather had been good recently, because if heavy rain came down, all the goods inside would likely end up soaked. There are a total of 3,000 boxes, each containing 100 records, which totals to exactly 300,000. As he said so, Zhou Yi casually opened the box and took out the CD packet within, handing it to Zhang Xiaohua. Please check it, Boss Zhang. If you want, I can ask people to open all these goods, and let Boss check them. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the disc and CD casing. Well, the paint on the cover was good. The color was mild, and the surface of the disc was smooth and flawless with no trace of scratches, and the hardware's quality could be identified by touch. It was qualified. Calling Emma forward, Zhang Xiaohua gave the record to her. Let's play it and see. Emma opened the laptop computer, put the disc into the CD-ROM drive. Opening the video player, they saw it. As the Huaxiang logo slowly flew out of the left side, the word records appeared from the right side. When the two met in the middle of the screen, they became Huaxiang records, and then slowly floated to the upper right corner of the screen. The 7 colors of light continued to flash, not only conspicuously but also beautifully. Soon, the screen gradually changed to a light blue color, followed by a close-up photo of Wang Jingwen, with the album name Heart's Emotions appearing on the bottom, heightening the already intense atmosphere. 5 seconds later, as the screen slowly turned black, they looked at the row of familiar white characters displayed on the screen. Yuan Datong and Emma screamed with excitement and joy, finally seeing their names appear on the screen. This was every musician's dream. Broken-Hearted Woman, Cantonese version. Singer, Wang Jingwen. Composer, Zhang Xiaohua. Director, Zhang Xiaohua. Arrangers, Datong, Emma, Xiaohai, Haozi, Jack, Jimmy. Special thanks to Miss Wang Jingwen for her performance. This film was issued on behalf of Huaxiang Records by Sparrow Records. ISBN number 86668. Finishing the prologue, the wonderful music sounded slowly, and after switching several opening shots, Wang Jingwen appeared on the screen. The images were delicate and played smoothly. There was not the slightest error. It sounded phenomenal. When all the 7 songs finished playing, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but nod his head in praise. Even though the quality couldn't match the skills of those big companies, it was a great standard for an independent one. Very good. Zhang Xiaohua was pleased to look at Zhou Yi, decisively commanding. As soon as possible, send these to various sales outlets. Within 3 days, start selling them. Zhou Yi was surprised by Zhang Xiaohua. He came on such a long trip and only bothered to check 1 CD. This was too arbitrary, too bold. Was he not afraid of being scammed? According to the established agreement, once Zhang Xiaohua confirmed the shipment, he would owe a large sum of money to the Sparrow Records. Regardless of the quality of the records and sales volumes, Zhang Xiaohua would have to pay to Sparrow. I believe in your company. Sensing his doubts, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Then he also asked about Yuan Datong and Co. for their views, obtaining a consensus. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua and Yuan Datong and their confident eyes, Zhou Yi felt touched. Since the other person believed in him, all that was left was to send the records to the stores. In the next moment, Zhang Xiaohua signed the authorization on behalf of the company. Afterwards, Zhou Yi pulled out his phone and made several calls to order several large trucks. The employees carefully loaded the goods into the trucks after they arrived. According to Zhang Xiaohua's request, the entire stock was to be shipped to the specified stores for sale. Zhang Xiaohua believed that with Wang Jingwen's popularity, those audio-video store owners would certainly not reject her records. Instead, they would likely fear running out of goods. In addition, although the unitary price of the records was set to 50 yuan per piece, the owners of those audio-video shops were not fools. According to Zhang Xiaohua's guess, they would adjust the prices to at least 55 yuan per piece. In fact, this was understandable. After all, people have to make money, so they wouldn't help someone sell for no profits. It would be a win-win situation. Busying themselves until 2 in the afternoon, they finally loaded all the albums. Afterwards, Zhou Yi equipped each car with a salesperson and sent them straight to each storefront. According to the agreement, as long as the sales of records exceed 100,000, both parties must pay for one transaction. Zhou Yi was not very worried about this because he believed that with Zhang Xiaohua's strategy, coupled with Wang Jingwen's ultra-high popularity, sales would be no problem. At this point, Zhou Yi, who had finished his part, felt his body and mind become relaxed. It's been hard work. Would you like to come in for a meal? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the time and asked. Could you first take me to visit the workshop? I would like to know more about your company. After all, we will continue to cooperate for a long time. So I'd like to know more about your company's situation. So when we cooperate with each other again next time, I can customize a suitable production plan according to your company's situation. Zhou Yi did not really need to think. He said frankly, Boss is very kind. The production workshop is just the opposite here. Please come with me. In a short time, they reached the workshop. After Zhou Yi's careful introduction, Zhang Xiaohua had a new impression on this small, humble company. Although it was obvious that the various hardware devices here were more than a dozen years old, they could still produce enough records in such a short time and also guarantee the quality of the product at the same time. He had to say that the company really was determined. In other words, if brand new advanced equipment was added to this company, coupled with the professionalism of its employees, the company's output would surely be staggeringly high. In terms of product quality, they might even be able to surpass some of the products made by those large companies. Inadvertently, Zhang Xiaohua already had a plan in mind. He firmly believed that in the near future, under his own spur, Sparrow Records would completely change its state and become a truly large-scale company. At that time, this company would be the engine powering Huaxiang Entertainment, and with the two combined, it would be the birth of a music empire. Chapter 35, Secrets. Under the warm hospitality of Zhou Yi and the villagers, Zhang Xiaohua and his party had lunch at the Sparrow Company. Although there was no big fish and no expensive wine, the meal was very enjoyable. They laughed together, occasionally teasing at each other. Unconsciously, they seemed to have become like a family. After the meal, Zhou Yi and his villagers sent Zhang Xiaohua and Co. to the company's doorstep. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived in front of the car, Zhou Yi shook hands with him again. There was the sense that the relationship between the two had undergone a subtle change from this strange cooperation, as if they became good brothers. I wish Brother Zhang a safe journey home. Wait to hear the good news about the sales from me. I'll inform Brother as soon as we get the first sales figures. Zhou Yi always had a smile on his face, fully complimenting his image as a good man. Looking around and seeing those children who had lost their beautiful childhood in order to help their families out, Zhang Xiaohua took a bank card and stuffed it into Zhou Yi's hands. This still has some money on it. The PIN is 5892. Go back and buy them some shoes, toys, and some books. Try not to let them learn those basic crafts like carpentering. Instead, they should learn academic subjects like maths. Brother Zhang, how can I accept this money? Zhou Yi understood Zhang Xiaohua's motives, but even if he wanted to accept the other person's money, he couldn't do it as those parents would feel ashamed. You shouldn't misunderstand. This money is not given to you in vain. I'm only lending it to you guys for the time being. In the future, I'll come directly collect it back. In addition, children are not easy to care for. You don't want to watch them lose even their last bit of innocence and lose out on creating some childhood memories. Right, Zhang Xiaohua said seriously. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability now. Otherwise, this card wouldn't only have a few thousand yuan. Even if it was tens of millions, as long as those children were able to learn, he wouldn't be half-hearted. Since Zhang Xiaohua said those words to him, Zhou Yi had no choice but to give in and accept the money. He gratefully accepted the bank card. Remember to buy more sweets for the children. In the car, Emma reminded with a grin. Zhou smiled, but when he remembered the children, he felt ashamed. Those villagers raised them and cared for them when they were younger. They also collectively paid for their university fees. However, when they finished, they couldn't even find jobs and had no choice but to return. Even after all that, they still didn't have the ability to take care of the children in the village. They could only allow the children to learn some skills at the factory and trade skills from the carpenters and such. Zhou Yi's heart had always been embarrassed thinking about it. But now it was okay. After the records were sold, the lives of the villagers and the children would be somewhat improved. For this reason, Zhou Yi felt very gratified but still even more grateful to Zhang Xiaohua for his generosity. Well, folks, take care. We will see you again next time. After that, Zhang Xiaohua got in the car, waved farewell, and drove away. Boss Zhang, remember to visit often. The villagers waved enthusiastically. Returning to the company, it was already 5 p.m. Yuan Datong and Co. had no intention of leaving work. However, with all the current jobs in the company already completed, they wanted something to do but didn't know where to start. Boss, what are we going to do next? Emma asked. Create a netizen army. Zhang Xiaohua spoke freely of this cyber term. Emma was shocked, and so were the others. They all had sharp brains, but just couldn't understand his strange terms. Seeing everyone puzzled, Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and smiled. It seemed that there was no such thing as a netizen army in this world. He explained, Your job is to keep posting on the internet. It's best to visit Wang Jingwen Weibo and post on it. Try to stir up her fan base. In short, let all those who support her know that her album is already on sale, and then attach a file of all the sale outlets. After Zhang Xiaohua's explanation, everyone was suddenly enlightened. Emma said as she grinned, It's just to help Wang Jingwen's record gain attention. It's simple. While we are doing that, what will you do? Asked Datong, who looked curiously at Zhang Xiaohua. Continue to write songs and get prepared to open a concert for our big star, answered Zhang Xiaohua. At present, including the Mandarin version of Broken Hearted Woman, Wang Jingwen only had a total of 7 songs. Opening a fan club was okay, but if they wanted to hold a concert, there were too few tracks. Concert! Everyone exclaimed together. Of course, they were not surprised to hear about Wang Jingwen getting a concert after all. That was to be expected. But to open a concert, one needs at least 20 songs as the minimum requirement. Currently, they had only 7 songs in total, and although every single one of them was a classic, they simply wouldn't be enough. Boss, I think it's time to create a fan club for Wang Jingwen. But for a concert, I think there aren't enough songs, Emma said quietly. The others also madly nodded. It was far too soon to plan a concert, but making a fan club now would be fair enough. I'm going to write a few songs for her. Let's give her 20 songs first. Zhang Xiaohua justified himself. There was no pressure in the words, and it didn't sound like he was joking. Boss, do you mean to say that you can still write 13 songs for Wang Jingwen? Emma stared at Zhang Xiaohua with a pair of watery eyes. If Zhang Xiaohua said yes, then Emma would likely burst into tears. Who would believe that he could continuously create 13 songs? Unless he was God. Yeah. Zhang Xiaohua responded without thinking. They collectively replied with silence. After a moment, they couldn't help laughing. This time, Zhang Xiaohua actually reached the same level as God in their eyes. Yuan Datong was too lazy to bother questioning Zhang Xiaohua. He sat in front of a computer and started crazily posting to help Wang Jingwen's album gain popularity online. The others also started to work, taking up their mobile phones, registering multiple IDs, and mixed in with Wang Jingwen's major fans. They spared no effort to help Wang Jingwen with advertising, completely ignoring the existence of an individual. Zhang Xiaohua just laughed out loud and started to work, intending to create several catchy songs so they could hold a concert. Of course, the main purpose of Zhang Xiaohua was to make use of Wang Jingwen's popularity to make as much money as possible in the shortest possible time because Zhang Xiaohua felt that Wang Jingwen would eventually betray them. He still remembered her gaze towards him when he turned down those large record labels. It was a look of bitter hatred, as if he had murdered her family. He shuddered just thinking of it. Simply put, he felt that though she acted like an innocent flower, however, she was just biding her time for revenge. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua was forced to use her. Even if he knew that Wang Jingwen was disloyal, he couldn't help but hold on to her. After all, She was the only person who could sing the songs while having the image needed. At this moment, he was just hoping to gain as much money as possible from her, then replace her as soon as possible. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice. As long as Wang Jingwen was still in the company, he must continue to write songs for her. Later, Zhang Xiaohua returned home. As the recent period was just too busy, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't spare the time to see his mother. His father had just passed away. So, besides Lu Yan, she had no one to spend time with. As an only child and the only man in the family, Zhang Xiaohua felt his behavior was a bit too much. He decided to accompany his mother first. Work and other things could wait. At this thought, Zhang Xiaohua called out for his mother several times, but he didn't receive a response. Zhang Xiaohua felt it was strange. Was his mother not at home? But his mother didn't have many close friends, plus she doesn't like to go out. Especially at this time. Was she in her room? Walking up to his mother's room, Zhang Xiaohua went to knock on the door, and simultaneously Lu Yan came out from the room, smoothly closing the door behind her and blocked his path. Lu Yan, is my mother in the room? I haven't seen her for so long. I want to chat with her today, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Only in front of Lu Yan and his mother would he reveal this innocent smile. He felt as if he were a child again in front of them. My lady is still a bit uncomfortable and just fell asleep. Young master mustn't bother her. Lu Yan's mouth put on a slight smile. Just looking at it, it could be found out that her smile was somewhat unnatural. She is still ill? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and wondered. However, after Lu Yan said this, he also thought about it faintly. His mother's complexion had recently looked a bit poor. It's nothing major. The madam just has a bit of a fever. I'll take good care of her, so young master shouldn't worry about it. Lu Yan smiled and then abruptly changed the subject. Dinner is not yet ready, young master. I must go and cook. Can I please ask the young master to go to the living room to watch TV? When I'm done, I call young master to eat. No, I'm not hungry. Since Lu Yan said that his mother was all right, Zhang Xiaohua didn't think too much about it. He smiled and raised his eyebrows as he sincerely asked, I've been a bit busy lately. I'll have to trouble you to take care of. My mother. Well, I shall go ahead first. Good night. Lu Yan, he said as he walked to his room. Watching Zhang Xiaohua walking further and further away, Lu Yan's smile gradually turned into a frown. She felt ashamed and guilty as she sighed with grief and helplessness. It seemed that whatever the issue was, it was an insurmountable one. Chapter 36. Mistakes were made. 2 days later, under the vigorous promotion of Yuan Datong and Emma, the news of Wang Jingwen's record release was like a sparkling sprawl, and the results were absolutely insane. Throughout the following week, many audio and video stores that brought the albums from Sparrow had been overcrowded every day. The fans worked tirelessly and came from afar. They flocked and rushed to buy Wang Jingwen's records. There were several shops who had sold out within a day. On the first day, 50,000 records were successfully sold. This volume of sales was the highest in history, making the store owners a fortune. After half a month, Sparrow Company's phones were almost destroyed. All the major audio-video shops were asking for restocking. Even the owners of many audiovisual shops had wanted to sign the contracts, giving the company extra commission. However, they were helpless as the company had little to no experience at all. The demand for the album was so high that it created a situation in which the album was in short supply, causing many people to complain. Before the month was even over, the entire batch of 300,000 records was snatched up by enthusiastic fans. Nowadays, regardless of location, from the streets to major shopping malls, Wang Jingwen's songs could be heard almost everywhere. Gradually, the songs had spread all over the country. The listeners were all intoxicated and deeply attracted by Wang Jingwen's unique voice, singing along with the beautiful melody. The internet was also in overdrive. Compared to 2 months ago, the number of fans Wang Jingwen had risen from 40 million to 120 million. Wang Jingwen was also hailed by fans as a Huaxia's goddess, and some fanatical fans had even started seeking the goddess. They desperately searched for news on Wang Jingwen every single day and made Wang Jingwen the most searched name in the country. Many fans had even attempted to meet Wang Jingwen by traveling across the country and camping outside her estate in hopes of seeing her. However, since Wang Jingwen had been frozen by Zhang Xiaohua, there was basically no news or drama to be found on her. The paparazzi were unable to catch a glimpse of her at all as she rarely left her home. Therefore, those fans who camped outside her estate were unable to see their deity, which caused them to have a greater sense of curiosity about her. They felt an urge to find out more about her and to meet with her. This was part of Zhang Xiaohua's plan to build up the appetites of these fans. At least, he wanted them to accumulate a lot of enthusiasm, so they would spend a lot of money to watch the concert, as only in this way could those fans see the truth about Wang Jingwen. Curiosity was an irresistible thing after all. When will Sister Jingwen show herself? If she opens up a fan club or a concert, even if I go broke, I must see her. User above, I really want to see Jingwen as well. Can't stand it. Ah, Jingwen, I love you. I beg you to come out. If you let me marry Wang Jingwen as a wife, as long as you let me enjoy our marriage every night, you can take my life after it, and I wouldn't care. Upstairs really is retarded. Wang Jingwen is my goddess, and no one is allowed to defile her. Who dares to insult her? I will find you, and I will murder you. I wonder what she likes to eat and drink. Why? Creep above, back off, or else you shall face my golden dragon palm. I just want to know who Zhang Xiaohua is. It seems like all of the songs Wang Jingwen sang were written by him. The lyrics and composition are all from this person. Huaxia has finally got a rare genius. Everyone, hurry up and protect him. We can't let him get corrupted by those record labels. Isn't it written on the record? It was produced by Huaxiang Entertainment. I think this Zhang Xiaohua should be the owner, cause his name and company's name both have the word Hua in it. Yesterday, I saw an interview with Zhang Xiaohua on television. Yes, he is the boss of Huaxiang Entertainment. He got the same temperament as those famous CEOs. I admire him for being able to write so many classic songs. He is my new role model. Anyway, I'm optimistic about this Huaxiang company. Although it is a small company, their songs are 100 times better than New Century Entertainment and those famous garbage entertainment companies. Agreed. Agreed +1. Agreed +100. Agreed +10,086. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua was sitting in front of the company's computer with great interest. Watching such a heated discussion among fans, Zhang Xiaohua could not help being complacent. Zhang Xiaohua hadn't been able to help himself and registered a Weibo ID. The first thing he did was to use Wang Jingwen's account to shout himself out. He wanted to show off that he knew Wang Jingwen. The results were instantaneous, gaining thousands of fans. Though nowhere near the same level as Wang Jingwen, he wasn't a singer after all. Boss, another reporter came to the door, and they want you to give an exclusive interview. Emma came to report. Call Yuan Datong to do it. If he isn't available, let Xiaohai do it. Remember to tell them to talk about Wang Jingwen's upcoming concerts, but don't let them leak out too much info. Zhang Xiaohua told her with a sad face. Over the past few days, he had already dealt with dozens of reporters. On average, he was invited to make 3 appearances every day. He had almost reached a state of his mind and body breaking when it came to answering interviews. His eyes had almost been destroyed by those camera flashes, so now when he saw reporters and cameras, he felt like punching them. Therefore, he pushed this arduous task to Yuan Datong and co. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's cell phone suddenly sounded. Seeing that it was Zhou Yi calling, Zhang Xiaohua decided that this was probably another happy event. Sure enough, just after pressing the answer button, he listened to Zhou Yi's excitement as he talked. Boss Zhang, congratulations. The record sales are very smooth, and they have all been sold out. It's simply in short supply. Many shop owners are even asking when the next album is out, so they can book more orders next time. In accordance with your instructions, I've already sent all the revenue to your company's account. Hanging up the phone after a bit of small talk, Zhang Xiaohua immediately opened the online bank, entered the account password, squeezed his hands tightly, then pressed the enter key, and his eyes landed on his first pot of gold. No more, no less than 15 million. Looking at the row of strikingly small figures in the account, Zhang Xiaohua only felt that his palms were sweating and his scalp was numb. He was actually in a state of dementia, with a blank smile on his face, like a lost soul. Staring blankly at the computer screen, he was stunned by such a huge sum. For him, this happiness had come too suddenly. It was just like dreaming. In the next moment, he tried to calm down his excitement, then put out a trembling finger and kept sliding back and forth across the screen. He carefully counted the small numbers. Each time, his heart would have a greater sense of achievement. Suddenly Zhang Xiaohua's smile froze. Calculating carefully and deducting the costs, after paying to Wang Jingwen and Sparrow respectively, plus the shared dividends for Yuan Datong and the rest of shareholders, Zhang Xiaohua whispered to himself, 15 million, deducting 4.5 million for Sparrow records. There is still 10.5 million left. After deducting Wang Jingwen's 30%, there is still 7.35 million left, but I promised to ensure that Emma and the others would each earn 1 million. So that leaves 2.35 million, and then 1 million for Yuan Datong as well. That leaves 1.35 million yuan. What the actual fuck? How can I only get a little more than 1 million after all this? Looking at the few figures on the calculator, Zhang Xiaohua almost felt like crying. 15 million this was indeed a huge sum of money. However, even as the boss, he actually only gained a bit more than 1 million. From originally thinking about how to splurge, now it seemed that even if he bought a cheap sports car, he wouldn't even be able to buy fuel afterwards. Ugh. He could only blame himself for being impulsive at the time and promising to make each of them millionaires, breaking the normal ratio, or else he would be completely minted today. Zhang Xiaohua felt a pang of regret and couldn't help but scream into the sky. Chapter 37. Transfer. Well, no matter what, the goal now was to use these 15 million and turn it into 15 billion yuan in the future. After some self-consolation, Zhang Xiaohua first put Sparrow's 4.5 million into their account, and then sent Wang Jingwen's dividends to her account. Finally, he paid Yuan Datong and the others their 1 million. As for the remaining million, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to transfer it into his own account, instead retaining it in the company account to help pay for their operating funds. Soon afterwards, Yuan Datong and the others happened to return to the company. All of them looked listless and exhausted. They were obviously afflicted by those reporters. Yuan Datong poured himself a glass of pure water and went to Zhang Xiaohua unhappily. He complained, "You're actually sat here so comfortably, lazing around, while we had to deal with those reporters." Zhang Xiaohua smirked, then got serious and solemnly said, "Zhou Yi just gave me a call and said that Wang Jingwen's record has been sold out and put the money into our company's account. I have already deducted Sparrow Company's production costs. This time our company's total profit is 10.5 million. I just put your money into your accounts. You can check it." When Zhang Xiaohua made his remarks, everyone fell into silence. Their faces changed. They were joyful, yet sometimes clouded and wondering. After a brief moment, Emma squinted, first eyeing Zhang Xiaohua suspiciously. She then took out her cell phone, landed on the bank application, opened the account, and checked her balance. After a moment, in her beautiful pupils, a gleam of tears started appearing. She was holding her cell phone in her trembling hands and licking her lips with her tongue. She looked shocked and unbelieving. Her tears had already stained her cheeks. She couldn't hide her joy. Seeing this, Xiaohai and others also hurriedly took out their mobile phones, opened their bank accounts to look. They all showed expressions of shock. Their eyes slowly swept from left to right. Pupils contracted watching the increase of the small number in the account. Their faces filled with excitement were difficult to hide. It was no wonder, before they were still poor and their family living conditions were very embarrassing. Although their lives weren't terrible, they had a difficult time. Now, in the blink of an eye, they became millionaires. Their lives in the future were destined to be greatly improved. Their family members would also benefit. How could they adapt to such drastic changes? Have we really become millionaires? Emma muttered with a trembling voice, seemingly unable to believe this fact, so she subconsciously looked to Yuan Datong, hoping Yuan Datong could tell her with certainty that she was not dreaming. Yuan Datong was still dazed. He rubbed his eyes as he could not believe it. When he opened his bank account and confirmed that he had indeed become a millionaire, his face only expressed his conviction, but he also felt very emotional. For a long time, he couldn't say a complete word, and the excitement and joy hidden in his heart were evident. "I have promised to turn you all into millionaires. Of course, this is what you deserve. You don't need to thank me." Seeing everyone was so happy, Zhang Xiaohua was filled with a sense of accomplishment. It was a gratifying experience because he actually succeeded and didn't let everyone down, and most importantly, he led everyone out of poverty. As the boss, Zhang Xiaohua felt very successful, very proud and very satisfied. Even though he lost millions in personal wealth, he also felt delighted. Seeing their reactions made it all worth it. Xiaohua, I didn't think you could really. Yuan Datong already didn't know what to say. He understood that according to the company's normal profit distribution ratio, Emma should not have received so much money. But in order to honor his promise, Zhang Xiaohua gave them tenfold their normal dividends without hesitation. This made Yuan Datong very touched. At this moment, Yuan Datong was more jubilant over the fact that he had such a good brother than the actual cash. If allocated in proportion to the company's normal ratio, Emma and the others would only receive 100,000 yuan each at this time. After all, they only accounted for the dry shares of the company. But Zhang Xiaohua promised 2 months ago that he would make them all become millionaires in 2 months. For this reason, Zhang Xiaohua lost out on more than 5 million this time. However, Zhang Xiaohua felt indifferent because his goal in this life was not limited to this small album release. He wanted to make real profits, and he would also be involved in many industries in the future, not just music. This was just the beginning. Moreover, these people were all musical geniuses. Without their full help and hard work, he was doomed to nothing. If this is the case, it was also appropriate for them to earn more. Seeing that was Datong moved, spouting impassioned words, Zhang Xiaohua smiled modestly. This is what you deserve. You don't need to thank me. Well, I don't need to say anything. I'll use it. Emma's voice had yet to sink in when she suddenly rushed to Zhang Xiaohua. Immediately climbing on her tiptoes, she raised her little face, and, before Zhang Xiaohua could respond, Emma's warm lips tightly pressed against his cheeks. Then she rushed out the room. Why only the cheek? After reacting, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have been treated with such a big grievance. He yelled at the direction Emma had fled in a questioning tone, shamelessly adding, "Now I'll feel unbalanced, and I'll feel embarrassed. Come finish the job." That was the first kiss of this big boss. Shameless, such a cheap thing to do. Who doesn't know you're a pro? Yuan Datong countered. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless, looking at Yuan Datong. He noticed Yuan Datong looking at his bank account before giving off a lewd laugh and glancing up at him. In this era, in this society, what was impossible? Love wasn't just limited to men and women. Sometimes it could happen between woman and woman, as well as man and man. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's face burst into sweat and went pale. He quickly raised his voice and bluntly told Yuan Datong, "Why? Big head, back off. This brother only likes women and doesn't like men. So, you're better off finding someone else. Don't think about me unreasonably. Of course, I don't discriminate against you. It's just your preference, not my hobby. We're destined not to drink from the same pot." Yuan Datong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When did this kid become so colorful? However, this boy seemed to have forgotten that he already had a sweetheart. Suddenly remembering his own sweetheart, Yuan Datong also had a wide smile across his face. At this moment, Yuan Datong's cell phone suddenly sounded. Looking at the caller ID, Yuan Datong mysteriously smiled and hurried out of the building to avoid all eyes and ears before answering the call. Zhang Xiaohua had always wondered why every time this big man answered the phone, he had to hide in a place where nobody could hear him. Did he have some secret? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help his curiosity, asking Emma, "Why does he take his calls outside every time? Is it his boyfriend calling? Is he ashamed to let us hear?" Emma asked in reverse, "Boss, you and General Manager Yuan have known each other for so long. Do you still not know what happened?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned for a moment. He only remembered sections of the previous soul's memories. Some major things he could still barely remember, but ordinary things were almost all forgotten. Afraid to ask again, in case he revealed himself, Zhang Xiaohua kept silent. At this time, Yuan Datong rushed down from upstairs and did not say anything. He set himself in front of the computer and started to work. Seeing that it seemed to be an urgent matter for Datong, Zhang Xiaohua was curious and quietly circled behind him. He saw that Yuan Datong had opened his bank account and was currently transferring money. The amount of the transfer was a surprise to Zhang Xiaohua. This kid actually wanted to transfer 500,000. Whom will he give this money to? Is he on the market to buy a house? Even if he just made a fortune, not even a day had passed. Why was he so anxious? Zhang Xiaohua became more and more curious. However, if Yuan Datong really used the money for the right things, this was understandable. He feared that Yuan Datong was being deceived. He was aware that the phishing methods of those fraudsters couldn't be underestimated, especially towards honest people like Yuan Datong, who were easier to fool. At this time, Yuan Datong was about to confirm the transfer, and Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Big head, is there anything wrong with your family? Why are you in such a hurry to transfer the money?" Yuan Datong screamed, only now discovering that Zhang Xiaohua had been hiding behind his back, but since he was discovered, he had nothing to hide. He shook his head and said, "It's Mary who needs it. She is in the United States. She wants to start a small business, but it will cost $50,000. If it goes well, she said she can double her earnings. Plus, now I have the ability to help her." Mary. Zhang Xiaohua felt awkward. He had been thinking hard for a long time, but he couldn't recall knowing any Marys. Chapter 38. True Love. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a long time, but he couldn't remember who this Mary was in the end. He could see that Yuan Datong attached great importance to this girl. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so generous as to give her $500,000. Even the loan slip wasn't written. He just gave her the money straightforwardly. According to Zhang Xiaohua's speculation, this girl couldn't be anything good, or why would she ask to borrow money as soon Yuan Datong got $1 million? It seemed that things weren't that simple. Afraid that Yuan Datong was deceived, Zhang Xiaohua had to remind him of what he was doing. Otherwise, he might just get conned for $500,000. However, in order to avoid embarrassment, Zhang Xiaohua did not directly ask Yuan Datong about this Mary, but euphemistically sets up his words. "Big head, you wouldn't be raising a woman outside, right? So, do you like women or men? If you had to choose one, would you choose Mary or me?" Hearing this, Yuan Datong couldn't help but laugh out loud. But a moment later, he seriously said, "I don't have time to joke with you. Mary is waiting for me to send her the money." Zhang Xiaohua immediately pulled down his face and put his arms on his chest and continued to speak. "You mean, in your heart, Mary is more important than me? That's obvious. I worked so hard to convince Mary to be my girlfriend. You don't know about this, but I started to like her when I was in junior high school. Unfortunately, she moved houses after graduating from junior high school. I thought that I would never see her again, yet I did not expect that she would be the one to contact me. She also said that she would like to be my girlfriend." At this point, Yuan Datong's face was covered with happy smiles, and he stupidly enjoyed himself for a while. He continued to say, "She made a promise to me before she went to study in the United States, saying that when she graduated from school, she would marry me. For me, she also deliberately gave up her favorite major and chose to study music production in order to help me take care of the studio in the future. But now, she does not know that the studio has been changed to a company. I decided not to tell her yet. When she returns, I will give her a surprise." After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua finally got a clue. It seemed that this Mary should be a big girlfriend, and Zhang Xiaohua was even more certain that this was absolutely not. Simple, because even a fool could imagine it. One was a poor musician, the other was a college student studying abroad. Her family's situation could be clearly seen from the fact that she could afford to study abroad. Their living conditions were worlds apart. If both of them could develop a relationship, unless there was true love between them, then she must be scheming against him. What made Zhang Xiaohua feel helpless was that if this woman said anything, Datong would believe her instantly. He would not even bother to consider her motives. He only ever saw the best in everyone. Maybe that Mary didn't go to study abroad at all. She just opened an account in a foreign bank and used an excuse to deceive him for his money. This wouldn't be the first time someone did so. He had heard thousands of such stories back on Earth. "Of course I know. You love Mary, but you don't need to give her so much in one go," Zhang Xiaohua reminded him in good faith. Yuan Datong was not happy as understood the meaning behind his words. This kid was doing nothing more than calling his Mary a fraud. However, Mary was a girlfriend who had been in office for more than 2 years. Yet this kid actually wanted him to treat her like a criminal. Yuan Datong was frustrated. He gave Zhang Xiaohua a glance and said, "Can you not associate all the girls with Chow Feifei? Mary is not that kind of person. I know her, and I believe she will pay me back sooner or later." Saying this, Yuan Datong's eyes were a little different. While staring at Zhang Xiaohua, he said, "Brother, don't be influenced by Chow Feifei. Not all women are the same, okay? I think you should see a psychiatrist. You can't allow her to traumatize you." Zhang Xiaohua felt frustrated. He kindly reminded this idiot, but he wasn't appreciated, and this kid even poured salt into his wounds. No wonder everyone says that love is blind. Obviously, this guy was already blinded by love. I'm too lazy to bother with you anymore. Zhang Xiaohua simply gave up, and at this moment, Yuan Datong had already sent the money to Mary's account. Even if Zhang Xiaohua wanted to stop him, it was too late. It's useless. We often tried to persuade him over the past 2 years. He just doesn't listen. All the time, no matter what demands that Mary have, he will try to meet all of them. It can be said that Mary basically lives off him. There is no way. Yuan Big Brother is too loyal. I really do not know whether to say if this is his strength or weakness. Emma looked helplessly at Yuan Datong and whispered to Zhang Xiaohua. It doesn't matter. Truth can't be hidden forever. When he realizes the truth, he will turn his back on her. Not to mention that the world is not without true love. Maybe this Mary really does have feelings for him. In the end, we can only wait and see, and be there for him. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. True, it can only be this way. Emma nodded helplessly. Go inform Wang Jingwen that the money she deserves has been sent into her account. Ask her to check it, and tell her to come record the songs. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly told Emma. Songs? Hearing this, not only Emma, but Yuan Datong and the rest all became spirited and gathered around Zhang Xiaohua. Did you really write 13 songs? Yuan Datong's face was astonished, waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to answer. Zhang Xiaohua nodded and gave a positive answer. Zhang Xiaohua was not idle this month. Almost every day, he was desperately using his brain, trying to recall all the songs of Fei Wang. Realizing the difficulty in which he struggled, he immediately started to record all his memories of popular songs, movies, TV shows, and anything he thought could be useful in the future, just in case he forgot. As for those he couldn't remember clearly, like movies, as he naturally couldn't recall perfectly every actor's lines, but he knew the plots and main scenes, so he made a plan in the future to either hire writers to complete them, following his guidance, or just directly find the original owners of the works and give them the inspiration for the story so they could complete it for him. But that was all in the future. For now, he had successfully written the lyrics for 13 songs last night. Recently, he had learned how to compose, and as such, he also composed instrumentals for the songs. They were called Red Star, Legend, Empty City, Turkeywood, Hypnosis, Oath, Laughter, I Am, Willing, Channel, Wings of Light, Flower, Halfway, Moontime. These 13 songs, plus the previous 7 songs, meant they would have 20 songs, enough capital to host a concert. However, before the concert, they had to first do a recording. After all, selling records brought in a lot of income. This was an opportunity to make more money, so Zhang Xiaohua naturally would not let it go. Chapter 39, Different Tastes. At the computer, Zhang Xiaohua opened his private email and printed off a sample of the songs he had prepared the previous night. He made 6 copies and handed them over to Yuan Datong. Everyone believed Zhang Xiaohua this time, as he had not bragged before. He really wrote 13 songs, and not only that, he actually indicated the score of each song's lyrics. Everyone scrutinized the lyrics and the corresponding music scores. The results were all awe-inspiring. All 13 songs had different styles, which included rock, cheerful, sentimental, and pop. Moreover, they were no worse than the previous 7 songs. A variety of genres would bring different listening effects to different fans. Adding these songs to the concert was definitely not a problem. Boss, are you really human? How did you write 13 songs in such a short time? Every lyric is so perfect. It is incredible. Emma opened her eyes wide. Her star-shaped pupils flickered and trembled. Deep in her heart, there was an urge to worship him. Generally speaking, the word genius wouldn't be enough to describe me. You guys need not be afraid of not having enough songs, because there is me. Zhang Xiaohua was just being plain shameless. However, his words were like gentle dawn, leading them to see unlimited hope. Everyone was thoroughly convinced by him. Xiaohua, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted your ability. You can rest assured that no matter what you say, I will believe it. The final word will always be yours. After that, Yuan Datong bowed his head down as if ashamed to face Zhang Xiaohua. Yuan Datong had laughed at Zhang Xiaohua, calling him mentally ill last month. He didn't believe that he could actually create 13 songs in a row. He did not expect him to create a miracle again today. All of you are like family to me. There is no need to apologize. Zhang Xiaohua smiled indifferently and said, "We have a lot to do, so don't blame me for being harsh. I'm giving you all 2 weeks, and I want to see all 13 songs recorded by then. Will this be a problem?" "Absolutely not a problem." Everyone responded in unison with the fullest enthusiasm. They had acted like Zhang Xiaohua had just given them a military command. "I will go call Wang Jingwen," said Emma. The others rushed to the recording studio on the 2nd floor, picked up a good instrument, and started to practice the score sheets. "Damn it, who does that kid think he is? If it wasn't for me singing so well, even if you can create more songs, then what can you do? Damn. You. Just wait. One day, you will beg to lick this grandmother's shoes. Sooner or later, I will make you regret everything." At the same time, Wang Jingwen was shouting around her villa like a mental patient. All her grudges had accumulated in her heart, and she concentrated all of it on Zhang Xiaohua. At this point, she had been sheltered by Zhang Xiaohua for more than a month. Zhang Xiaohua made her stay at home all day, and not only did he forbid her from going out, but he also did not allow her to interact with her fans on the internet. She was not allowed to eat anything. She had to drink her own saliva. For Wang Jingwen, this kind of life was simply torture. Although Wang Jingwen did not go out, she also understood the outside world through the internet. She knew that she had become a national superstar with millions of supporters. Therefore, according to her view, her status today meant that she was fully qualified to discuss conditions with Zhang Xiaohua and change her contract terms. Actually, it wasn't enough for her to stay with Huaxiang anymore. She wanted to swap companies while she was still popular. She believed that once this news came out, many entertainment companies would come to her to offer new contracts, and they would definitely be better than Huaxiang Entertainment. Of course, she also knew that those big companies would give her more abundant conditions, at least more abundant than Huaxiang Entertainment. With a decision in mind, Wang Jingwen was about to call Zhang Xiaohua to have a showdown. Unexpectedly, just as she took out her cell phone, the phone began to ring. As she saw the company's number, Wang Jingwen was angered. The grievances she held for a long time broke out. She pressed the answer button and was about to start a showdown with the other party, but she heard Emma's voice suddenly rang. "Wang Jingwen, the boss told me to tell you that your record has been sold out, and the dividend you deserved has already been remitted. Go check your account, then come to the company. Boss has tailor-made 13 songs for you, and each song is a classic." Hearing this remark, Wang Jingwen swallowed her unspoken words. Feeling bemused, she thought she was very fortunate for holding her tongue for a second, or else. However, Wang Jingwen didn't care about how Zhang Xiaohua had created 13 songs in a row, because in her mind, no matter what Zhang Xiaohua did, she naturally deserved it. After all, she was the only contracted singer they had. Now she only cared about the concert that Zhang Xiaohua had promised her. A concert was the dream of every singer. It was also the proof of a singer's strength. Therefore, Wang Jingwen only wanted to prove her strength so that her own reputation would become bigger and bigger. Only in this way would those big companies be willing to pay more attention to her and pay for her contract termination fee of 15 million yuan. Plus, in the negotiations, she would have more chips to bargain with. "I see." After a cold sentence to Emma, Wang Jingwen hung up and then went to the computer to open the online banking app to check her account. Seeing the 3 million in her account, Wang Jingwen didn't feel the slightest bit happy. She felt that she could have gained more benefits based on her current popularity if she didn't have such a ruthless contract. Today, as a popular singer with millions of fans, she only earned 3 million. This was really nothing for the current Wang Jingwen, so she saw the money as an insult to her. Well, if you don't create a proper concert, this grandmother will certainly not hesitate to leave your broken company. I will play along with your game, but we will soon see who will have the final laugh. After she muttered to herself, Wang Jingwen went to the dressing table to dress up. Regardless of the severe warnings from Zhang Xiaohua, she applied foundation, lipstick, eyeshadow, perfume, and put on some jewelry. She dressed herself like a showpiece. She wanted to see how amazed Zhang Xiaohua would be. She was very confident that he would be infuriated and that he wouldn't be able to do much to her. After all, he needed her for the concert, and Emma just said on the phone that the 13 songs were tailor-made just for her. So, She was not afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would not allow her to sing, and if he did fire her, all the better, as she could just look for a new company. After that, she went to pick out an ultra-sexy high-cross cheongsam and put it on, deliberately exposing her beautiful pair of legs. Even a bra was not worn. After she dressed up and felt satisfied with everything, Wang Jingwen finally walked out of the house and headed slowly to Huaxiang Entertainment. It wasn't until 2 in the afternoon when Wang Jingwen walked into the company with no hesitation. Because she was dressed in such a slutty way, which contrasted hugely with the image in the music video, no one seemed to recognize her, even though she received a lot of glances along the way. Just by entering the company's door, Wang Jingwen's strong smell of perfume dispersed around the room. Even Yuan Datong, who was in the recording studio on the second floor, could clearly feel the unique smell of perfume, which seriously stimulated everyone's senses. Their noses became very uncomfortable. As they followed the fragrance, the crowd came downstairs collectively, and they immediately fixed their eyes on its source. They were all shocked by the sight. Everyone looked at the scene in front for a long time. Who was this bright and unconstrained woman in front of them? Wang Jingwen looked at everyone and ignored Zhang Xiaohua. She walked through the crowd slowly and sauntered into the recording studio on the second floor. It was with a full-blown disdain. "I'm not mistaken, right? Was that Wang Jingwen just now?" Emma asked as she looked at Wang Jingwen's back. "The perfume is very similar to the one she wore when we first saw her. Her dress, on the other hand, is even more exaggerated, though. I couldn't recognize her at all. Didn't boss tell her not dress up like that? How could she?" Several people at this point all turned to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was sitting on the chair behind his desk. He looked very calm. He wasn't the slightest bit angry with Wang Jingwen. Instead, he was very pleased. In Zhang Xiaohua's opinion, the fact that Wang Jingwen could change her image so easily was great. After all, her pure image would eventually become boring and produce an aesthetic fatigue to her fans. Nowadays, people paid more attention to packaging and innovation. Just like food, repeatedly eating the same meal day in and day out, even if it was delicious, it would become tiring and tasteless. The same was true for stars. Different styles must be changed over time to cater to the tastes of different audiences. Otherwise, even if the star was perfect, they would not be accepted by the public. In terms of food, Wang Jingwen's change would be comparable to changing from sweet to spicy. "Boss, Wang Jingwen, leave her alone. Your most important task now is to hurry up and record the songs. Go quickly." "Oh." Emma spoke a few words and went to the recording studio with the others. "Xiaohua, you wrote so many songs at once, you must be tired. I think you should go home and have some rest." Yuan Datong looked at Zhang Xiaohua earnestly and said with concern. Speaking of the workload, Zhang Xiaohua did indeed have a busy schedule. He had written and composed the scores for the songs. Moreover, he also had to direct the music video. Not to mention, in the future, he would also need to arrange the concert. In comparison, Yuan Datong felt that he was inferior to him. He was truly unprecedented. Chapter 40, Gradual. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua was really tired for the past 2 months. Although he had memories of his past lives in his mind, he was not a god. He was just an individual, so every time, he had to spend hours searching through his brain, going through songs from Earth. A human being's memory was very limited, and it was really impossible to remember everything in the past. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had spent a lot of brain cells recently. In addition, during the period they were filming the music video for Wang Jingwen, Zhang Xiaohua was acquainted with black and white, working overtime day and night and constantly running around as the director. It was hard work, but he finally saw the fruits of his labor, making everyone a millionaire. For this reason, Yuan Datong was deeply touched, but he did not know what else he could do for Zhang Xiaohua. So, he could only told him to go home and rest well. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and showed a slight smile on his tired face. "It's not just me who is struggling, but you too, and there is also Sparrow. They are the same." Speaking of the company Sparrow, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned for a little while, seemingly remembering something important. Suddenly, in a rush, he picked up the phone and called Zhou Yi's mobile phone. After connecting, "Hello Zhou Yi, yes, it's me, Zhang Xiaohua. To make a long story short, I am calling because I got an offer for you. If I invest $1 million and help you upgrade your equipment sets, Can you make 700,000 records in a month? On the other side, Zhou thought for a moment and then replied, if I can introduce a few new equipment, I believe it should be no problem. To tell the truth, we do not have shortages of manpower or technical staff. The real issue is the hardware equipment. Zhang Xiaohua patted his thighs and happily said, okay, I'll send 1 million over, and you guys can get ready to start. I'm recording the songs for Wang Jingwen now, and I'm going to have to trouble you again after we finish the recording of the songs. We will need to shoot a couple of music videos. During this time, update your equipment as soon as possible. Zhou was ecstatic. As he was an honest person, he planned to give Zhang Xiaohua an IOU. After all, 1 million was not a small number. Then, he said, Boss Zhang, I thank you for being willing to lend us money to upgrade our equipment. I'll drive over and give you an IOU slip. Zhang Xiaohua smirked and said, it's not much trouble. I'll directly transfer the money to you. We are not outsiders, so there is no need to sign an IOU. Zhou was very impressed and grateful that Zhang Xiaohua would trust himself so much, but he absolutely could not accept the money in such a way. For matters related to money, it was still necessary to make things clear so that everyone could rest assured. What's more, this was 1 million, not 1,000 or 2. Carelessness could not be tolerated. I shall still give you an IOU, so you can feel comfortable in your heart, and you will feel rest assured. Zhou insisted. How about this? 1 million will be my investment. Anyway, our company will develop for a long time, so there will be many records to be made in the future. We cannot allow the money to flow outside of the family and let others earn. It is better to let you earn, my brother. Actually, if you are willing, I would love to become an investor in your company. As for the position, you can easily arrange one. Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, but after a closer look, one would find that on his mouth was hanging a slight smirk. Although not very obvious, it was clearly seen by Yuan Datong. Brother Zhang is willing to invest in our company. Across the phone came the surprised voice of Zhou. He used to go out and attempt to attract investment, but he never had any success. The reason was very simple. No investors were optimistic about this small company established in the countryside. Now that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to invest 1 million in one go, Zhou was really taken aback. If they managed to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with Huaxiang Entertainment, the company would inevitably benefit a lot in the future. After all, Zhang Xiaohua's abilities could be considered godlike. He let Sparrow earn more than 4 million in just 2 months, which was enough to prove that his ability was a force to be reckoned with. For a long time, he still did not hear Zhou give a reply. Zhang Xiaohua spoke quietly to try to get a feel for his reaction. Does brother not welcome me? I only want a few shares in return. If this is the case, then do not worry. Just say so, and I will not make things difficult for brother Zhou. No, that's not it. Please don't misunderstand. Zhou hurried to give an explanation, not hesitating to promise. Of course brother Zhang can invest in our company. It shows that you have trust in us. Why would we reject you? Well, that's great. We'll set it up. I'll transfer the money to you now. You will need to give me a copy of the proof of holdings. Okay, I'll go to a lawyer later and work out a document. If there are no issues, I'll send it to you tomorrow. Okay, goodbye. As he hung up the phone, Zhang Xiaohua immediately sent the 1 million to Sparrow's account. After the completion of the transfer, the smile on his face was even more brilliant. He broke into an evil laugh filled with seemingly malicious intentions. At this time, Yuan Datong took first 2 steps and stretched his head to look at Zhang Xiaohua, who was smirking, and asked, "What kind of trick are you playing now, Xiaohua?" Zhang Xiaohua was slightly shocked. He had completely forgotten that Yuan Datong was still there. As sworn brothers, Zhang Xiaohua did not want to hide his ideas from Yuan Datong, but he did not directly explain it, saying euphemistically, "I call it the assimilation strategy. The purpose is to build a record company of our own." Yuan Datong scowled and fretted. For a moment, he opened his eyes and looked like a simmering pot. His anger seemed like it was about to overflow. "So you want to swallow Sparrow little by little and make it our own company?" Zhang Xiaohua, upon hearing his words, was stunned and looked at Yuan Datong. When did he get so smart? After rejecting the thought of deceiving Yuan Datong, Zhang Xiaohua gave in and nodded his head. After all, eventually he would carry out his plan anyway, and they would all notice his actions. Rather than deceive him, it was better to own up and attempt to convince him now. Yuan Datong suddenly realized that he had finally understood why Zhang Xiaohua had rejected the three major record companies. Originally, this kid talked to him about wanting to create a record company of his own, and it seemed he planned to use Sparrow Records as his base. With this as a base frame, it would save a lot of trouble, and in the future, as long as they slowly put money into it, it would eventually become a powerful record company. Simply put, Zhang Xiaohua took a fancy to the company and wanted to take them for himself. What a great move. However, Zhou Yi was an honest individual and a rare friend. There were still so many people in the village who depended on him, but Zhang Xiaohua actually wanted to rob him of the company for his own selfish gain. A company he had put his blood, sweat, and tears into building from the ground up. When did he become so ruthless and conniving? Thinking of this, Yuan Datong's face suddenly became dark as he persuaded. Xiaohua, let's not behave like this. Zhou Yi worked so hard to create such a company, and I'm sure there are many villagers who depend on him. You would be taking away all of his painstaking efforts. How do you think those villagers will see you? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and smiled helplessly. He explained, even if Sparrow becomes ours in the future, we can still make Zhou Yi a general manager, and the villagers can continue to work in the factory. I will not force Zhou Yi to sell the company to me. I want him to willingly let me take over the company. Besides, do you think that Sparrow would be more promising under the management of Zhou Yi or under me? This time, Yuan Datong did not hesitate to express his words directly. Of course, under you. I believe you. If Sparrow Company is under your management, it will certainly get better and better. After all, you have already proved your talent. I can not only guarantee that Sparrow Records will have great achievements, but also that Zhou Yi and the villagers will have no trouble eating and drinking. Yuan Datong was speechless at this time, because what Zhang Xiaohua said made sense. Yuan Datong could not find a reason to stop him. Influenced by Zhang Xiaohua, Yuan Datong even had some expectations and hoped Zhang Xiaohua could acquire it as soon as possible. Sparrow Records would then be set up as a record company belonging to Huaxiang Entertainment. What is your opinion? Zhang Xiaohua asked with a smile. Yuan Datong shook his head and erected a thumbs up, saying with admiration, Brother, I really do admire you. Whatever you say later, I will do. Okay, good. You are to go and record the songs for Wang Jingwen. Remember, within 2 weeks, you must complete the production. While Wang Jingwen is still popular, we can't afford to waste time. Time is money. Zhang Xiaohua got up and went towards the door. Where are you going? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua about to go out, Yuan Datong asked curiously. Now, every action of Zhang Xiaohua made Yuan Datong gave a great deal of curiosity. He wanted to know what this kid was going to do next. First, I need to go to the tax bureau to check some things, and then I'll head to New Century, check out the accounts, and get my money from the Chows. Zhang Xiaohua said, Are you going to find Chao Dequan to settle the bill? Yuan Datong's spirit was stirred. Do you want me to accompany you? In case of a fight, I can lay down some moves. Maybe I can help you sneak. Attack that old bastard. No need, there are still many things here for you to finish. I can do it myself. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand to Yuan Datong and went out to call a taxi. Zhang Xiaohua got into the taxi, heading straight for the tax bureau. Chapter 41, Retribution. At the tax office, Zhang Xiaohua found a staff member, then, in his capacity as a shareholder of New Century Entertainment, asked to check the tax revenue of New Century in order to determine their turnover. The staff verified Zhang Xiaohua's identity, after which he printed of the tax records for the last 3 months and handed it over to Zhang Xiaohua. Returning to the car, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the items and found that New Century Entertainment Company Limited was involved in many business areas. Apart from being active in the entertainment industry, it also owned a lot of karaoke bars, hotels, and real estate businesses. The average monthly tax revenue had already reached 17.5 million yuan. Zhang Xiaohua counted it and multiplied it by the corporate tax rate of 25%. That is to say, New Century Entertainment's monthly profit should amount to approximately 70 million, while he alone accounted for 4% of the company's shares. Therefore, even after personal income tax, he should have received a net profit of about 1 million yuan. However, this time he only got a dividend of 30,000 yuan. Zhang Xiaohua was in good spirits, so he started the car, stepped on the gas pedal, and went straight to the headquarters of New Century. It was time to get some revenge. Located in the conference room of New Century Entertainment's headquarters, both senior executives and shareholders of the company were in a meeting. Naturally, Chao Daquan presided over the meeting, but his face was not looking good at this moment. His forehead was full of black lines, and his eyes were bloodshot. Sharp eyes like that of a fierce beast swept over everyone's body. Each person, without exception, shuddered and bowed their heads, fearing to maintain eye contact with him, making the atmosphere look extremely dignified. In the end, Chao Daquan locked his eyes on Manager Su's body. His face became livid, as if he could not wait to smash Manager Su into a corpse. The topic of the conference was somewhat related to Manager Su because it involved Hwaseong Entertainment, and the last person to negotiate with Hwaseong was Manager Su. Manager Su's real name was Su Fengyan, and he was 40 years old. He had worked in the company for nearly 20 years, devoting almost all of the best time and youth of his life to the company. He was definitely a veteran and could be regarded as one of the founding members of the company. Even when Zhang Xiaohua's father was alive, he would also politely call him Manager Su. At this time, not only Chao Daquan's, but also Chao Feifei's face were colored in anger. There was no signs of respect for Manager Su, completely regarding him as an ineffective staff members. Bang! Suddenly, Chao Feifei patted the table, breaking the atmosphere of the conference room, and screamed, "Su Fengyan, why did you not tell me last time that their company's boss was that waste, Zhang Xiaohua? Don't you dare tell me that you didn't know." Indeed, after returning from Hwaseong last time, Manager Su really had concealed Zhang Xiaohua's identity from them. He didn't want the Chao family to suppress Zhang Xiaohua, and as not to affect Zhang Xiaohua's entrepreneurship, which was a thank-you gift in return for his father's care in the past. Now, Zhang Xiaohua had made a name for himself, and Hwaseong Entertainment became famous in the industry. Therefore, Manager Su's deed could also be considered a meritorious one. He felt that no matter how the Chaos retaliated against him, he would have no complaints. He had stuck to his integrity, and that was enough for him. Therefore, it was precisely because of Manager Su's lack of report that Chao Daquan lost the opportunity to kill off his opponent. Had Manager Su told him the truth, with the strength and influence of Chao Daquan, he would have easily been able to erase Zhang Xiaohua and Hwaseong while they were still in the cradle. But now, Hwaseong had become well known. Zhang Xiaohua's name was known to everybody and widely regarded as the youngest music producer in history and Dean as the hope of Huaxia's music scene. After all, his strength had played a massive role in propelling Wang Jingwen to the top. What was more worthy of mentioning was that under the packaging and promotion of Zhang Xiaohua, Wang Jingwen had become popular all over the country, and her album, Heart's Emotions, had brought an unprecedented hearing feast to the people of the country. But it was also a major blow to all the other companies, resulting in pressure being built on the major entertainment companies to reply with something even better. Of course, this included New Century as well. Chao Daquan, as the chairman of the board of directors, had to come up with a solution, but he had no idea of what to do. So, in the end, he decided to shift the blame to Manager Su. Plus, this would allow him to get rid of the traitor and warn the others. When criticized by Chao Feifei, Manager Su just lowered his head and remained silent. He said that he had nothing to say because he understood this Chao father and daughter and believed that, no matter what he said today, this Chao family would find a way to expel him. Sure enough, at this time, Chao Daquan's icy and merciless voice suddenly sounded. As the highest executive in the business department, Su Fengyan was in charge of securing this deal. But instead, he had helped the outsiders deal with his own company. The consequences of his actions made the company lose a major share of its influence. Manager Su's approach is tantamount to complicity selling this company out. Therefore, he is unethical. So I, as chairman, hereby remove all of Su's managerial duties and expel him from the company. Having said this, Chao Daquan once again glanced at the current crowd. His gloomy voice sounded, "I wonder if anyone present here has any disagreements with my handling of the situation?" The other senior executives shook their head vigorously to show their agreement with his decision. In fact, everyone here was the same as Manager Su. Most of them were all old people with large families relying on their jobs at this company to eat. So even if they were interested in helping Manager Su by saying a few good words, they did not have the guts to risk their own rice bowls to help. The shareholders sat calmly as if watching a show, displaying disregard for Chao Daquan, but they still did not interfere with his decision. Plus, in the eyes of these shareholders, profit was the most important thing. So as long as they got their share of the profit, who was willing to take risks to offend Chao Daquan for a small manager? Su Fengyan never said a word. At the moment, he just stood up silently and reluctantly glanced around the room that had accompanied him for nearly 20 years. He had lost all enthusiasm to stay any longer a long time ago, but forced himself to. But now he just strode out of the meeting room. In order to destroy all of Su Fengyan's face, Chao Feifei immediately picked up the phone and said, "The security department, it's Chao Feifei. Send a few guys and keep an eye on Su Fengyan. Do not give him the opportunity to steal confidential company information. If the company loses anything, I will come looking for you." Soon, uniformed guards hurried to Su Fengyan's office and watched him like a thief. They waited for him to tidy up his personal belongings before sending him out of the company. In the conference room, at this time, Chao Daquan made a sly wink at Chao Feifei. Chao Feifei noticed and gently nodded and turned to the executives who were sitting beside her. "I want to know how you plan to take back Wang Jingwen from Huaxiang. You discuss first, then give me a plan." They immediately started discussing with each other. A short while later, an executive proposed, "Wang Jingwen signed an agreement with our company 2 years ago. It can be said that our company is her old owner. As far as I know, Wang Jingwen had always wanted to return to our company. However, now that she is popular, it is somewhat difficult to get her back. But this woman has 2 shortcomings. One is vanity, and the second is that she is too ambitious. So, I think that if we are willing to spend money and promise to promote her into an international star, she should be willing to jump ship." Another executive immediately added, "Yes, I also heard about it. Huaxiang has always been relying on Wang Jingwen alone. So, as long as Wang Jingwen leaves, they will likely fall apart with a bit of pressure." Chao Feifei was delighted. In her view, if it could be solved with money, it wasn't really an issue. Then, an executive then spoke. "Well, I personally think that if General Manager came forward and offered the deal to Wang Jingwen, she would definitely give you face and agree. If the General Manager can personally come forward, then it is for the best. Yeah, General Manager is young, and Wang Jingwen is also a peer of the same age. Talking about it would be more convenient. I'm very much in agreement with this. It seems that General Manager has also made meritorious deeds this time." Everyone hurriedly took the opportunity to flatter her. Looking at this, it was clear that Chao Feifei was enjoying it very much, making the original atmosphere of life and death become filled with joy. Obviously, she enjoyed the feeling of being praised, and it seemed that she was very much interested in talking with Wang Jingwen. She turned to Chao Daquan and saw his face covered with anger. Chao Feifei immediately looked back at the crowd, and suddenly everyone was quiet. Chao Feifei whispered, "Daddy, do you have anything else to say?" At this moment, Chao Daquan was full of hatred towards Zhang Xiaohua. When he thought of Zhang Xiaohua's hateful face, he wished he could have taken a full swing at him. Thinking again of Zhang Xiaohua's "I want you to have nothing" oath, Chao Daquan's innermost feelings were of inexplicable fear, especially after seeing his sudden success. In order not to let Zhang Xiaohua's oath come true, Chao Daquan wanted to kill him off in the cradle. Like everyone else, Chao Daquan also naively thought that as long as Wang Jingwen was gone, Huaxiang would collapse, and it would be like killing 2 birds with a single stone. In order to make up his mind, Chao Daquan suddenly made a serious face and decisively ordered Chao Feifei, "No matter what method is used or how much money is spent, I must have Wang Jingwen as soon as possible. This matter must be successful, and there should not be any mistakes. Otherwise, even if you're my daughter, I will not tolerate it." "I know, Daddy, you can rest assured," Chao Feifei confidently promised, and then turned to the people present here. "As soon as possible, find a way for me to contact Wang Jingwen. Tell her that New Century's General Manager has something important to discuss with her face-to-face." "Yes, General Manager." The crowd was in full swing and responded in unison. Chapter 42, Worth It. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua parked the car right in front of the door of New Century. Several security guards saw this and wanted to rush up and stop him, but once they realized it was Zhang Xiaohua, they lost their momentum. Zhang Xiaohua was the son of the company's former boss, a famous musician and entrepreneur Moreover, and he was also a shareholder in the company. With these three identities, the security guards didn't dare to mess with him. As he stood in front of the company, Zhang Xiaohua looked up. It really was a big company. Even the building had a high-end atmosphere too. It was an office building that was 30 stories high, surrounded by blue skies, unimpeded, and in a prime location. For now, he could only squeeze together with Yuan Datong and the others in the minuscule studio, but it did not matter as Zhang Xiaohua was confident that sooner or later, he would hang the sign of Huaxiang Entertainment on this building. After he shuffled into the company's hallway, Zhang Xiaohua walked up and pressed the elevator button. When the elevator door opened, Su Fengyan stepped out. Suddenly seeing each other, both of them were slightly stunned, but Su Fengyan was the first to reveal a friendly smile. He seemed to be happy to see that Zhang Xiaohua was here. Zhang Xiaohua stared at Su Fengyan, and after he saw that he was holding a cardboard box in his arms and being followed by 4 security guards, Zhang Xiaohua knew that he was being swept out. However, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't understand why this man, one of the company's senior executives, who not long ago represented the company to discuss business with himself, was being expelled today. After thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua came to a conclusion. It must have been an order from Chao Dequan. No one else had enough power to drive a veteran employee like him out of the company. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua had always wondered why Chao Dequan didn't come find trouble with him, as this was not the style of that old man. It seemed to be because of this manager, Chao Dequan would definitely not leave him be if he knew he was the owner of Huaxiang. This manager had clearly recognized him at the time, so he must have withheld this information from Chao Dequan, earning them time. Otherwise, with New Century suppressing them, even he could not guarantee that the success they had with Wang Jingwen would be possible. In this case, he would also need to thank this manager Su. Since he was swept out by Chao Dequan, it showed that Chao Dequan treated him as an enemy, and as the ancient proverb goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. As he thought of this, Zhang Xiaohua smiled back at him, but not in the same way he did when he first met Su Fengyan. This time, Zhang Xiaohua's smile contained obvious respect with none of the former ridicule. "Uncle Su, what's the matter?" asked Zhang Xiaohua, calling to him. Su Fengyan smiled awkwardly. In his eyes, a faint tear seemed to be forming. Had this situation not happened, Su Fengyan would have been able to retire gloriously in just a few years. In the future, by relying on his retirement funds, his family would be guaranteed the most basic protection, and they would at least be safeguarded from hunger. But now, he was removed by Chao Dequan for making a mistake, and according to company regulations, his pension would also be cancelled. For this reason, Su Fengyan inevitably worried about his future, but he didn't care about his own situation. Instead, there were still many people in the family who relied on him to eat. Even if he wanted to go out to look for a good job to maintain their livelihood in the future, he presumed that other companies would not accept him. The reason was very simple. At the present moment, there was no entertainment company in this country that would dare to face Chao Dequan and hire someone who was expelled by him. Understanding this, Manager Su shook his head helplessly and stepped out of the elevator under the security escort of 4 security guards, and at this moment, he said only a few words to Zhang Xiaohua. "Oh, Xiaohua, all you can do for me is already done. This is my repayment for your father's care, and from now on, Uncle Su hopes that you can look after yourself and continue growing in the future. If you can remain low-key at this point, I advise you to do so. I think you should understand what I mean." After that, Su Fengyan was about to leave, but he heard Zhang Xiaohua suddenly ask, "Does Uncle Su have any interest in doing business for my company?" When Su Fengyan heard this, he fell into contemplation. "Of course, we are still just a small company. However, if Uncle Su can give me face and agree to guide my juniors, I can pay Uncle a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. It's not much, but..." Su Fengyan was surprised. He never expected that Zhang Xiaohua would be so generous. A monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, although it could not be compared to New Century's, it was more than enough to maintain his livelihood. Chao Feifei and Zhang Xiaohua were both young people, but it was clear that the way these two younger generations were quite different. After he thought it over, Su Fengyan showed a gratified smile on his face. He was very grateful to Zhang Xiaohua for being willing to risk it to help him when he was in danger. However, Su Fengyan really did not know what he could do to help Zhang Xiaohua. because Zhang Xiaohua's ability already outweighed many people, and the birth of that superstar was already proof of his strength. Xiaohua, Uncle Su is very grateful to you, but I really can't do anything to help you because you are already amazing. For a monthly salary of 100,000, I really can't accept it, replied Su Fengyan in a humble way. What? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Su Fengyan seriously and raised his voice intentionally so that everyone nearby could hear what he said. With your personal connections in the industry, Uncle Su is more than worthy of it. In the future, I still have a lot of things that will need the help of Uncle Su. I also hope that Uncle can rest assured that when the company gets bigger, I promise that Uncle will have a monthly salary of at least 1 million. Don't do this my company's address. Uncle should remember it. Tomorrow morning, I'll be waiting for you at the door. Leaving these words behind, Zhang Xiaohua took big strides and got into the elevator. Then, turning back with a smile, he asked Su Fengyan, "Oh yes, where's that old bastard Chao Dequan?" In the conference room. Su Fengyan spoke involuntarily, and in the midst of it, he appeared to be still contemplating Zhang Xiaohua's offer. "Oh, thanks." Zhang Xiaohua smirked. He pressed the elevator button and went straight to the conference room on the top floor. He was ready to kill. Chapter 43, Confrontation. Inside the conference room. At this moment, Chao Feifei was just about to wrap up the meeting, but she inadvertently looked at the door and her face couldn't help but change as she shouted her most hated name, Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua directly ignored the father and daughter duo and entered the conference room. As he stood before the conference table, Zhang Xiaohua first glanced at the audience and found that except for Chao Dequan and Chao Feifei, he did not have any impression of the rest of them. It seemed that those former veterans had already been purged by the father and daughter pair. Once upon a time, this company was like another branch of his family, but now it just felt strange and foreign to be here. Shaking his head, Zhang Xiaohua locked his eyes on Su Fengyan's now empty seat, but that made him feel much happier. Originally, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't have a place to sit for himself. This Chao father and daughter certainly did not prepare a seat for him. Of course, let alone sitting in Su Fengyan's former seat. As one of the shareholders of this company, Zhang Xiaohua had every right to be in such meetings. Even Chao Dequan could not say anything about this. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's arrogance, Chao Feifei got up from her seat while barking at him, her tone full of anger. "Zhang Xiaohua, who let you in? Don't you see that we are in a meeting? Hurry up and leave before I call security to throw you out." In the face of Chao Feifei's stern warning, Zhang Xiaohua was unfazed. He took out his mobile phone and hushed his head while playing a casual game. He replied to her in a mild tone, "No one's gonna call security unless you want to see your father in prison. In that case, I'll be more than happy to oblige, and I'll see you guys in court. There, we can figure out how many years the judge feels like giving to a chairman of a listed company who embezzled company dividends from the private shareholders." This immediately caused an uproar among the shareholders at the scene, and they all jumped from their seats and glared at the Chao Dequan. Finally, Zhang Xiaohua turned his attention to Chao Dequan's face. Chao Feifei's face became pale as paper, but her eyes were still filled with resentment. She stared at Zhang Xiaohua and snorted. "What do you mean by that, Zhang Xiaohua? How much are your dividends? How much money can you even get? It's not even worth our time. Why would we bother swallowing it? It's worth it. I think it can be seen from the fact that you came to my house and threatened me and my mother into selling these shares to you. So much for sworn brothers, haha. In fact, why not just ask the other shareholders if it's worth it?" Finishing his words, Zhang Xiaohua turned away from her and fixed his eyes on Chao Dequan's body as if he could see through his heart. He clearly understood that his every move was causing Chao Dequan to break out into a cold sweat. His panic was obvious to anyone, and his guilt was written across his face. Chao Dequan really couldn't understand where had this kid gathered so much courage from. He watched this kid growing up, and according to his understanding of him, even when his father was here to back him up, he wasn't so haughty. But now, when he no longer had any backing, he actually dared to come to the company to find trouble. With this kind of courage, he really was worthy of being called a second-generation wastrel. However, no matter what, this was a company, and he was the chairman of its board. If he allowed this kid to be so abrasive again and again, he would truly lose all of his face. Thinking of this, Chao Dequan reluctantly looked up and showed a false smile to Zhang Xiaohua. He pretended to be kind and said, "AI, Xiaohua, you must have misunderstood, uncle. I have watched you grow up. How could I be scheming against you? You are practically my family, and as for the last time, I do apologize, but I think we can both agree that we took things too far and said things that we didn't mean. I'm not here for your two-faced act, so let's just cut straight to the chase." Zhang Xiaohua was not embarrassed and cut him off, saying, "Give me all the dividends that I deserve from last month and not a penny less, or we can sort this out in court. But before I go to court, I think it might be necessary to host a press conference and talk to our friends in the media about the methods you use to handle business." Upon hearing this, Chao Dequan suddenly felt anxious. With Zhang Xiaohua's current popularity, once he opened a press conference and discredited Chao Dequan in front of the media, both Chao Dequan and New Century would have their reputation tainted. Some of the shareholders would love nothing more than to use this as an excuse to remove him from the chairman position, especially after hearing about his attempt to buy the remaining shares and become the major shareholder. While they didn't mind him running the day-to-day aspects of the business, if he tried to gain full control over it, they would definitely work together with this Zhang Xiaohua to suppress him. Then all of his hard work would be wasted. As for Zhang Xiaohua's threats of getting him sent to jail, he knew he was bluffing. If this was taken to court, at most he would receive a fine and some bad comments on press media, but with his connections and power, he could easily minimize the effects. However, the shareholders and company executives were on the scene, and Chao Dequan couldn't really confess that he had swallowed Zhang Xiaohua's share dividends even if he wanted to. Chao Dequan decided to maintain a friendly attitude and appease Zhang Xiaohua. "I think you have misunderstood, uncle. Let the accountant send you the rest. How much did you not receive?" Since this old bastard wanted to play, then he would play with him. Anyway, he had plenty of time. Zhang Xiaohua leaned back and slid comfortably against the conference chair. He tilted his head high and said leisurely, "You gave me $30,000 out of 1 million. Everyone knows that my dad gave you everything. Yet now that my dad is gone, you have finally showed your ungrateful side." Zhang Xiaohua, Yu Chao Feifei was suffocated with a snotty, sloppy eye, and she wanted to beat Zhang Xiaohua up. Zhang Xiaohua's calm and shameless appearance was so infuriating. "What are you doing here? You don't have to accompany me. You know, oh yeah? Why aren't you with that Ling Fong?" Seeing Chao Feifei become triggered, Zhang Xiaohua didn't forget to add some extra salt to her wounds. Chao Feifei was blindsided with anger, and her vision became crimson red so much that the two peaks on her chest heaved up and down. Zhang Xiaohua was enjoying the view very much. He really wanted to reach out and grab one. After seeing Chao Feifei becoming mad, an executive was stunned, and in order to please Chao Feifei, he scolded Zhang Xiaohua. "Zhang Xiaohua, don't think that just because you're the son of the former boss, you can come here and say whatever you want. You said just now that you want to file a lawsuit, right? We can also play that game. As a shareholder of New Century, you actually went and opened a private company outside. Did you know that we can sue you for this?" "Sue me?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "If I remember correctly, according to corporate law, all shareholders have the right to open their own businesses. Of course, unless they have an official position in the company. As far as I'm aware, I'm neither the chairman nor the general manager of the company. I'm just a small shareholder. So I'm interested in how you plan to sue me." The executive immediately blushed like a peach and quietly lowered his head. He wanted to drill legal loopholes to scare Zhang Xiaohua. He also wanted to use the opportunity to impress the Chao father and daughter, but he was wrecked by Zhang Xiaohua. Chao Dequan and Chao Feifei couldn't help but scrutinize Zhang Xiaohua. They couldn't believe how this former wastrel could become so shrewd and not only open a company, but also write songs. At this moment, all the company's senior executives were speechless. "Come on, stop diverting the topic." Zhang Xiaohua reverted his attention back to Chao Dequan and said, "No one here is a child. Some things are needless to say, and I don't want any more crap. Give me my money, and I will leave immediately. I don't want to stay any longer in this snake den." Chao Dequan felt pure hatred in his heart. He had never been so humiliated in his life, but he maintained a smile on the surface, saying with a gentle tone, "Xiaohua, I'll have the accountant send the correct amount to your account. Because last month the company's profit was limited, so only 30,000 was sent instead. If you don't believe me, I'll let the accountant get the company's bill of last month. Here, Chao Dequan winked at the accountant. The accountant was obviously a smart person. After he gave Chao Dequan a certain look, he made his way out of the conference room. 20 minutes later, the accountant returned to the conference room and placed the book in his hands in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He immediately cast a look on Chao Dequan and indicated that his task was completed. When Zhang Xiaohua picked up the accounting book and opened it, he could not help but be dazzled. The dense numbers were like a sky full of stars. Everything could be added, subtracted, and multiplied. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's face full of fog and confusion, the accountant smiled happily. Not to mention this young man. Even some of the professionals from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce may not be able to distinguish between true and false from the numbers. The company's turnover last month was a total of 1.5 million yuan. You are owed 4% of the company's share. So, after deducting taxes, you should get 30,000 yuan. So I can prove that you had the correct amount from the shareholders' dividends last month. In the past few minutes, and in accordance with the chairman's instructions, I have already sent all of the company's account details to your email. After he listened to the accountant's remarks, Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that it would be impossible for him to understand this account. Even if he could understand it, he would still be fooled by it. No wonder the numbers just went on for so long. This turned out to be a fake accounting book. However, the speed of this accountant was surely amazing if he was able to make a falsified account statement in only 20 minutes. It showed Chao Dequan's requirements from his employees and what they were used for. It seemed that this Chao family was even shadier than he thought. Although everyone on the scene knew that this was a false account report, under Chao Dequan's power, no one spoke up. What's more, Chao Dequan was just targeting Zhang Xiaohua. It had nothing to do with them. After all, as long as their own interests were not compromised, they were fine with it. But some of the shareholders reminded themselves to keep an eye on that accountant and recheck their books later, just in case. Looking at the indifferent expressions in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua sneaked a sly grin and threw the books on the table. At the same time, he felt that he had played around enough. He took out the tax records from the tax bureau from his pocket. Bang! Throwing them on the table and not missing a beat, he questioned, I wonder if anyone in this room can explain this to me. How did the company pay over 17 million taxes last month, according to the tax rate when the turnover was only 1.5 million yuan? Because according to my calculations, you would need around 70 million in turnover before the due tax totals up to 17 million. Since I hold 4% of the shares, according to the ratio of total income, I should get at least 1 million in dividends. So why did I only receive 30,000 yuan? Chapter 44, Viper's Nest. No one was capable of replying to Zhang Xiaohua, and they all looked to Chao Dequan with suspicion and anxiety. After all, this could become a major scandal if not handled with care. Chao Dequan and Chao Feifei were also surprised. They did not speak for a long time as they were caught off guard by Zhang Xiaohua. They didn't expect that this kid had already been to the taxation office and could clearly account for the company's assets through taxation. Obviously, he was well prepared, and his evidence was quite conclusive. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the accountant at that time and shook his tax bills, smirking. It took you half a day's effort to get this useless fake account, but in the end, it was not as good as what I got from the tax bureau in 2 minutes' time. What were you talking about earlier? I bet you thought you were so smart, acting all smug. The straight spine of the accountant had collapsed instantly, and his big head was almost buried in his crotch. He was obviously a cowardly person. What about you guys? Got any more bullshit to say? Or do you want to save that for the press conference? Zhang Xiaohua was blank and indifferent. In the face of Zhang Xiaohua's ambiguity and the skepticism of the shareholders, Chao Dequan dared not quibble. His brain turned sharply as he was desperate to find a way out. Otherwise, he would lose the position as chairman. If he couldn't even deal with a little boy this time, how would he as chairman of the company convince the public later? However, Chao Dequan couldn't admit that he had severely deducted Zhang Xiaohua's dividends, at least not in front of the shareholders. Chao Dequan would be forced to step down for falsifying accounts and misappropriating shareholder finances. In addition, one of those bastards may just report him as well. After all, this was a legal liability for the company, and if the relevant authorities were to follow it up, then everything that Chao Dequan did would be exposed to the general public. He was stuck between a rock and a hard place. He couldn't afford to be careless. Chow Feifei suddenly said, Lu Xiangqiao, how could you do such a thing? Forging accounts and even daring to deceive the chairman. It seems you have become daring in your old age as well as confused. The accountant cried out without tears. This time, he really buried his head into his crotch. Chow Feifei was clearly trying to frame him by placing all the burden on his shoulders. Otherwise, Chow Dequan really might be forced to step down. After Chow Feifei speaking, Chow Dequan needed no encouragement before jumping on board to shift the blame. He put on a fierce expression, squinted at the accountant, and shouted, Lu Xiangqiao, how could you commit such a low-level error? Right now, go prepare Xiaohua's money as soon as possible and send it to his account. Furthermore, since this is your mistake, the money will be deducted from your bonuses from now on until it has been repaid. Chow Dequan got up from his seat and quickly left the office as if he was fleeing from something. He stared at Zhang Xiaohua on the way out with grim eyes. He seemed to be telling him clearly with his eyes, this is not over yet. However, Zhang Xiaohua did not show any weakness at all and immediately rolled his eyes. He showed disdain for Chow Dequan and accepted his challenge. In his mind, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be surprised by the craftiness of this father and daughter duo. They actually managed to save their own skins, and those last words of Chow Dequan were quite artful. By managing to divert the blame to the accountant while also playing down the severity of the issue by lessening his punishment to just losing his bonus, it was clear that he viewed this accountant as important. One played the ruthless character while the other threw out a slight olive branch. What a shrewd family. He couldn't help but acknowledge them both. He thought he had them cornered, but damn. Well played indeed. What a good move. Soon, Zhang Xiaohua and Chow Feifei were the only ones left in the huge conference room, as all the others had already excused themselves. But the moods of the two people were completely different. One was happy, and the other infuriated. Why haven't you left? Chow Feifei held her arms outstretched and stared at Zhang Xiaohua, as if he was a thief, and she feared that he would steal something. What are you so desperate about? You father and daughter actually played such a brilliant move, finding someone else to carry the blame. I really must admit that I thought I had you guys there for a second, and it's my fault for overlooking such a blatant move. I didn't think you would be so shameless and throw your own employee under the bus. Seems you rule with an iron fist over the company, for now at least. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes blinked and looked over Chow Feifei's body. The more he saw this girl, the more he had to admit that although she was evil to the core, she had a perfect figure, and it could produce the most unique impulse. It's a pity that she was rotten. In the future, they were destined to have only tears and bloodshed between them. Zhang Xiaohua, I'll tell you now, don't think that just cause you are holding Wang Jingwen that you have won. You might have won this battle, but the war isn't over yet. As for who will win or lose in the end, it's still not decided. What's more, depending on the strength of your broken company, do you actually think that you can fight us now that we know it's you behind the scenes? Also, remember that you haven't just offended our New Century Entertainment, but also the Jinxing Group. The situation at Star Hotel last time still hasn't been counted for yet, so I advise you to watch your back. Speaking of last time, Chow Feifei became triggered. She wanted to smash Zhang Xiaohua and demolish him to the bones and leave him to die without a burial. It was no wonder. After all, Zhang Xiaohua had made them lose 6 million, nearly 7 million that night, causing Chow Feifei to be tortured by Ling Feng for a week. During this time, Chow Feifei had to beg and beg, again and again, speaking honeyed words to Ling Feng for over a week, and even having to give him a good taste before they managed to smooth things over. But the only things that Zhang Xiaohua could think of were those delicacies from Star Hotel, and completely pushing Chow Feifei's threats to the back of his mind. He had to say that he really felt refreshed that night, and he especially missed that comfortable presidential suite. After licking his lips, Zhang Xiaohua said shamelessly, "You don't need to say anything else. I really do miss that Ling Feng guy. When he goes to Star Hotel next time, remember to text me. I must sneak in with him again. He really is a generous, rich, second-generation wastrel." You? Chow Feifei felt a burst of chest tightness, so much so that her pretty little face was flushed in crimson. She failed to utter a word, stuttering from anger at Zhang Xiaohua. Chow Feifei had met many shameless men, but she had never seen someone as shameless as this guy. How could he be so thick-skinned? He had no honor at all. Now, Chao Feifei really missed the previous Zhang Xiaohua. Even though Zhang Xiaohua was clearly in front of her eyes, she couldn't find a shadow of the Zhang Xiaohua she knew. It felt odd seeing such a familiar face with such a completely different attitude. The next moment, Zhang Xiaohua checked his account and found that there was already 1 million transferred into his account. He didn't want to stay any longer in this viper's nest. He took a lazy look at Chao Feifei and got up, leaving the meeting room without looking back. Chao Feifei was still suffocating from anger, but quickly ran to the front door following him, looking at Zhang Xiaohua back gradually drift away from her view. Her eyes filled with hatred gradually became cold. She mumbled, "Zhang Xiaohua, I'm not finished with you yet. I'd like to see what you are going to do when you don't have Wang Jingwen anymore. We will see if you're still so haughty then." On the way back to the company, Zhang Xiaohua drove, while recalling the two angry faces of Chao's father and daughter. For Zhang Xiaohua, this may be more beautiful than watching their panicked faces. But this was far from his goal. His ultimate goal was to destroy this Chao family until they had nothing left. They owed him a blood debt. Some time later, while driving past a shopping mall, a splendid song suddenly passed into his ear, and he inadvertently stepped on the brakes. He immediately turned to the direction of the shopping mall, and his eyes locked onto a mobile stage. At the same time, a young girl was trying hard to sing on the stage. Unfortunately, people didn't seem to appreciate the girl's singing, all passing by without a care. However, in Zhang Xiaohua's mind, the voice of the girl was unique. Husky while clear, it sounded very sensuous, containing no traces of impurities, and the girl still contained a pure beauty, although not drop-dead gorgeous, but still attractive, with a little dressing up and a few songs. She could be the next Wang Jingwen, becoming popular overnight in the north and south of the country, acting as a shining star in the music world. He had already discovered his next star. He truly was God's favorite child. Chapter 45, God's Favorite Child. Unconsciously, Zhang Xiaohua felt deeply attracted to the girl who was singing. He stepped out of the car after parking and slowly walked towards the girl. It was only now that Zhang Xiaohua saw that the girl was about 20 years old. She was of medium build and wore a beautiful black shawl. Her skin was slightly tanned, and her facial features were very delicate. She wore a blue and white alternating crew neck sweater and short skirt, constantly singing and dancing on the mobile stage. She seemed to be a folk singer who lived off performing arts. Zhang Xiaohua had also seen many such mobile stages in his past life. They were nothing more than a few folks who formed a folk song group and dance troupes. He had even performed in one of those groups when he was aspiring to become a singer in his past life. Generally, businessmen would invite these buskers to perform near the front door of the store to help attract customers. When there was no business, these street performers would take the stage somewhere else, perform, and rely on passers-by donating to earn some living expenses. It wasn't an easy lifestyle. After a period of singing and dancing, the girl hurriedly stepped down, and another artist was introduced by the host to replace her. Zhang Xiaohua came to this space to try and sign the girl as a singer. Walking around, Zhang Xiaohua soon found the girl again. Seeing her so close up, the girl gave Zhang Xiaohua a new impression. Simple. Zhang Xiaohua didn't need to ask around to know that this girl was from one of those rural villages. Although she gave off no unique temperament, she had a sense of naivety and calmness to her that made people feel comfortable in her presence, unlike some of the girls in the city who were just rowdy and arrogant. Zhang Xiaohua first gave the girl his business card before he introduced himself with a smile. "Hello, I'm the boss of Huaxiang Entertainment Company. If you prefer, you can call me Zhang Xiaohua. Do you have some time to talk?" The girl first watched Zhang Xiaohua vigilantly and then looked down at the business card. The color of vigilance on her face remained undiminished, even slightly increasing when she heard he was from an entertainment company. It seemed that his identity as a boss wasn't favored in her mind. What do you want to talk to me about?" asked the girl shyly. "Are you interested in joining our company and becoming an artist?" Zhang Xiaohua asked with a laugh. At the same time, he had already determined that the girl would not refuse. After all, Huaxiang Entertainment had already started a household name that many viewed in a good light. Huaxiang Entertainment had popularized Wang Jingwen. So unless this girl was a fool, he really could not think of any reason for her to refuse. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested." However, this girl didn't hesitate and refused straight off the bat. Zhang Xiaohua's face currently looked like he had eaten shit. Damn, what a ruthless girl. Destroying all of this granddaddy's face. He had truly received a harsh face slapping. Girl, are you alright in the head? I'm the owner of Huaxiang Entertainment Company. You must have heard of Huaxiang Entertainment, right? Zhang Xiaohua spoke exasperated. At this moment, he not only thought that this girl was simple, but also very cute. He had to sign this girl no matter what. The girl actually shook her head saying that she had never heard of the company. Zhang Xiaohua was at a complete loss of what to do next. That was half of his sales pitch gone. It seemed that the company's name still wasn't loud enough. It was necessary to speed up development. Although stunned at this, Zhang Xiaohua was not angry. Always keeping a happy and smiling face, he asked, Wang Jingwen, you should at least have heard of her. She is the singer of Broken-Hearted Woman. Suddenly hearing Wang Jingwen's name, the girl immediately became spirited and nodded. It seemed that she and Zhang Xiaohua had finally found a common topic. Of course I know her. I listen to Wang Jingwen's songs every day. She is my idol. I'm her biggest fan. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This child actually knew only Wang Jingwen, but did not know that Wang Jingwen was an entertainer of Huaxiang Entertainment, and that the person who created those songs and made Wang Jingwen famous stood right in front of her. She truly had eyes but couldn't see Mount Tai. With a wry smile, Zhang Xiaohua asked again, So, don't you want to have a song that belongs to you like Wang Jingwen, and become a big star that everyone knows? The girl listened, and she flashed a definite look. She felt that Zhang Xiaohua's question was a bit idiotic. Wang Jingwen was said to be the best singer of the last decade, an idol in many women's hearts and the goddess in men's hearts. Who did not want to be like her and become a star recognized by the people of the country? At the same time, the girl found it strange. Why would the other party ask this question? Could he really make her like Wang Jingwen? The girl could not help but be amused by Zhang Xiaohua. Obviously, she did not think that. Zhang Xiaohua had the ability to make her a superstar like Wang Jingwen. What is it that Big Brother actually wants in the end? Would you please say it already? I have to perform on stage again soon. The girl did not answer Zhang Xiaohua's question because it was a bit impractical for her. Zhang Xiaohua also didn't want to bend around the subject. Faced with honest people, it was better to be honest. Wang Jingwen is a singer under our company. If you promise to join our company, I'll help you become like Wang Jingwen. You will have your own songs and your own audience, and you will become a superstar in pop music. It all depends on you to make the decision. After Zhang Xiaohua finished, he waited for the girl's answer quietly and thought that he had explained enough. This girl should be able to understand the chance he was offering. She could change her life with a couple words of agreement. After listening to Zhang Xiaohua's words, the girl's eyes gradually became suspicious, and her face was covered with even stronger vigilance. She stared at Zhang Xiaohua with her eyes and looked slightly displeased. So, are you like a talent scout? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. He still didn't understand what she was trying to get at, but he was currently acting as one, so he nodded and said, I'm the boss of the company, but after hearing your voice, I knew I had to sign you. Unexpectedly, the girl's face immediately fell, saying, I have met many scouts before already. They all said the same thing, that they would make me a star. But those people actually wanted money and for me to perform favors. I'm not that desperate to become famous, so sorry. Please leave. When the girl finished, she brushed past Zhang Xiaohua and completely treated him as a liar. Zhang Xiaohua understood now. It seemed she had encountered many so-called star explorers who swindled money and favors while deceiving others. The girl was wary of him for this reason. Well, I'm not that sort of person. If you ever change your mind, you can come to the company and find me according to the address on the business card. Then I may introduce Wang Jingwen to you. Zhang Xiaohua shouted at the girl who was walking away. He went back to his car and drove to the company. When Zhang Xiaohua started to walk away, the girl was about to tear apart the business card, but she stopped herself. She felt that the other person didn't seem like an evil guy. The reason was that Zhang Xiaohua's sentence, I can introduce Wang Jingwen to you, before leaving actually made the girl extremely excited. She didn't believe he actually worked with Wang Jingwen, but she couldn't help but get excited at the idea, so she decided to keep the card anyway. She could use it to show off how she got scouted by an entertainment company to all her friends later. With the decision in mind, the girl carefully put the business card in her pocket and decided to find her best friend later to shamelessly boast. Upon his return to the company, Zhang Xiaohua asked Yuan Datong about the progress of the production of the 13 songs, and Yuan Datong made a pledge that within 2 weeks, he would certainly complete all the recordings. With the guarantee of Yuan Datong, Zhang Xiaohua also calmed down. So he picked up the phone and contacted Zhou Yi, saying with exhilaration, "Zhou Yi, I have decided to invest another $1 million in your company. If there is no problem with this, I'll transfer the money to your company's account. Just add more shares to the contract. And also, don't forget to send me proof of the shareholdings tomorrow." On the other side of the phone, Zhou Yi was ecstatic and hurriedly reassured him before he hung up. Zhang Xiaohua had invested $2 million in Sparrow Company within just a day. This money would play a vital role in upgrading the equipment. At the same time, Zhou Yi couldn't help but admire Zhang Xiaohua's way of doing things. So young, yet so bold and decisive, investing $2 million in one go. This was a real big boss. "Xiaohua, where did you get so much money?" Yuan Datong asked in surprise. Within a day, this kid invested $2 million in Sparrow, which was indeed impressive. Of course, Yuan Datong knew that it was part of his strategy. Regardless of how much money he spent on Sparrow Records, the money would eventually return to his pocket when he took it over. "I got paid my dividends from New Century," Zhang Xiaohua said while transferring the money. A few moments later, $1 million was sent to Sparrow's account. Looking at the remaining balance in his account, Zhang Xiaohua's face gradually became gloomy. After 2 months of hard work, he didn't even earn a penny for himself. Still, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. He turned to see Yuan Datong in front of him and smirked. "Brother, you still have the rest of your money, right? Why not help me owe you dash?" "Oh shit. Completely forgot Emma and Wang Jingwen needed me. Sorry, gotta go." His voice hadn't even faded as Yuan Datong instantly fled upstairs, running like the wind. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless, and his heart was broken. This kid was clearly an unreliable friend. When Mary asked him for $500,000 yuan, this kid actually gave it without blinking. And now that he wanted only 20 yuan for fuel, he actually ran away so quickly. Chapter 46. Concert Preparations. Working until it became dark outside, Zhang Xiaohua announced that he was going to head off soon. After that, he encouraged everybody to urge Yuan Datong to treat them. After everyone had enjoyed their meal, Yuan Datong was tired, and they all dispersed. Zhang Xiaohua enjoyed this kind of life. He could not help but lament that life truly was beautiful. As long as you learn how to deal with it, you would enjoy it. Driving back home and entering the house, Zhang Xiaohua habitually called out a greeting for his mother. Unlike a few days ago, when he entered the door this time, he saw his mother's figure sitting on the sofa with Lu Yin gossiping. They seemed to be having a good time. Upon seeing her son's return, Zhang Xiaofang's smile thickened on her face, and she hurriedly waved him over. "Come here, my son. Mom has something to tell you." Zhang Xiaohua smiled sweetly and quickly went to the side of his mother. He was slightly stunned as she was wearing makeup, and as far as he could remember, this was not her usual style. She was more conservative, rarely dressing up or putting on makeup. Although she looked better than usual, Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt that it was unnatural, as if his mother was deliberately trying to hide something. "Mom, I am sorry. I have been so busy recently, so I did not have time to accompany you. Lu Yin said that you were feeling uncomfortable a few days ago. How are you feeling now?" Zhang Xiaohua asked with concern while apologizing. "I'm okay, but you truly have been busy lately, huh? When did you learn to write music?" Zhang Xiaofang queried with a smile. Although she did not usually watch TV or go online, or even rarely go out, she still knew that Zhang Xiaohua was now a famous music producer. Zhang Xiaohua would have loved nothing more than to boast to his mother about how he made more than $1 million. However, all the money was invested in Sparrow or given out to the others, so for now, he did not speak up. He just reminded himself that next time he earned big, he had to show it, at least before spending it, so he could reassure her and give her a big surprise. "Yes, you just mentioned that you had something to say to me. What happened?" Zhang Xiaohua changed the subject and asked with a smile. Zhang Xiaofang and Lu Yin looked at each other, and then Lu Yin said, "Oh, the madam wants to go out on a trip to travel. She is feeling bored at home." "That's a great idea." Zhang Xiaohua also hoped that his mother would go out more often. As Lu Yin said, it was boring to stay at home all the time. Plus, it would be better for her health if she was more active. He took out his bank card and put it on his mother's hands. There is a little over 100,000 yuan in the card. It is not much, so I cannot help you travel around the world, but it is enough to go out and relax for a bit. When I earn more money, I will take you to travel around the world. You really made that much money just from producing music? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly looked puzzled. She was more concerned that her son had done something wicked or foolish for the cash. You don't need to worry. I am not guilty of any crimes. I started a company, remember? Believe it or not, Yuan Datong and I had earned a lot of money by making music together with a few other friends, so you can rest assured, just spend it with a peace of mind. Zhang Xiaohua gently patted his mother's back, motioning her to rest assured. You are working with Datong? Zhang Xiaohua knew her son. Normally, Zhang Xiaohua would be spending money like water and never came back until around midnight, wasted from drinking with those scumbags he called friends. She had always tried to get him to follow Yuan Datong around instead of those wastrels. In her eyes, they could not be trusted, but she viewed Yuan Datong as part of the family. After all, he had saved her son's life. But this boy always refused her advice and continued to hang out with those prodigal youths. But today, he suddenly said he had started a company with Yuan Datong and even earned more than 100,000 yuan, which made her curious. My friends and I have opened an entertainment company. The company has just started, so I did not tell you. But this money is really something I earned. If you do not believe me, you can ask the big head. Zhang Xiaohua said truthfully. Zhang Xiaohua felt happy that he was doing well. Her mood obviously became better. At the same time, she believed that Zhang Xiaohua did not lie. Even if she did not believe in him, Zhang Xiaohua believed in Yuan Datong's honesty at least. Madam, since the young master has already gained the ability to support himself, you can rest assured to go for a small vacation this time. I think the young master has finally grown up, so you do not have to worry about him. Lu Yin smiled, full of hope. Yeah, she is right, mother. There is no need to worry, you just go out and play. I'll take care of everything here. Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaohua looked at Lu Yin and said, please take care of my mother and remember to look after yourself as well. Of course, young master. Lu Yin said earnestly. With Lu Yin taking care of his mother, Zhang Xiaohua could be at ease, so he asked, when do you plan to go? In fact, where are you planning to go? Did you get your luggage ready yet? If not, would you like me to help you prepare? Calm down with all the questions. I am not a child like you, so you do not have to worry about it. We'll be going tomorrow morning and head to Hong Kong first. This time, stay at home and take good care of yourself. Okay, Zhang Xiaohua carefully spoke, slightly revealing a faintly reluctant expression, as if she was not saying goodbye to her son, but to life. Well, I will send you off tomorrow morning then. I'm going to head up first as I still have things to do. After that, Zhang Xiaohua went upstairs and returned to his room. He sat down in front of the computer. His following task was to prepare for Wang Jingwen's concert. This was going to be Zhang Xiaohua's first time planning such a major event. Fortunately, he had visited several live concerts in the past and often watched videos of concerts by major stars. There should be no problem with the design. It was nothing more than arranging staff and the deployment of various types of equipment. In fact, this was also easy to handle. The instruments and equipment in the company could come in handy. Yuan Datong and the rest could also act on their own as musicians and find a symphony orchestra to help out. They would probably need to hire dancers as well for some of the songs. The rest was finding a venue. Due to lack of popularity and fans, the second and third liner stars usually chose to perform concerts in smaller venues such as auditoriums or opera houses. The first line stars need not say anything. Naturally, the venue would be set up in a large gymnasium or stadium. With the popularity of Wang Jingwen, she already had the qualifications to open a large-scale concert. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua decided to set up the concert in a stadium. In order to find a suitable venue, Zhang Xiaohua checked the information and found out, much to his surprise, that no stars in this world had ever held a concert in the gymnasium, let alone a stadium. Even if it was a big-name stars on the front lines, at most, it was held in an auditorium or opera house. The audience could only reach 15,000 people, and that was already a luxury. In this world's mentality, a stadium was just a place for fans to watch sports. Nothing to do with music concerts at all. After understanding this fact, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but smile. It seemed like he would need to set a precedent. He continued to check the information for a while, and in the end, Zhang Xiaohua selected Tianhe Stadium as the venue for the concert. Although this stadium was not the largest in the city, it could accommodate 30,000 spectators. The venue was moderate, neither high-profile or too low-key. It was just right. Having been busy until midnight, Xiaohua Zhang had already drawn up a specific plan for the concert. When Wang Jingwen's new album was released, and after attracting more loyal fans, then they would hold the concert for her. He could not wait to see the scene. It would certainly be an amazing scene, and it would, of course, certainly bring in great wealth to him and the company. Chapter 47, New Team. The next day, after having breakfast, Zhang Xiaohua drove his mother and Lu Yin to the airport. After helping them with their luggage and settling them both down inside the airport, Zhang Xiaohua drove away. Just a moment later, Zhang Xiaofeng and Lu Yin came out of the airport again. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua as he departed, Zhang Xiaofeng lost her heart, her expression filled with reluctance. Her eyes gradually began to redden. Soon, a stream of tears came out and slowly rolled down her face. On her cheek, a deep tear was etched in her thick foundation. Lu Yin quickly brought out a handkerchief and helped Zhang Xiaofeng wipe away the tears on her face. At the same time, she wiped off the heavy makeup, leaving behind only her true face. Looking closely, she saw that Zhang Xiaofeng's face was as pale as snow without the slightest hint of blood. She looked fragile and weak. Lu Yin could not help but feel distraught. "Madam, the young master has already grown up, so you don't need to worry about him. Right now, you should think about yourself more." Lu Yin smiled on the surface, but it could not conceal her sorrow. "Yeah." Zhang Xiaofeng deeply sighed, finding it difficult to hide her grief. "This child has just lost his father, and I fear that soon I may leave him too. I'm really afraid he won't be able to recover." Lu Yin hurriedly took out a few yuan. "How can you say that, madam? The old master's spirit in heaven will surely bless you and keep young master safe. No matter what happens, good people are always blessed and kind. I just ask ma'am to stop worrying so much. It is not good for your health." Afterward, Lu Yin reached out and called a taxi over. As they went inside the car, it started driving back to the city, heading for the municipal hospital. After half an hour later, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the company. As soon as he passed through the door, he saw Su Fengyan and Zhou Yi, and could not help but feel satisfied. For him, whether it was Su Fengyan or Zhou Yi, both were his lucky stars, and they would surely become pivotal members of the team in the future. When Su Fengyan turned up, Yuan Datong and Emma were lying around, and they were very confused. If Zhou Yi came to this place, everyone could still understand. But why had this manager Su also come? Wasn't he a person of New Century Entertainment? "Uncle Su, you are here, welcome." Zhang Xiaohua first politely greeted Su Fengyan and then looked at Zhou Yi with a smile as he asked, "Are the documents ready for the investment?" Seeing that they had something to talk about, Su Fengyan consciously retreated to one side. It was not the employee's job to bother the boss when he was talking about business. "Also, Su Fengyan, please wait for a moment. I have to discuss something with Zhou Yi first," said Zhang Xiaohua after greeting Su Fengyan. In the meeting room, Zhang Xiaohua sat in the executive's chair behind the desk, waiting for Zhou Yi to report. Zhou Yi took out the documents and handed them over to Zhang Xiaohua. "This is proof of the transference of company holdings. At present, your holdings account for 30% of the shares held by the company. We unanimously decided to authorize Zhang Xiaohua as our company's business director and chief financial officer to supervise the entire business and finance of our company." Zhang Xiaohua laughed. "Does Brother Zhang not like these two positions? If so, I can arrange other ones." Zhou Yi replied. Right now, Zhang Xiaohua was not only his biggest customer, but also his only investor. It could be said that both their companies were basically inseparable from each other. Therefore, Zhou Yi could not afford to disrespect him in the slightest. Zhang Xiaohua carefully collected the documents, and then said to Zhou Yi, "Your side needs to step up construction and upgrade all your equipment at once. This time, we have made 13 songs for Wang Jingwen in succession, which will be divided into 2 album releases, each with 500,000 records. That is to say, you have to produce 1 million records a month. This should be no problem, right?" Zhou Yi could see that the company would gain business again, and a massive one at that. So he answered with sparkling eyes, "Please be assured that there is no problem at all. Well, wait until we finish everything over here, and I will let you know. I will also need to shoot a music video, so I will need your people again. Oh yeah, I also plan to hold Wang Jingwen a concert in a few months. This will need a lot of equipment and personnel to help in setting the stage, lighting layout, printing tickets. These things, can your company spare some staff? Zhang Xiaohua asked. Zhou Yi did not really need to think. He just frankly said, "No problem. We can be responsible for providing lighting and stage construction. Printing tickets is no problem too. We have ready-made printing presses in the factory, so as long as you provide ticket design maps, we can get it done." Okay, then let's get on it. Zhang Xiaohua was very happy that he had actually found such a cheap and comprehensive company to cooperate with. He truly was quite visionary, collecting talented people all around him. After boasting to himself in his mind, Zhang Xiaohua went to find Su Fengyan and said politely, "Uncle Su, you actually came to help us. We are so honored. You are too kind. It should be me saying thank you for letting me have the privilege of working with such talented people. Today, when I see you guys, I feel like I have been taken back to my youth with the enthusiasm and motivation around here." Su Fengyan expressly implied that he was willing to work for the company. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and called over the rest of the group and solemnly announced with full of confidence, "From today onward, Su Fengyan will be our company's business manager. You guys should remember that Uncle Su has extensive experience in the market. In addition, the older generation is worthy of our respect and is qualified to guide us. You are not allowed to act arrogant in front of him. With Uncle Su's guidance, coupled with his personal connections in the industry, our company will surely thrive on a daily basis, getting better and better." When Zhang Xiaohua said this, everyone could not help but cast a contemptuous look at him. Their look spoke volumes. After all, wasn't this kid the one who acted disrespectful to Manager Su last time? "Uncle Su." "Oh no, I think I should call you Manager Su now." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly started to act like a real boss would. Although Su Fengyan was from an older generation, one's yard was still one's yard, the boss was still the boss, and the manager was still the manager. Zhang Xiaohua felt that he mustn't be ambiguous in such matters. Rankings had to be established from the beginning, so there would be no issues later on. With this in mind, Zhang Xiaohua put on a tone that resembles a CEO and said, "Manager Su, Sparrow Records, recently started to update part of their equipment, so I will trouble you to spend a period of time at Sparrow and help them select new hardware. Their improved manufacturing equipment will greatly increase product quality. I believe that under your guidance, Sparrow will also thrive." As he talked, Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhou Yi again and said, "General Manager Zhou, Manager Su is a well-known expert in the industry. Please take his advice on board." "Of course, that is not a problem. If Manager Su can help us improve the quality of our work, we naturally welcome him. How can there be any issues?" Zhou Yi hurriedly responded. Someone who was quite valued by Zhang Xiaohua would certainly not lack skill, and Zhou Yi had also seen Su Fengyan before. Zhou Yi knew that he was formerly a person of New Century Entertainment. As such, he would definitely have ample experience. If he was coming to their company to guide them, Zhou Yi would, of course, welcomed it. "So, Manager Su, this isn't an issue, right?" Zhang Xiaohua asked casually. "No problem. As long as it helps the company develop, I can do anything," Su answered without hesitation with a pair of grateful eyes. Zhang Xiaohua also showed praise and admiration. Just listening to the conversation between Zhang Xiaohua and Zhou Yi, Manager Su clearly felt the aura of a leader radiating from Zhang Xiaohua's body. He felt admiration towards Zhang Xiaohua's wisdom and attitude regarding others. Without saying anything else, Zhang Xiaohua refused the 4 major record companies. Yet in the end, he actually chose this humble company to cooperate with, and they had done well so far, proving he had great vision or at least a great amount of luck. Of course, Manager Su also saw through Zhang Xiaohua and his schemes. Now that Zhang Xiaohua already had a stake in Sparrow, he would surely continue to inject funds into the company and gradually gain more control in the company. As it continued to develop, Sparrow Records would soon belong to Zhang Xiaohua. This was the so-called disguised acquisition. To put it simply, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to acquire the property rights of Sparrow and annex it. This way, he could save a lot of development time for Huaxiang Entertainment and lay a solid foundation for a future industry chain. At such a young age, having such courage and insight was truly rare. In time, he would certainly surpass his father and set up a new entertainment kingdom on the fertile soil of the entertainment industry. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, manager Su could not help but secretly sigh. At the same time, he determined that starting today, he would spare no efforts in assisting Zhang Xiaohua until he succeeded. At the same time, a brand new company team was also being produced. Under the arrangement of Zhang Xiaohua, everyone in the company began performing their duties. Chapter 48, Ling Ming. Regarding the appointment of Su Fengyan, no one voiced any opinions about it. After all, Zhang Xiaohua was the boss. Therefore, he had the right to make decisions in this respect. Moreover, Su Fengyan had been involved in the entertainment industry for many years. He was well-informed, experienced, and personally connected. Therefore, they could not object to him being appointed as a business manager. After the departure of Zhou Yi and Su Fengyan, Yuan Datong asked with curiosity, "Xiaohua, you said that you wanted to hold a concert for Wang Jingwen. What about the selection of the venue? How many people can it hold?" "Tianhe Stadium." Zhang Xiaohua spat out the words casually. However, these words shocked everyone in the venue. All their mouths became O shapes, and they remained like this for a long time that they could not even say anything. This kid really was amazing. It was no wonder Tianhe Stadium was the third largest stadium in Tianjin City. It was large enough to accommodate 30,000 spectators. It was generally used for sports competitions such as large-scale games like the Asian Games and football, and so on. No star would dare to hold a concert at Tianhe Stadium. Even more puzzling is that even if Wang Jingwen had the strength to perform concerts in the Tianhe Stadium, how would the stage be set up? In the middle of the stadium, there was a football field and a 4-kilometer running track. Even if the football pitch could be modified into an auditorium, where would Wang Jingwen sing? Would they make her sing on the stands? This world had no concept of central staging, only one-way ground stages. However, if it was changed into a large auditorium, then it would be easier as there were ready-made stages and equipment, such as lights and LED displays. The audience was able to sit comfortably on the sofa chairs and enjoy the concert. It was a grand occasion. "Xiaohua, are you crazy? That is a stadium, not an auditorium." Yuan Datong was full of grievance. "Yeah, boss, singers go to auditoriums to open concerts, not stadiums. The stadiums are meant for sports competitions." Emma spoke up, trying to advise Zhang Xiaohua. Xiaohai also nodded and agreed. Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to explain his reasoning and just reminded everyone. "Just remember not to tell Wang Jingwen. She just needs to focus on the songs. At present, the most important thing is to record the 13 songs as soon as possible and earn from them first." After Zhang Xiaohua looked at the time and found that it was almost 10 o'clock and Wang Jingwen hadn't actually arrived yet, he asked Emma, "Where's Wang Jingwen?" "Oh, I called her in the morning, but her cell phone has been turned off, and nobody answered the phone at home. I do not know what she is doing," Emma answered. Zhang Xiaohua had a wry smile on his face. It seemed that this girl was getting more and more disrespectful, but it was understandable. After all, she was now a national star. She had grown her wings, so she showed no care for the company. It was human nature. It seemed it was time to replace this girl. Before that, he must find a singer. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was thinking of replacing Wang Jingwen, a young girl suddenly entered from the outside. When he saw the girl's appearance, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but exclaim, You actually came. Welcome." Zhang Xiaohua ran up and greeted the girl. It was the girl he met yesterday, performing on stage at the front door of the department store. "So you own this entertainment company?" The girl's eyes wide open, and her face was full of apologies. It seemed like she had discovered more information about Huaxiang and regretted yesterday's disrespect towards Zhang Xiaohua. Yuan Datong and Co. were so confused. They kept peeping and whispering between themselves while looking at the girl. "Boss, who is this? Care to introduce us?" Emma's curiosity began to grow. In her view, people who could be picked out by Zhang Xiaohua were certainly not ordinary. Maybe this girl was the next Wang Jingwen. "Oh, she is." Zhang Xiaohua started speaking, then frowned while turning to the girl and asked, "Yes, what is your name?" "Hello, everyone, my name is Ling Ming." The girl introduced herself and waved her hand, greeting everyone. After hearing the girl's name, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but shiver. Suddenly, a layer of stormy waves appeared in his mind. It was fate. What was happening? How could he be so goddamn lucky? 2 artists in a row. He was beginning to believe God was blessing him for saving that child from his past life. Though still skeptical about the existence of an almighty being, he could not deny the situation he was in. After all, he was transmigrated to a parallel world and reborn. That was pretty strong evidence. His atheism was shaken, plus his luck was too outrageous. Anyway, these religious ideologies could be dealt with later, so let's get back to the situation at hand. Looking at the girl in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua looked like he had just discovered a gold mine. There was no way to express his emotions. At the same time, many classic songs began to flash across his mind. Among them, the most influential ones were Sister, Stand By Me, the sensational Can I Hold You, and the immortal classic Listening to the Sea. In Zhang Xiaohua's world, these classic songs already had a master, which was the girl in front of him, Ling Ming. Under such intense pressure of meeting an idol, Zhang Xiaohua involuntarily took a small step back. It seemed that the girl's character was one of shyness, so Zhang Xiaohua always maintained a friendly smile on his face. For fear of accidentally scaring the girl off, he did not dare to get too close to the girl. He explained, "Yesterday I heard you singing, and you really do have amazing vocals. But I thought you weren't interested in joining us." Ling Ming smiled and said sincerely, "To be truthful, I did not believe you when you said you could introduce me to Wang Jingwen. When I told my friends what happened and showed them the card, they explained to me who you were and forced me here, huh?" Ling Ming asked weakly, "Is Wang Jingwen really your company's singer? And those songs she sings, were they really written by you?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled slightly, and he silently and readily picked up an acoustic guitar from the side. Gently stroking the strings, a delicate and fluid melody slowly went around the room. Zhang Xiaohua began to sing. "It is raining outside. It has been hard to love you so long. In fact, it is not easy. We split paths, heading separate ways. There will no longer be a relationship tomorrow. My stay-at-home clothes in your closet. I will have to make time to get them back. Do not think that this love will bear fruit. Cannot bear to find an excuse. Do not force yourself for me again. The heart is not enough to leave you pained. Can I hold you? Let me cry on your shoulders. If we are going to separate today, let me burst into tears. Can I hold you, baby? Let me love you one last time. You must also dream of our love. I will leave with a smile and walk it off." At the end of the song, there was silence. Zhang Xiaohua had proved everything with this song. "Can I Hold You" was completely different from the usual, a whole new style and sound. Chapter 49, Vision. Shocked. It was so shocking. Zhang Xiaohua's achievements in music had far exceeded Yuan Datong's imagination. From the broken-hearted woman to the rest of the legendary songs such as See You Again, The World, Pieces, and the not-so-famous new songs, Zhang Xiaohua seemingly created these songs without the slightest effort. All of them seemed to be coming to him as if he was born to create them. Music was created in various forms and styles. Each song was different. As long as it was sung from out of his mouth, it gave people a refreshing feeling. The lyrics and rhymes were so smooth and unique, penetrating and appealing to your deepest emotions. Especially the catchy melodies, always easily capturing people's minds and leaving them unable to extricate themselves. With such terrifying talents, he was simply the human incarnation of God. No, he was the god of music. Ling Ming was completely fascinated at the moment. Whether it was the lyrics of that song or the beautiful tunes, including the artistic conception outlined between them, they made her sway with emotion. She listened to Zhang Xiaohua's phrase, "Can I hold you? Baby, let me love you one last time." It was simply beautiful. She actually helplessly nodded. She was willing to invest herself in Zhang Xiaohua's arms. "Do you like this song?" Zhang Xiaohua asked softly. His moving singing, gentle smile, and hot eyes completely made Ling Ming lose herself in his eyes. It seemed that her mind was captured by Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, no matter what Zhang Xiaohua said, she involuntarily nodded her head. "So, do you want to be the singer for this song?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled, and the gentle voice rang again. Upon hearing this, Ling Ming could not help but nod, filled with eagerness as if she was afraid that Zhang Xiaohua would retract his statement. He immediately turned to Emma and said, "Go get a contract and give it to Miss Ling." Emma recovered from her shock and went to bring the contract, which was specially made for signed singers, and she handed it to Ling Ming. "This is our company's contract. You can take your time to look and think about it. If there are no issues, then feel free to sign it. Oh yeah, that song was called Can I Hold You? It was one of our company's original songs. I will indicate in the contract that you will get the right to sing the song. But the premise is that you have to sign the contract. Zhang Xiaohua explained to Ling Ming. Zhang, big brother, is this true? Can I really be the singer of that song? Asked Ling Ming, unable to believe what was happening. This was too sudden. She was not ready yet, and her voice and body trembled violently. As long as you sign the contract, the song is yours. But I hope you can call me boss. In addition, you should know that I am very strict. I hope you consider everything clearly before signing. After saying everything that needed to be said, Zhang Xiaohua settled himself back in the boss chair without worrying that Ling Ming would refuse to sign the contract. Unless she was an idiot that wanted to run around for a lifetime and wanted to perform on mobile stages in town for a few yuan a day. Please sign it. As long as our boss is willing, you will become the next Wang Jingwen. Emma could not help but urge the girl. She hoped to hear the song just now from Ling Ming's mouth. It would certainly sound good. She also hoped that the company would grow as soon as possible, which meant signing many singers, like a real music company. Ling Ming seriously thought about it, but after thinking it over, she could not think of any major negatives of signing to the company. The most important thing was that the song Can I Hold You was just too good. Although she wanted the song, Ling Ming did not hurry to sign the contract. She looked straight at Zhang Xiaohua and asked in a weak voice, Brother, oh no, boss, after I sign the contract, can I still go and do street performances? Why do you want to perform on the street? Ling Ming slowly lowered her head, her face filled with bitterness. If there was no choice, not many would choose to perform on the street like a beggar. Every day, feeling unsure of whether they would earn enough to eat, having no fixed place to live and reliant on others' generosity. If the performance was not good enough to attract customers, it was up to the bosses of those shopping malls how much they will get paid. Sometimes being degraded and treated like animals, left with no self-esteem at all. He experienced this occasionally in his past life. Driven by his desire to become an artist, he moved to the capital city with no family or friends. In the end, after running out of money, he had jumped on board with one of these street performance groups, somewhat hoping that maybe a scout would pass by and notice him, mostly because he could earn enough to survive. This kind of life, he believed nobody would like to experience. However, due to the pressures of life, some were forced to do so, using their talents to survive day by day. Do you have something you need to do? I can help you if you need it. Ling Ming looked up at Zhang Xiaohua and immediately lowered her head and whispered, I was the lead singer in our troupe and was responsible for many performances. If I cannot perform in the future, then they will not be able to work. What about it? Anyway, there is no future in street performances. If you cannot do it, then that is just how it is. What is your relationship with them? They aren't your family, are they? You need to remember, as long as you are part of our company, we can support you. So why would you need to rely on street performances to survive? Zhang Xiaohua asked in a preaching tone. At the same time, he was starting to feel a little angry in his heart. Was it that difficult to make her sign it? She seemed to look down on both the company and herself. I didn't mean that. Ling Ming slowly raised her head and showed a firm expression on her little face. She seriously said to Zhang Xiaohua, I came to the city from the countryside, but I couldn't find work and I didn't even have a place to live, so I had to sleep under bridges. When I was hungry, I went to restaurants to find leftovers. Later, the brothers and sisters of the Thunder Song and Dance Troupe took me in. They taught me to sing, taught me to dance, and let me perform with them, so I at least would have a chance at earning money. Although I do not like the job, I cannot leave them just cause I found my own way out, because without them, I would probably be dead. My mother often told me that if someone wanted to succeed in life, then he cannot hurt others for their own benefit. If you want me to leave them, then I cannot sign with you. So, you want me to sign your entire song and dance troupe together? The originally foul mood in Zhang Xiaohua's heart was gone, replaced by gratification. He felt that the girl in front of him was way too cute. Ling Ming nodded her head and murmured in a pleading tone, Everyone in the Thunder Song and Dance Troupe is very good at what they do. Although we have not received professional training, we are hardworking and we know loads of dance styles. There are also many sisters who are studying vocals, and they can sing really well. It's also good to listen to. She lowered her head after finishing. Yuan Datong and Co. almost ran up to give her a hug and tell her it was going to be all right. Right then and there. She just seemed so fragile and cute. As for Zhang Xiaohua's temper, they were all very clear about it. Wang Jingwen was often ridiculed and torn down by this kid, so they knew exactly how hot his temper could get. Even if Wang Jingwen was a famous star, Zhang Xiaohua still did not pull his punches, let alone Ling Ming, who was just starting. When it came to cooperation, Zhang Xiaohua had always set the conditions for others. He never had anyone mention conditions to him. But now, this Ling Ming actually asked Zhang Xiaohua to help her entire song and dance troupe. Otherwise, she would not sign her contract. Where did she find the confidence to threaten Zhang Xiaohua? They all felt that if Zhang Xiaohua could still hold back his temper, it would be a miracle, so they were all ready to step up in her defense. Unexpectedly, when everyone thought that Zhang Xiaohua was going to explode, he just smiled and said, "Fine, we will just sign them as well. After all, the company lacks a song and dance troupe anyway." Yuan Datong and the rest looked at each other for a few moments, and then turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua again. What happened to the boss? This was not his usual style. Did the boss just give in to her demand? The sun is coming out from the west. The boss hasn't fallen for this Ling Ming, right? But that does not make sense, cause hate her or not. That Wang Jingwen can be considered slightly more beautiful than this Ling Ming. So the boss has no reason not to like Wang Jingwen, but like this Ling Ming. After some discussion, Yuan Datong looked at Zhang Xiaohua's eyes for a moment. His eyes were full of doubts and whispered, "Are you sure you want to sign this song and dance troupe?" Zhang Xiaohua gave them a look and said, "What? If I do not sign them, do you plan to be the dancers for the concert?" In an instant, everyone suddenly realized, without dancers, the concert would inevitably be boring to watch. In this case, why not sign a song and dance troupe? Killing two birds with one stone. The boss was truly worthy of being the boss. Such vision. Boss, did you mean what you just said? You really want to sign our entire song and dance troupe? Ling Ming asked both excitedly and tensely. The contract in her hand was pinched by her. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua. Her eyes were slightly faint with tears. Chapter 50, TSD Troupe. Since I said I would sign them, then I will sign them for you. If you do not believe me, you can call your brothers and sisters from the troupe now. I will prepare the contract. Zhang Xiaohua said with certainty. He buried his head afterward and began to write up the contract. The reason why he agreed to Ling Ming's request was not only because she was his ideal singer, but the key point was that this girl understood loyalty and valued it greatly. After all, not many people would even remember their old helpers when given such a good opportunity to become famous, let alone risk their chance at changing their lives to help bring along those people. She risked losing her chance to get off the streets for them. Besides, there was nothing wrong with the company getting a song and dance troupe. It would need to be established sooner or later. It was better now than later, and this also allowed him to gain Ling Ming's trust and favor. Thank you, boss." Ling Ming was very grateful. She kept thanking Zhang Xiaohua and then took out her mobile phone, making several calls. An hour later, the room was full of people, and many more had to wait outside because the room was just too small. Zhang Xiaohua counted about 30 people. They were men and women of all ages, all full of vigor and vitality. Some of them were even wearing abstract clothes. With just a glance, he instantly knew that they were all artists. This is Boss Zhang. Those songs that Wang Jingwen sang were all written by him, and she is also a member of this company. Everyone, say hello to Boss Zhang. Ling Ming happily explained to the people who had just arrived and introduced Zhang Xiaohua. Before her voice fell, 30 people spoke in unison calling out Boss Zhang. Their voices were loud and powerful, soaring and deafening. Oh, this momentum is really good. Zhang Xiaohua was very satisfied. He could not help but praise them and immediately asked, "What is the name of the troupe? Who is the head and what types of dances can you guys do?" Reporting to the boss, "We are called Thunder Song and Dance Troupe. I am the head of the group. My name is Yuan. We can perform many dance styles, such as modern, machine, figure, jazz, and street dance. If boss needs it, we can also prepare a performance based on contemporary schools of dance according to your requirements. These are our abilities. We will not let the boss down." Yuan patted his chest and gave a warm introduction. Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at Yuan. He was tall and muscular, with a long, chiseled face and full of spirit with a dignified appearance. Anyway, he felt that the name of the team was too rustic. Zhang Xiaohua immersed himself in his thoughts for a moment, then said, "From now on, you can call it TSD Troop Cooperation or simply TSD Troop. If you do not mind, I will write the team's new name in the contract. Then, you can sign it as their representative." Shi Yuan and his teammates looked at each other and reached a consensus through their eyes. He heard Shi Yuan say, "No problem." The TSD Troop was officially established in this moment. The next moment, Zhang Xiaohua handed the printed contract to Shi Yuan. "Take a look. If there are no problems, you can sign the contract." Shi Yuan nodded and looked at the contract seriously. In order for other people to understand the contents of the contract, he read it out loud. This contract is valid for 5 years. The TSD Dance Company will be responsible for carrying out all the tasks stated in the contract during the duration of the contract. All performances arranged by Huaxiang Entertainment. Company promises that TSD Troop will earn a performance fee of at least 300,000 yuan. As Shi Yuan read up to this point, the members of the group could not help but feel at a loss. A performance fee as high as 300,000. This was already an astronomical price for the members. Taking into account that they usually went to those shopping malls or street performances, they earned on average 3,000 yuan for each session. Only 100 yuan could be allocated to each person. If business was good, in a month like January, they could get up to 1,500 yuan per person. Yet now, their performance fee would be 300,000 yuan. That is to say, when they performed, each member could receive a minimum of 10,000 yuan in remuneration, which was a surprise to the members. Yuan Datong was also shocked by this price. They had never seen such an open-minded boss. Yuan Datong once again went to Zhang Xiaohua's side and whispered, "A performance fee of 300,000? Isn't it a bit high? Even if they worked for Wang Jingwen's concert, we cannot guarantee that Wang Jingwen's concert will earn enough to pay off all the costs." Zhang Xiaohua smiled brilliantly and said generously, "Since they are willing to join us, I can't be stingy now. Last time, when I said that I would make you guys millionaires, I succeeded, right? Just have some belief. As soon as they step into the door of this company, I must treat them equally. Otherwise, the company will sooner or later split up." Yuan Datong was silent. However, in his heart, he felt that Zhang Xiaohua's words were very reasonable. He knew that this kid would never do a lose-lose business. Since he made this decision, he must have his reasons. "Well, you can figure it out." Yuan Datong did not say much. Zhang Xiaohua was the CEO, so he had nothing to worry about. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Emma and the others and asked, "Do you have any opinions?" They collectively shook their heads and expressed no objection. At the same time, everyone also firmly believed in Zhang Xiaohua. They believed that no matter what he did, there would be no reason for doubt. "Okay, that is it. If you have no problems, please sign the contract." Zhang Xiaohua made a statement. Shi Yuan did not delay, and on behalf of the entire team, he signed along the dotted line, officially becoming Huaxiang Entertainment's dance troupe. "Boss, what are we going to do next?" Shi Yuan's mood was high, and he could not wait to do something for this company. The other members were also beaming and full of enthusiasm. They couldn't wait for Zhang Xiaohua to arrange work for them. "Where do you usually dance? Do you have your own dance studio?" Zhang Xiaohua asked. "We cannot afford to rent a dance studio, so we usually rehearse in the park or on the square." Shi Yuan answered truthfully. "Well, dancing in the square? No, that is not allowed." Zhang Xiaohua was depressed. He did not want his company's people to be disgraced, so he immediately turned to Yuan Datong and told him, "General Manager Yuan, give them 100,000 yuan first and let them rent a dance studio." Yuan Datong's face sank, and he instantly felt that his heart had been stabbed. Well, to make money, we must first spend money. But wasn't this kid a bit overreaching? The company did not have any extra money at all. He clearly wanted him to spend money from his own pocket. However, in front of such a large number of people, the big boss could not be allowed to be humiliated. So Yuan Datong nodded reluctantly, went to fetch the money from the bank's ATM before slipping back. When he came back, he had a newspaper in hand. When he opened up the newspaper, a flash of red notes were presented to the crowd. No more, no less, a full 100,000. You should take this money first. Rent a dance studio and concentrate on practicing. I will inform you in advance when there are any jobs." Zhang Xiaohua said seriously. "This boss, how can this be done? We have not made any contributions to the company yet. If we get the money first, and so much money at that, it is not proper. You should remember, from now on, you represent Hwaseong Entertainment. You cannot go back to the streets again afterward. You will not go to the park or the square to dance. Let's not disturb people, let alone lose face. This money will be the deposit the company gives you. Do not talk nonsense. Take it." Shi Yuan's speech was interrupted by Zhang Xiaohua. At that time, everyone was speechless. Zhang Xiaohua radiated a unique temperament. No matter what he said, he made people feel like they could not refuse his words. Since Zhang Xiaohua had already spoken so much, Shi Yuan could only accept. He carefully held the $100,000 in his arms and solemnly asked Zhang Xiaohua, "Boss, do you have any other orders? For the time being, you go back first. When I have a job for you, I will inform you." Zhang Xiaohua waved and smiled. "Thank you, boss, and thank you, General Manager Yuan. Thank you all. Then we shall go first." Shi Yuan addressed everyone, and then led the team members to leave. Chapter 51, Traitor. "I've promised you and signed your entire song and dance troupe. Now it's your turn. Any more requests?" Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile on Ling Ming's face. He appreciated this girl too much. No matter what request she made, Zhang Xiaohua decided to fulfill it. The TSD troupe was already officially signed to the company, and Zhang Xiaohua had also issued a sky-high performance fee for them. The entire troupe's brothers and sisters were guaranteed to be able to protect their lives. For this reason, Ling Ming was grateful. Striding to the desk, Ling Ming picked up a pen and immediately signed her name on the contract. She also attached a fingerprint. Ling Ming officially became a singer for Hwaseong Entertainment. "Boss, what should I do next?" Ling Ming stared at Zhang Xiaohua nervously, her body straight like a benchmark. "In addition to the song Can I Hold You, I will give you more songs to go back and finish recording. After recording, we will also shoot a music video, and finally the album," said Zhang Xiaohua, then looked at Xiaohai and Co. and ordered, "Xiaohai, Howsy, Jimmy, Jack, you four teach Ling Ming some music skills. After all, she is an amateur and you are the professional. Try to let her learn more things." "Roger that." The four responded in unison, and then took Ling Ming to the recording studio on the second floor and started her professional training. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the time and found that it was already 12 o'clock, but Wang Jingwen actually hadn't come yet. She was slowing down the progress so much. This girl was getting more and more disappointing. She didn't seem to fear him anymore. "Emma, call Wang Jingwen again. Tell her to hurry the hell up." Zhang Xiaohua was angered. Emma rushed to call Wang Jingwen's mobile phone, and the phone rang but was cut off. She had declined the call. Zhang Xiaohua was infuriated by this ungrateful girl. Just wait till she gets here. She will see how I deal with her." At this moment, 5 guys dressed in all black walked in from outside. When the 5 men entered the door, they aimed their fingers at Zhang Xiaohua and walked up to him. One middle-aged man with his hands on his hips rushed up and shoved Zhang Xiaohua as he shouted harshly, "No more delaying." Zhang Xiaohua looked at middle-aged men about 40 years old, dressed in gold and silver chains. He looked like a typical mob leader you would see in films. Behind him were the 4 young men, who were obviously his lackeys. Zhang Xiaohua walked and sat his chair, calmly asking, "Who are you?" The middle-aged man patted the table, ignoring his question, and yelled, "Have you got the money your father owed me before dying?" Zhang Xiaohua's face turned bitter. If his father really owed the other party money, then he really had to pay. After all, that dead ghost dad left him 2% shares of the company, and he himself inherited his property. According to relevant laws and regulations, heirs to the property must help the original property holders bear all debts, unless they voluntarily waive the inheritance rights. "What is your name? How much money did my dad owe you when he died?" Zhang Xiaohua seems to be listless. The middle-aged man heard a word. A big fat face suddenly appeared, puzzled. Yuan Datong had a crying expression across his face, whispering into Zhang Xiaohua's ear, "How can you not even know him? His name is Zhu Yunkai. He is the owner of the Eternal Advertising Company and your father's friend. Your father and him have more than 10 years of friendship. Your dad truly borrowed money from him. When I went to your home, I often saw him in your home." Looking at this situation, He made it clear today that he has come to find his money. Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. It seems having limited memories of the old body was really coming to bite him in the ass. Ugh. And his father? Did he have no eyes so far apart from Manager Su? All of his so-called friends so far were nothing but a bunch of vipers waiting to strike. Absolutely no loyalty at all. Zhang Xiaohua smiled heartily. It seemed that being a devil was actually more suited to this society than being an angel. Boss Zhu, right. I do not know how much my dad owes you. Zhang Xiaohua became serious. Regardless of who the other party was, debt repayment, right and proper, he had to take it seriously. Zhu Yunkai took out an IOU from his pocket and needlessly slapped it on the table with a cold face and said, "Look for yourself." Zhang Xiaohua picked up the IOU, and in reading it he couldn't help but start twitching. His heart felt a sense of powerlessness. The IOU, clearly written in black and white, said he owed 5.3 million renminbi. Even the interest rate reached 300,000 a year. What the hell? He didn't even get to meet this guy and had to help him pay 5.3 million renminbi. What a tragedy. God was truly messing with him. What the actual F******. Zhang Xiaohua complained. He was willing to pay the 5 million back, but he didn't have the money. Do you not see it clearly? It's written in black and white. Now, don't talk any more nonsense, and quickly pay back the money. Zhu Yunkai urged him to hurry up. Uncle Zhu, you and my dad were old friendships for many years. You see that this company only just started. There is no extra money at all. I wonder if you can give me 2 months? No more than that. I promise I will deliver the money to you in this time. What do you say? Said Zhang Xiaohua, putting on a polite and obedient voice, because he simply couldn't afford 5 million at this time. He knew when to act submissive. He would get his revenge on day, but for now. Zhu Yunkai smirked. He looked as though he was waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to say those exact words. You don't have enough money, right? I heard you wrote a load of songs lately. I can be generous. You can use those songs' copyright as a mortgage. Also, I want all the songs of Wang Jingwen's album as well. So if I haven't guessed incorrectly, that will be a total of 20 songs. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. What good would song copyrights do for an advertising company? Also, how did he know that he had created 13 songs for Wang Jingwen? As Zhang Xiaohua's brains turned, he suddenly realized that the company had a traitor. Apart from Wang Jingwen, Zhang Xiaohua really couldn't think of anyone else who would sell out the company. It was no wonder that she did not come in the morning, but she wouldn't risk this just to get the copyright unless she found someone else to help her record and release these songs. She had already found a patron. Zhang Xiaohua didn't even not need to guess to know that somewhere in this new century was definitely involved. Wang Jingwen wouldn't have the courage to pull this off without a fallback plan to jump ships. Even this Zhu Yunkai, it was most likely Chao De Quan, that old fox, sent him to embarrass him. Ugh, Zhang Xiaohua was still bitter. Even if he had seen through their plot, he was still powerless to intervene. A penny-pinned hero. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood the meaning of this sentence. But as Zhang Xiaohua was struggling, he heard Yuan Datong suddenly ask, "How did you know that we had a total of 20 songs?" Yuan Datong could not figure that out. Except for the 7 songs that had already been released, the remaining 13 were still in production. Therefore, no one else should know anything but the company's internal staff. How did this Zhu Yunkai know? You don't need to care about that. I want the copyrights to those songs. Are you going to give it or not? Zhu Yunkai looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a smirk. Yuan Datong snorted and said, "Do you know how much those songs are worth? You truly have a big appetite. But you listen to me. We won't sell those songs. Those songs contain our efforts, just like our children. Have you ever heard of anyone selling their own children? Okay, then immediately pay back the money, 5.3 million, or do not blame me if I'm not polite." Here, Zhu Yunkai turned to the 4 guys behind him, commanding, "You guys go upstairs and see if there is anything worthwhile for me to sell off." With Zhu Yunkai's order, the 4 lackeys immediately started their operations and were about to go upstairs. But they saw Emma and Co rushing downstairs holding various items in their hands. They had broomsticks, benches, microphone stands. A wall was formed. The stairs were closed tightly, and the one who was going upstairs was desperately trying to get up. Even the newly joined Ling Ming was holding a pair of pink slippers. "Do not be afraid, boss. Since we are us here, no one can hurt you. Also, you guys can give up about moving things." Emma held the broom high. while cheering Zhang Xiaohua. Upon seeing this, the lackeys collectively returned Zhu Yunkai, and all of them were as breathless as a balloon after failing to force their way up. Zhu Yunkai also instantly turned breathless from frustration. You guys, what are you doing? You owe me money. I can go to the court and have you arrested. We heard from upstairs. Doesn't our boss owe you just a few stinking million? What's the big deal? After that, Emma took a big step and went straight to Zhang Xiaohua's side, and immediately took out from her pocket her bank card, slamming it onto the table, and righteously said, "There is $1 million in this card. I will first return it to boss." Chapter 52, Family. Looking at Emma's firm little face, Zhang Xiaohua's heart suddenly produced a warm flush of blood. It traveled along the blood vessels in his body, permeating into the internal organs and gradually warming his whole body. The whole world suddenly brightened for him. Looking at the bank card on the table, Zhang Xiaohua felt that the card was as heavy as Mount Tai. In Zhang Xiaohua's view, this card is not filled with just money, but care and affection. No amount of money could compare to a friendship like this. However, Zhang Xiaohua really did not expect that Emma would stand up for himself and help him pay his debts. Zhang Xiaohua knew that Emma's family was not well off and her family was building a house. Her parents' health wasn't very good, and she needed the money to help send her younger brother to the college as well. This money was very important for her, but despite all of that, she did not hesitate in using it to help him. On the contrary, at this time, in the eyes of Zhu Yunkai, Emma's bank card was as light as a feather, without the slightest weight, so he simply ignored it. Zhu Yunkai looked at Zhang Xiaohua contemptuously and smiled as he said, "$1 million, and you want to send me out? Haha, I'm asking for $5 million. If you don't give it back to me today, I'll let people come here every day to make trouble." At this time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't even get a chance to speak back. Yuan Datong's violent temper was instantly stimulated. He took out a bank card and slammed his way to the table. "I still have 300,000 in this card." After he finished, he patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulders gently to indicate his confidence. Then he turned to Xiaohai and Co., but he didn't need to speak any words. Everyone instantly reached an agreement through their eyes. They went to Zhang Xiaohua's side, took out their bank cards, and put it in front of him. "Boss, we have a total of 4 million here, plus with those from Emma and Yuan Datong. Exactly 5.3 million. You can figure it out what you want to do. We all believe in you," said Xiaohai. At the same time, Lingming also tossed a roll of change from her pocket. She pulled out a crumpled $100 bill and threw it on the table with her hands. She said, "The boss shouldn't be afraid. I'll help you too." It made everyone laugh. She truly was a living treasure. "You guys, don't worry, we are family." Zhang Xiaohua was touched and wanted to say something, but Yuan Datong interrupted his words with a smile. The word family was enough to explain everything. Looking around at these friends who didn't even have a bit of a blood relationship between each other, yet treated each other better than their loved ones, Zhang Xiaohua only felt his nose turn sour, and his eyes seemed to have sand in them. He couldn't resist rubbing his wet eyes. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not want to cry, he was in tears. The tears contained no traces of sadness. They were tears filled with joy. At the same time, he no longer felt lonely or helpless. He could not find a reason to feel alone or helpless when he had such a strong backing behind him. The name of this mountain was family. They all had smiles on their faces. Zhang Xiaohua just remained silent. Instead, he slowly turned his gaze away from them as his pupils seemed to be gradually covered in a layer of ice, exuding a touch of coldness. Sitting on the chair of the boss, he faced Zhu Yunkai with a calm tone. "Take these cards and disappear from our sight. My family has repaid all my debts with you, but don't feel like this is over. Snakes never live long." Watching Zhang Xiaohua's cold, ruthless eyes, Zhu Yunkai felt chilled, and he could not help but tremble. Moreover, he felt that Zhang Xiaohua had started treating him as a prey. Under a guilty conscience, Zhu Yunkai did not dare to stay any longer. Not to mention the purpose of the trip had been reached, and he had no more reason to continue playing rogue. He took away the bank cards along with a sheet of PIN codes and left. Zhang Xiaohua breathed deeply and rekindled the blazing flames in his eyes, evaporating the icy coldness that lingered in them. Looking at the smiling faces around the room, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and quipped, "Why do you carry so much money on you? Are you not afraid of being robbed?" Emma grinned as she said, I am not afraid of the boss jokes. This is the first time we have made so much money. 1 million yuan. I don't feel at ease when I leave it at home. I only feel safe when the card is on my body. These 2 days I was afraid that I would lose it or it would be stolen. I couldn't even sit on the bus without feeling for it every minute to check. Yeah, since I got the money, I realized how dangerous life is. I have started to notice so many more dangerous things around me. It's quite strange, said Xiaohai, scratching his head and giggling. The others also shared the same feeling. Zhang Xiaohua's laughed without words, but in fact he knew it as well. Who didn't like money in this world? Not to mention millions of yuan. It seemed that Zhang Xiaohua's mind was seen through. Yuan Datong patted his shoulder and smiled as he said, "You don't need to take it to heart. This money is yours, you earned it for us. Now that you are in trouble, how can we sit idly by?" "Yeah, boss, the money was originally yours, and we knew ourselves. Now that you have fulfilled your promise, letting us experience what it is like to be a millionaire, we have no regrets. If the company makes money later, just give us our share according to the normal distribution ratio," Emma said with a smile. Although others did not speak, they silently nodded. Zhang Xiaohua was very grateful to God for having met this group of good brothers and sisters. And Ling Ming, he really did not misread her. At a critical moment, she was actually so loyal. But from the boss point of view, Zhang Xiaohua would not let anyone in his company lose everything. He had promised to let them become millionaires, so the money was theirs. Just now he was in debt, but they helped him repay it. How could this be allowed? Where was His Majesty as the boss? "You can rest assured that the money I borrowed from you will be returned in double next time," Zhang Xiaohua promised generously. Upon hearing this, Yuan Datong felt happy. The hippie smiled and said, "Then you owe me 800,000 yuan next time." Zhang Xiaohua's face sank, and he immediately replied, shouting, "What are you going on about? Your card only had 300,000 renminbi on it. Why should I repay you 800,000? Aren't you saying double reward?" Yuan Datong eloquently, "Yeah, that's only 600,000, not 800,000 yuan." Zhang Xiaohua justified himself. "Brother, it seems you forgot that I paid the deposit for TSD troop. That was 100,000 yuan, double that is 200,000 yuan, plus the money from the card makes 800,000 renminbi. That was helping people in the company. What's more, you're the general manager. Can you be more generous? Can you not be so stingy? After all, it's only 100,000 yuan. Even if I give it to you, do you actually need it?" "Yes," Yuan Datong answered. They couldn't help but follow the frolic. The company suddenly became a mess. A constant burst of joy and laughter once again. Chapter 53, Negotiations. At the Royal Tea House, in an upscale VIP room. At this time Chow Feifei was preparing tea. Opposite to Chow Feifei sat a stunning young woman. Although the woman's face was accompanied by a pair of large sunglasses, it was not difficult to recognize her. It was none other than Wang Jingwen. At this point, the two women had been negotiating for an hour. In order to achieve her own goals and for the benefit of the company, Chow Feifei, who had always kept a higher-than-thou attitude, put on a humble face for the first time. She not only voluntarily called Wang Jingwen for a meeting, but also personally poured tea for her, completely treating Wang Jingwen as a VIP. Someone walked in from the other side, quietly went to Chow Feifei and whispered, "General Manager Chow, I've already completed the task." Yes, this person was Zhu Yunkai. As for why Zhu Yunkai knew the 13 songs, it was naturally because of Wang Jingwen's mouth. Wang Jingwen told Chow Feifei about it with the purpose of showing off and to gain more chips for bargaining. Chow Feifei smiled and laughed out loud. She was very proud of herself. He was actually made to lose 5 million. "Ha ha, you actually want to fight against this lady. You're still too tender." Chow Feifei boasted in her heart and turned to Zhu Yunkai. "When I return, I'll have the business department hand over the company's advertising design for this quarter to your company. You go back first. I still have something to talk about with Miss Wang." Zhu Yunkai was very grateful for her grace and quietly left the private room. In a good mood, Chow Feifei slowly lifted her eyes and smiled at Wang Jingwen as she said, "With Miss Wang's current status, it is too condescending for you to stay at such a humble company. Of course, a big star like Ms. Wang should join our new Century Entertainment. I think this would be a good deal for both of us. What do you say?" Wang Jingwen placed on a blank expression, but she felt what she said was Correct, relying on her current status and fame. Her staying at Hwaseong was a waste. New Century Entertainment, however. As an industry giant, New Century Entertainment had a solid foundation and long-standing reputation, and had a full range of industrial connections. Its influence was all over Hwaseong, and even had a certain status in the international community. It also had cooperations with many well-known media companies at home and abroad. The most important thing was that now everyone knew that they had the backing of Jinshin Group. Both of these two big companies in the country had long spread word of their matchmaking. Their combination made them a solid rock. It couldn't be compared to a little broken company like Hwaseong Entertainment. If someone had to choose between the two, unless it was a fool, he would always choose New Century Entertainment. But although she was eager to join them, Wang Jingwen did not express any feelings. After all, she used to be assigned singer of New Century Entertainment, but was abandoned by them before. Now that she was popular, they came back for her. Even if she wanted to join them, she must have good conditions. At least, New Century Entertainment must realize that she wasn't the same third-rate singer who they fired last time. Thinking this, Wang Jingwen sneered and said, "General Manager mustn't forget 2 years ago. I was your contracted singer, but since your company was not optimistic about me, you took the initiative to withdraw my contract. Do you Chows think that I am a ball that can be kicked and kicked around?" Chow Feifei understood the meaning of Wang Jingwen, so she quickly smiled and laughed. "Miss Wang has misunderstood me. When the company fired you, it was not our Chow family, but the Zhang family, Zhang Xiaohua's father to be precise. Actually, in our eyes, we felt that our company had lost a heavyweight singer, Miss Wang. However, I don't think Miss Wang knows, but the agent and related staff have all been expelled by me. If even talented people like Miss Wang can be fired away, those people are just useless." Speaking of this, Chow Feifei took out a small box from her bag and put an exquisite wrapped gift box on the table. She gently placed it in front of Wang Jingwen and laughed. "Even though it's not much, but in order to express our company's apology and sincerity towards Miss Wang, this is a gift I prepared to Miss Wang on behalf of the company. I ask Miss Wang to accept it." Wang Jingwen picked up the small box and weighed it in her hand. Feeling it was very light, she could not help but chuckle. It was so light. What could be installed inside? But she still couldn't help but get curious. When she opened the box, she was surprised at the sight before her eyes. This is Ferrari's car key?" Chow Feifei smiled, lightly adding, "Exactly. This is a new Ferrari Portofino sports car, worth 10 million yuan. Currently, the car is parked in the opposite parking lot for. When Miss Wang is ready, I think this should be enough to prove our company's sincerity to Miss Wang." Wang Jingwen was secretly astonished by the gift. They truly deserved to be called a big company with such strength. One could imagine that if she moved to New Century Entertainment, then she would surely be treated with the highest level of care. It would also possible to become a world-class superstar by entering the international arena. It was too tempting, although she very excited. But in Wang Jingwen's view, her current worth wasn't only 10 million. This gift was not enough to completely impress her. Chow Feifei was also prepared. Not to mention that Chow Dequan had already expressed how vital getting this girl was. Wang Jingwen should be recruited no matter the price. In this case, Chow Feifei would naturally not be stingy. "If Miss Wang joins us, we will give Ms. Wang a tailor-made movie, with the best screenwriter, best director, and of course, before this, we will hold a special live concert for Miss Wang. The venue of the concert will be Tianjin Theater. As for the sharing ratio, 50% for both parties, and our company will also give Miss Wang a bonus of 5 million each month. Miss Wang is a smart person, so I think Miss Wang will not refuse these conditions." Right. Hearing up to here, Wang Jingwen finally could not hold it. Not to mention that the other party would create a movie tailored for her. It was very tempting to perform at Tianjin Theater. Tianjin Theater was the largest and most luxurious opera house in Tianjin City, enough to accommodate 15,000 spectators, known as the Oriental Hall of Fame, and not everyone could open a concert in the Tianjin Theater. Even if it was a high-profile international star, it must be booked in advance for a long time. If there was no connections with those in powerful places, not even mainland singers could get in. It was one of the performance venues that all singers were longing for. It was a symbol of a singer's strength and status. Originally, Wang Jingwen had looked forward to the concert arranged by Zhang Xiaohua, but at this time, under the temptation of the Tianjin Theater, her little expectations were gone. Unfortunately, she didn't know that the concert that Zhang Xiaohua had prepared for her was more than 100 times more luxurious than the concert prepared for her by New Century, regardless of the venue selection or the number of seats. Unfortunately, Wang Jingwen was blind and was destined to miss the opportunity. Yes, but I still have two conditions, Wang Jingwen said suddenly. Qiao Feifei picked up a cup of tea and blew it gently. Then she took a sip of tea and said, I wonder what the conditions are. I and Huaxiang Entertainment have a termination fee. You must cover it. In addition, I want to join New Century Entertainment with a massive scene. Therefore, the joining ceremony must be done in a big way, and we must let all the media know. Wang Jingwen immediately spoke up. As a big star in her current position, she was fully qualified to submit conditions, of course. Not a problem. This contract settlement fee will come from our company. As for making the joining ceremony a big fanfare, this is naturally a must. Even if Miss Wang didn't say it, our company would do so. It's such a happy event. Feifei put down her teacup and said seriously, but I also have a condition. Wang Jingwen was slightly surprised. What condition? I want Zhang Xiaohua's lyrics and music scores for those 13 songs. Such a simple condition. I think it should not be a problem for Miss Wang, right? Qiao Feifei said seriously, yet she was sneering in her heart. Wang Jingwen revealed a shrewd smile. She didn't need to ask the reason. She also knew what New Century was trying to do. Before they published it, they would edit a few sections then have it registered as their own work. That way, if Zhang Xiaohua later published it, they would sue him. But even if he had it already copyrighted, the slight changes would ensure they could release their versions without needing to worry. Plus, even if he sued them, all the better, they could suppress his claims with their connections and drag it out, making him spend a fortune in lawyer costs. That would also give them to have a good reason to run a smear campaign against him. Wang Jingwen slowly lifted the cup of tea and took a sip. Since New Century had already created such favorable conditions for her, what reason did she still have for refusing them? Placing the cup down, Wang Jingwen smirked and nodded her head. Qiao Feifei then raised her teacup as Wang Jingwen raised hers. They clinked cups and continued to enjoy their tea. Chapter 54, Divided. 3 p.m., Shihu Alley. At this time, the roar of the engine from a sports car suddenly broke the tranquility of the empty lane, accompanied by the shrill sound of brakes, stopping at the door of Huaxiang Entertainment. When everyone came out to see, it was a red Ferrari fashion sports car that caught their eyes. When the gull-winged car doors slowly rose, everyone was taken aback and unanimously shouted a name. Wang Jingwen. Wang Jingwen gracefully walked out of the car and just stood firmly in front of them. A sudden breeze blew, picking up her beautiful dark hair. It was like a scene straight out of movie scene. She flicked her hair with pure finesse, seemingly enjoying their shocked expressions as everyone finally understood the meaning of the charming car and beautiful women. Truly a breathtaking combination. Wang Jingwen twisted her buttocks, taking small steps forward, slowly coming in front of Yuan Datong and Co. Wang Jingwen, where did you get such a good car? Did you borrow it? Emma's eyes were wide open. Her eyes never left the sports car. She felt afraid to even touch it, fearing that she couldn't afford to damage it. She could only watch from a distance. There are still people who borrow a car. Haha, really a group of dumplings. Wang Jingwen spoke disdainfully, her pair of pupils inclined to 90 degrees, seemingly too lazy to look at them. You mean you bought it? Yuan Datong's voice sounded. He had seen the car on the internet. He also knew that the car was expensive. Without at least 10 million, one couldn't even think about driving it home. Although Wang Jingwen recently made a few million, at best she could buy the 4 wheels of this car. She wouldn't be able to buy the whole car unless she won a lottery ticket. Yuan Datong would not believe that Wang Jingwen had the ability to buy this car otherwise. Wang Jingwen coldly hummed. Without even answering him, she walked straight into the building. Entering the door, she did not forget to turn back and warn. You can look, but don't touch it. If you scratch it, you can't even afford to fix it. Afterwards, she walked back into the company. Unexpectedly, just as soon as she entered the door, Ling Ming appeared in front of her, like a ghost. Faced with the idol that she was always thinking about, Ling Ming's hands rose, clutching her mouth. her copper-bellied eyes trembling violently, her dark face covered with alarm. She could not believe she actually ran into her idol. Very excited, she said, "Wang Jingwen, my God, it's really Wang Jingwen." She hurriedly outstretched her hands. "Hello, Miss Wang Jingwen. My name is Ling Ming. I'm your biggest fan. I can sing all of your songs. You are my idol. I did not expect that I would really see you today. Can I shake hands with you?" Ling Ming's sudden appearance surprised Wang Jingwen. But after determining that she was not a ghost, Wang Jingwen broke the heart of Ling Ming completely. Ignoring her, she headed towards the stair leading to the recording studio. Seeing Wang Jingwen completely ignoring her, Ling Ming could not help but look discouraged and feel self-contempt, thinking that the other party was big star and she was just an ordinary girl, so being ignored by others was also normal, no big deal. Reaching the stairs to the studio, Wang Jingwen was about to head up. But Zhang Xiaohua's voice suddenly sounded, revealing his indignant anger. "Where did you go? How come you're here so late?" In fact, Zhang Xiaohua didn't even need to ask to know where Wang Jingwen was. The other side was already so generous, even giving her a sports car with a value of tens of millions. Except for New Century, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't think of anyone else. However, Zhang Xiaohua still hoped that Wang Jingwen would be honest with him. If she could redeem herself, Zhang Xiaohua would continue to hold on to her. After all, she was an extremely rare singer. Although her character was problematic, he could slowly tune her up and instill respect in her. If she really betrayed them, then Zhang Xiaohua would lose all the effort and all the time he invested in her. If it was true, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel a little pity. After all, she was his first singer in success. Since she decided to join the New Century, Wang Jingwen did not want to give Zhang Xiaohua face. But for now, it wasn't time to have the final showdown with Zhang Xiaohua, at least not before she got the things that New Century Entertainment wanted, so she could only take his anger laying down. But still frustrated, she spoke in spite. "I went to see a friend, or do I not even have this freedom? I'm a human, not an animal that will only be eat and slept at home. Since you like to limit other people's freedom so much, please, go find someone else. I can't adapt to it anyway. I can't handle the concert. I'm not doing it." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was disappointed for a while. It looked like she had decided in her heart and determined to part ways with Huaxiang Entertainment. Ugh, he was originally expecting her to make a fortune for the company in the future. Even a concert was prepared for her. But it ended up like this. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head helplessly, not saying anything, but waved Wang Jingwen out, indicating her to leave. He could provide her a path, but he couldn't force her to walk it. In Zhang Xiaohua's mind, even if he wanted to teach her a lesson, it was useless to just rely on words. Only results would make her realize her mistakes and stupidity. Sometimes, words would only leave the enemy with an opportunity to prepare. In this case, there was no need to speak any. Further, Wang Jingwen, hearing Zhang Xiaohua sigh and walk away, smirked with disdain, waiting for him to disappear from range. She continued to sneak upstairs. Walking into the recording studio, Wang Jingwen immediately exposed an evil smirk, sneaking around like a thief. Walking up to Yuan Datong's safe under a desk, she typed in the code she had heard him tell to Zhang Xiaohua. Turning the lock, she finally took out the samples for the 13 songs. After taking out her phone and opening the camera, Wang Jingwen quickly took photos of the lyrics and music scores. After finishing, she carefully returned everything back to its original position. Under a guilty conscience, she did not forget to erase her fingerprint of the drawer handle and safe. She didn't want to leave any clues behind, for fear that she would be forced to eat a lawsuit in the future. Fortunately, there wasn't any cameras around. In this way, even if this incident were exposed in the future, Zhang Xiaohua could do nothing to her. Truly, a small company can't even afford cameras. After muttering, Wang Jingwen didn't want to stay any longer. From this moment onward, she and this company were done. As for the following issues, New Century would be able to handle it. She wouldn't need to worry about it at all. Sneaking back downstairs, as Wang Jingwen stepped to the staircase, she turned to see Zhang Xiaohua sitting behind his desk in the conference room. She casually said, "Today, I don't feel well. I'm going home to have a rest. We can't record today." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Wang Jingwen and disregarded her, then looked at Ling Ming who had just appeared beside her and then looked to Wang Jingwen with a smile. I forgot to introduce her to you. She is Ling Ming, our company's new singer. Wang Jingwen heard this and turned to take a glimpse at the girl. Did he already know she was switching sides, so he had already found another singer? How could this be? It was only like 2 hours ago that she talked with Chao Feifei and decided to make the switch to New Century. Turning her eyes to Ling Ming, Wang Jingwen suddenly felt an inexplicable embarrassment in her heart. She did not speak, but she didn't totally dismiss Ling Ming. After all, she had seen Zhang Xiaohua's talent firsthand for herself. But she also didn't believe that Zhang Xiaohua could raise this Ling Ming to the same level as her. In Wang Jingwen's heart, she believed that if she was gold, Ling Ming was merely a stone. She admitted Zhang Xiaohua could polish her into an impressive singer, but no one in this world, not even him, had the ability to turn a stone into gold, unless he was a god. No matter how much she developed, she would only be a polished stone, no threat to her. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well. I must hurry to go home to rest. Saying this, Wang Jingwen fled out through the door, and as Yuan Datong and were shocked, she sped off, leaving them breathing tire smoke and coughing. Chapter 55, Parting Ways. Boss, was I too bold? Miss Wang Jingwen doesn't seem to like me, Ling Ming said with an apologetic tone. It's none of your business. Don't worry about her. She's gone and you're here, aren't you? Said Zhang Xiaohua smiling. He didn't care about Wang Jingwen's betrayal anymore, because he could create 10 more like her at any time. Yuan Datong and Co gathered in front of Zhang Xiaohua, and Emma asked, Boss, why did Wang Jingwen just leave? She seemed like she was in panic. She rushed out so fast. Zhang Xiaohua smiled slightly, but didn't speak, going straight to the recording studio as everyone else followed out of curiosity. Reaching the recording studio, going to Yuan Datong's desk, and opening the safe, Zhang Xiaohua took out the samples of the 13 songs and directly tore them to pieces. Since Wang Jingwen was gone, it would be useless to keep samples of these songs. Although Zhang Xiaohua knew that Wang Jingwen had also seen the lyrics for those 13 songs, but it was unlikely that Wang Jingwen could sing and reach the ideal results without his own guidance. In addition, Zhang Xiaohua believed that even if there was no music team that could produce music that corresponded to the lyrics, it would be impossible to compose a memorable melody. Zhang Xiaohua had gathered a lot of information and found that the so-called music producers in the world did not seem to have much talent. Even if they were given of a classical song from Earth, they could not reproduce the music corresponding to the original song. Even if they could produce it, the songs just wouldn't reach their full potential without the correct singer. Simply put, the level of music production in this world was very limited. Otherwise, the world's entertainment culture wouldn't have wilted so much. Yuan Datong and Co were exceptions. They were talented, but were restricted by their circumstances. Their musical accomplishments far outweighed those so-called professional musicians in the world. However, although Yuan Datong and the others were talents in this area, if they wanted to complete the production of those classic songs on Earth, Zhang Xiaohua's guidance was still indispensable. The relationship between the two parties was like the fish and the water. Unfortunately, he was unaware that Wang Jingwen had taken photos of needed to produce the background instrumentals. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua tearing up the sample, everyone was stunned. Xiaohua, what are you doing? Yuan Datong was shocked and asked with a puzzled face. She has jumped ships, so what use are these samples? Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly. Hearing this, everyone was in a daze. After a few moments of embitterment, Emma responded asking, Boss, do you mean to say that Wang Jingwen has? Zhang Xiaohua nodded. In fact, he knew that Wang Jingwen would eventually rebel, but he didn't think that the day would come so soon. Fortunately, he had the foresight to include a huge amount for the cancellation fees in the contract. In order to prevent Wang Jingwen's rebellion, he had put it in as small measure. Thinking Wang Jingwen wouldn't be willing to pay 15 million renminbi to leave, and most companies wouldn't be willing to pay for her, at least not at this stage, just cause she made one hit. But maybe he was just asking for it. So that's where she got the money to buy a luxury sports car. Yuan Datong suddenly realized, but he had never really favored Wang Jingwen. Now that Wang Jingwen changed companies, although he felt a bit of regret, he also felt happy. The same was true for the others. They had kept it in for this period of time. After all, they needed to be professional, but they very much disliked her. Now that she was gone, it was like a breath of fresh air. Boss, even if Wang Jingwen quits, do you really have to tear up these songs? We can find someone else to sing them, for example, said Emma, looking to the side of Ling Ming. Let her sing them. These songs aren't suitable for Ling Ming. Every singer has their own style, so when it comes to songs, they must be tailored to different singers. Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaohua looked comfortably at Ling Ming. Zhang Xiaohua felt warmth and a seed of affection was planted in his heart. Ling Ming was obviously different from Wang Jingwen. Zhang Xiaohua believed that no matter how famous Ling Ming was in the future, she would not be profit-seeking. To this end, Zhang Xiaohua was also determined to support her. He not only wanted to make Ling Ming popular in the country, but also around the entire continent of Asia, so that she could become a real heavenly queen. After her own song was completed, he must let her explode Tianhe Stadium, shocking fans at home and abroad. The more he planned it out, the more excited Zhang Xiaohua became. He hurried to the computer and wrote the lyrics and scores for Can I Hold You? In a breath. After printing, he handed them to Yuan Datong and said, Let's put this first. Start the recording as soon as possible. I will give her a few more songs in the next 2 days, and then we will make her an album and a concert. What about Wang Jingwen? Are we just letting it go? Emma was still frustrated. Everyone had worked so hard to get her to where she was today, and she did this. Let it go, Zhang Xiaohua said. No, we will get payback. So what should we do? We can post the situation online and let people know what kind of ungrateful person she is. Emma offered. She hasn't officially left yet. Let's just wait, okay? For now, our job is to get the song out as soon as possible. There are still many things to do. We can't lose focus on what's important now. With the order of Zhang Xiaohua, everyone picked up musical instruments they are good at and became attentive and devoted themselves to their work. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't idle. He constantly gave his guidance to Ling Ming, helping her adjust to the song. For a time, everyone did their best and complimented each other, making the atmosphere harmonious and calm. It was not surprising that the speed of song creation was accelerated. At 8 p.m., unconsciously, they forgot the time. At this point, under the concerted efforts of everyone, the recording of Can I Hold You? Had achieved initial results. They had recorded a few rough prototypes. After a few changes, it would be finished. It wasn't as fast as with Ling Ming as it was with Wang Jingwen, but that was expected. After all, Wang Jingwen was a professional with 2 years of experience under her belt, whereas Ling Ming was a self-taught rookie. I'm getting late. At this moment, Ling Ming's voice broke their concentration. Her small face was red with embarrassment. She lowered her head and pressed her hands tightly on her stomach. It seemed like she was hungry but too embarrassed to continue speaking up. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the time and discovered that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. At this point, everyone had been busy for 5 hours straight. At this time, in addition to Ling Ming, everyone turned to Zhang Xiaohua habitually. According to the usual practice, he should say the following. All right, everyone has worked hard. I'll treat you guys tonight. Zhang Xiaohua turned a blind eye to their willful eyes and said, Well, everyone has worked hard. Tonight the general manager, Yuan Datong, will treat us, so let's relax, eat and drink our fill, okay? Yuan Datong nearly spewed blood. This kid was too evil. Why should I just treat you? You normally handle this. Why did you push it to me today? Yuan Datong issued a serious protest. This kid had already extorted hundreds of thousands of yuan from him. Did he really think he was a bank? I spent my money investing in Sparrow Records and I gave the rest of the money to my mom. She is going on a holiday, so now I'm poor. Not only today, but before my mom and Lu Yin return, I'm going to have to rely on you. I have no money to buy food. Zhang Xiaohua spoke with absolutely thick skin, feeling no shame at all. Yuan Datong put on a grieving face and couldn't help but feel depressed for a while. He actually worked so hard, but in the end, he was actually empty-handed. He just fell from the millionaire to some sort of philanthropist, giving out money like nothing. This efficiency was even worse than renting out the small studio to other artists. In particular, the guy who claims to be the boss in front of him actually needed to rely on his staff to feed him. Like seriously, what the actual F******. As Yuan Datong was depressed, Ling Ming suddenly spoke up. I still have 100 yuan here. We can simply eat. Everyone turned to the little girl who was holding up the wrinkled 100 yuan bill. Truly such a righteous person. Everyone felt their hearts warm up and sighed. They were both people under the same roof. But compared to that Wang Jingwen, Ling Ming was obviously more generous. We worked tirelessly, day and night, and produced so many wonderful songs for Wang Jingwen. She also made more than 3 million net profit. But when did she ever say thank you? I actually get so angry when I think about it. Emma grumbled. To ease everyone's angry feelings, Datong said, I'm not as shameless as someone. What do you say, as general manager of the company? I'll treat everyone to a meal. After all, we have worked so hard. Turning to Zhang Xiaohua, he intentionally ridiculed. Isn't that right, boss? That's perfect, General Manager Yuan. Always so generous. Zhang Xiaohua said with a malicious smile. He immediately turned and walked away while saying, Let's go to Star Hotel to enjoy ourselves. After all, General Manager Yuan has offered to pay. Great idea, boss. I've been dreaming of going back for a big meal. The crowd also followed Zhang Xiaohua after giving their thanks to Yuan Datong. Yuan Datong felt like crying. He felt like his heart was stabbed with a knife and he was dripping with blood. This time, he would really end up bankrupt. Chapter 56. Payment. 3 days later. At 9 a.m. on this day, the company operated as usual. Apart from Wang Jingwen, all the other members had arrived at the scene. Wang Jingwen hadn't appeared for the last 3 days, and no one had been able to contact her during the period. Therefore, everyone was quite sure that this was a real job. Change, but it had not caused any major impact on the company. Since Zhang Xiaohua was penniless, and his mother and Lu Yin weren't at home, he not only leeched off Datong for food, but also lived in the company directly. He occupied the spare bed in Yuan Datong's room, leaving him at a loss. However, these days Zhang Xiaohua was not idle, but he had instead spent a lot of brain cells. He wrote 9 songs for Ling Ming in one breath. They were called Listening to the Sea, Liberation, Sister, Courage, 3 Days and 3 Nights, Can't Cry, Feeling Heartbreak, Stand By Me, Anything You Want. These 9 songs plus Can I Hold You made a total of 10 titles. The first classic undoubtedly surprised everybody. They couldn't adapt to Zhang Xiaohua's perverseness at creating music. It wasn't human. And, compared with Wang Jingwen's lyrical songs, Zhang Xiaohua's songs written for Ling Ming were more diversified. Not only were there some lyrical songs, but the most important ones were the rock type. The lyrical songs created beautiful emotion-stirring experiences and could leave you shedding tears, while the rock and roll style was full of vitality and filled the listener with pure energy and enthusiasm. But no matter what type, it was refreshing. They believed that when these songs came out, a new craze for music would be born. Even Wang Jingwen wasn't necessarily comparable. Ling Ming could potentially surpass her, even replacing her. Now everyone finally understood why Zhang Xiaohua often didn't put Wang Jingwen in his eyes. It turned out that he could find individuals to replace Wang Jingwen in minutes. However, in the eyes of everyone, this Ling Ming was the best person to be selected by Zhang Xiaohua. At this time, everyone was gathered in one place and carrying out a company's conference, listening to Zhang Xiaohua's proposal. We will do it the same way. First help Ling Ming create a song, and then put it on the internet. When Ling Ming builds up a good reputation, we can release an album. Zhou called me just now and said that Sparrow's equipment has already been updated and that under the guidance of Manager Su, the work efficiency of the employees has been significantly improved, which has greatly increased production. So we can play a little bigger this time and make Ming 2 albums at once, for a total of 1 million copies. Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaohua swept everyone and asked, Do you have any opinions? They all shook their heads without hesitation. You are the boss, you decide. Yuan Datong spoke first, giving Zhang Xiaohua affirmation. Yes, whatever the boss says, we do. We must let people know that even without Wang Jingwen, we still live on. Emma said powerfully. Please rest assured, boss. I will work hard. Won't let everyone down. Ling Ming also followed to ensure that. These days, she got along well with everyone, and under the guidance of Xiaohai, she learned a lot of things. She really benefited from it, and she was very grateful to everyone. So she was eager to make some achievements as soon as possible in order to repay them. Zhang Xiaohua's understanding, grace, and everyone's careful teaching. Seeing everyone's high morale, Zhang Xiaohua felt gratified. Unexpectedly, at this moment, 2 black Mercedes-Benz suddenly stopped at the company's door, and then they dropped 9 men out of the car. They all looked solemn, in a well-dressed suits. Each person was carrying 2 large square briefcases. It wasn't difficult to see that the bald middle-aged man was the leader. The remaining 8 people behind the middle-aged man seemed to be bodyguards. Looking at this battlefield arrangement, everyone knew that the other party wasn't a small player, and they were all conscious of thought, thinking that this was a business opportunity. The newcomer was a guest. Emma, who was the company's receptionist, naturally wanted to show the most basic etiquette. She greeted him with a smile and politely asked, "Hello, can I know what matter you have come for?" The middle-aged man headed his gaze first at Emma, but did not speak. Then he swept over Zhang Xiaohua and company, a slight expression of disgust flashing across his face. His aura of affluence gradually turned to that of hostility. "I'm the legal advisor and representative of New Century Entertainment. You can call me Lawyer Wu. Who is the person in charge here?" Hearing that, everyone looked at Zhang Xiaohua, and Zhang Xiaohua leaned back against the sofa. Facing the Lawyer Wu, his face also showed a look of disdain, saying absent-minded, "Am I that dangerous that you have to bring backup?" Lawyer Wu opened his bag, took out a document, and looked at Zhang Xiaohua disdainfully, arrogantly saying, "This is a contract to cancel the agreement that our New Century Entertainment's representative Miss Wang Jingwen made to your company. Since you are the person in charge here, please take a look. If there is no problem, then sign it." Zhang Xiaohua felt like laughing. This guy was commanding him as if he didn't sign, he would die without a burial place. Oh, wow, and I thought this was a business trip. It turned out to be that snake again. Emma was suddenly displeased, but she still reluctantly took the agreement from him and handed it over to Zhang Xiaohua. Since he had anticipated that there would be such a day, Zhang Xiaohua did not feel surprised. After reading the agreement from beginning to end, he felt that there was no problem. He signed the agreement on behalf of the company and formally canceled the agreement with Wang Jingwen. The relationship was officially over. However, this was a surprise to Wu. In order to force the other party to sign the agreement, he prepared for 3 days in full and even thought of multiple ways of dealing with this company. Even the selection of a team of lawyers was well established. A group of elites were ready to go to court. But Lawyer Wu never imagined that the other party would actually sign the agreement with such ease. It was way too smooth. Why was he giving up Wang Jingwen so easily? Currently, she was a goldmine with her popularity. What kind of people could give her up so easily? Or was he finally becoming self-knowledgeable about his situation, knowing that he is not an adversary of New Century Entertainment? He decided that short-time pain was better than long-term pain, and decisively chose to compromise? Lawyer Wu thought about it, and eventually felt the latter to be the most likely case. But anyway, since the other party had already signed the agreement, it meant that his task was completed. Has the cancellation fee for the contract been brought? Compared to Wang Jingwen's stay, at this moment Zhang Xiaohua was more concerned with the cancellation fees. He always felt he had no sense of security when there was no money, and it wasn't convenient to do things. According to the agreement your company had with Ms. Wang Jingwen, if Miss Wang Jingwen unilaterally made the decision to leave your company, Miss Wang Jingwen must compensate your company for a 15 million yuan loss. When the man finished speaking, he signaled the men behind him, who immediately placed the suitcases in front of Zhang Xiaohua. They hold 15 million in cash. You can check it out. After finishing, Lawyer Wu stepped back with the rest of his men and waited for the other party to check. Chapter 57. Contract. Dispute. Zhang Xiaohua slightly leaned over and opened one of the briefcases. A red tinge was immediately presented to him. There was about 1 million in this case. Yuan Datong and Emma opened 2 briefcases respectively. Xiaohai and Co. opened the remaining briefcases, and then counted. The results were a match. It added up to 15 million. They were dazzled, as if what was presented in front of them wasn't money, but the legendary cultivation ginseng. Wow, you actually brought it in cash. It seems New Century is shadier than I thought. Are you some sort of drug cartel? Zhang Xiaohua found it funny in his heart, but since the other party fulfilled the agreement and gave him the compensation, he had no reason not to let go. The cancellation agreement was given to the other party. After receiving the agreement back signed, Mr. Wu reconfirmed his attitude. In his capacity as a representative lawyer of New Century Entertainment, he solemnly warned Zhang Xiaohua, Miss Wang Jingwen is now an entertainer of New Century Entertainment Company, so from now on, you don't have the right to interfere with anything related to Miss Wang Jingwen. If you violate the agreement, I can sue your company at any time on behalf of Miss Wang Jingwen. Hopefully, I only need to say these things today for you to understand and remember. Zhang Xiaohua licked his lips and smiled. No problem. As long as your Wang Jingwen does not infringe on our rights and interests, everything will be okay. However, if Wang Jingwen infringes our company's rights, even if you don't want to go to court, we won't take it easy. What do you mean by this? I have already said that Miss Wang Jingwen and your company have waived the contract. How would Miss Wang Jingwen infringe on your rights and interests? Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, I'm not wrong. I meant what I said. Since Wang Jingwen and our company have parted ways, we have the right to recover all her songs. This includes all the album songs we released for her plus the recent 13 songs we produced for her. I'm just warning you that she should never attempt to sing them in public in the future, let alone for commercial purposes. Otherwise, we will sue her for infringement. Wu lawyer hearing this actually smiled. You sure you didn't make a mistakes? Although Ms. Wang Jingwen and your company agreed to a contract, but in accordance with relevant laws and regulations, the contract signed by both parties before you have a certain legal efficiency. The contract is written in black and white and clearly states, within 5 years, Miss Wang Jingwen will obtain the rights to perform those songs. That is to say, no one can interfere with Wang Jingwen's commercial use of her own songs. If you don't believe me, you can consult with other lawyers and see if I'm right. Lawyer Wu proudly laughed. Drilling legal loopholes was the strength of all lawyers. He was naturally no exception. According to the provisions of contract law, even if both parties cancel the contract, as long as the disclosing party gave a certain amount of compensation to the dismissed party in a timely manner, part of the agreement in the contract would still take effect. Even if it was in court, he was sure they could obtain certain victory, and Wang Jingwen would win the right to perform all the songs under the contract. The law is greater than heaven. How can I not believe it? Since Lawyer Wu likes to work in accordance with the law, then I will cooperate with you, said Zhang Xiaohua. Looking to Yuan Datong, he told him, go get a copy of Wang Jingwen's contract book. Come over and let Mr. Wu have a look. Yuan Datong went to the safe and took out a copy of the contract. He came back and handed it over to Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu, please turn to the last page. Take a serious look at the fourth agreement. Zhang Xiaohua revealing a smile. Lawyer Wu followed the line. Taking a closer look, his face changed instantly. The content of the contract was as follows. The effective start date of this contract is on April 5, 2020, and is valid for 5 years, terminating on April 5, 2025. During this period, Party B, Wang Jingwen, will obtain the rights to perform the work, Broken-Hearted Woman. Both parties may retain the right to investigate and punish any breaches within the contract. After reading the contents of this agreement, Lawyer Wu's face burst with a panicked expression. His heart couldn't calm down for a long time. He spoke incredibly. How could this be? Miss Wang Jingwen didn't tell me. She certainly wouldn't tell you the truth. She's not a fool. Actually, New Century probably only choose her for her songs, not her as a singer. Otherwise, 2 years ago, she wouldn't have been released by you. Now she finally has her chance to return to New Century. You think she'll be stupid enough to tell you that? In fact, she only has the right to perform the song, Broken-Hearted Woman. Indeed, just as Zhang Xiaohua said, Wang Jingwen actually lied to Lawyer Wu because she knew that clearer than anyone else. New Century only wanted the classic songs she sang, not her. In order to return to New Century as soon as possible, Wang Jingwen lied saying that she owned all the song singing rights provided by Huaxiang Entertainment. In addition, because Wang Jingwen was so eager to obtain the right to sing the song, Broken-Hearted Woman, at the time, she was forced to sign the contract. Afterwards, she didn't even bother to ask Zhang Xiaohua to give her a copy of the contract. Therefore, in order to understand the situation in the contract, they could only believe her words. She had interpreted the contract from her memory as if New Century compensated Huaxiang in her place. The contractual agreement would allow her to continue to hold Huaxiang's rights to perform all the songs produced by them for her. However, he did not expect that after coming all the way here, he would find that Contract only indicated that Wang Jingwen would receive the rights to perform Broken-Hearted Woman, and the right to all the other songs didn't even appear in the contract. He couldn't help but fret. He didn't expect a first-line domestic star to actually lie, and so unscrupulously at that. Really exasperating. Well, Wang Jingwen is now all yours anyway. Deliver a message to Chao Dequan. I don't want to hear Wang Jingwen singing our company's songs except for Broken-Hearted Woman. Otherwise, we will surely take the copyright certificate to court and sue her. Emma, send out the guests. After Zhang Xiaohua finished speaking, he waved Lawyer Wu and his group out. Emma was in a good mood. Before Wu's group could react, she spoke up. Gentlemen, please follow me. Lawyer Wu was eager to counter Zhang Xiaohua's theory, but he could not find a way to break through. This Zhang Xiaohua, who seemed so young, unexpectedly understood so many things. He could actually use the contract law to talk back to him. It seemed that this boy had been prepared for a long time. No, it should be said that he had already planned to sell of Wang Jingwen since the beginning. Truly great vision. Lawyer Wu turned and walked away full of anger, intending to go back and find Wang Jingwen to get an explanation. After Lawyer Wu and his team left, Emma went happily to Zhang Xiaohua and said to him, "Boss, you already knew that Wang Jingwen would jump ships, right? That was a great move. Oh, this is also our luck. If Wang Jingwen wasn't so hasty back then, only seeking instant benefits, then today's loss would have been ours." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. "I see that Wang Jingwen has inflicted this upon herself. That is what she deserves, that ungrateful wretch. Letting her sing even Broken-Hearted Woman is a pity." Xiaohai spoke while indignantly applauding. No. In due time, Broken-Hearted Woman will become a true portrayal of Wang Jingwen. But this is what she asked for. Emma smiled and added. At this time, Yuan Datong asked with a worried look, "Xiaohua, you just said that Wang Jingwen would try sing our 13 songs. What does this mean? Can they reproduce those music scores without us?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "These things are not important anymore. What you should care about most now is how we will move the money to the bank." Yeah. Looking at the 15 big cases that were filled with cash, Yuan Datong was drooling again. He gradually fell into a trance. If they sent the money to the bank like this, they could just wait to be investigated by the police. This was 15 million renminbi. Thinking about it, Yuan Datong grinned and said, "We need to find a few police uncles to help send the money to the bank. That way you won't need to be afraid of being robbed." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Yuan Datong with despise. It was 15 million yuan. Yet he already planned to alarm the police. What would he do if the police confiscated it and investigated them? After all, which company kept 15 million in cash? This just sounded like a cover-up for a drug ring or something. Zhang Xiaohua earnestly spoke. "Emma, Xiaohai, Hausi, Jimmy and Jack, you each take 100,000 in advance. The 1 million I owed to you before that, I will return to you in the future." Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaohua looked around to see Ling Ming and smiled and said, "Ming also gets 100,000 yuan. This is the company's signing money for you. Perform well, and I promise that the company will never mistreat you." When Ling Ming heard this, she was surprised and could not believe. "I haven't done anything yet. How can I take 100,000 yuan? Wow, you are so much more humble than that Wang Jingwen. Everyone here earned more than 1 million last time. How are you excited just for 100,000 yuan?" said Emma, as he took 100,000 yuan and stuffed it into Ling Ming's arms, laughed and said, "Since the boss asked you to take it with you, then you should just accept it. He is so generous to you because he is optimistic about you." Looking down at the 100,000 yuan in her hand, Ling Ming was shocked and delighted. She could not help but sigh and think. It's no wonder that everyone wants to join the entertainment industry. It's so simple to make money in this circle. After everything had been arranged, Zhang Xiaohua said, "The company currently has no money or savings, so I have decided that the rest of the money will be used as the company's operating funds and will be controlled by me for the time being. Do you have any objections?" The collective shook their heads and expressed their consent. In the hearts of everyone nowadays, all decisions of Zhang Xiaohua were unquestionable. As long as it was a rational decision, everyone would comply and cooperate. In other words, everyone was really taking him as the leader. Chapter 58, Brazen. in New Century Entertainment Company, number 1 Hospitality Hall. At this time, the hall was already crowded with people. At the invitation of New Century Entertainment, nearly every major domestic media reporter had arrived, and were all currently preparing for the upcoming press conference. In today's domestic scene, the only person who could attract so many reporters to the scene was no other than Wang Jingwen. It was the first time that Wang Jingwen had made a public appearance since becoming famous. This was the biggest news currently. The major media stations would naturally not miss such a good opportunity. In order to help Wang Jingwen build up momentum, 2 hours ago Xiao Feifei had also posted online, saying that Wang Jingwen would hold a press conference today at New Century. When this news came out, hundreds of enthusiastic fans rushed in from all directions. At this point, in front of the company building inside their square was a huge crowd of people. It looked to be at least 5,000 fans gathered. It was hectic and as noisy as a fish market, with hundreds of fans chanting, "Wang Jingwen, I love you," or slogans such as that. It was ear-piercing, and even more fans seemed to be arriving. This had caused serious traffic congestion on the road leading to New Century. Some crazy heated fans attempted to rush into the building to see Wang Jingwen. The reinforced glass doors were almost squashed. Fortunately, New Century dispatched nearly 100 security personnel to desperately stop them. In this way, New Century had become the focus of attention for all the domestic people. At the same time, located in the conference room on the top floor of New Century Tower, there were no empty seats on both sides of the conference table. In order to get a glimpse of Wang Jingwen, even several shareholders on business trips didn't hesitate to come back from abroad overnight. At this moment, Wang Jingwen appeared in front of them, really giving people a feast for their eyes. Let us warmly welcome Miss Wang Jingwen to our New Century family. Chao Dequan took the lead to speak. Sudden applause broke out from all over the audience. It sounded like thunder and resounded through the entire building. There were even some overly excited people crying. Obviously, many people here were Wang Jingwen's fans and were touched by her song, which reflected their emotions as well. In this passionate atmosphere, Wang Jingwen only smiled softly and then stood up from her seat slowly. The sweet voice rang slowly. "Hello, everyone. I'm very glad that I can return to the New Century. It's my second home, but because of a misunderstanding in the past, I've had to leave. But I assure you, now that I'm back, I will definitely make this a state-of-the-art company and never let everyone down." Wang Jingwen smiled shyly, and most of the men present at the scene froze, completely entranced. Even the ladies were enamored. All eyes were staring straight on her, as if watching an angel descending from heaven, daring not look away from Wang Jingwen for a moment, for fear that she would suddenly grow wings and fly away. Chao Dequan and Xiao Feifei were also happy. Although this time they spent a lot of money in order to dig up Wang Jingwen, the father and daughter firmly believed that with Wang Jingwen's influence, coupled with her popular songs, it wouldn't take long to be able to earn it back. However, even more exciting for both father and daughter was that without Wang Jingwen's singing, Huaxiang's reputation would be difficult to maintain. It wouldn't be long before that small company was closed down and Zhang Xiaohua became nothing. In their eyes, this was the price that Zhang Xiaohua should pay. Who told him to go against their Chao family? Unexpectedly, at this moment, someone suddenly rushed into the hall from outside. It was no other than Mr. Wu, who had just been fixed up by Zhang Xiaohua. Storming up to Wang Jingwen, Lawyer Wu slammed a copy of the contract he had taken from Zhang Xiaohua onto the table and asked, "Why? Didn't you honestly tell me the contents of this contract? In this contract, it clearly states that you only have the right to sing Broken-Hearted Woman. Why did you tell me that you had all the rights to the songs produced by Huaxiang Entertainment? This is fraudulent, and you can be held legally responsible for this." In an instant, the audience was silent. The focus of attention of all was still on Wang Jingwen, but the eyes of everyone were filled with doubts. The words fraudulent out of the mouth of Lawyer Wu was constantly circling around the crowd, staining the image of Wang Jingwen. Seeing that the situation was not good, Chao Dequan immediately winked at Xiao Feifei. Xiao Feifei nodded conscientiously and said to everyone in the conference room, "You go down and entertain those reporters. Tell them that Miss Wang Jingwen is preparing and will be down there soon." After the clearance, only Chao Dequan, Xiao Feifei, Wang Jingwen, and Lawyer Wu remained in the conference room. The door was closed and airtight, but the atmosphere at the scene was awkward. "Lawyer Wu, what happened?" Chow Feifei first asked. This was the first time she saw Lawyer Wu so angry. Not waiting for Lawyer Wu to speak, Wang Jingwen suddenly sneered. Her makeup-heavy face revealed a contemptuous expression, instantly breaking the pure image she had maintained earlier. "I was unsure of the official terms in the contract as a layman to law, but you said before that you served as the legal advisor for this company. Plus you boasted of being able to turn black into white. So I didn't think it mattered, since you were an expert and could handle such a small issue after all. If you can't even deal with this, how can you be the main lawyer for such a big company like New Century?" Wu lawyer was suddenly sullen and stagnant. He was actually made speechless by Wang Jingwen. He had thought that such a big star like Wang Jingwen would be a clear-cut person. Today, it turned out she was so shameless and brazen. The situation was obviously her fault, but she tried to blame him, insinuating he was incompetent. Since he had nothing to say to Wang Jingwen, he turned his attention to Chao Dequan and explained what happened. Unexpectedly, after hearing the ins and outs of the matter, Chao Dequan did not blame Wang Jingwen. Instead, he pointed the finger at him and said coldly, "As the legal advisor to the company, all you had to do was handle this matter. You only proved that you are incompetent." As Miss Wang Jingwen said, "If everything could be done so easily, for what would we need you lawyers?" At the end of the day, Chao Dequan suddenly slammed his hand onto the table. With such strength, he cracked the table board. His stern and sly eyes bore into him. Frightened by his sudden action, Lawyer Wu jumped back in trepidation and stumbled back and forth, tripping over his own feet, almost ending up on the ground. Chapter 59, Music Team. Chow Feifei was also holding her arms around her chest. Looking at Lawyer Wu with hidden bitterness, just like Chao Dequan, she apparently also blamed him. This time, in order to excavate Wang Jingwen, New Century had spent 25 million, but Wang Jingwen had ultra-high popularity which was unparalleled by any artist. As long as she said the words, many big companies would fight to get her, so Chao Dequan and Chow Feifei could only treat her with care. Therefore, Chao Dequan and Chow Feifei naturally favored Wang Jingwen, even if she was in the wrong. Seeing both the father and the daughter standing on her side, Wang Jingwen proudly smiled. She felt like she was the only star in the world, since even the chairman and general manager of New Century Entertainment had to pamper her. This also greatly contributed to her arrogance, of course, but she had enough capital to be arrogant for the time being. "What did the little bastard say?" Chao Dequan's cold voice rang again. The little bastard he pointed out was undoubtedly Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing the situation, Lawyer Wu just accepted it and decided to play his role. After all, since the chairman and general manager didn't pursue the case against Wang Jingwen, why should he bother? Except for the song, Broken-Hearted Woman. All the other songs from her album can no longer be performed in public by Miss Wang Jingwen, or Huaxiang Entertainment can at any time sue us for copyright infringement. If the case went to court, we would likely lose the lawsuit. This isn't that big of a deal. If you can't sing those songs, then just don't sing them. It's not like we don't have any songs. We just have 6 less. We still have 13 other songs we can use. Chow Feifei didn't care and laughed. The 13 songs that Wang Jingwen stole from Zhang Xiaohua 3 days ago were given to the music department by Chow Feifei. At present, there was an elite professional music team actively making slightly altered versions of the songs. When hearing about the 13 songs, Lawyer Wu also suddenly remembered what Zhang Xiaohua told him to convey. But he had just escaped out of the frying pan. He didn't want to jump into the fire by being the one to ruin Feifei's idea. Seeing the lawyer twisting and squirming with indecisiveness, Chow Feifei spoke with a cold, angry tone. "If there is something to say, just say it, or else go to the finance department, get your final salary and leave. Why are you just standing there squirming? It's annoying to watch." Hearing this, he spoke up in a hurry, but also very carefully. Zhang Xiaohua said that if Wang Jingwen tries to sing those 13 songs, they will pursue it. Hearing that, Chow Feifei and Wang Jingwen looked at each other in a sly manner. Are the 13 songs already registered for copyright? Chow Feifei only cared about the 13 songs. That was why she spent so much money on digging Wang Jingwen out. After all, she can't just sing Broken-Hearted Woman forever. Impossible. The 13 songs are just samples. They had just entered the production stage when I left. It is impossible to register copyrights. Wang Jingwen made a clear-cut promise. Does Zhang Xiaohua know you took a sample of those songs? Qiao Feifei asked. No. Qiao Feifei spoke. That way still doesn't know that our company has the best music production team in the country, right? I do not believe that our people can be inferior to the peasants he works with. Just let him wait to hear our version of those songs. Yet, Qiao Feifei still showed a worried expression as she spoke. Although she was the general manager of the company, she was definitely a layman with no knowledge of music. Apart from listening to music, she didn't understand anything else. Everything involving music production had always been handled by the music department of the company. They were responsible for the entire production work. Qiao Feifei was still not relieved. She immediately picked up the phone. I'll immediately call the music director to the conference room. Soon, the music director came to the conference room. Gao Xiaosong was the department head's real name, a relatively well-known music producer in Huaxia. He had created many popular songs and popularized many singers. Over the years, Gao Xiaosong had served as music director of Huaxing Records, music director of Rock Records, and music director of Universal Records. 2 months ago, New Century Entertainment had paid a sky-high price to buy him. There was also an excellent music production team under his hand. His creative abilities could not be overlooked, and he was often hailed as the music godfather of Huaxia music scene. Gao Xiaosong, there are no problems with the 13 songs I gave you before, right? Can you complete the production of the music within the predetermined period of time? Qiao Feifei asked both worriedly and expectantly. Hearing, Gao Xiaosong lowered his head slightly, and his fat face suddenly showed a touch of embarrassment that was hardly noticeable, but he said with confidence, I asked the general manager and chairman to rest assured that within 2 months, I will spare no effort till I complete the music production for all those songs. With Gao Xiaosong's pledge, Qiao Feifei finally felt calm, and smiling, she waved her hand to indicate that Gao Xiaosong could go back. Returning to his own office, Gao Xiaosong took out a printed version of the song samples. His face betrayed how helpless he was. He sighed, feeling lost. He had never seen such a unique tune or lyrics. It could be said that it far exceeded the scope of his knowledge of music, and he didn't even know what instrument to use to produce the tune. Even after testing various instruments for about 3 days, he still hadn't made any progress. At this point, he had to admit that the original creators of these songs was indeed a talented genius. He believed that without the guidance of the original creator, others could not successfully create the music of these songs. If he was given 2 years to seriously study the music scores, he would be able to complete the production of these 13 songs and improve his skills to a whole new level. But the company only gave him 2 months, and in such a short period of time, if he wanted to complete the production of the songs, it was almost as difficult as outrunning a bullet. However, in order to keep his reputation and his job, Gao Xiaosong had to work with it. At least he didn't have to make the tune exactly as stated, but instead another version of it which reduced the difficulty slightly. He had to complete the production of these songs in 2 months. Otherwise, it would destroy his reputation. Chapter 60, Press Conference. A staff member knocked on the door of the conference room and urged, Chairman, General Manager, the reporters are all in a hurry. Is Miss Wang Jingwen ready? Qiao Dequan glanced at the time and then looked at Qiao Feifei as he said, You are already the general manager. It's time for you to show yourself more. This time, you will go to meet those reporters with Miss Wang Jingwen. Try to improve yourself and do not lose face for the company. Okay, I know, Daddy. Qiao Feifei responded with excitement and rushed to the venue with Wang Jingwen. At the same time, number 1 Hospitality Hall. Nearly 1,000 reporters were looking forward with great expectation to the arrival of Wang Jingwen. A moment later, under the escort of more than a dozen security guards, Wang Jingwen slowly walked into the venue with the most arrogant attitude of her life. Then, she sat down in the VIP seat. More than a dozen security guards were divided around and were ready to protect her at any time. Her personal safety and her treatment were like that of a president. TSH. Suddenly, numerous flashes lit up the place. The paparazzi continued to take pictures while the reporters frantically rushed towards the VIP seats. The scene soon was out of control. Reporters and paparazzi were all squeezing together, but they still weren't discouraged and desperately rushed forward. They wanted to occupy a position in the front row so they could be in close contact with Wang Jingwen in order to take a close-up photo of value. The reporters all hoped to be picked to ask questions by being closer. Seeing such a hot scene, Qiao Feifei was proud of it. Although New Century was widely recognized as the industry leader, this was the first time the company had attracted so many reporters to attend a press conference. Of course, in Qiao Feifei's heart, today's achievements were inseparable from her meritorious feats. After all, she had dug up Wang Jingwen. Everyone, take it easy. Today, Miss Wang Jingwen will give everyone enough time to ensure that all journalist friends will get first-hand information. The hostess picked up the microphone and shouted to the reporters under the stage, which made the reporters calm down. The stressful atmosphere slowly relaxed. Miss Wang Jingwen, can you take off the sunglasses and let us take a few photos? A photographer asked politely. The rare opportunity to have close contact with the hottest star at the moment, the paparazzi naturally wanted to get a proper photo of Wang Jingwen. But Wang Jingwen's sunglasses almost covered half her face. For the photographers, it was a bit unsightly. Wang Jingwen kept the sunglasses on her face and ignored his comment. Not even the most basic smile was shown. She just kept her cold and arrogant look. Being able to meet with her, she felt that was already good enough for these reporters. Although Wang Jingwen's arrogant attitude had caused many reporters to be dissatisfied, it didn't affect the conduct of the reception. Then a reporter asked, I would like to ask Miss Wang Jingwen, aren't you a singer for Huaxiang Entertainment? Why are you holding a press conference at New Century Entertainment today? When talking about Huaxiang Entertainment, Wang Jingwen could not but feel frustrated for a while. She was thinking of how Zhang Xiaohua often yelled at her for the smallest things while she couldn't even fight back. Not only that, often even her freedom was restricted by Zhang Xiaohua. She hated it. Wang Jingwen, unable to control her emotions, replied to the journalist who just asked in an offended tone, Which station are you from? You seem very concerned about Huaxiang, so why don't you just go visit? Huaxiang Entertainment? What are you doing here? When this remark came out, it attracted many reporters' dissatisfaction. Speaking of reporters, it wasn't easy for them. They came all the way here and waited for so long. But now that they asked her a very common question, she actually reacted so violently, not showing even the minimum respect. Speaking of Huaxiang Entertainment, Qiao Feifei first associated it with Zhang Xiaohua and felt equally upset in her heart. Besides, now it was press conference for New Century, yet the reporter mentioned Huaxiang Entertainment instead. From Qiao Feifei's point of view, the reporter was the one at fault. Security, please send this reporter out. Qiao Feifei not only didn't comfort the journalists present, but instead called the security guard and sent the reporter out. Seeing this, all the reporters put down the camera in their hands. No one spoke anymore. In that moment, the whole place was quiet and the atmosphere became dignified and extremely tense. There is nothing remarkable about her. Since she doesn't want to answer our questions, let's go to Huaxiang Entertainment. Yes, let leave. I'm up for it. A few reporters turned to leave, making the atmosphere awkward. The rest of the reporters also kept silent for a long time. They seemed strongly protest against the situation with their silence. If Wang Jingwen and Qiao Feifei continued to face the reporters with such an attitude, then the reporters on the scene might actually continue leave, causing the grand press conference to be disbanded. Seeing the situation was not good, the host hurried on stage and said, I'm very sorry, today's news conference is for New Century, and to introduce, as Ms. Wang Jingwen, a new singer, to join our family of entertainers. So I asked the reporters on the scene to ask related questions. We are all old friends and have been in contact for years, so please help us out and keep it on topic. The host's remarks played a somewhat more soothing effect. But then, a female reporter spoke up. I would like to ask Miss Wang Jingwen, why did you leave Huaxiang Entertainment? Is it because of Huaxiang is a small company, so you don't put them in your eyes? Just like you don't put us little reporters in your eyes. Obviously, reporters' remarks were specifically trying to incite a reaction from Wang Jingwen. Wang Jingwen could not help but become enraged. She was about to make a big fuss, but the presenter hurriedly rushed forward and reminded her. Reporters sent by the major media and television stations are all present. We can't afford to offend them or they will discredit you every day. If so, both you and the company will suffer. They are now angry. Even if you try to answer their questions, they'll just twist your answers. The host's shirt was soaked with sweat. He was getting more frightened for his job as the situation unfolded. Then there was also this general manager. She obviously had no experience in dealing with the media. He really didn't know why she was sent to attend this press conference. She was just stirring more chaos. Wang Jingwen had no choice but to let go of her tough attitude. She managed to hold a smile and endured her temper. So to speak, one side was a bowl of fragrant rice, and the other was a bowl of mold. Wouldn't you choose to eat the bowl of fragrant rice instead of the mold? Wang Jingwen replied very cleverly, but in her mind, these two metaphors were simply seamless. However, the reporter did not let it go, asking another question. You were made famous at Hwaseong Entertainment, though. But now you compare it to mold. It reminds me of an idiom called drunk wife. I understand that formerly Hwaseong Entertainment crafted songs personally for you, which resulted in your current fame, but after you grew your wings, you actually left them. The reporter's words came out, and countless flashes lit up again. All the camera's shots were accurately targeted at Wang Jingwen, and reporters stretched out further looking forward to her answer. Wang Jingwen was very incensed. She thought that these reporters would ask some questions about the next album, but did not think that these reporters would all be rushing to speak about Hwaseong Entertainment, since they wanted to get to the bottom of it. Then she would simply tell them the truth and save them from the endless exhaustion. How is it wrong for me to leave? Hwaseong Entertainment is too poor. Staying there would stunt my growth as an artist. I want everyone to know that without me, Wang Jingwen, Hwaseong Entertainment is nothing. Zhang Xiaohua is absolutely nothing without me. When Wang Jingwen made her remark, the reporters all froze. Immediately afterwards, they quickly picked up the pen and paper and devoted themselves to record her words down. Some reporters got up and raced out. They had to get Wang Jingwen's passage into the press release for tomorrow. The headlines were already decided. Chapter 61, Ripped Apart. The host felt like crying but couldn't find her tears. What was wrong with this Wang Jingwen's IQ? What she just said was tantamount to indirectly acknowledging that she was an ungrateful person who only sought personal gain. The reporter would definitely make a fuss about it. To make matters worse, these reporters would surely add exaggerations to the original words, which was an integral part of journalism. Once this news were released, Wang Jingwen's image would take great hit. In order to help Wang Jingwen restore her image, the host rushed to remedy the situation. Do not misunderstand. Miss Wang Jingwen means that good birds choose good habitats. In fact, compared to Hwaseong Entertainment, our New Century Entertainment is indeed more dominant. We provide a better atmosphere to nurture artists and further their growth. Miss Wang Jingwen has chosen to come to us, and it is understandable. At this point, the host quietly winked at a female reporter under the stage. The female reporter immediately became aware and suddenly raised her hand and asked, Miss Wang Jingwen, what is your development plan? A lot of fans want to know about your future releases. Now, can you share anything with us? The female reporter was clearly inserted into the reporters group to help them control the flow of questions, but she had successfully changed the topic anyway. Many reporters were now concerned about Wang Jingwen's music and were eager to get the latest information about her work. For journalists, this was also an important point. Qiao Feifei caught sight of the opportunity. Such a rare opportunity to enter the limelight. So instead of Wang Jingwen, Qiao Feifei grabbed the mic. Yes, our company has already planned with Miss Wang Jingwen to release 2 albums. As the general manager of New Century Entertainment, I assure you that our company's tailor-made songs for Miss Wang Jingwen far better compared to those produced by Hwaseong Entertainment. After that, we also plan to hold a concert for Miss Wang Jingwen. Our company will give her its full support. Of course, if advertisers are willing to cooperate with us, we are always welcoming new partners. The present host was initially worried, fearing that Qiao Feifei would spout gibberish in order to be in the limelight, but after listening to her words, he could not help but release a sigh of relief. It seemed that the general manager wasn't entirely useless. Her words were very well planned. She not only promoted Wang Jingwen, but also promoted the company. After the reporter announced her passage, advertisers would certainly come to the company to discuss cooperation. Where will Miss Wang Jingwen's concert be held? One reporter asked curiously. Speaking of this topic, Wang Jingwen immediately came to full spirit and was about to show off. Unexpectedly, Qiao Feifei again took a quicker grasp of the microphone and proudly said, Our company has already reserved a venue for Miss Wang Jingwen. That is, Tianjin Theater. Wow. When Xiao Feifei gave her answer, it immediately caused a roar in the reporters. What type of location was Tianjin Theater? This was the Golden Hall of Huaxia. It was the dream stage of many artists. It proved the strength of a star. But to this day, few domestic stars could obtain the right to perform there. Those who could get a spot to perform in Tianjin Theater were generally international stars. Now, Wang Jingwen was going to visit the most famous theater in Huaxia to hold a concert. This was indeed an explosive piece of news that deserved attention. At this point, the reporters' attention had all been transferred to Xiao Feifei. In fact, concerning Xiao Feifei, there were many reporters who were familiar with her on the scene, especially the reporters for those gossip tabloids. This was due to her relationship with Ling Feng. As the Prince Edward of the Jinshin Group, Ling Feng was also considered a celebrity of Tianjin City. He was known as a romantic, and there were headlines on him every other day. He was very much a favorite for reporters. As Ling Feng's fiancée, Xiao Feifei was also the focus of journalists who wanted to dig deeper. Since there was such a rare opportunity in front of them, the reporters wouldn't let it easily go. A reporter from Gossip Weekly suddenly asked, "Miss Feifei, you are quite young to be the general manager of the company, don't you think? How did you achieve such a high position at such a young age? Has the Jinshin Group provided support to you from behind?" Hearing that, Xiao Feifei turned cold and looked at the reporter with a murderous look. She murmured, "What are you trying to insinuate?" The reporter laughed without replying, but his face seemed to be engraved with a mocking expression. Xiao Feifei looked in his eyes, and her heart suddenly burst into flames. Her mood that had just gotten better plummeted to the bottom. At this time, another reporter adding fuel to the fire spoke up. "Miss Zhao, your fiancé Lin Feng of Jinshin Group was recently photographed kissing a model on his speedboat. Have you seen this news? Will you disassociate yourself from Ling Feng?" Listening to the reporter, Xiao Feifei's heart was directly filled with anger. Slamming her hands onto the table, she stood up and pointed at the reporter. "What paper are you from? I will sue you." The presenter really cried this time. Just now, he had boasted of how sensible she was. He had spoken too early. Looking at Xiao Feifei enraged and shouting, Wang Jingwen was secretly happy. Her heart was bursting with joy. "That's what you get for stealing my spotlight, Dumby asterisk 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 asterisk." Since things had reached this point, it would be meaningless for this press conference to continue. If it continued, it would only allow reporters to sink their fangs into Xiao Feifei and Wang Jingwen further. The host was deeply troubled by both women's lack of restraint and no longer dared to delay. He quickly announced, "Today's press conference ends here. We have prepared a banquet for you in the banquet hall downstairs. Please pay your respects and move onwards to the ballroom." The host, finishing, directly fled before the blame was put on him. The reporters left with their heads buried while writing away on their notepads. Wang Jingwen also left the venue under the escort of a dozen security guards. Soon, only Xiao Feifei was still sulking on the stage alone, her chest fluctuating up and down. Her face was alternating from white and red. From fright and anger, she knew she had messed up tonight. At the same time, several reporters have already arrived at Huaxiang intending to get an exclusive interview from Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was evading them. In fact, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't accustomed to taking the limelight. Even more, he didn't like gossip. He only wanted to be a low-key boss and earn some money in silence. Generally, when reporters arrived at the door, he let Yuan Datong deal with it. But this time he let Ling Ming speak on behalf of Huaxiang. One reason was to hone Ling Ming, because sooner or later, she would have to face the camera. It was even more important for her to have an exclusive interview and get used to it as early as possible. The second reason was to take this opportunity to advertise Ling Ming, warming her up to become famous. Zhang Xiaohua, Yuan Datong and Co. had already hid on the second floor, but they were secretly watching Ling Ming downstairs. At this time, downstairs, faced with several reporters and paparazzi, Ling Ming was inevitably a little nervous. She clenched her fists tight and her hands were already full of sweat. She felt alone and nervous, but she was helpless. After all, this was Zhang Xiaohua's order. Who are you?" A reporter curiously looked at Ling Ming. She had been here several times before, but she had never seen this girl. "My name is Ling Ming. I'm a new singer for Huaxiang. You can call me Minger." Ling Ming's self-introduction was as weak as a mosquito's, severely lacking in confidence. Learning that Ling Ming was the newest singer of Hwaseong Entertainment, several reporters immediately became interested, and apart from anything else, first they took a camera and snapped a few photos. The eyes of Ling Ming were somewhat confused. "I would like to ask Miss Li, has Zhang Xiaohua personally written a song for you?" A reporter excitedly asked. Ling Ming nodded her head. Her simple face made a sweet smile. She finally looked less stressed out. Even her voice increased by a few decibels. "Yes, our boss is a great man. I just joined, but he has already prepared songs for me. They are beautiful songs. I love them very much. Can you sing one for us?" Another reporter asked with great expectation. "Sorry, our company has a strict confidentiality agreement, so I can't sing it to you before we publish it formally." Ling Ming apologetically replied. The reporters just accepted it. Everyone was attracted to her simplicity. Compared to the arrogant Wang Jingwen, Ling Ming was adorable. "So, what's your opinion on Wang Jingwen leaving for New Century Entertainment?" The reporter changed the topic. This topic was also the subject of this interview. Hearing Wang Jingwen's name, Ling Ming froze. Although she had not been here for a long time, she understood what Wang Jingwen had done very well. If she had to describe Wang Jingwen, then the only thing she could think of was that she was too insatiable. "My mother often told me that people and animals are not the same. That is to say that animals will always be animals, but humans aren't always human. Sometimes, people can be even worse than animals, especially those kind of ungrateful villains." Ling Ming euphemistically informed the reporters. This girl really was loyal, even offending her idol for them. "The animal you spoke of, are you referring to Miss Wang Jingwen?" asked a reporter with a grin. Hearing her compare Wang Jingwen to a beast, he was very pleased. Does this kind of thing still need to be said? People can do whatever they want, but they should remember the heavens are still watching, Ling Ming said fearlessly. Although no name was given to the animal, they all knew who it was, so they did not continue to pursue it. At the same time, this interview helped the reporters release some of their anger. They left satisfied. They unanimously decided to help Ling Ming do some propaganda and raise her popularity, all hoping that she would deal with Wang Jingwen later. Stars that were so humble and kind were far and few these days. Chapter 62. Mistake after mistake. The next morning, the major media began a series of reports. Whether on television, the internet, or newspapers, the headlines all expressed the exact same message. Wang Jingwen joined the New Century Entertainment in a high-profile fashion, and abandoning her mask of innocence, she revealed her real personality. There were a few media outlets that used Ling Ming as their headline instead. Hwaseong Entertainment has a newcomer. The country girl speaks out loud and likens Wang Jingwen to an ungrateful animal. Both these topics caused a wave of controversies among countless people. Some expressed their support for Wang Jingwen, saying that she was not in the wrong for switching to New Century, that she did what she needed to develop her career. However, there was also a small number of people who supported Hwaseong Entertainment and believed that Wang Jingwen's actions were traitorous. They made her famous, and then she left them at the first chance. Such a profit-seeking person truly had no righteousness. She was no better than an animal. At the same time, in Hwaseong Entertainment, Zhang Xiaohua's eyeballs were bulging out. Yuan Datongs and co. were also angry and disappointed. They felt like vomiting blood from anger. Zhang Xiaohua, filled with fury, slammed the newspaper onto the table. He stared at the picture of Wang Jingwen in the newspaper and yelled, "This F asterisk 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 B asterisk 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 asterisk. Who the hell is a bowl of mold? She better not let me catch her. Xiaohua, Wang Jingwen is too much. What should we do?" said Yuan Datong. He and the team had worked so hard for Wang Jingwen, but when she reached the top, she actually abandoned the company. Although frustrating, that wasn't worth mentioning, because she was free to go wherever she wanted, but she actually went out and compared the company to mold. This was really exasperating. Immediately record the song for Minger. Even if she does not eat or drink today, we must record Can I Hold You? With the order of Zhang Xiaohua, Yuan Datong was emotionally uplifted and immediately took action. In the second-floor recording studio. At this point, everyone was already in place and ready. It was not the same as the last time. This time, Zhang Xiaohua did not hold a tablet to record Ling Ming. This made everyone puzzled. Xiaohua, don't you plan to shoot Minger? Yuan Datong asked curiously. If they wanted to help Ling Ming advertise, then putting her songs online was the best choice. Wang Jingwen's success was the best proof. But for the moment, Zhang Xiaohua did not seem to have this intention. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "This kind of low-level practice is only suitable for Wang Jingwen, not for our future pop star. This time we will directly film the music video for Minger and put that online. We will go bigger. We need to get back at Wang Jingwen in one breath. Let her taste defeat and shame." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's appearance filled with killing intent, Yuan Datong felt a chill in his heart. The others were shuddering. This was the first time that everyone had seen Zhang Xiaohua so angry. "Let's get to work," Zhang Xiaohua ordered. With arms across his chest and expressionless, he stood in front of the studio. As a result of his urging, Yuan Datong and others invariably spurred an activist spirit. No one dared to delay, and they devoted themselves to work. Ling Ming slowly put on her headphones. She was standing in front of the microphone like a wooden person. Her eyes were filled with nervousness, and she stared straight at Zhang Xiaohua. But Zhang Xiaohua was in a bad mood. Ling Ming's heart was filled with more pressure. So when Yuan Datong gave her the countdown gesture, she didn't see it. It wasn't until the sound of music sounded in her ears that she regained her concentration. She opened her mouth and began to sing. But it was obvious she was too slow and behind the beat. They had to start again. Zhang Xiaohua still had his arms around his chest and stood expressionlessly in front of the recording studio. With his eyes staring at Ling Ming, it was even harder for her to focus. She was afraid to sing badly and invoke Zhang Xiaohua's sadness and anger. "Here we go again. 3, 2, 1, start." Before Yuan Datong's voice even fell, Ling Ming started singing under tension, but this time it was obviously faster by half a beat. At the same time, everyone got cold sweat and started in fearing for her. They all looked at Zhang Xiaohua. 2 consecutive failures. Everyone thought that Zhang Xiaohua would give Minger grief. However, he actually made no statement. It seemed that he didn't mind. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua wasn't angry, everyone was relieved. "Relax, don't be nervous. Just follow the rhythm of the music," Yuan Datong reminded with a smile. Ling Ming had been practicing the song for a long time. It was reasonable to say that she shouldn't have made such basic mistakes. After a while, the music began to sound again. Ling Ming succeeded in entering on time. However, when she unconsciously looked at Zhang Xiaohua, she felt a sense of tension in her mind and blanked out. She fell out of beat again. Whether she could sing this song or not seemed to depend on Zhang Xiaohua's mood. If Zhang Xiaohua's mood was good, then Ling Ming's mood would follow. Yuan Datong's eyes kept spinning. After a while, he followed Minger's gaze to Zhang Xiaohua. He realized the reason for her nervousness was all because of Zhang Xiaohua. Ugh, now that the big boss was watching such a little girl with such a heavy gaze, she would naturally be nervous. "Xiaohua, can you not stare at people like that? You're making us all nervous. Think about how you're affecting others." To ease the tension, Yuan Datong smiled and ridiculed Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua looked around at everyone and saw everyone looking at him. Only then did he find that his emotions were a bit hectic, causing everyone to be nervous. Looking at Ling Ming, who was terribly timid, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly smiled, and his smile was like a gentle sunshine. He instantly warmed the heart of Ling Ming, and finally her sweet face burst into a sweet smile. "It's okay. Take it easy. We can record till we get it right." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Ling Ming with a smile and said softly, "You don't need to be nervous now. Don't think about it. Just sing like you normally would to let it flow out, okay? After we finish recording, Manager Yuan will take us out for a big meal." "What the hell? Every time it's my treat. You've got to be kidding. I don't have money." "Brother, you are the music director. If the song is recorded successfully, it means that you are a good supervisor. What privilege is this? Shouldn't you treat yourself? Would you like to have a meal?" said Zhang Xiaohua. Yuan Datong scratched his chin and thought for a moment. He felt that Zhang Xiaohua's remark was not unreasonable. After all, he was the music director. Damn, what a good title, huh? Shaking his head, Yuan Datong spoke up. No, stop with your stupid word tricks. You have to treat this time. I'm not doing it. Let's have a vote. I think Datong should treat us to dinner. All in favor, raise your hands." Zhang Xiaohua raised his hand first, and the rest followed suit. Even Ling Ming raised hers. This is unfair. You guys are ganging up on me. You are choosing this guy over me. I see how it is. Yuan Datong's face was full of resentment, and his mouth was firing off saliva. You're just a general manager, and although you're also a music director, you don't have the rights of the boss. And the slogan we small flies live by is, I would rather offend the general manager than not provoke the boss. Emma said with a smile. Yuan Datong was completely silent, and his backbone collapsed like a landslide. He lost his soul and sat back in tears. You win. Hearing that, everyone felt happy, motivated, and energetic. They couldn't wait to complete the recording of the song and then eat. Ling Ming was also amused by the scene. The tension in her heart gradually vanished, and she looked confident and eager to eat a big meal. Chapter 63. Perfection. At this time, the recording studio was quiet. All of them focused their attention on Ling Ming. Just as Zhang Xiaohua and Yuan Datong were tensing up, Ling Ming completely relaxed. She took a deep breath and adjusted her mood. When she felt she was ready, she raised a thumbs up to Yuan Datong and said that he could start at any time. The next second, under the actions of Yuan Datong, the music sounded slowly. As the music progressed, Ling Ming also slowly followed up on the melody, and when she finished the first verse, everyone in the studio felt like their hearts had been grasped. It was different from Wang Jingwen's voice. If Wang Jingwen's voice was ethereal, then Ling Ming's was just the opposite. Ling Ming's voice was slightly husky and deep, but she still managed to catch every note. She didn't need any technique, singing in a simple, natural way. Unconsciously, she completely mastered this tender song. At this moment, everyone understood what Zhang Xiaohua meant before. In Zhang Xiaohua's words, each singer must have a song of his own style, and this song, Can I Hold You, was entirely tailored for Ling Ming. They were made for each other. Besides Ling Ming, they believed no one else could sing and invoke this much emotion and feelings in the listeners using the song. The music kept going, and as the song reached the chorus, Ming'er seemed to be too entrenched in the song. Ling Ming began to recall the bits and pieces of her past, and her eyes began to gradually redden. She was overcome with the impulse to cry. However, she continued to sing, without decreasing the quality of the song in the slightest. In fact, her tears added even more emotion and depth to the song. Emma's eyes became blurred, and even Yuan Datong's was also brought into the emotional world of Ling Ming. Their respective feelings constantly changed with her emotions. While she truly instills strong sense of substitution, you can put yourself in her place so easily. Zhang Xiaohua carefully listened to every lyrics he sang from Ling Ming's lips, and at the same time was relieved. He didn't mistake this Ling Ming as a good seedling after all. Regardless of the bass, she could grasp very accurately the type of tone required. She had a very comprehensive range. She would develop into a versatile singer. Can I hold you, my lover? Let me cry on your shoulder. If we are going to separate today, let me burst into tears. Can I hold you, baby? Let me call your name one last time. You must feel the same. I will leave with a smile. You must feel the same. I must smile and laugh one last time. Time passed like a rush of water. After 4 minutes, with the gradual disappearance of the instrumental, a classic masterpiece was born. Maybe it was because the singers didn't care and the listeners weren't interested. So far, Yuan Datong and Emma had not yet come out of Ling Ming's emotional world. Everyone is absorbed in their own worlds, as if Ling Ming sang a secret that was hidden in their hearts. The emotion behind the song had evoked many of their memories, taking them out of reality for a time and into a quiet world of their own. Good, very good. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but praise and take the lead in applauding Ling Ming. Hearing the applause, Yuan Datong and several others suddenly swayed, and immediately they stood up. After wiping away some moist eyes, they gave a warm applause for Ling Ming. Ling Ming's small face was completely red, silently bowing her head. Her cute nature was soul-grasping. Yuan Datong and Zhang Xiaohua stood side by side. Both of them looked at the shyly grinning Ling Ming. Yuan Datong was full of gratification. Xiaohua, your vision really is amazing. I dare say Ming'er is not one bit inferior to Wang Jingwen at all. Especially her vocal range. It is a lot more comprehensive than that of Wang Jingwen. She can be developed into an all-round singer. No matter if it is a slow or fast song, there is absolutely no problem for Ming. Yeah, I also think so, so I decided to try her. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, but was also a little grateful to Chao Dequan. If it wasn't that old B asterisk 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 deducting his dividends, he would not have encountered Ling Ming. Perhaps this was the legendary action of fate. Boss, where did you find the girl? Ah, she was born to sing. Such talent is so rare. Emma then came to Zhang Xiaohua's side while rubbing her red eyes, excitedly commenting as, "Well, actually, I sang it well too. How come none of you praised me?" Zhang Xiaohua was dissatisfied. He was known as the karaoke king in the last life. Changing voice, perfect pitch, he won awards and praise. That was what had driven him to attempt to go pro, but sadly, he failed and never got the chance to make it to the big stage. But since coming to this world, he had actually not been praised. It was really backwards. Hearing that, Emma and Yuan Datong spontaneously cast a contemptuous look at him. The middle finger was just around the corner for him if he spoke again, begging for praise. Seeing the two people looking at him in disdain, Zhang Xiaohua's heart felt wronged. He had to vent his frustration. Everyone has worked hard. To celebrate this success, we are invited by our general manager to a meal tonight. I propose that we go to the Xinglong Hotel. What do you all think? Xiaohua smirked. Let's go. Everyone responded with enthusiasm. When he heard the words Xinglong Hotel, Yuan Datong, who was originally enjoying the feeling of mugging off Xiaohua, became petrified. Although this hotel wasn't comparable to Star Hotel, it was also a 5-star hotel. If you wanted to enjoy a meal there, you had to be ready to spend a huge amount of money. Not to mention that these people were like pigs. They would eat him to bankruptcy. Emma, contact Zhou Yi and manager Su and tell them to meet us there. Zhang Xiaohua spoke. On it, said Emma, taking out her cell phone, immediately calling Zhou Yi's phone and asking him to bring manager Su as well to meet at Xinglong Hotel later. 1:00 in the evening. Located in a luxurious private room in Xinglong Hotel, all the company's members were in attendance. Of course, although technically Zhou Yi was not a colleague, they saw him as one of the group. At present, everyone was talking and chatting. After waiting for the enthusiastic attendants to serve up the dishes, Zhang Xiaohua took the lead and raised his glass, smiling. We've all worked hard recently. Especially, Manager Su. I've heard that you have been extremely busy while working with Sparrow Records. For this reason, I propose that everybody share a cup with him. Zhang Xiaohua's remarks fell. Everyone stood upright, holding a champagne cup. All of them looked at the Manager Su with eyes filled with respect and said, Manager Su is working hard. We respect you. They all drank the champagne in the glass and expressed their respect for Su Fengyan. Looking closer, Su Fengyan was indeed looking a tad bit knackered. Obviously, he had suffered a lot. However, at this moment, his slightly pale, sunken face was filled with a happy smile. Among these young fellows, he felt years younger. He immediately took a swig off his glass. Everybody, eat casually, don't be too polite. Zhang Xiaohua again took up the big boss posture and graciously invited everyone to eat. Datong turned a blind eye to his comment, trying to hold his grimace. This kid was too shameless. He actually stole his lines, trying to act big man with his money. Oh yes, today we are here thanks to General Manager Yuan's grace. So next I propose, Zhang Xiaohua once again stood up, raising his high-end glass. At the same time, Yuan Datong finally smiled, and he raised his cup in kind, waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to toast to him. But unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaohua took a sharp turn and looked at Ling Ming. Next I propose that we toast Minger. She has worked superbly today. Come on, cheers. Cheers. Everyone responded positively, emptying the wine in the cup once again. After that, they began to eat. Only Yuan Datong stood there silently, like a lost soul. Zhou Yi, how is the equipment upgrade? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly asked. Oh, the equipment has been updated. Under the guidance of Mr. Su, the employees have already made a general concept of the workflow and have also effectively increased the average output of the record production, reported Zhou Yi. Very good. Zhang Xiaohua felt very happy. Then, he told Zhou Yi, when you go back, please prepare for tomorrow. Our company will help shoot a music video for Ling Ming. We will require the same equipment and staff as last time. Okay, I'll get it ready when I get back. Zhou Yi readily agreed. Manager Su was puzzled and asked, shouldn't we be getting ready for Miss Wang Jingwen's new album release? Has something changed during my absence? What's the matter? Since Sparrow Records was located in a remote area, it was difficult to obtain outside news. Therefore, managers Su and Zhou Yi didn't know about Wang Jingwen quitting. Speaking of Wang Jingwen, Yuan Datongs and Co. were all overwhelmed by frustration. After drinking, their emotional restraints were slightly eroded. Wang Jingwen has officially split ways with us. She is now considered a person of new century. Zhang Xiaohua explained. Suddenly learning that Wang Jingwen jumped ship, Su Fengyan and Zhou Yi could not help but be stunned. Their faces revealed hints of fear. Without Wang Jingwen, who would the company depend on to develop? Pondering this, Su Fengyan then looked to Ling Ming. In his eyes emerged a questioning look, because in his view, this Ling Ming was simply not comparable with Wang Jingwen. Regardless of temperament or image, between the two there was a significant contrast. The intentions of Zhang Xiaohua were obvious. He wanted this girl to take over as the new lead singer. As far as he was concerned, this could lead to a disaster. Chapter 64, Future. The more Su Fengyan looked at her, the more he felt that Ling Ming was unsuitable to take on such an important role. Even if she sang well, her image was not satisfying. She looked nothing like a big-name star. Her plain temperament made it obvious to everyone that she was just a simple girl from the countryside. Of course, Su Fengyan didn't look down upon Ling Ming, but he felt he had to consider the entire company. If things didn't work out well, the company's image would be affected as well. Su Fengyan decided he had to give some advice and help. He whispered into Zhang Xiaohua's ear. Xiaohua. I have been involved in this industry for many years. I have seen lots of singers come through. I asked a few good singers to come to the company for you to take a look at. The singer represents the company's image. We can't be careless. Zhang Xiaohua understood the underlining meaning of Su Fengyan. He wanted to replace Ling Ming and find a singer with a better image to help the company get its name. However, this was simply impossible. Because in Zhang Xiaohua's heart, Ling Ming was perfect and destined to become a superstar in the music scene. No one could replace her. Although her looks weren't goddess level, Zhang Xiaohua still fancied her natural beauty. Her temperament and aura weren't overpowering, but she had a unique and simple temperament. All in all, it attracted Zhang Xiaohua. With a glass of wine, Zhang Xiaohua seriously looked at Su Fengyan and asked, Uncle Su, what do you think of Wang Jingwen? Su Fengyan froze for a moment. Even though it might have been hard to hear, he spoke his honest opinion. Wang Jingwen has the makings of a celebrity. From the time I knew her at New Century, she always showed a great aptitude to be a star. She can change persona at the flip of a switch. This is a piece of rare and vital thing for a celebrity. She also has the temperament of a big star. Zhang Xiaohua smiled, but with a little sarcasm in his smile, he asked, So, please, Uncle Su, where's Wang Jingwen now? Su Fengyan was stunned and was really puzzled by Zhang Xiaohua's two questions. But he still replied, Didn't you just say that Wang Jingwen had already moved to New Century Entertainment? She left us a parting gift, in the form of a press conference at New Century where she discredited the company. Zhang Xiaohua said out of shame, You should know that many outside see us as the ugly daughter-in-law who was abandoned. That affected our company's image, but it's okay. I'll lead Ming'er to completely surpass her. Su Fengyan finally understood the meaning of Zhang Xiaohua. Simply put, he was determined on to hold this Ling Ming. He intended to use her to cover the aura of Wang Jingwen, and it seemed he had made up his mind. Since he understood the meaning of Zhang Xiaohua, Su Fengyan didn't say anything more. The reason was simple. Xiaohua was the boss. His decisions were final. Su Fengyan did want to see Zhang Xiaohua succeed, but he just couldn't see how he would turn this rustic Ling Ming into a domestic first-line singer. Was there any way to use Ling Ming to threaten Wang Jingwen? Boss, I want to toast to you. At this time, Ling Ming stood up and held a glass of white wine in her hands. She watched Zhang Xiaohua respectfully and said gratefully, Thank you, boss, for giving me this opportunity. I also want to thank boss for signing my brothers and sisters from the troupe. I'm bad with speeches. I don't know what to say to express my gratitude, so I can only respect boss with a drink. After her tirade, she downed the full-bodied liquor in one gulp. Because of the urgency in which she did so, she burst into a mini coughing fit, causing everyone to smirk. She really was a living treasure. Every time he saw Ling Ming, Zhang Xiaohua's heart produced a strong sense of intimacy. looking at the smiling faces around, recalling the emotion and righteousness they showed during this period of time. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel emotional, obviously from the alcohol. After drinking the alcohol in his glass in one stretch, he poured out a cup of strong liquor from the bottle beside him, and then picked up a pair of chopsticks in his hands and laughed. "I'm going to teach you guys a song to sing. Learn it seriously." After that, Zhang Xiaohua cleared his throat, held the chopsticks with both hands, beat the dishes in front of him, knocking out a melody. It was full of musical sensation. After a moment, he slowly began to sing. After many difficulties. "Don't you feel tired? This feeling I have had many a time. Maybe it's just temporary. Maybe nobody knows. Now you and I just want to relax. Life is like wine. Some bitter, some strong. Maybe the wound is bleeding. Maybe there is tears around the corner. For now, let me accompany you to have a drink. Cheers. Friends, let it go. Take the past in your control. Use the past as a hangover. Tomorrow's wine glasses will have to be filled with yesterday's sadness. Please raise a cup with me. Cheers to the past." As Zhang Xiaohua sang up to hear, everyone's eyes began to slightly redden. No one asked the source of the song, nor did anyone ask the name of the song. At the moment, they were only acting as his audience, listening quietly to every word that Zhang Xiaohua sang. It was inspiring and exciting. It was full of affinity. The emotional singing and the realistic lyrics reminded people of the past. The phrase, "life is like wine, some bitter, some strong," felt so applicable to them all, as if the lives of all people around the world had been analyzed. Everyone's future was different, but what was certain was that there would always be hardships. Of course, there would be sweetness as well. The song brought the most vulnerable side of their hearts to show, breaking the mask disguised on their appearance. They wanted to cry when suffering, but also laugh from sweetness, venting their long-held feelings. After many difficulties. "Don't you feel tired? This feeling I have had many a time. Maybe it's just temporary. Maybe nobody knows. Now you and I just want to relax." At this point, everyone joined in and sang together. "Life is like wine. Some bitter, some strong. Cheers, friends. Let it go. Take the past in your control. Use the past as a hangover. Tomorrow's wine glasses will have to be filled with sadness yesterday. Please raise a cup with me. Cheers to the past." Their voices got louder and louder, their emotions stronger and stronger. No one was crying. Instead, they were using their own ardent eyes as friends to soothe each other's hearts and successfully render the atmosphere to the pure joy. "Come on, for the sake of a better future, friends. Cheers." Zhang Xiaohua concluded, stood up, holding a glass of wine, waiting for everyone to respond. The whole crowd stood up with their glasses, smiled, and greeted each other. They rushed to each other and crisply clinked their glasses together. The wine splashed around and dampened everyone's face. But these damp faces could not conceal their happiness. For the past, for a better future, for friends. Cheers. Chapter 65, Workaholic. The next morning at 7 a.m., everyone had already arrived at the company, even before the usual meeting time. All of them were in place, only waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to arrange their work, including Mr. Su. Whenever there was a job, everyone was always especially motivated. This was the so-called driving force to success. Today's job was to record the music video for Ling Ming's song, "Can I Hold You?" However, Zhang Xiaohua was struggling. He could only think of a few shots of the original music video. All the other shots were forgotten. Apart from the main scene, it seemed that he would have to create new scenes to match the music video theme. Taking advantage of his spare time, Zhang Xiaohua took himself to the computer and first described the several shots he remembered from his memory. Then, he designed several subcameras according to the theme of the song. After filtering out his ideas, Zhang Xiaohua only retained 10 scenes. They were to be shot in 3 venues and divided into day and night scenes. For a song that lasted less than 5 minutes, these 10 scenes would be enough. Switching back and forth would be fine. In order to show off the luxuriousness of the music video, Zhang Xiaohua decided to record a scene at home in the villa and rented out a Western restaurant for the other. As for the last scene, it was a bit more complicated. They would have to use a water gun and a water pump to create a rainy scene. This was the essence of the entire music video, and it complemented the lyrics. After drafting a rough plan, Zhang Xiaohua proceeded to give everyone their tasks, one at a time. "Emma, Take Ming'er to buy 2 sets of clothes. It must be a dress without a collar. Buy 1 in black and 1 white. Don't be afraid to spend money, but don't be too mundane. It's good to let Ming'er wear something feminine. Ah. Emma's spirit was invigorated. She immediately pulled Ling Ming along. In an instant, they both had disappeared from everyone's sight. The others eagerly looked forward to their tasks, staring at Zhang Xiaohua with their expectant gazes. Even Xiaohai's eyes were full of pleading. Zhang Xiaohua temporarily ignored the existence of them and turned to Su Fengyan. Mr. Su, do you know the boss of a restaurant? I want to rent a Western restaurant. It's best if their walls are white. We will need it for like an hour or so. Su Fengyan thought for a moment, then nodded his head and said, I happen to know the boss of a Western restaurant. The furnishings in the restaurant were almost the same as what you said. Rest assured, I'll personally make the trip. I will arrange it to meet the requirements you want. After that, he strode out heading straight to the restaurant. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the notepad in his hand and called out to Xiaohai. Xiaohai, you need to go and buy 2 large kettles, the kind for watering flowers, and then go rent a generator. Don't worry, you will be reimbursed by the company. Okay, I'm off then. Xiaohai shuddered and joined the battlefield, the grocery market. Howsy, Jimmy, Jack, you 3 go buy 2 water guns and water pipes, and then buy a high-pressure pump. The expenses will be accounted for by the company, Zhang Xiaohua seriously commanded. Received. The 3 people had a firm backboard with a tough task, and they were out of the door. Seeing that everyone else had a job, Yuan Datong has anxious his heart. If he didn't find something to do quickly, he would feel itchy and extremely uncomfortable. Xiaohua, they all have their tasks. What should I do? Yuan Datong pointed his fingers at him and looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a pitiful look. He was eager to receive work. Oh, Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. He planned to just laze about till everything was ready for filming. Bringing out 2 5-jiao coins, he extended them to Yuan Datong. Go to the grocery store up the road and buy 2 popsicles to eat. I'll treat you. F***** off. Yuan Datong grunted in anger, brushing away his hand. Zhang Xiaohua was depressed thinking about it. Apart from getting Yuan Datong to buy ice cream, there was really nothing he could think of for him to do. In desperation, Zhang Xiaohua could only take out his house key and hand it to Yuan Datong. If you don't feel tired, go to the house and clean up a bit. My mother and Lu Yin aren't home. I haven't been home for several days. In the meantime, the villa has probably collected a lot of dust. Go back and clean it. We're going to shoot a scene there later. Yuan Datong smiled, went out, and stopped a taxi, quickly rushing towards Zhang Xiaohua's home. Oh, I've never seen so many workaholics. Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and sat back in the sofa, turned on the TV, and began to relax. 2 hours later, Zhou Yi drove the equipment over. At the request of Zhang Xiaohua, Zhou Yi brought in 2 film cameras and 6 high-energy spotlights. Of course, professional photographers and lighting specialists were indispensable, and a professional makeup artist was also brought in. Thanks to Wang Jingwen, currently the company's assets had reached 15 million. So this time Zhang Xiaohua decided to invest heavily to create the top-notch music video for Ling Ming. The most important thing currently was to film the music video for Can I Hold You? And continue to record songs for Ling Ming, and then continue to shot music videos for those songs. She was almost fully booked for this month, and she had a lot of work to do. 10 o'clock in the morning, everyone who was sent out had already returned to the company one after another. They had all completed the tasks assigned by Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was very satisfied, and he intended to record the first scene at the Western restaurant. He then said to Ling Ming, "You should first change into your white dress." She nodded and went upstairs to change. When she reappeared in front of everyone, they could not help but stare. Her looks had a refreshing simplicity to it. Su Fengyan suddenly realized that this was the natural beauty that Zhang Xiaohua wanted. At this moment, he had to say that this young girl was truly beautiful. Although the dress still couldn't hide her countryside flavor, it enhanced her honest and simple temperament. Having become accustomed to seeing city girls who plastered on heavy makeup, now seeing Ling Ming was like a fresh breeze. For those with a refined taste, this was a fairy from heaven. At this point, seeing how Ling Ming looked like, Su Fengyan thought about that face painted with powder and dressed up in exposing clothes. Shaking his head involuntarily, his face gradually floated out a look of disappointment. deeply sighing in his heart. Truly a vulgar girl. Half an hour later, under the leadership of Su Fengyan, they arrived at the Western restaurant in the city center. Zhang Xiaohua looked around the surroundings. Well, it was exactly the scene he wanted. It was spacious and translucent with proper lighting. Seeing Su Fengyan so deeply involved, the boss had promised to let them use the venue free of charge. The scene was very simple. Ling Ming would be sitting in front of a dining table in the middle of the restaurant. With a slightly sad expression and facing the camera, she then would sing the first two verses. After talking with the photographer and the lighting engineer, the photographer immediately set up the machine and the lighting technicians quickly prepared. When the high-energy spotlights were arranged around, they instantly shone an ambient light around the room. The room was clear and shiny, as if in a fantasy setting. Perhaps because the surrounding lights were too bright, at first glance, Ling Ming's body was almost surrounded by a layer of white light, as if a holy glow was wrapping around her. The scene looked impeccable. "Boss, are you sure you're not shooting a movie?" Emma spoke in awe of the shot. She was constantly looking around, completely attracted by the immediate environment, as if watching a big blockbuster. Zhang Xiaohua is also surprised too. See the color. This time the effect of this scene had exceeded his imagination. It was thanks to manager Su, the lighting divisions, and good old plain luck. Without them, how would they have found such a perfect angle to catch this effect? It was a pleasing mirage. They all praised Ling Ming in their hearts. Truly a perfect scene, uncomparable. After everything was ready, Zhang Xiaohua sat in front of the monitor, nodded to Emma, and then said, "Start it." Emma went to the camera, pointed the film cards in her hand at the camera, and shouted, "First take of scene 1 in daytime. Ready and action." As Emma's voice fell, the cameras started to roll. Ling Ming was in her best state according to Zhang Xiaohua's request. Her expression was slightly sad as she looked forward. Zhang Xiaohua looked through the monitor and felt an urge to hug her. The process was very smooth. Chapter 66. Eating Western Food. When she heard Zhang Xiaohua applaud, Ling Ming released a sigh of relief. Although she had performed music publicly before, since coming to Huaxiang it just felt different. There was more pressure. She felt as if she was separated from the world. Every minute and second she sang, her eyes were filled with nervousness. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua gave her encouragement in the past few days, and also taught her a lot of things, so she overcame some of the difficulties in her heart, and she could barely pass it if she focused on just singing and zoned out of her surroundings. Zhang Xiaohua felt like he was leisurely floating on clouds. His face was full of the warm spring breeze. Damn, life was good. Director Zhang, aren't you going to treat us to a meal? Emma smirked while teasing him. Well, everyone has worked hard. Zhang Xiaohua immediately took up the attitude of big boss, and then looked around for a circle, seeing that all the tables were empty and there were no guests. What's more, it was noon now, just perfect to catch up on a meal. This place was a ready-made restaurant, so he could simply eat here and reward everyone, while also bringing some business to the restaurant. Manager Su, tell the boss that we will have lunch here, 1 steak per person, plus a bowl of borscht. Talking to the staff, he generously said, "Everyone, don't be polite. Order what you want." "Thank you, Director Zhang." Everyone said to Zhang Xiaohua in unison. Zhang Xiaohua was fully enjoying everyone calling him director. His face was full of an intoxicated expression. "Director, how was my performance?" Ling Ming asked meticulously. Zhang Xiaohua burst into praise. "Well, you performed well and have great potential." After 15 minutes, everyone had a top-notch California steak in front of them. Except for Su. Everyone else had started digging in. Manager Su just watched them with his eyebrows furrowed. It was no wonder. As a former executive of New Century, he often had to entertain big-name clients. He frequently took them to both Chinese and Western places to eat, so he naturally knew how to eat Western food. The others, on the other hand, were mostly small people at the bottom of the society. For some, this was the first time they had entered a Western restaurant. They took up their tableware and dug in straight away. Zhang Xiaohua held the knife and fork in the wrong hands and was struggling. After what seemed like half a day of attempting to slice off a piece of the steak with all his strength, he only managed to cut small section off. His image as big director was instantly destroyed, directly burned to the ground, and never to be seen again. Turning his head and looking at the waiter, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly and whispered softly, "Can I have a chopstick?" The waiter was first stunned, and then almost burst into laughter, saying, "Sorry, sir. We are a Western restaurant, so there are no chopsticks." Zhang Xiaohua was depressed and continued to work at his steak in frustration. On the side of him, Emma and Ling Ming all followed the same pattern, holding the knife and fork, forcefully attempting to cut the steak. Sue constantly listened to the sound of knives and forks hitting the plate, as it was a strange thing in such a high-end Western restaurant. Seeing this scene, manager Sue smiled and decided that Zhang Xiaohua definitely needed some help. He clearly had never eaten Western food, so he reminded, "Xiaohua, you knife is." Unexpectedly, when manager Sue just opened his mouth to speak, Zhang Xiaohua immediately slammed his hands in frustration, indicating that manager Sue should not remind him. Sake. What kind of crappy invention is this? It's just useless. It looks good on the surface, but how are you meant to still eat? This will take years. Zhang Xiaohua was infuriated, suddenly throwing away the knife and fork in his hands. He immediately grabbed the whole steak and stuffed it into his mouth. It didn't even take half a minute for the whole piece of steak to be swallowed by him. It looked like a very fragrant meal. He swallowed 2 pieces of bread and drank a bowl of borscht afterwards, and was finished. Manager Sue directly looked at him with his eyes, and the waiter on the side was also stunned. Seeing this, Emma and Co. also followed suit and directly grabbed their steaks. They were able to stuff them into their mouths. They turned this elegant Western restaurant into a food stand. Eating beef with your hands. After the meal, Zhang Xiaohua asked Emma to bring a lunch to Yuan Datong, and then led the shooting team to his house. Half an hour later, when Zhang Xiaohua opened the door, he fixed his eyes and looked forward. All the furniture looked completely new and shiny, and the floor was glamorous and spotless. It was obvious that it had just undergone a thorough cleaning. Yuan Datong was wearing Lu Yan's apron, holding a feather duster in his right hand, a rag in his left hand, singing a little song with his mouth, and rubbing all kinds of accessories with great strength. His spirit was surprisingly strong. He seemed full of energy. Zhang Xiaohua has finally opened his eyes today. He was such a housewife, such a family man. In the future, if a woman married him, it could be regarded as a blessing for 8 generations. "Wow, boss, your house is beautiful." Emma kept looking around, and Xiaohai was also shaking his head. This was the first time they came to Zhang Xiaohua's house. They didn't expect his home to be so luxurious. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care. In his conception, a house like this was only for the rich, but it still wasn't the most luxurious. A house with a large swimming pool, an independent cinema, a large gymnasium, 1,000 acres of gardens, and a private golf course. This was truly a luxurious style. Of course, this was the goal that Zhang Xiaohua was fighting for in this life. Next, under the arrangement of Zhang Xiaohua, the shooting team completed 3 consecutive shots. One was Ling Ming sitting in the middle of the living room, and other was a scene of her sitting on her bed looking solemn. The third shot asked Ling Ming to stand in front of the window and gaze into the distance. On the 2 sides of the window, there were 2 ladders. Xiaohai and Haozi sprinkled water from the top of the ladders, making it look like it was raining outside, matching completely with the warm tone of "raining outside, as if my heart is dripping." The lyrics combined with it perfectly. "Okay, yes, let's take a break. The last shot we will shoot at night." After that, Zhang Xiaohua ran upstairs to change clothes. Reaching the 2nd floor in one breath, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but stand still in the hallway. "Mom and Lu Yan have been out for a week. How come I haven't even received a single call?" Zhang Xiaohua felt it was strange. It was reasonable to say that his mother should call to check up on him. She had been out for so long, but he actually didn't receive a call or a text. What happened? Zhang Xiaohua felt a dark premonition in his heart. Quickly taking out his phone, he dialed his mother's phone, but the call went straight to voicemail. Zhang Xiaohua was more and more uneasy in his heart, and he hurriedly dialed Lu Yan's number. Soon, the voice of Lu Yan came over the receiver. "Young master, what's the matter?" Hearing Lu Yan's voice, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. To ease the tension, Zhang Xiaohua asked, "Lu Yan, how are you and my mother? Enjoying your trip? Where are you now?" "Oh, me and the lady are still in Hong Kong. The next stop is going to Macau, followed by Taiwan. Ma'am seems to be enjoying herself. It will take a little longer to get back than planned." Just now I walked around the street with my lady. She is tired and just went to sleep. Listening to Lu Yan, Zhang Xiaohua was relieved. He smiled and said, "Don't be afraid to spend money. If you like something, buy it for yourself. If you don't have enough money, call me." "Okay. Thank you, master. You must also take care." Lu Yan replied with angst as if rushing to end the conversation. "I know. Please call me if you need anything. You should take care. Goodbye." After that, Zhang Xiaohua hung up the phone and went to his room in good mood. Chapter 67. The Beach. 10 p.m. in the evening, Zhang Xiaohua drove the film crew to a public beach on the northern side of the city. At this time, the night was quiet and the darkness overwhelming, but everyone was very excited. After working all day, they were still energetic. According to Zhang Xiaohua, this was the last shot and the most important part. It must be taken well, so everyone's spirit was exceptionally high. They were all dedicated to their work. However, everyone really admired Zhang Xiaohua's ability. Under his guidance and arrangement, a music video was basically finished in just a single day. This speed surpassed everyone's imagination. Since Zhang Xiaohua explained their respective tasks before coming, everyone immediately acted on arrival. Xiaohai and Haozi put the high-pressure pump into the sea. Jack and Jimmy were holding a 10-meter-long water pipe. The other end of the water pipe was connected to the high-pressure pump, powered by a generator. The 4 lighting engineers found the best position, then connected the lighting lamps to the generator and adjusted the lamp to a moderate level, according to Zhang Xiaohua's requirements. In order to match the surrounding environment, the photography used colored lamps. Everything was planned out by Zhang Xiaohua. Yuan Datong and Emma were responsible for taking photos. When they started filming, the two would continuously take photos of Ling Ming. These photos would be used for the cover of the album. Ling Ming was in a black dress. At this time, she stood on the beach, holding a black umbrella in her hand. In this lighting, she gave off a charming appearance. This shot was a rain scene. Normally, when large production companies shoot rain scenes, they would use fire trucks to spray water in order to achieve a real rain effect. In order to promote the entertainment culture, the government would also support the use of state-owned forces, so Zhang Xiaohua could also call a fire truck to help out. However, Zhang Xiaohua dismissed the idea of making those lovely fighters waste time hanging around in order not to waste the taxpayers' money. The most important thing was that if there was a fire, the fire truck was needed to support it. The result was that the fire truck would skip off to get to the scene in time. He couldn't take over one of the backbones of society for his own selfish interests. What's more, they didn't need a storm, just a small rain project. Zhang Xiaohua and his team could do it. Xiaohai Haozi, start pumping. Zhang Xiaohua said. Jack, Jimmy, try to keep the water pipe high. Don't let the rain appear too dense. Zhang Xiaohua walked up to the camera monitor and took a look. He felt that the effects were good. He habitually raised his hand and immediately slammed down as he shouted. Cameras and photographers at the ready, go. Under the light curtain in the rain screen, Ling Ming's expression was vivid, and she was gently singing. The deep and infinite emotions of the song were heard by everyone. It broke the silence of the surrounding night. Even the sea breeze seemed to be unable to resist the temptation. The breeze blowing up Ling Ming's hair added a little mystery to her beauty. Coupled with the camera's flash constantly shining on her, it was as if at this moment, she was the only protagonist in the world. Zhang Xiaohua was deeply attracted. This was the birth of a superstar. Just like fireworks, it was beautiful and memorable, but short-lived. Zhang Xiaohua had to reluctantly shout, bringing the scene to an end. However, Zhang Xiaohua was extremely convinced that when this music video was published to the world, just a small piece of the footage would make people stunned. In particular, men would be completely entranced by Ling Ming's honest and shy appearance. It invoked an urge to protect and shield her. Plus, if you add back the music, you could imagine the effect it would achieve. What was certain was that Wang Jingwen would finally have competition. Or at least, Zhang Xiaohua thought so. Haha, we finally finished. Emma ran to Ling Ming's side. They embraced each other and kept jumping, celebrating today's results. The others were naturally ecstatic as well. Under the guidance of Zhang Xiaohua, the cameramen and lighting engineers felt that they had improved by a certain level. They couldn't believe that they made such a quality music video without any investors in such short time. and the quality wouldn't lose out to those by those large companies who invested millions of dollars. Of course, it was all because of Zhang Xiaohua's careful guidance that the shooting process could be so smooth. They all admired Zhang Xiaohua's leadership ability and looked forward to cooperating again. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohua, at this time, had his gaze was on the bodies of Emma and Ling Ming, the kind of unscrupulous gaze. Due to the wind, they had all been sprayed with water earlier. The dresses of Emma and Minger had slightly drenched and stuck to their figures. Faced with two enchanting women, Zhang Xiaohua found it difficult to control his emotions. As a man, how could he let such an opportunity go? He had such a luxurious meal in front of him. Only a fool would let such a chance go. Thinking this way, Zhang Xiaohua opened his arms and ran towards the two women screaming, "Oh, my days, I'm so happy. We're finally finished." Not waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to react, Yuan Datong, with a stomp and flick of his foot, launched himself forward and hugged him. "Xiaohua, while I didn't expect that under your command a music video was so easily shot, I really did misread you." Yuan Datong held Zhang Xiaohua in a tight, closed grip bear hug and shouted with excitement. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to take the opportunity to eat some tofu, but it was actually blocked by this good-for-nothing. He couldn't help but burst into flames. "Get the off this granddaddy." Breaking free, Zhang Xiaohua ran and picked up the water pump and aimed at Datong. "Watch how this Liangzi deals with you today." In the face of Zhang Xiaohua's water gun, Yuan Datong was not angry, instead laughing. Showing no weakness, he rushed to pick up the other water pump, shooting at Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing that the two messing around, the rest soon joined and turned it into a group battle. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua was lifted up by his hands and feet and thrown into the sea. "You dare do this to your boss? See how I deal with you." Zhang Xiaohua immediately launched a counterattack, yanking Xiaohai into the sea. In a flash, everyone was in the sea splashing water back and forth. The future was looking bright. After a frenzied battle, they were exhausted and climbed to the shore filled with exhaustion and laid exhausted on the beach. Looking at the moon hanging in the sky, everyone was silent. Moonlight was like water, breaking through the clouds and pouring down on them. In the faint moonlight, they could see each other's face, full of joy. It was obvious that their hearts were extremely happy. At least in this moment, they were satisfied. After a short break, Zhang Xiaohua took the lead to climb up, then took off his wet top and squeezed the water out and asked the staff from Sparrow, "How long will it take to complete the post-production for the music video?" The printing process is complicated, but if there are no accidents, then with printing and post-production, I think it will take at least a month. An editor replied truthfully, "Well, you have worked hard today. Go back and tell Joey, let him give me 2 more machines and cameramen tomorrow. Let's make a bang and try to shoot the music videos for the remaining 9 songs in 1 month." Zhang Xiaohua said. During this period, not only did Ling Ming need to record the 9 songs, but also record the music videos. Time was tight, and any delays could not be afforded. If it was before their cooperation, and he asked to complete the shooting of 10 music videos in a month, they would have laughed him out. However, after working with Zhang Xiaohua twice, the staff of Sparrow Company had no choice but to believe, and in the eyes of these people, Zhang Xiaohua was not only a big boss with skills, but he was also a powerful director. The group nodded. One of them politely said, "I will let Joey know when we get back. We will report to your company tomorrow. I asked Boss Zhang to take care of us in the future." "There is no need for such words. As long as you do well, I promise not to treat you badly," Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile in his heart. The Sparrow Company would be incorporated into Huaxiang Entertainment sooner or later. They would potentially become his employees. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Then we will go back first." The Sparrow staff members said goodbye to Zhang Xiaohua, then took their machines and drove away in the night. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua waved to the rest. "Let's head back, everyone. General Manager Yuan has invited us out for a late-night snack." Son of AB leaped up Yuan Datong, chasing after Zhang Xiaohua. Chapter 68, Major Project. The sun and the moon alternate and remain unchanged forever. Time passes by like a stream of water. You just couldn't catch it. And soon it was the month of June. Under the leadership of Zhang Xiaohua, all members of Huaxiang Entertainment were busy every day. This month, everyone could only get time to eat a single meal a day. They were busy helping Ling Ming record her songs and also rushing around to shoot her music videos. They arrived in the morning before daybreak and left in the darkness of the night. Fortunately, everything was paying off. As long as you work hard and sincerely, you would get rewarded like you deserve. For this reason, everyone had no regrets. No matter how hard the road was, it was worth it. Today, in addition to the song Can I Hold You, the rest of the songs had been completed one after another. With the joint efforts of everyone, the music videos of all the songs had been successfully filmed. Sparrow Records was also not idle. The post-production team worked overtime every day. The employees at the factory were also geared up and ready to go. As soon as the post-production was completed, they would start to work in producing the CDs, etc. This time, Zhang Xiaohua decided to produce 2 albums. There would be 1 million copies made for each album. The first album would be priced at 100 yuan and would include 5 songs. Zhang Xiaohua's goal was to use this album to launch Ling Ming's career and increase her fame. After Ling Ming became popular, they would hit the iron while it was hot and continue to release the second album, but the price would be doubled, 200 yuan each. If the album sold out, the sales amount could reach 300 million yuan. This was a massive project, involving a lot of risk. While it sounded all good in theory, there was the risk that the fans may just simply reject the prices. After all, the music industry had recently been on the decline, leading to those larger companies dropping their prices to attract customers, so they were accustomed to low prices. It was only with Wang Jingwen's rise that the industry started picking up and prices slowly climbed back up. Everyone was worried about the plan, but they decided to go with Zhang Xiaohua's idea, after all, so had displayed a knack for business. The following task was just to wait for Sparrow to complete production, then Ling Ming could start her attack. But while Huaxiang was busy, New Century had also been active. This month, Wang Jingwen was scheduled to do various endorsements for advertisers nearly every day. She also often held commercial activities such as song clubs, poster signings, and even frequently appearing as a guest on various low-level variety shows. In short, she became extremely active. In the eyes of the fans, Wang Jingwen had fallen from an unreachable superstar to just a pop star. Fans could see her whenever they wanted as long as they spent a bit of money buying tickets for meetups. What was even more disappointing to fans was that every time they spent money to attend Wang Jingwen's song clubs, she only sang Broken-Hearted Woman. After hearing it repeatedly, it became dry and boring. At the end, even the fans who loved her were disgusted. Although New Century Entertainment was releasing news every day that Wang Jingwen's new album would soon be available, fans seemed to have no sense of expectation. They were already numb to her. Her hype was on the decline. But that being said, Wang Jingwen was still currently the most popular singer in Huaxia. There were still many people looking forward to her concert at Tianjin Theater next month. For this reason, New Century Entertainment was also stepping up the modification of the 13 songs. New Century Entertainment, Recording Studio No. 2. Under the command of the music director Gao Xiaosong, Wang Jingwen was currently recording songs. The track she was on was called I Am Willing. But no matter how you listen, something just felt off. The song sounded chaotic. It combined the sounds of a violin, cello, eru, guzheng, and other stringed instruments. The style was rigid and didn't flow. There was near to no rhythm, no melody. It was generally similar to those funeral march songs. Wang Jingwen also felt that there was something missing from the song. It was very wrong. She couldn't quite describe it. The more she sang, the more she felt it. There was panic in her heart. But Gao Xiaosong was a famous music producer in Huaxia. He was known as the godfather of music. The instrumentals of the song were from his hands. Therefore, Wang Jingwen didn't dare to say anything. She could only sing on. The style was different, so maybe this kind of song would be welcomed by people. People have joys and sorrows, and there is a lack of gloom under the moon. This is the ancient concept of love. I hope that we last forever. Finally, Wang Jingwen sang the last sentence. To be exact, calling it singing was too generous. It sounded more like rap. Her voice was very monotonous and off the beat. Speaking of it, although Wang Jingwen stole the samples of Zhang Xiaohua's 13 songs and handed the sample to Gao Xiaosong, but these songs were way beyond the knowledge of Gao Xiaosong. Plus, the company only gave Gao Xiaosong for 2 months. Rushed for time, Gao Xiaosong had randomly compiled the songs using the samples as reference points and modified the song around it. Great, that was perfect. Gao Xiaosong dressed his face up with a very excited look. In fact, he more than anyone knew that the song was trash compared to how fantastic it could potentially have been, but in fear of losing his job and status, he decided to force the song through production. Due to his reputation as a musical genius, no one bothered to question his creation. In order to cooperate with Gao Xiaosong, the rest of the staff present at the scene applauded. Chao Dequan and Chao Feifei had been watching quietly to the side. Hearing Gao Xiaosong praise the song, they smiled, lost in their fantasy of all the money they would earn from the album release. The father and the daughter couldn't care less about the music at all. They were just focused on the money. Though they found the sound odd, they didn't question it, since Gao Xiaosong gave them the go-ahead saying it was a good song. Then they were convinced. The number of hit songs this guy had written reached double digits. If he said it was perfect, then they could just await for the money to start rolling in. At this time, only Wang Jingwen was expressionless. She felt awkward to speak up. Gao Xiaosong was a renowned music producer. She didn't want to get on his bad side by contradicting him. She would need to rely on him for her songs in the future. She remembered when she heard Broken-Hearted Woman. Just listening to the beginning, she was immediately attracted by the beautiful melody and couldn't help but sing along with the melody. However, this I Am Willing just felt so dry. The melody was boring and no flair. The lyrics weren't in harmony with the music either. Simply put, she just felt the song sucked. If even the singer who didn't want to sing the song, how would fans react after listening to it? Notify the film crew to shoot the music video for Miss Wang Jingwen as soon as possible. Chao Dequan said with enthusiasm. Okay, Dad, I will personally inform them. By the way, the film crew will have a meeting to discuss and try to create the most luxurious music video for Wang Jingwen. I think this will greatly enhance the image of our company. Chao Feifei also found it difficult to hide her excitement. She wanted everyone to know that she was the one who stole Wang Jingwen over to their corner. When Wang Jingwen made achievements, it also counted as her contribution. For this reason, she personally supervised and even spent a lot of money to help make Wang Jingwen the best. Go. This time Dad will give you a budget of 50 million. Remember, don't lose the face of the company. We will use the top stars to create the best results. Chao Dequan seriously said. I know, Dad. You can rest assured, said Chao Feifei confidently, full of assurance as she led a group of staff out towards the conference room. Chapter 69, Publicity Stunt. After July, under the supervision of Gao Xiaosong, the songs Red Star, Legend, Empty City, Turkeywood, Hypnosis, Oath, Laughter, I Am Willing, Channel, Wings of Light, Flower, Halfway, and Moontime had all been recorded. Gao Xiaosong's amazing music production speed unanimously won praise from all the members of New Century. All of them praised 13 songs produced in such a short period of time. Truly the godfather of music. Even Chao Dequan rewarded Gao Xiaosong with a bonus of 1 million yuan for his efforts. In fact, the reason why these 13 songs were released so quickly was because Gao Xiaosong made an absolute mess out of them. They parted ways with the original songs for thousands of miles. They were beyond recognition. The 13 songs had been completely wasted. It seemed that these classics would never get the chance to appear in this new world. From classic to mediocre. However, Chao Dequan didn't seem to think so. In his impression, all works from Gao Xiaosong's hand were contemporary classics. Together with a powerful singer like Wang Jingwen, the effect would naturally be more powerful and the results couldn't be bad. Perhaps this was what people often refer to as hearing only what you want to hear. Once the album was available, whether they were good or bad, the public would naturally give a fair evaluation. In order to achieve absolute success for Wang Jingwen, this time Chao Dequan was bold and convinced the shareholders to invest 50 million in creating a music video for Wang Jingwen. New Century invited the most professional audiovisual production team from the United States and an internationally renowned movie director. Of course, Chao Dequan would not be willing to make a loss. He was determined to make a big play this time. He decided to produce only 3 million records. He wanted to inspire competition among fans to get hold of the records so he could increase the price at a later date when they made more copies. The price of the record was already high and scary. The unit price was 1,000 yuan per piece. That is to say, if 3 million records were sold, sales could reach 3 billion yuan. Accounting for various expenses and taxes, New Century Entertainment could earn at least 2 billion yuan. This number left Chao Daquan excited for 3 days and 3 nights. This would be a milestone in the entertainment industry. He would go down as a legend. As the saying goes, it is good to have money. Money was the source of all human motivation. Wang Jingwen had millions of fans, and she was currently the main star of Huaxia, seen as the savior of music by her fans. All they had to do was to get 3 million of them to buy the album. In fact, even 2 million of them would do. With this as a basis, Chao Daquan managed to convince the shareholders to invest. The music video for the 13 songs was quickly completed. It was entirely starred by Wang Jingwen, and each one of the songs reached an international level of production. During the filming period, they traveled to many countries and regions, a series of beautiful colors, pictures, and sound effects. The video could easily claim the #1 spot as the most expensive and luxurious music video ever. After a quick discussion with the shareholders, it was decided. The album would be released on August 8th. There were still 8 days till the release date. At the same time, Huaxiang Entertainment was also eager to act. Today, with the unremitting efforts of all the staff of Sparrow Records, Ling Ming's 2 million copies were all ready and stored in the warehouse of the Sparrow Records. As long as Zhang Xiaohua ordered it, they could be released at any time. However, Zhang Xiaohua was not anxious. Even at this time, he still hadn't helped Ling Ming advertise her album. He was waiting for the right opportunity. Huaxiang Entertainment, conference room. Xiaohua, it is about time we help Minger advertise. I think we should put Can I Hold You on the internet as soon as possible. It can play a good publicity effect. Yuan Datong proposed. No hurry. Let Wang Jingwen and New Century have the stage for a few days. If we advertise for Minger now, it will drown out. Everyone looked at each other, and they were all confused. They really couldn't understand. What did this kid want to do? Do you have a better plan to drum up attention? Yuan Datong asked again. At present, there were still 2 million records just sitting there in the warehouse of Sparrow Records. They couldn't help but be anxious. If you want to get revenge against someone, first torture them till they go crazy before killing them off. We will get our revenge soon, Zhang Xiaohua smirked. But if you looked closely underneath, it was pure coldness. Manager Su looked and couldn't help but shudder. The others didn't understand the meaning of Zhang Xiaohua's words, but he understood his meaning very well. When do we start to promote Ling Ming? Yuan Datong could not wait. Although he believed Ling Ming was destined to become the hottest new singer, she was still just an unknown singer. To grow a seed, water was needed. So if he wanted Ling Ming's album to sell, the premise was that they must first give her some propaganda. Otherwise, if no one knew who she was, who would buy her record? However, it seemed Zhang Xiaohua had no plans in this regard. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said with ease, "Remember, New Century was still built by my dad's hands, plus I am still a shareholder of the company. I want to gain it back, hopefully not completely destroyed, so I have to leave them some face. Let them release the album first. I want to see what sort of song Wang Jingwen will sing without us." Emma suddenly raised her voice and retorted, "I don't agree. I think we should strike preemptively. Before Wang Jingwen releases her new album, let's help Minger first. After she has built up popularity, we take advantage of it as soon as possible and release the album. Even if Wang Jingwen can still stand up, I believe that Minger can still grab some fans from her." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said nothing. These people were still too young. They lacked business savvy. However, Manager Su was much more savvy. At first glance, he saw through Zhang Xiaohua's thoughts. He smiled and said, "We are waiting for Wang Jingwen's popularity to be exhausted, so that Miss Ling can take over Wang Jingwen's position in one go. If we release the album the same time as them, it will only create a situation of competition against Wang Jingwen. But after all, Wang Jingwen's popularity is still there, and truthfully, it's unlikely we would win, and even if we won, it wouldn't be a complete victory. New Century Entertainment would be helping Wang Jingwen create hype. In this case, Wang Jingwen's popularity would end up rebounding, maybe reaching even higher than before. Whether it is Miss Ling or for the company, there is no benefit in playing a game of who can pay more for advertisements. But currently, Wang Jingwen is sweeping the country, appearing everywhere. For many people, the sense of freshness she brought to the scene at the beginning is fading, and as it goes on, her current popularity will be consumed sooner or later. It is then we will strike. Zhang Xiaohua, having found a companion who understood him, started clapping. Manager Su, you are even better than in the rumors, truly worthy of being a predecessor. Just like they say, in every family there is an old treasure. I didn't believe this before. Now I'm completely convinced. Oh, you are praising me too much. I should be praising you instead. At such a young age, you can think of things so thoughtfully, and you can put your eyes on such a long-term perspective. That is true talent. The manager showed a gratifying smile, but said with a slight sadness, if your father could see your achievements today, I know he would be over the moon. Unfortunately, things have developed to this point, but I believe even in heaven he is watching over you with pride. Uncle Su is loyal and righteous. I really didn't misread you. You can rest assured that the humiliation you received from the Chao's father and daughter, and the things that Chao family owe to us, I will soon recover them. Zhang Xiaohua said emotionally. Manager Su nodded with relief and said nothing. At this time, Yuan Datong and Co. were all still dazed. They turned their heads to Manager Su, and then to Zhang Xiaohua. They all scratched their heads and looked confused. They couldn't understand what the two men were saying. Unpredictable, but it sounded quite reasonable, although they didn't completely understand. Seeing Yuan Datong's same puzzled look, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh, deliberately teasing him. Use your big head for once in a while. Do you understand the plan now? Yuan Datong swept his hand through his hair, rubbed his eyes, wanting to speak, but Zhang Xiaohua added, Manager Su has already explained the plan very clearly. Unless you're a fool with unsound IQ. Everyone should understand, so I won't go through it again. Upon hearing this, Yuan Datong almost burst into tears. He nodded and smiled. I understand, such a simple thing. How could I not understand? You really think of me as a fool. What do you even know? Zhang Xiaohua leaned comfortably onto the sofa. Speak then, what is the plan you understand? Yuan Datong's face slowly became flushed red, and he was speechless on the spot. He realized that this kid was deliberately teasing him. Don't bother this granddaddy with your constant questions. Do you want a beating? I didn't force you to lie, plus who the hell wants a grandfather like you? With such a low IQ, I would rather a dog as an ancestor. Yuan Datong was embarrassed and frustrated. He rushed over to Zhang Xiaohua, but Zhang Xiaohua leaped off the sofa and pegged it away. They chased each other around like children playing, running around upstairs and downstairs. Manager Su watched them smiling. At this moment, what he saw was not a group of children playing about, but professional team that had an unbreakable bond who could weather storms together. Perhaps, in the near future, this team would grow from an insignificant sapling into a big tree, and eventually, into an entire forest. Chapter 70, Unease. August 8th, 8 a.m. For New Century. Today was great day. It was the day when Wang Jingwen's new album would be released. All the executives, shareholders, and staff were all gathered in the company preparing to witness the performance of the new album. This project involved billions of yuan, and it was by far the biggest project New Century had ever taken part in. It made them all expectant and excited. In addition, unlike those small entertainment companies, New Century Entertainment had a huge marketing network. Their sales points covered almost all of Huaxia. The records had been sent to various sales points overnight. Once the albums were released, people wouldn't need to run around. Just taking a few steps, they could go to the store and buy Wang Jingwen's record. Of course, during this period of time, New Century Entertainment had done plenty of advertising for Wang Jingwen on TV and the internet. Bus stations, subway stations, and even the streets were almost all covered in Wang Jingwen's album posters, indicating the specific times and locations where the new album would be sold. To create this overwhelming publicity, New Century Entertainment invested more than 30 million. Plus the filming and production of the music video, they had invested a total of almost 100 million. At this moment, the staff of the statistics department had been preparing. They were just waiting for Chao Dequan to order the major sales points to start selling. Then, they could start counting the sales of the album. In the conference room, there was a full house. At this time, everyone was talking and laughing, Their mood was obviously excellent. Only Wang Jingwen was anxious. She had a bad feeling about this. To put it bluntly, she still had no confidence in the new album. She always felt that during the production of songs, the production levels of Gao Xiaosong and Zhang Xiaohua were completely out of a grade, so much so that Wang Jingwen had no confidence in securing the victory for the first album. Wang Jingwen was not a fool. She was clear that if the sales didn't achieve the desired results, then it would definitely affect her fame. She knew how much was riding on this project. She just hoped that her fan base could allow her to ride through this storm. When she first came, she promised to take New Century to a new level and never leave the shareholders disappointed. But now she wanted to do nothing more than take her words back. Wang Jingwen felt a bit depressed as she thought of this. But now, she was being forced to go with the flow. Based on her own popularity, it wasn't necessarily true that fans wouldn't buy it. At this time, a staff member went to Chao Dequan and asked, "Chairman, all the sales points are ready now. I heard that many fans have already queued up at the door of each store. When can we start selling?" Chao Dequan looked at the time. Hearing about the queue of fans outside the stores, he was overjoyed. It seemed that selling 3 million records in a short time wouldn't be that difficult. Satisfied, he nodded. "Well, give out the notice. Miss Wang Jingwen's album is now officially available for sale." Here, Chao Dequan ordered all the stores to open their doors and officially started the sales of Wang Jingwen's new album. After all, Wang Jingwen still had a great influence. Many fans had indeed queued up for a long time at the door of the store just to get a new record of Wang Jingwen. There are even some vendors who had spotted the business opportunity and were prepared to buy in the album's large quantities and then later resell them to fans who couldn't get hold of the album for a higher price. This was the experience that the traders had learned from the release of Wang Jingwen's first album. Once Wang Jingwen's records were sold out, they would set up stalls outside and start selling. As soon as the major stores opened their doors, a large number of fans rushed into the store. The scene was more hectic than those Black Friday sales promotion at department stores. However, when they saw that the unit price of the album was 1,000 yuan, there were lots of fans who just put the records back, shook their heads helplessly, and then walked out of the store empty-handed. Some of the fans who came with each other gnawed their teeth and decided to take the sharing system. They started to share the cost for the records between each other. Some gave up and just planned to wait for the pirated version. Why bother buying it if you could find it online for free? The key was that it was just too expensive. They really couldn't afford such a high price. There were also many wise fans who chose to wait for people to review the album. After all, Wang Jingwen had changed her record company. Before, her album was made by Huaxiang Entertainment, but now it was from New Century and the price was so expensive. They became cautious, unwilling to waste so much money on something uncertain. When they found out if it was worthy of being that expensive, it wouldn't be too late to come back and buy one. Online, forum.com. Thread name, The Goddess's new album. Has anyone bought Wang Jingwen's new album? Can you leave reviews below considering getting it? Is it worth it? The goddess she has fallen. The new songs are so trash, loudly crying face. My heart is currently shattering. Your heart is shattering. Imagine how my ears feel. I know, right? Is that really Wang Jingwen singing? What the hell happened? Is it really that bad? Overall, the songs aren't actually that bad compared to other songs. It's just compared to the first album, it suck ass. It's definitely not worth 1,000 yuan. I listened to the songs in order to relax, but these songs are so depressed. It sounds funeral music. Like, what the hell was she thinking? Has it been pirated yet? I want to give it a listen. Piracy, you wish. There is a New Century Entertainment trademark on the cover. They will suppress those websites so hard, you're going to be waiting for a while. Trust me, you don't want to hear it. It will ruin your image of the goddess. It's just better to keep her wholly in your mind. Wasted 1,000 yuan. I'm so ing pissed. Unlucky. Mate, better luck next time. That's why you don't get baited by their ads. 1,000 yuan, that's nothing. I wipe my ass with that. Hey, commenter above off before this granddaddy gives you a beating. After the first waves of reviews started getting out, many fans were discouraged and just left the storefront and headed home defeated. At the same time, in the minds of many fans, Wang Jingwen was no longer seen as the goddess of music. After listening to the songs on her new album, the fans directly viewed her on the same level as all the other artists. just another one-hit wonder. From the fresh face of music that was reviving Huaxia's music scene to just another basic superstar. Especially after the quality of the first album, her downgrade hit them harder. They were really disappointed with her. As always, eventually snippets the songs of Wang Jingwen's new album appeared on the internet. This just spread the feeling of disappointment and dissatisfaction. More reviews came out complaining about the album. Naturally, this caused the sales of the album to plummet drastically. Those who were previously thinking of getting the album were put off. The sales of the album became almost stagnant. Many people were looking forward to her riding on her success and improving the quality of the songs. But instead, she just returned to same quality of all the other artists out there who had killed of the music industry in the first place. The disappointment struck harder now, more than ever, especially after she had shown them hope, only to do this. Some just turned to hoping Huaxiang Entertainments would come out of nowhere again and continue to explore new singers and music, changing the current entertainment culture. Otherwise, they really would lose it. From the afternoon to the evening, the major media stations also launched targeted reports, all of which claimed that the new album was a major failure, a stain on New Century's portfolio. In order to retaliate against the contempt and humiliation that they received last time from Wang Jingwen, several medias quoted a passage from Wang Jingwen's The Press Conference. Huaxiang Entertainment is nothing. Zhang Xiaohua is absolutely nothing without me. Chapter 71, Sales Figures. New Century Entertainment, in the conference room. At the moment it was nearing dusk. Chao Daquan was still working with shareholders and various department executives to iron out future plans. But truthfully, they were all waiting to find out the sales figures for the album. At this time, a staff member from the statistics department rushed into the conference room. Seeing this, Chao Daquan rose up immediately and asked, "How is it? What are the sales numbers? Are the records already sold out?" The staff member's face became extremely ugly, and he hurriedly opened the sales report in his hand. He stuttered, Reporting chairman. So far, Miss Wang Jingwen's record sales are." Speaking, the employee's voice faded out. Xiao Feifei thought that this was because the sales of the record were too good, so the statistician was so excited that he couldn't speak. So she took the report from his hands and flicked her eyes over it. But at a glimpse, the color disappeared from her face. "The total sales is 12,000. Xiao Feifei's weak mosquito's voice read out the total sales volume on the statistical report, but this figure had far preceded her imagination. She could not believe it. "What?" Xiao Feifei's voice was small, but her words were clearly heard by Chao Daquan. Just like Xiao Feifei, Chao Daquan obviously couldn't accept this sales. His legs gave away as he collapsed back into his chair. His expression was sluggish. He gripped his fists in panic so much that his nails dug into his palm. But he felt no pain from it, as if his soul had escaped his body, unable to accept this cruel fate. The original beautiful atmosphere was instantly covered with a depressing and suffocating pressure. They had invested nearly 100 million yuan and produced 3 million records. But on the first day of sales, they only sold 2,000 records. This was absolutely dreadful. This project was initiated by Chao Daquan, and this would leave a stain on his reputation. People would talk behind his back and start rumors. But he was the chairman after all, so even if the shareholders had complaints, as long as they were reimbursed for their investments, they wouldn't stir to much trouble. They didn't care for the process, as long as they got their money. Gao Xiaosong was responsible for the music production of the album. He was a recognized music producer. Therefore, no one doubted his level of production. Even if they did, it would be no help as they had spent millions to buy him over. Firing him would just be pointless. He would be snatched up instantly by competitors. As a result, all their eyes full of resentment naturally shifted towards Wang Jingwen's body, pushing all the responsibilities down upon her head. It took so much money to bring her to the company, and this was all she could show for it. The company gave her the most professional music production team, and invited the famous director to create a top-grade music video for her. And not only did she not make money for the company, she instead made them lose millions of yuan. Deducting the advertising endorsement fees and the money earned from all her commercial performances before, it still wouldn't be enough to make up for their losses. 100 million. Even if they sold her, it wouldn't be enough. On the other hand, Wang Jingwen, seeing the situation she was in, took the sunglasses off her face and was downtrodden. In fact, she had a hunch that the sales of this album wouldn't be as satisfactory as she wanted, but she never thought that it would be this bad. She only sold 2,000 copies after a whole day. These kinds of numbers were what you would expect from a third-rate singer. For Wang Jingwen, this was simply a violation of her self-esteem, an insult to her singing level. Damn it, I thought we found gold mine, but it was just a pile of pebbles. Now I truly understand the meaning of the words, the bigger the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Well, I admit I did expect too much. We could have earned more chugging this to some third-rate singer. Millions of thoughts flitted through the head of the shareholders. Although there were no names mentioned, it was obvious that these words were all aimed at Wang Jingwen, blaming her as the chief culprit in this fiasco. In face of the shareholders' words, Wang Jingwen's face was already blushing. Even the thick foundation could not conceal her inner embarrassment. The attitude of the past was gone. At this moment, she was like a deflated balloon. These people didn't care how talented or famous you were. They only cared about whether or not you could bring them benefits. If you couldn't, then in their eyes, you would not be different to a fart. This was the entertainment circle. Disaster truly did come in threes. At this time, several staff members rushed into the conference room in a panic, one of them panting as he reported. Chairman, many of the stores are asking for refunds, and some of the major shopping malls have already taken the album off their shelves and directly sent it back to the warehouse. The current returns have reached more than 1 million. After listening to this, Chao Dequan's heart began to palpitate. His face became pale. He hurriedly took out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth. Only then was he finally relieved. Just as he recovered, once again another staff member ran in and reported. Reporting to Chairman, there are several advertising companies asking us to restore Miss Wang Jingwen's image in the public's mind as soon as possible. Otherwise, they will cancel their contract with us and ask us to compensate them back for their losses. Chao Dequan, who had just recovered, felt his breath quicken again. His face was alternating between white and blue, and his body was shaking with violent trepidation. He looked like he would die on the spot. He rushed and poured a bunch of heart pills into his hand by accident. His hand was shaking violently. After a while, he managed to feed himself another pill. After that, his breathing became a little smoother, but it was obvious to see that there was a risk that if he was stimulated again, he may not survive. Seeing that her father could no longer bear any more stimulation, Chao Feifei suddenly looked cold and pointed at the door. She rushed to the staff members who had just entered in Nagar. Do you not have eyes? Can't you see the situation? Do you want to be fired? Get the hell out of my sight. You will see how I will deal with you afterwards. They all flinched in fright and took steps backwards. They dared not to stay for any longer. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace. Chao Feifei, with glazed-over face full of iciness, spoke up. This is only the first day. What are you worried about? This isn't that big of a deal. Let's just increase the propaganda. I don't believe that with the popularity Wang Jingwen has, the number of sales won't increase. Increased publicity? A shareholder laughed and said, General Manager Chao means to continue to invest in Wang Jingwen? Are you mistaken? Could it be that you think our previous promotion was not enough? If we threw our money into a river, at least we could still hear a sound. By piling up more and more money on top of this sinking ship, what could we even get in return? What about this? Isn't there concert planned for Wang Jingwen? We can raise the fare to help recoup our losses. Many people are still willing to wait in line to watch Wang Jingwen's live performance. But if we increase the propaganda, we can attract more fans, which means more money. If you're afraid of spending money, you can never earn big. I will look for an investor. You won't need to spend a single penny in the propaganda. Chao Feifei said in a firm tone. She had proposed to poach Wang Jingwen, so now that Wang Jingwen failed, she as the general manager naturally lost face. So this case, it was her job to find ways to minimize the losses. You will look for an investor? After listening to this, the eyes of shareholders had suddenly opened up. As long as they didn't have to spend their own money, they didn't mind. Helping Wang Jingwen engage in propaganda. As Chao Feifei said, if Wang Jingwen had her concert, and if it was done well, it may reduce the losses. It was just that the current entertainment market was very sluggish, so it wouldn't be an easy task to find an investor. Chao Feifei, you can't just spout words, okay? We don't recommend holding a concert, but if you can find someone to invest, we will support you with both hands. This all depends on General Manager Chow. A shareholder questioned her words. Hey, isn't it just looking for someone to invest? Jinxing Group should be enough, right? Chow Feifei said confidently. The shareholders looked at each other, and the result was that no one spoke again. No one dared to continue to question Chow Feifei again. All the people in the room were businessmen. They naturally understood the strength of Jinxing Group. Of course, they also knew the relationship between Chow Feifei and Jinxing Group. As the future daughter-in-law to the Jinxing Group, as long as Chow Feifei said a word, Jinxing Group certainly wouldn't be stingy. It wouldn't be a problem to gather some money. In fact, the main reason why the Chow family was able to successfully assume control of the company so easily had a lot to do with their great relationship with Jinxing Group. The shareholders didn't oppose Chow's leadership out of fear of Jinxing, and also out of hope to use New Century as a way to bond with the Lings who owned Jinxing. Imagine if Chow Feifei were to marry the grandson of Jinxing Group's chairman in the future. It would basically lead to a merger between the two companies. With the backing of Jinxing, New Century Entertainment would surely flourish, and shareholders would naturally earn millions from their stake in the business. Nothing else to say? Chow Feifei taunted the shareholders, then went over to Chow Dequan, carefully lifted him up, and walked straight outside. When passing beside Wang Jingwen's, Chow Feifei's foot paused, staring at Wang Jingwen. She said in a warning tone, "If you fail the company again in the future, don't bother begging, cause we will throw you out. Go back and prepare for the concert. If there are any mistakes during the concert, your head will be at stake." Wang Jingwen nodded helplessly. She felt absolutely wronged in her heart. A little seed of regret was growing inside her heart. At least when she was at Huaxiang, she never received such a great pressure. Here, she felt as if she was being crushed by a mountain. Chapter 72, Ling Qitian. Jinxing Group was located along Kyoto Trade Street, also known as the Oriental Wall Street. Any company that could take root here was not to be underestimated. In the most prosperous location along the commercial street, there was a towering skyscraper called Jinhui Daxia. It was the headquarters of Jinxing Group. The whole building was 188 meters high and had a total of 66 floors. The skyscraper towered above all the surrounding buildings. No matter which angle you looked at Tianjin City's skyline, it was visible. It could be described as a wonder of the commercial street, an iconic building in the city. Jinxing Group had more than 200 branches located all over the world. They provided a wide range of products and services, earning an annual turnover of 30 billion yuan and a net profit of 15 billion yuan. It was an international-scale enterprise with strong political connections. They also had a large amount of financial resources at their disposal. Chow Feifei had arrived at Jinxing. She entered and took the elevator to the chairman's office on the top floor. Standing in front of the office, Chow Feifei knocked on the door politely. Soon, there came a voice full of enthusiasm. "Please come in." Chow Feifei stepped in and smiled, walking up to a large mahogany desk. Across her sat a white-haired old man. Although the man was old in age, he appeared spirited and strong. He wore a white tang suit. His face appeared kind and amiable. The old man was the chairman and president of Jinxing Group, Ling Qitian. When Ling Qitian was young, he had started selling rice crackers he handmade. After more than 40 years of pain and toiling, he had achieved today's success. He was known as the success story of Huaxia. He was highly respected by people from all walks of life. However, Ling Qitian had one major shortcoming. That was his fanatical belief in all those superstitious tricks, like fortune-telling. Of course, this was not without reason. 20 years ago, Ling Qitian's only son and daughter-in-law were unfortunately involved in a car accident during a holiday trip. Both of them died before reaching the hospital, leaving behind their only son, Ling Feng, who at the time had been staying with Ling Qitian while his parents went off on a couple's holiday. This had left Ling Qitian absolutely devastated. During this time, the business also began to experience a series of difficulties, almost bringing it to the brink of collapse. During this time, a friend had introduced Ling Qitian to a time master who was fascinated with feng shui and divination. He was well-renowned in Thailand, known as Zilong Wang. Zilong Wang had pointed out the way for him, not only allowing him to recover from his loss and the pain of losing the child, but also to navigate the turbulent waters of the business world, allowing the company to rapidly increase in size. But then one day, during one of his sessions with Zilong Wang. Zilong Wang warned him that his grandson, Ling Feng, would face a catastrophic event in 20 years. If this event could be resolved, then his grandson would lead a rich and peaceful life. But if they failed to prevent the event in time, then his grandson would suffer the same fate as his son and perish at a young age. Ling Qitian, shocked by the news, he offered millions of yuan seeking Zilong Wang to resolve the issue, but was turned away with no answer. That was until half a year ago, when the Jinxing Group was going to hold grand annual conference. At that time, in order to show sincerity, Ling Qitian personally went to Thailand and sincerely invited Zilong Wang to the annual meeting. In Ling Qitian's view, today's achievements were as much Zilong Wang's as his own. Without him, he believed they wouldn't have reached the scale they had today. He believed that it was only right that Zilong Wang should witness everything. But in fact, Ling Qitian's main purpose was to seek Zilong Wang to discuss how to overturn his grandson's fate. After all, as time went by, the closer the catastrophe was approaching. This left Ling Qitian unable to sleep, knowing that Ling Feng, his only grandson and the last of his bloodline, was fated to die before even leaving behind an heir. Due to the cooperation between New Century Entertainment and Jinxing Group during this time, Chao Dequan was also invited to attend the annual conference. In order to let his daughter see the world, he brought along Chao Feifei to attend the conference. It was the day of the conference when Zilong Wang saw Chao Feifei. He declared Chao Feifei as the reincarnation of the 7 stars. And true enough, on the bottom right foot of Chao Feifei, there were 7 small gong-shaped birthmarks. In the words of Zilong Wang, Chao Feifei was a 7-star foot. In other words, she was destined to live a prosperous life, and she had a pure enough fate star to overturn Ling Feng's fate. Later, Zilong Wang once again pointed to Ling Qitian, telling him that as long as his grandson and Chao Feifei were to get married, then his grandson's fate would be overturned. As long as they were married for a few years, then Ling Feng's future would be disaster-free. At this time, hearing such great news, he personally met up with Chao Dequan. Within a few words, a marriage contract was finalized. Of course, in Ling Qitian's heart, he just wanted to use Chao Feifei's fate star to resolve his grandson's fate. However, in Chao Dequan's and Chao Feifei's view, this marriage was a godsend. Especially Chao Feifei, she felt as if she was dreaming. Everyone knew that Ling Feng was the sole heir of the Jinxing Group. There were millions of ladies and daughters who would love nothing more than to be in her place. However, in the end it fell into her lap. Ling Qitian became very fond of Chao Feifei and began to treat her as his own granddaughter. Chao Feifei, taking advantage of the situation she was in, spent time accompanying Ling Qitian to eat and chat. Her performance was extremely considerate and kind, making Ling Qitian become more affectionate towards her. At this time, seeing Chao Feifei, Ling Qitian unconsciously put down his work. "Hey little girl, have you come to chat with grandfather?" Chao Feifei smiled awkwardly. "Today Feifei can't call you a grandfather. I think calling you chairman would be more appropriate." "Oh," Ling Qitian smiled warmly, following Chao Feifei's words. "So grandfather shouldn't call you granddaughter then? Haha, so why are you here, general manager?" Chao Feifei didn't answer. She silently bowed her head. She didn't know how to start. Ling Qitian had been in business for many years, and he had learnt how read people, so he spoke up. "Let's get straight into it. Why did you come find Grandpa?" Chao Feifei looked up at Ling Qitian and then lowered her head again. "I am currently in charge of a project, but due to shortage of funds." "Oh, so you want Grandpa to invest?" Ling Qitian suddenly sighed. "If only Ling Feng, that stinking brat, was more like you, so motivated. Look at your talent, then look at my wastrel of a grandson. Damn kid only knows how to spend the whole day outside partying." Hearing Ling Feng's name, Chao Feifei couldn't help but be infuriated. It was no wonder. Everyone knew that Chao Feifei was Ling Feng's fiancée, but Ling Feng never took care of Chao Feifei's face. He was absolutely arrogant. All she saw in the newspapers every other day was Ling Feng accompanied by either a model or actress. To this end, Ling Qitian was also unwilling to tolerate his behavior. He knew that he had wronged Chao Feifei, but he was helpless. Ling Feng was his only grandson. He had raised Ling Feng from childhood. He didn't want to lose him. In order to compensate Chao Feifei somewhat, Ling Qitian smiled and said, How much do you want Grandpa to invest? Hearing him agree to invest, Chow Feifei was overjoyed in her heart, but she did not show it, continuing her performance. She slowly raised up her jade-like hands and put up 5 fingers. She whispered, 5 million. Ling Qitian smiled, directly picked up the phone and said, notify the finance department. Let them transfer 50 million to New Century Entertainment as soon as possible. Invest it in my name. I'm sponsoring my future granddaughter's project. Hanging up the phone, Ling Qitian said to Chow Feifei, however you want to use the money, use it. Go out and earn your fortune. Grandpa believes in you. If you don't have enough, tell Grandpa at any time. Grandpa will continue to sponsor you. Chow Feifei was overjoyed. Fortunately, she had participated in that annual meeting, and she was glad that she had those 7 small birthmarks under her foot. Glad that she met the Zilong Wan. Glad that she became the granddaughter-to-be of the old man in front of her. And glad to be the future princess of the Jinxing Group. Chapter 73, Tragedy. A week later, the price of Wang Jingwen's album had dropped from 1,000 yuan to 300 yuan. But even after the price drop, the album was still left unattended on the shelves. The sales volume still hadn't broken the 5-digit column. It was now meaningless to continue to cut the price. They had to admit they had taken a loss. After receiving the investment from Ling Qitian, Chow Feifei personally planned and opened a round of advertising, but this time it wasn't for the album, but for the concert at Tianjin Theater next week. In order to attract an audience, they alluded that Wang Jingwen would be singing all her classic songs at the concert, including the songs from her first album, Heart's Emotions. The duration of the concert would be 2 hours, allowing the audience to enjoy the auditory feast. Of course, apart from the song, Broken-Hearted Woman, Huaxiang Entertainment had already regained all the rights to the other songs of Wang Jingwen's first album. Therefore, Wang Jingwen did not have the rights to sing those songs. The reason why Chow Feifei created such propaganda was just to attract the fans to buy the tickets. After all, they didn't know that Wang Jingwen couldn't sing those songs. Plus, with just a few words hidden in the consumer agreements on the ticket sites, they got away, basically, with false advertisement. And Huaxiang Entertainment would have nothing to sue about. In fact, Chow Feifei was forced to do so. In order to recover the company's losses, she had to lie. Anyway, when the audience found out that they had been deceived, the money would have already entered the pocket of the New Century Entertainment. For some people, as long as they could earn some benefits, nothing else was important, even if it involved hurting others. Coincidentally, Chow Feifei was one of these people. After the disastrous defeat of Wang Jingwen's latest album sales, Chow Feifei also realized a truth from it, so she decisively gave up on the general market and aimed the propaganda of this concert at the wealthy market. An album sold for only 1,000 yuan, but those poor people still couldn't afford it, and they even looked down on the concert. Therefore, the main propaganda of Chow Feifei this time was aimed at the upper-middle-class people in the society. That is, people with certain economic ability. The fare for the top-end VIP seats had reached 20,000 yuan per seat. Seats for the middle row were 10,000 yuan per piece. Only in the last few rows were the fares cheaper, but it was still up to 5,000 yuan each. Moreover, this time, Chow Feifei also invited many contemporary so-called heavyweight guests to help out, not just artists from New Century. They had all produced at least one smash hit. This lineup was fully worthy of the high ticket prices. After 2 days of publicity, the tickets for the concert officially entered the sales stage. Since the Tianjin Theater could only accommodate 15,000 spectators, the tickets up for sale were only 10,000. But because the previous publicity had achieved good results, the tickets were being sold in quick succession. The 5,000 yuan seats and the 10,000 yuan seats were selling extremely well, but the senior VIP seats in the front row had dismal sales. In order to attract high-end consumers, Chow Feifei had to increase publicity and promised that all the audience who bought the front-end VIP seats could enjoy special treatment, a chance to enter a ticket draw which would happen in the middle of the concert. The winner would get a kiss from Wang Jingwen and get to request a keepsake from Wang Jingwen. As soon as this news came out, those lonely and unscrupulous millionaires couldn't hold it anymore. They rushed to buy the high-priced VIP seats. In just one day, the VIP tickets were sold out smoothly, all 500 of them. While Chow Feifei was busy scrambling to attract fans, Zhang Xiaohua was laughing his head off. Where was the concert? This was clearly a fishing trap. In Zhang Xiaohua's view, Qiao Feifei's method was completely a waste of time and money. It was better to just let Wang Jingwen perform striptease on stage directly. Just imagine it. Those 5,000 tickets would be sold out in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the internet was ablaze. Fans who couldn't afford the tickets issued angry shouts and condemned the low-level actions of New Century, thinking that they were simply insulting Wang Jingwen's personality. Looking down on those poorer consumers, these high fares were just trampling on their dignity. Many people expressed complete disappointment with Wang Jingwen and reluctantly began to withdraw from her ranks. As a result, Wang Jingwen's fan base plummeted. In just 2 days, her fans dropped from 28 million to 20 million, and it was still falling. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was facing the computer and laughing crazily, Yuan Datong said, "What are you so happy about? When are we going to help Ming promote her album? Look at New Century, you don't see them being idle. Wang Jingwen's face is all over the street. So what? Without songs, even if her face covered the sky, it would still be futile." Zhang Xiaohua said leisurely, "Is it in vain? You know, the fare of Wang Jingwen's concert has reached the highest price for concerts in history. It's only been a few days, but I heard that they have sold more than 1,000 tickets already. If it ends up sold out, New Century will definitely make a big profit. Now, do you still think it's in vain?" Yuan Datong said unwillingly. "True, New Century is currently vulnerable. We can't allow them to pick themselves back up." Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately summoned everyone. "I want you guys to keep posting on the internet about how, apart from broken-hearted women, Wang Jingwen has lost all rights to sing the songs from her first album at Hwaseong Entertainment." Finally, add another sentence. Also ask the fans not to be deceived by New Century's wordplay. By the way, ask Zhou Yi and his people to help out as well. Oh, also contact those online troll armies. Tell them to spread the word. Whoever spreads the word around the most will earn 1,000 yuan. Roger that. Everyone immediately launched into action. They took out their mobile phones and released a statement online representing Hwaseong Entertainment. After receiving a call from Emma, Zhou Yi immediately informed all his staff members. As a result, a huge blockade of comments was launched online. Any place where Wang Jingwen's concert was mentioned, they were there. They flooded the pages with the same message. Damn, is this actually for real? I keep see this everywhere. I think it is, cause when I went to Wang Jingwen's meetups every time, she only ever sang Broken-Hearted Woman. She must have lost the right to sing the other songs. Seriously, for sake, I spent so much getting tickets for my girlfriend. What a piece of company. A few days ago, I spent 1,000 yuan to buy Wang Jingwen's latest album. I thought she had continued to make classics. I didn't expect that the album in the end would be so trash. No, she has done this. She is just a scammer. Fortunately, I didn't buy the tickets for the concert, or I would be screwed. How can New Century be so shameless? It is the #1 domestic entertainment company, but they actually pull of such a cheap trick. This time I really want to thank Hwaseong Entertainment for its timely statement. Otherwise, I would have been screwed as well. Just a minute later, I would have bought a ticket. New Century Entertainment and Wang Jingwen are scammers. Scammers +1. Scammers +2. Scammers +3. Scammers +100,086. There is still Hwaseong. Hope they launch a new singer. Soon, I can't wait. I remember reading an article of them singing a new singer a while ago. Pretty sure she was called Ling Ming or something like that. Oh yeah, I remember. Her. She is the one who sent shots at Wang Jingwen. She called her an ungrateful witch. Yes, I am looking forward to Hwaseong's releasing something soon. I remember when I used to adore Wang Jingwen. Now she's broken my heart. I will never love again, sniff sniff. The declaration of Hwaseong Entertainment played a tremendous role, so much that the sales volume on the tickets for Wang Jingwen's concert dropped greatly, and people even began to demand refunds. As a result, New Century Entertainment was once again caught in a public relations crisis. Moreover, the reputation of Wang Jingwen plummeted. Because the public criticism was too fierce, almost a one-sided condemnation of New Century. So in order to maintain the company's image, they had to play it soft, opening the refund channels, and soon, more than 300 refunds were called in. Although audience numbers weren't ideal, New Century announced that Wang Jingwen's concert would still be carried out. However, thanks to Huaxiang, so far New Century Entertainment had only sold 700 tickets. It could be described as losing the wife and the children. Counting the 50 million investment for advertising, coupled with the high cost of making the music video for Wang Jingwen, New Century Entertainment had lost a total of 150 million yuan, which not only greatly reduced the morale in the company, but also combined with the public outrage to cause their stock prices to plummet. There was a drop in stock price of more than 20%, and it had been hugely fluctuating. There was always the danger of a crash looming over the heads of the shareholders. Zhang Xiaohua, holding the attitude of watching a show, booked a few tickets for Wang Jingwen's concert early, all of which were the cheapest seats in the back row. He planned to take Yuan Datong and Co. to see a good show tonight. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Xiaohua and Yuan Datong entered Tianjin Theater. Looking around, the whole theater was empty. Only the middle rows of seats were slightly crowded with people. The so-called senior VIP seats in the front row were scattered, and the people sitting there were all men, all hungry, almost wolf-like, as if waiting for their prey to appear. The other seats were empty, and the atmosphere in the theater was extremely deserted. Not even the shadow of a reporter could be seen. Obviously, Wang Jingwen's fame had ceased to be an attraction. What a tragedy! Zhang Xiaohua sighed with relief, and then took a seat. Raising his legs up on top of the seats in front, he was holding a bucket of popcorn in his arms, eating away with great gusto. His casual attitude was incompatible with the luxurious environment of the largest theater in Huaxia. Yuan Datong was also seated on the right side of him, snacks and drinks in hand, eating and drinking, quietly awaiting for Wang Jingwen to appear. Chapter 74, Short-lived. In the next moment, the lights of the theater gradually dimmed on the stage. The stage lights gradually became brighter. The concert had officially started. As the curtains on the stage slowly rose, Wang Jingwen entered the audience's eyes. Suddenly came burst of wolf whistles. In fact, some of the audience directly began swearing like a bunch of rogues. Obviously, these people hadn't come to listen to Wang Jingwen sing, but specifically to tease her. Zhang Xiaohua watched through the LED display above the stage. Wang Jingwen was wearing a translucent crimson skirt with heavy makeup on her face. Her hair was dyed to match her clothes. She showed no reaction to the audience's comments or actions. But at first glance, it was obvious she appeared lonely as she received a barrage of insults and degrading comments. Stupid B********, aren't you going to start singing? Or is this part of your scam as well? Scammer. Two front row spectators suddenly shouted through the noise and hubbub, and soon a chant calling Wang Jingwen a scammer broke out. Instead of showing the most basic respect to Wang Jingwen, the audience's chatter and chants intensified. The atmosphere was extremely lively. In fact, Wang Jingwen herself was very clear that this concert was pointless and unnecessary at all. If she could have chosen to, she would never have got up onto the stage. However, in order to maintain the company's image, New Century Entertainment had insisted on running the concert. If it was abandoned halfway, it would only attract criticism from the public and the media. Therefore, Wang Jingwen had no choice but to do what she was told. She was no longer the big star of the past. From being treated as a treasure at New Century, she was now treated worse than a dog. Even the other singers began to treat her like dirt, but she had to endure. She had lost her value in the eyes of the company. She was treading on thin ice. She could be abandoned at any time. Therefore, even if there was only a little bit of hope of a turnaround, she had decided to pour out her soul into her performance tonight. Even if she was being treated like trash at New Century, she had to hold on, or she would be left with nothing. She didn't want to go back to performing at nightclubs. After a while, the music for the first song slowly rang out. Due to the recent heavy losses, New Century Entertainment didn't bother investing in the concert. There were no dancers, no choir, no symphony orchestra. Even the background music for all the songs relied on a CD playback. New Century Entertainment had only provided for the concert the venues and a few sets of costumes for her to change into. Listening to the background music, Zhang Xiaohua frowned and listened for a long time. He felt like he had heard this somewhere else before. He just couldn't quite pinpoint where. He knew this was going to bug him for ages. In Eru and Agujing, they actually used such ancient instruments. It's not like there aren't any modern string instruments, Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Sometimes he just couldn't understand the music style of this world. After a full minute of the instrumental prelude, Wang Jingwen finally began to sing. I haven't felt loved yet. Snowflakes bloom in cold climates. We tremble together, understanding more through suffering. What is love? Zhang Xiaohua sprayed his drink out his mouth. God, wasn't this song just Red Star? If he didn't hear the lyrics, just based on the instrumental, he never would have recognized it. As for the lyrics, it seemed they had swapped out some of the original lyrics and just made the song super dark and depressing. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. When had they got their hands on the song sample? Then it clicked in his head. That was why Wang Jingwen was so edgy the last time they had seen her before she canceled the contract. She goddamn stole their song samples. Now that he had finally realized the truth, he understood why the entertainment culture of this world was so tragic. They were given the building bricks to a classic song, but somehow they still managed to ruin it and turn it into this sh***. Hurry up and get to the ticket draw. Brothers, someone asked for her bra as the keepsake from the lottery. I came to see a stripteases, not some trash sing. Ha 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 ha. The audience began to get rowdy again, completely disregarding Wang Jingwen and showing no trace of respect. In the face of the unscrupulous ridicule and taunts of the audience, Wang Jingwen also felt embarrassed. Her face turned completely crimson, but she could only endure the humiliation. Bowing her head, she tried to continue the song. 3 minutes later, the song ended, not waiting for the music to fully fade out. Wang Jingwen hurriedly walked off backstage, and at this time the stage was a mess. Snacks were scattered everywhere, and there was even condoms thrown onto the stage. Fully deserved. Emma's mood was exceptionally good. In her opinion, this was the price Wang Jingwen should pay. Who told her to betray them? I think it's pitiful. No singer should encounter such a scene. Ling Ming was very kind. Although she didn't like Wang Jingwen's style, but as a singer, she understood Wang Jingwen's current feeling. She chose to be a traitor. No one was holding a gun to force her to go. Yuan Datong said with a serious tone, and at the same time he looked at Zhang Xiaohua subconsciously and couldn't help but admire him. This seemed to be all within the expectation of Zhang Xiaohua. No wonder he was always so calm. 10 minutes later, when Wang Jingwen returned to the stage, she had changed into white knee-length dress. The makeup on her face disappeared. On her head, she wore a black and elegant wig, which looked plain and simple. However, her dress was in accordance with Zhang Xiaohua's request previously when they had recorded the music video for the song. The audience, sensing the atmosphere, couldn't help but fall into silence. Finally, the audience had something to look forward to. The following song is Broken-Hearted Woman. Thank you for coming to listen to my concert today. Thank you very much. Thank you. Wang Jingwen said with a trembling voice. Her hands clenched the microphone and her eyes burst into tears. The fluorescent flashing lights insinuated her crying heart, and as Emma said, this was a true portrayal of a broken-hearted woman. When the familiar music sounded, Wang Jingwen finally entered her best state at this moment. Just like a nightingale, she began to sing. We slowly become drunk as the night deepens. At this moment we are so close to each other. My thoughts appear to be shaken. Contradictions grow deeper. My trembling lips waits for your kiss that never came. I am but a heartbroken woman. The audience was still silent. Everyone was breathing shallow and quietly listening. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone on the scene, Wang Jingwen was undoubtedly eye-catching because she sang a real classic and emanated the emotions of all people. Unfortunately, this aura could only belong to her for a few minutes. As Zhang Xiaohua said, the reason why fireworks were so beautiful was due to the short-lived nature they had. At this moment, comparing Wang Jingwen to fireworks was the most appropriate. Chapter 75, Fallen Star. Would you, have pity for me? I am afraid of loneliness. Won't you, whisper sweetly my name. For this broken-hearted woman. Wang Jingwen, with tears in her eyes and under the gaze of the audience, unwillingly ended the song that began her journey to the top. The theater was dead silent. The audience was still enchanted by the classic melody just now. Wang Jingwen deeply bowed to the audience, as if thanking them for letting her sing the entire song without interruption, but there was no longer an arrogant air around her. Coupled with her simple dress and style, at this moment, She seemed like an ordinary girl who just felt lonely, someone who wanted to be protected, needed to be encouraged, and yearned to be recognized. Looking at the isolated girl on the stage, Zhang Xiaohua's heart gave birth to pity. It was actually sympathy for this woman who had betrayed them. However, sympathy was still just sympathy. Zhang Xiaohua would never allow betrayal. He wouldn't accept back a person who betrayed him once before. That was just asking for more suffering. In Zhang Xiaohua's view, Wang Jingwen's situation today was entirely her doing. She was old enough to make her own choices and bear their consequences. No one else could be blamed. The following song is called Willing. I hope that everyone can support me through this song. Wang Jingwen said, obviously more confident after that performance. Zhang Xiaohua also couldn't help but sigh. The entertainment circle was the entertainment circle. This was like a game of chess. It was necessary to go slowly, step by step, building up to your next move before you could go further. But if you moved too quickly and made a misstep, you could lose everything you had worked for. This Wang Jingwen was a good example. When the disorderly music sounded again, the audience, who was originally reminiscent of the previous song, was suddenly awakened, as if they had cold water poured over them. Where is the moon gone tonight? And all the shining stars in the night? I wish to find the heavenly palace, to spend my youthful years. I want to go home by the wind. I am afraid of the high altitudes up here, but you will still see me, dancing in the moonlight tonight. When Wang Jingwen sang up to here, Zhang Xiaohua was once again shocked. This song was clearly a rewritten version of I Am Willing. They had changed it to almost sound like a poem, but the song just sounded awkward. However, the following verse almost caused Zhang Xiaohua to cry. Wang Jingwen actually began to rap the verse. From the beginning to the end, her voice was monotonous, hoarse, and noisy. Listening to this just made people feel dizzy and frustrated. Even barking was better than this. Zhang Xiaohua really couldn't understand which talent was courageous enough to combine this traditional Chinese song with Western R&B. Such a good song, with elegant and rich rhythm, was ruined by the living. Zhang Xiaohua was so saddened that he really wanted to drag the arranger out and beat him up for 10 minutes straight. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't smile. He had goosebumps just from listening. Except for Broken-Hearted Woman Tonight, all the songs from Wang Jingwen's mouth were utter trash. The behind-the-scenes arrangement was obviously perfunctory, ruining the songs and making them worthless. I heard that it was Gao Xiao song. Gao Xiao song. Hearing this name, Zhang Xiaohua felt it sounded very familiar. At the same time, the audience finally couldn't stand it anymore, covering their ears and fleeing the scene. Soon, half of the audience had disappeared, making the theater look empty and abandoned. Although Wang Jingwen was still singing on the stage, the viewers didn't seem to buy it. They were leaving the scene one after another, resulting in the theater becoming more and more deserted. In this way, a few songs later, the audience was almost running, and even the so-called VIPs in the front row gave up the lottery and left. The 2-hour concert seemed like it would end deserted. From the beginning to the end, there were no cheers or applause from the crowd. Perhaps from the beginning, this concert was destined to fail. Wang Jingwen stood alone on the stage, looking at the empty space under the stage. Her face gradually came up with a smile of self-deprecation. Performing in this theater was her dream. But now that she got what she wanted, she couldn't feel the tiniest bit of happiness. In contrast, she missed the past days she spent working at Huaxian. Although she felt that it was very boring during that period of time, she still had a future to look forward to. Now, apart from this stage, what else did she have left? She didn't even know what she would do when she stepped out of the theater. In the face of the few viewers left, Wang Jingwen gently bowed. This was the end to this so-called concert. After the curtains fell, there was no staff to help her change clothes and remove her makeup. No one gave her tea or even the simplest greetings. From the beginning to the end, she was alone. Zhang Xiaohua stretched his sour neck, stood up and stretched his body. But then, he saw that Yuan Datong and Co. were all sleeping in a big group. Obviously, this concert had drained them. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was suddenly surprised. Looking around, he discovered that Ling Ming had disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua looked around for her figure, and then saw Ling Ming walking towards the backstage area. What is this girl up to? Looking at Ling Ming's fading back, Zhang Xiaohua was curious. Walking to Yuan Datong, he kicked his foot, and then followed in Ling Ming's direction. Yuan Datong woke up and rubbed his eyes. When his line of sight became clear, he saw Zhang Xiaohua walking after Ling Ming. So he hurriedly woke up the others, and they collectively ran after Zhang Xiaohua. Ling Ming glanced around, then took a flower basket from a gift aisle beside her and went to the door of the changing room. She saw the name of Wang Jingwen on the doorplate, and she tapped the door gently. After a long while, the door opened. When Ling Ming saw Wang Jingwen, she couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Her eyes were bright red, and there were tear stains across her face. It was obvious that she was crying just a few moments ago. Ling Ming was full of smiles. Holding a flower basket in her hands, she said very excitedly, "Hello, Miss Wang. You are my idol. I just came to say hi." This was the second time she had said these words to Wang Jingwen. The first time was at Huaxiang Entertainment. When she saw her idol, Ling Ming was particularly excited, but she was completely ignored by Wang Jingwen. "What are you here to laugh at me?" Wang Jingwen said in a tearful tone. She now felt like such a fool. "You misunderstand me. You really are my idol." Ling Ming said eagerly. "Did you know? I used to perform on the streets every day. I have been given cold-eyed stares by many people. But whenever I heard your songs, I would forget all the unhappy things around me. So, being able to see you has always been my dream." Ling Ming smiled and gave the flower basket to Wang Jingwen. Then she extended her hand and said in a pleading tone, "Congratulations, you can have a concert at this National Theater. As a singer, you're actually very successful. I don't know if can I shake your hand, please?" At this time, Wang Jingwen's eyes were full of tears. For a singer, the most happy occasion was being recognized by fans. However, when Wang Jingwen thought that she would lose this happiness, there was an unexpected gain. Although only one fan gave her encouragement, it was enough. Wiping the tears in the corners of her eyes, Wang Jingwen showed a smile, slowly reaching out and held Ling Ming's hands. At the corner of the corridor, Zhang Xiaohua saw this scene, and he was very pleased. He was gratified by Ling Ming's kindness. He was also extremely saddened for the fall of a superstar. Chapter 76, End of the Road. At this time, Yuan Datong also rushed over, but because the corridor was too narrow and he was running too fast, there was no time to brake. He directly hit Zhang Xiaohua in the back, causing Zhang Xiaohua to tumble out of his hiding place. Hearing the commotion, Wang Jingwen followed the sound and saw Zhang Xiaohua. She suddenly stopped. Her face was full of embarrassment. Her mouth squirmed twice, and she stopped talking. She seemingly wanted to talk with Zhang Xiaohua, but she did not know where to start. Yuan Datong stared at Wang Jingwen. If his eyes could kill, it was estimated that Wang Jingwen would have died over 1,000 times. Facing his hateful gaze, Wang Jingwen was speechless. Silently lowering her head, she wanted to find a hole to hide herself inside. She clearly remembered the many words she said in the past. Zhang Xiaohua is absolutely nothing without me. It seemed that the opposite was true now. Without Zhang Xiaohua, she really didn't have anything left. "Boss," Wang Jingwen found the courage to speak, slowly.